Genius, remember the address of this site in 1 second. Lingyu Novel Network, the fastest update. No ads. Xiao, Zhouyang, and Lao Ke have all shown their powerful strength just now. Beings as powerful as Tian and Ya are not even the slightest advantage, and they are even suppressed. Xiao even more violently abused the thief Saint Luyun. If these 3 people were besieging Zhou Wen together before, they would not have an intuitive concept, and they didn't know how strong they were. But now there is a comparison, 3 people besieging Zhou Wen together, which makes the people watching the battle feel frightened and can't help worrying about Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen, you have to pay for everything you have done. Old K stared at Zhou Wen grimly, the scepter in his hand exuding invisible and strange fluctuations. Now that Lu Yun has escaped, it should be impossible to come back. Without the restraint of Tai Chi too, the domain power of Old K and Xiao can restrain Zhou Wen again. When did I say I was going to run? Zhou Wen said lightly. He had no intention of running, otherwise he would have run away with Lu Yun. Just now, when Zhou Wen was talking, the void real salamander rushed over again, but this time it did not return to the starry sky to recover. Its own power has been suppressed by the rules of the earth, and even the power of hell is about to be unable to maintain. Void lightning fell, bombarding Chaos Egg frantically. And the void true salamander also opened its mouth and swallowed it towards Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen did not dodge and let the Chaos Egg be swallowed by the void true salamander. Because the lightning in the void is too strong, those watching the live broadcast can only see that the lightning drowns Zhou Wen, and they don't know what happened inside. The 3 Old K at the scene could see clearly. After the void true salamander devoured Zhou Wen, a blade of light emerged from its body, from the head to the tail, as if it had been cut open in the middle. The body of thunder and lightning of the void true salamander was divided into 2, from which appeared Zhou Wen in the armor of the Dragon King and holding a bamboo knife, while the body of lightning of the void true salamander quickly dissipated, and in the end there was nothing left. At this time, the people watching the live broadcast clearly saw Zhou Wenchuan's figure in the air, because without the protection of the Chaos Egg and the strong light of the void lightning, everyone could clearly see his figure. King of Thieves. Damn it, it turns out that the Egg Emperor is the King of Thieves. People immediately recognized Zhou Wen from the armor of the promised demon Dragon King. When Zhou Wen appeared as a human emperor, he wore the armor of the prisoner dragon, while the King of Thieves used the armor of the promised demon Dragon King. One advantage of the promised demon Dragon King armor is that it can be 9 in 1. In addition to Zhou Wen himself, after wearing the promised demon Dragon King armor, Zhou Wen can also draw on the power of 8 creatures. Now Zhou Wen has put the imprint of the promised demon Dragon King on the 8 companion pets, and the 8 companion pet tattoos are shining brightly at this time. Just because it is covered by the Dragon King's armor, outsiders can't see the flashing companion pet tattoos. Companion pets such as Demon Armored Tiger Soul General, Soul Mirror, Golden Jiao Scissors, Ting Ting, and the tattoos of demon infants are also flashing with a strange light. The demon baby finally woke up again, returned to Zhou Wen, and had reached the fear level. The power of the 8 companion pets has been integrated with Zhou Wen's body, and Zhou Wen can mobilize all their power for his own use at will. Among the 8 companion pets, Listening Truth contributed the most, followed by Jin Jiaojin, and the next was the fear level Devil Infant, and among the 8 companion pets, only the Devil Infant was not at the natural disaster level. Zhou Wen held a bamboo knife in his hand, and the black crystal-like Dragon King's armor was exuding a strange black light. Those black lights flickered like flames. When all the light approached the black light, it seemed to be sucked away. Let me just say, where do so many masters come from among humans? It turns out to be the king of thieves. No wonder they are so good at space power. The Thief King's companion pet is even more powerful than himself. No, the Thief King fought Ye and Tian before, but they turned out to be senior brothers? The world is so complicated. Even if he is the king of thieves, it is also very dangerous to face the three great saints. Why did you take back the Void True Salamander? I think the Thief King should not be as strong as his companion pet, right? Yeah, the Void True Salamander and Tiger Soul General are simply invincible. Summon them quickly. They should be able to fight against the three saints, and maybe even have a chance to defeat the three saints. People hoped that Zhou Wen would summon the Void True Salamander and the Tiger Soul General. Zhou Wen wanted to summon it too, but it was impossible to summon them. Tiger Soul will take time to become powerful. It is not suitable for the current situation, and it is not very useful to summon it. The Void True Salamander is not his companion pet at all, and he has already killed it. There is a human-level Void True Salamander companion egg, and Zhou Wen has not hatched it yet. Even if it does, in this level of battle, not much effect. Don't you want to kill me? Come on then. Zhou Wen held a bamboo sword. His vitality was extremely restrained, and his body stood on the ruins of the teleportation array, looking at the three old K and said, I'm here to fight you. Jiuyang said, and walked towards Zhou Wen. Wait for Jiuyang, now is not the time to be a hero. The teleportation array was destroyed. Lord Holy Spirit must be furious. We must kill him. There can be no accidents. Old K said, and greeted Xiao to come together. Xiao, let's go together. This time, no matter what, we must not let him run away again. Xiao nodded and went to Zhou Wen Wei with Lao Ke. He was also puzzled. Just now Zhou Wenming had the opportunity to leave. With Lu Yun, why didn't he leave? What are you trying to do? Xiao was puzzled, but he had to participate in the siege of Zhou Wen. He must keep his identity in the Holy Land and must not make any mistakes. Under such circumstances, it is impossible for Xiao to help Zhou Wen secretly. As long as he changes slightly, the Holy Spirit will definitely see the flaw. Jiuyang punched Zhou Wen with a punch. His punch was like a scorching sun in the sky, as if to melt everything. Zhou Wen's thoughts moved, and the bamboo knife was unsheathed in his hand. The whole person seemed to be integrated with the bamboo knife, and his body shape followed a strange arc trajectory and slashed towards Jiuyang. If Jiuyang is a scorching sun that can burn everything out, then Zhou Wen is the heavenly immortal who soared in the daytime. It didn't seem to be a quick knife, but it avoided Jiuyang's fist, and the blade cut along the arc to Jiuyang's throat. Jiuyang was slightly startled. Obviously it was just so light and fluttering, as if he didn't use a knife with too much force at all, but it made him feel like he was unstoppable and had nowhere to hide, so he could only take a step back and let the blade of the bamboo knife away. Old K and Xiaoyi on the other two sides attacked from left and right, besieging Zhou Wen from different angles. Damn it, I haven't summoned the Void True Salamander and Tiger Soul General, Egg Emperor. No. Wouldn't the Thief King really want to fight the three saints with that knife? Seeing that Zhou Wen has not summoned a companion pet yet, the people watching the battle are all shocked. Even the top powerhouses of the major forces are no exception. Genius, remember the address of this site in 1 second. Lingyu Novel Network, the fastest update. No ads. Jiuyang's palm covered the sky. Zhao's movement was weird, and Old K had the worst fighting skills, but that scepter still had a magical power, and it could block the bamboo sword attack in Zhou Wen's hand every time. The three people besieged Zhou Wen, and the offensive was simply suffocating. Not to mention ordinary people watching the battle, even Xiao Luchuan, Zhang Chuanqiu, Lan Shi, who were at the level of existence, were sweating coldly in the palms of their hands. They put themselves in the role of Zhou Wen and imagined how they would be able to resist such an offensive if they were replaced by themselves, but no matter what they thought, they would soon be unable to stop and could only be killed. Lan Shi was too deeply into the play, and after watching it for a while, her face was as pale as snow, and she finally opened her mouth to spurt blood. Under the blessing of the holy relics, the power and speed have reached the level of heaven, let alone 3, even if it is 1, there are very few people who can match it. 3 besiege 1, anyone can do it. I think this is a losing game. However, under the siege of the 3, Zhou Wen's body was like a fairy, and the right sword was left sheathed, and it was indistinguishable from the 3 of them. All major media are trying their best to parse the super slow motion. Most people can't see the battle images at all. Only some special equipment can parse such slow motion. Professor Gu, the image is still being analyzed. Our level is too low to see how the battle is going. Can you tell us about the current situation? Sui looked at Professor Gu and said. Professor Gu pushed his glasses and said in a deep voice, in a battle of this level, even a mythical powerhouse can't see the battle clearly. I can only analyze it based on some existing data. Please tell me. Sui also wanted to know what the current situation was like. Although many people think that Professor Gu is a big poisonous milk, the expectations are not accurate at all, but now they can only see the glare flashing. And they have no idea what the situation is. Say something. Besides, apart from some mistakes in Professor Gu's analysis, some of his analyses are quite reasonable. Professor Gu cleared his throat and said, we have all seen the fighting ability of the King of Thieves in the previous Rubik's Cube ranking battle. Later, many experts conducted analysis in super slow motion. His fighting ability is indeed very good. Strong, the level is even higher than Xian and Ye, but it is still in the same grade, and there is no absolute suppression ability. Just now, the battle between Xian and Ye has been analyzed. Their combat power is actually a line behind the 3 saints. If you convert it like this, the strength of the Thief King is almost equivalent to that of a saint. The level of disciples may not even be as good. Of course, if the Thief King uses a companion pet, the strength of the Void True Salamander and the Tiger Soul General is very terrifying. In a one-on-one situation, it should not be weaker than the saint, and may even be stronger. But now he doesn't use the companion pet. Chong, only relying on his own ability and combat power, this is very unoptimistic. The King of Thieves has always been smart. If he does this, will he have his own plans? Sui asked again. I don't know what kind of plans he has, but the strength of the previous 3 saints is obvious to all, especially Xiao, the terrifying strength. I really can't think of anyone who can be stronger than him. He is also proficient in space ability. In a one-on-one situation, the Thief King may not be able to take advantage, not to mention that it is 3-on-1 now. If the Thief King summons a companion pet, there is still a chance, otherwise I really can't think of what he has to win. Chance. Of course, I think it must be a tactic for the Thief King not to summon companion pets. At critical times, he should still summon companion pets to fight for it. Professor Gu continued to analyze. When people listened to Professor Gu's analysis, they couldn't help but feel a sense of identity in their hearts. Although Professor Gu's name of poisonous milk was already very big, these words came into their hearts. Professor Gu is right. The Thief King keeps the companion pet and does not summon it. There must be a backhand. Professor Gu's analysis this time is a bit reliable. This time, I hope that Professor Gu is not poisonous milk. The companion pet must be the second hand, and the King of Thieves will win. I see this trip, and I support Professor Gu. Everyone felt that Professor Gu's analysis should be correct this time. Looking at various long-lost comments and barrages supporting him, Professor Gu himself secretly rejoiced in his heart. I should be able to turn over this time, completely remove that unnecessary the poisoned milk hat. When Professor Gu was thinking about how to restore his reputation and prestige, he received a notification from the program team and said with a smile on his face, "Our staff has already analyzed a part of the video, although only a part, but according to the technology, the staff revealed that it has been very exciting. So much nonsense, let's release the analysis of the super slow motion. I want to see the video, please release it quickly. My goddess Sui, please spare me, and let's put the video on it now. Okay? My heart can't bear it." Sui smiled and said, "I know that no one wants to listen to me now, but the program team is preparing to send the analysis content. Please wait a moment." After a while, the picture of the show turned into a battle scene. Under the super slow motion, the general audience finally saw the battle scene of Zhou Wen and Xiao and other three people, clearly. Although it has slowed down many times, it seems that the movements of the four people are still very fast. And because the 9 suns bloom from time to time with the divine light of the sun, the picture is quite unstable, and the entire picture often turns white. From the pictures I saw intermittently, it could be seen that the battle between the three was quite fierce. Pay attention to this palm of Jiuyang. This palm seems simple, but it contains infinite mysteries and backhands. Whether the Thief King is defending, attacking, or dodging, the next changes of Jiuyang can make the Thief King suffer a big loss. Look at Zhao's finger again. It's a terrible guy. I can't even predict where this finger is pointing. Old K's staff is really exquisite. The King of Thieves may be in trouble. Professor Gu continued to explain according to the content shown in the video. Look, the King of Thieves has been oppressed to such a degree. Zhou Wen's image appeared in the image, and Professor Gu hurriedly continued what he just said. But this sentence was only halfway through, and he couldn't go on. The smile on his face gradually subsided, and it was replaced by an expression of gradually amazement. Judging from the offensive of the Jiuyang three people just now, the Thief King can only be in a passive position anyway, and may even be severely injured. Of course, because the battle is still going on, Professor Gu knows that the Thief King is not dead, otherwise he even thinks that Zhou Wen may not be able to live without summoning the companion pet. However, the content shown on the screen is exactly the opposite of his explanation. Genius, remember the address of this site in 1 second, Lingyou Novel Network, the fastest update. No ads. Professor Gu was talking vigorously, but the picture he saw was too far from what he expected, and he couldn't go on. After only a few words. Originally, thought the situation of the Thief King would be very bad, but the content presented on the screen, the Thief King actually blocked the attack of the 3 saints, with 1 enemy and 3 with the right sword and the left sheath, and he did not seem to be embarrassed. The feeling of the body is as elegant as a fairy, and every move and every style looks elegant and calm, without any reluctance. How could this happen? Professor Gu was a little stupid. Not only Professor Gu, but also the audience watching the show was a little dazed at this time. The fighting ability of the three of Jiuyang, they have seen it before, not to mention Jiuyang and Lao Ke, just Xiao alone, it gives people a feeling of being unstoppable. He was obviously invincible, but when he was fighting with Zhou Wen, he couldn't show his previous strength and dominance, and instead felt a little tired. It's fake. Are the three saints releasing water? People secretly doubted in their hearts that the current Xiao, Jiuyang, and Lao Ke seemed to have lost their previous style, as if they had changed from invincible kings to scoundrels who would only stand by and watch. Thinking of Zhao's violent clouds before, it was hard not to doubt that they were releasing water. But the powerhouse with real eyesight doesn't think so. Xiao and Jiuyang's level did not drop, and they even played better than in the previous battle, but they still couldn't suppress the Thief King. The current King of Thieves has a very strange movement. Under the siege of the three, he seems to be walking on foot, neither in a hurry nor in a hurry. Most of the attacks were fired, and even if there were unavoidable attacks, they were blocked by his bamboo sword and scabbard. The attack of the three of Jiuyang seemed to have no pressure on him at all. Instead, every seemingly random swing of the knife by the Thief King seemed to put a lot of pressure on the three of Jiuyang, and they had to be treated with caution. Having to step back, every blow seemed to point at their worst feared weakness. This person's swordsmanship, I am afraid, has reached the point of slaughter between heaven and man, Zhang Chuanqiu exclaimed. What do you mean? Xiao Luchuan didn't understand what Zhang Chuanqiu's adjective meant. He knew about the unity of heaven and man, but he had never heard of the slaughter of heaven and man. Zhang Chuanqiu explained, you can understand that people and gods are angry together, and even God can't stand it and wants to destroy him. In Guide Mansion, Li Xian and others were also watching the battle. Feng Chuyan's eyes lit up, his face was sometimes worried and sometimes happy, sometimes frowning and thinking, sometimes overjoyed, and then full of doubts and confusion. I originally thought that my swordsmanship was slowly approaching the coach. Today, I found out that my swordsmanship is still far from the coach. It seems that I am not working hard enough. Feng Chuyan muttered to herself. Said, the coach will come to some swordsmanship at any time. I really want to see how he uses the sword. Ming Shou also said. The female sword fairy Qin Zhen stared at Zhou Wen intently, for fear of missing any detail. Among the three, she has the most understanding, because she was originally a student of Feishan Tianwei, and Zhou Wen is now using the immortal characters of Feishan Tianwei to the extreme, allowing Qin Zhen to comprehend a lot of things that he had never thought of before. Li Xian is not very interested in the swordsmanship, but thinks that Zhou Wen's swordsmanship is very powerful. His movement is also strong, and elegant enough, he really seems to be a fairy in the wind. Professor Gu. It seems that the King of Thieves really doesn't need to use companion pets, right? Su Yi's eyes flashed with excitement, and her face was full of excitement. Although the reputation of the Thief King is not as good as that of the Emperor, he is still a representative of the human camp. There is no contract guardian, and there is no connection with the Holy Land. Su Yi hopes that the Thief King can win. Well, it does seem interesting, the power and speed of the Thief King. There are also knife skills, which are unexpectedly strong. Professor Gu. Don't say it, Professor Gu. I would like to respect you as the strongest poisonous milk in the heavens. This can be done, Professor Gu. You are really awesome. You are poisonous, 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 poisonous. Who dares to say that? Professor Gu is not poisonous milk in the future. I will slap him in the face. Haha, Professor Gu is also very innocent. No one would have imagined that the king of thieves is so strong that he is simply a pervert. The name of Professor Gu's poisonous milk may never be washed away. Zhou Wen was able to compete with the three, but he still had to thank the Wuji Demon Dragon King's armor and the 8 companion pets. The power provided by the 8 companion pets, especially the power provided by the listening, Jin Jiao scissors and the magic baby, was unimaginably powerful. Under the combined force, Zhou Wen's strength and speed can barely reach the threshold of the heavenly level. Although it is only palpable to touch the threshold, Xiao and Jiuyang also use sacred objects, so they can reach the level of the heavenly realm, which is not as good as the real heavenly level, and it is also worthy of touching the threshold. Under such circumstances, Zhou Wen was considered to be standing with the 3 of them. To be able to fight 3 with 1, in addition to the mysterious role of the disqualified and the teacher, there is also Zhou Wen's own flying fairy, which has reached a very high level. As far as the realm is concerned, Feixian outside the sky is no longer inferior to the real celestial realm, and even the top celestial realm is not necessarily stronger than the realm. Moreover, as the battle continued, the Feixian outside the sky was still in the process of transformation, and the movement skills and blade skills became more and more elegant and ghostly. People were stunned to find that it was the 3 saints who were besieging Zhou Wen, but it made people feel that they were in danger, as if they would be killed by Zhou Wen at any time. Xiao and Jiuyang were still able to fight against Zhou Wen in terms of skills and realm, but Lao Ke was a little worse in this regard, and blocked Zhou Wen's attack with the sacred scepter in his hand. Although Zhou Wen has the upper hand, it is still impossible to completely break the siege of the 3 people. He only has the advantage, not an overwhelming advantage. However, Zhou Wen is not in a hurry. He is fighting and practicing swordsmanship. Feixian is transforming. He has faintly touched a new realm, but it is only a little bit on the edge. Whether he can truly comprehend it is still unknown. In addition to practicing flying immortals outside the sky, the Shiyu has also been collecting the power traces of the Jiuyang 3 people, which are the traces that only the perfect realm of the heavens can leave in the Shiyu. The trajectory left by the Void Thunderbolt before condensed into the Void Thunderbolt ***, which is a vitality art. Although Zhou Wen has not had time to study it carefully, he knows that it is definitely not bad. Now the trajectory left by the 3 of Jiuyang is constantly making up, and maybe they can also condense the vitality art. Genius, remember the address of this site in 1 second, Lingyu Novel Network, the fastest update. No ads. Sir Xingshan. Do we want to go out and help Jiuyang and the others? All the saints knelt down on one knee and asked the Holy Spirit for instructions. The teleportation array has been destroyed. How do you go out to help them? The Holy Spirit wrote lightly. This. All the saints were speechless. Isn't there anything you can do, even Lord Holy Spirit? A saint asked. Of course there is a way, but it's not that easy to get out, and it's too late now. What's more, even if you can be sent out, with your strength, what can you do? The Holy Spirit still said blankly. The saints were even more silent. The 3 of Jiuyang were already the best among the saints, and they had the blessing of holy objects, so they could not defeat Zhou Wen. Even if they could go out, in that kind of battle, they could play a role. Not too big, or even difficult to engage in combat. You are too despised by yourself, the saints of the Holy Land, you have more than just such a little ability, watch it carefully, the good show has just begun. The Holy Spirit said with deep eyes. As the Holy Spirit said, the three of Jiuyang can stand out in the cruel living environment of the Holy Land and become the masters of the sacred objects, which is definitely not a fuel-efficient lamp. Old K used the scepter to block the bamboo sword, and shouted to Jiuyang and Xiao in a deep voice, "It's all at this point, and there's no need to hide it anymore. If you can't kill him here today, how can you go back and see you? Lord Holy Spirit?" What he said was impassioned, but secretly had another meaning. In fact, he wanted to tell Jiuyang and Xiao that if Zhou Wen could not be killed, even if they returned to the Holy Land, the Holy Spirit would not let them off easily. In the light of the relics being taken back, in the worst cases, there may be worries of life. Xiao and Jiuyang also understood in their hearts that the Holy Land is by no means the real Holy Land. There are too many cruel competitions there. Once they fail, they make major mistakes. I don't know how many saints want to climb up on their bones. For the 6 temples, they are not completely irreplaceable, at least not yet. Xiao and Jiuyang glanced at each other. The sun god bead in Jiuyang's arms was shining brightly, his entire body seemed to be photochemical, with a terrifying high temperature. It charged towards Zhou Wen. Although Jiuyang was also blooming with the divine light of the sun before, it only used powerful destructive power, but it did not have this kind of terrifying high temperature that could melt. On the other side of Xiao, the ring on his finger also radiated a strange light, making Zhao's body seem to have a strange twist, and even his figure was almost unclear. When he attacked Zhou Wen, the figure seemed to be a strange twister in space, apparently passing from this side, but appeared on the other side of Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen slashed at Zhao's knife, but was not able to touch him at all. Old K desperately destroyed the scepter in his hand, but it only made the power of the scepter stronger, and did not produce a stronger effect. Even so, Zhou Wen has fallen into crisis. Bang! The bamboo sword met Jiuyang's fist. Although the bamboo sword itself was extremely strong, it was only a fear-level weapon, but it was not inferior to a natural disaster-level weapon. But under Jiuyang's fist, he was abruptly bent, and together with Zhou Wen's body, he slammed backwards, but as soon as the strength dissipated, the blade of the bamboo knife bounced back. Zhao's figure was also like a wandering soul, dodging the scabbard slash of Zhou Wen's left hand, and near Zhou Wen's side, his sharp-edged nail slashed towards Zhou Wen's neck. Zhou Wen had tried his best to dodge, but he was still a little slower. A deep mark was drawn on the armor of his neck, almost touching Zhou Wen's skin. Zhou Wen suddenly felt the pressure increase sharply, and Xiao and Jiuyang caused him huge trouble. Is it too reluctant? Should I summon a companion pet? Xiao Luchuan said in a deep voice. Xiao and Jiuyang, I am afraid that they will become our enemies in the future, and I don't know about saints like this. How many more are there in the Holy Land? Zhang Chuanqiu said thoughtfully. Who knows, those saints are extremely talented, and I don't know where the Holy Land found so many children for training. Xiao Luchuan thought for a while and said, fortunately, even if you have talent and resources, you won't be able to. It may not be possible to become a real powerhouse, it also depends on personal beliefs and understanding. Saints like Xiao and Jiuyang, it is estimated that there will not be too many in the Holy Land. Even if it's not many, there are 6 in one hall. Zhang Chuanqiu said. Old K's kind is obviously inferior. If the sacred relic masters of the other temples are also like Old K, then it will be much easier for us to deal with it. Xiao Luchuan said. Zhang Chuanqiu shook his head and said, don't underestimate the Old K, although his fighting ability and talent are indeed inferior to Xiao and Jiuyang, but sometimes, the strong person may not necessarily be the best choice. The kind of power he possesses, combat ability is not the main thing. The ability to control the overall situation is what he is good at. Don't you realize that the loopholes created by Xiao and Jiuyang's attack have always been made up by Old K? Zhang Chuanqiu said, glaring at Xia Luchuan. Of course I saw it, but I still think that Xiao and Jiuyang are more terrifying. Xiao Luchuan laughed. Zhang Chuanqiu didn't want to dwell on this issue. Looking at the picture sent back by the satellite, he said to himself, let's see how Zhou Wen will deal with it next, even if he summons a companion pet. In this fast-paced battle in the middle, it may not be able to control very well. Everyone felt that at this time, Zhou Wen should summon a companion pet, but after waiting for a while, Zhou Wen still didn't mean to summon a companion pet. And his current situation has changed very badly. Under the mad siege of the 3 saints, wounds continue to appear on his body. This is like a saint. The Holy Spirit was very satisfied with the performance of the 3, especially the performance of Xiao and Jiuyang, which even surprised him. The rapid growth of the 2 is beyond imagination. Every saint in the Holy Land is a genius, but in comparison, the other saints are too mediocre. The Holy Spirit has already begun to think about it. When looking for the master of the holy relics for the other 3 temples, the standards should be mentioned again. According to the standards of Xiao and Jiuyang, the saints like Shenluo must not be mixed into the holy gods. Among the children, should I summon a companion pet? The Holy Spirit was also secretly guessing when Zhou Wen would summon a companion pet. Zhou Wen had no intention of summoning a companion pet at all. He held the bamboo saber and waved it constantly, and his figure moved with the posture of the saber. Although he was in a predicament, his posture was not chaotic. In layman's terms, even if his face was beaten into a pig's head, his hairstyle was not messy. Genius, remember the address of this site in 1 second, Lingyou Novel Network, the fastest update. No ads. Zhou Wen didn't want to be handsome. He has always been in the realm of flying immortals outside the sky, so he has such an effect. No matter how inferior he is, his posture is still elegant. Before Zhou Wen was fighting against Lian Zhangxingjun, he had been practicing Feishan Tianwei, and Feishan Tianwei had already reached a very high level of natural disaster level. In the battle with the 3 of Jiuyang, it even pushed the Feishan outside the sky to the limit of the heaven level. But the martial skills of the heavenly realm, no matter how extreme it is, are still natural disasters, and it is impossible to help Zhou Wen reverse the current disadvantaged situation. Zhou Wen has never been in contact with the apocalypse level, and he doesn't know what kind of level the apocalypse level is. However, during the battle, Zhou Wen faintly felt that Feishan outside the sky seemed to be missing something, but he could never grasp what was missing. With the help of the oppressive battle against him by the 3 of Jiuyang, Zhou Wen wanted to figure out what he felt was missing. The disqualified person allowed Zhou Wen to calculate the opponent's weakness, and the division continued to copy the opponent's trajectory, making Zhou Wen more and more aware of the strength of the 3 of them. There is only one thing that makes Zhou Wen feel very strange. After fighting For so long, there are already many tracks left on the division, and they hardly increase. But I don't know why. The 3 trajectories are still incomplete, and they have not been able to form a complete puzzle like the trajectory of the Void True Salamander, and finally turned into a Vitality Art. Could it be that these 3 people reached the perfect field of heaven level because of the relationship of the sacred objects, so theoretically, their own fields are not perfect, so they can't form a perfect puzzle? Zhou secretly guessed that he had already tried a lot. Second, no matter what angle you copied their trajectory from, no new trajectory was added. Zhou is not in the mood to study so much, and his mind is still focused on the flying immortals outside the sky. What is missing? Zhou thought about it, but still couldn't figure out what was missing. The current flying immortals in the sky can almost be said to have reached the peak of elegance. Whether it is the trajectory or the artistic conception, there is no flaw in it, and even Shiyu can't find its imperfection. Such a perfect flying fairy, Zhou still felt that something was missing. Is it because the original domineering of Tian outside the sky is missing? Zhou thought of a possibility. Before Zhou studied the flying immortals outside the sky, he was domineering, and finally created immortal slaying. Now that Tian outside the sky has changed to the elegant fairy way, naturally there is no such domineering. Zhou was just wondering if the flying immortals of Immortal Dao lacked that kind of domineering, and if domineering and Immortal Dao were integrated, would they have a stronger effect? But after thinking for a while, Zhou ruled out this possibility again. Immortal Tao pays attention to elegance, and even the trajectory is an arc. And domineering is to go straight. The fastest, strongest, most ruthless, and most domineering attacks, naturally have to go in a straight line. Although they are both immortals, but in essence, the two have completely different models. And it is impossible to integrate them. If it's not lack of domineering, then what is it lacking? Zhou thought while fighting. Scold. Zhao's palm slashed through his waist like a blade, cutting the armor on his waist, and blood flowed out from the crack in the armor. There are already many wounds like this on Zhou body, as well as the burns left by Zhou solar power. The armor transformed by the promised Demon Dragon King, after all, is only a fear level. Its ability far exceeds its own level, but it also has a very obvious lack. Fear level armor, under the attack of natural disaster level powerhouses, the defense is almost negligible. Only the armor with absolute defense like the Prisoner Dragon armor can resist a little. The Dragon King armor is not the Prisoner Dragon armor, and it cannot reach that level. So it hurts badly. If the Dragon King's armor is broken, Zhou can no longer rely on the power of companion pets such as Di Ting, and he will no longer be able to compete with Zhou and the others. Not to mention 1-on-3, 1-on-1 is very difficult. Because the resolution of super slow motion is very slow, the video played by the program team is much later than the real battle scene. In this way, I still skipped a lot of content in the middle, and started to analyze and play from the back. If all of them are played, it is estimated that the battle will end early. I don't know how many days. The content of the analysis now is that Xiao and Zhou broke out when Zhou was in crisis. Zhou had already suffered a lot of injuries. There were scars and burns on the armor, which looked quite scary. When Professor Gu saw this situation, his heart suddenly became happy. Zhou operation just now really hurt him a lot, and he didn't dare to read the comments, because the comments were all about his poisonous milk. Professor Gu was once called a genius when he was a child, but it was in a small third-tier city in his hometown. Later, after he was admitted to a prestigious school, and after seeing the talented people from all over the Federation, he found that the talent that he used to be proud of had become so insignificant. He has also worked hard and thought about changing his life with hard work, but no matter how hard he tries, those who are in the same generation are like mountains, so he can only look up, knowing that no matter how hard he tried, he could never be the best in combat, so he turned to theories there. Although he has not fallen behind in terms of cultivation, he is still cultivating, but in comparison, his fighting ability and level are far inferior to his eyesight. With the research results of those years, Professor Gu became a professor and participated in many programs. He can be regarded as a real talent and a real learner. Some of the analysis is really in place, and he quickly gained fame. Over the years, he has always been the number one in popularity in the industry. It can be said that he is an authority in this industry. Professor Gu has always been proud of this, and even became a little conceited because of this. He can't listen to other people's objections. You are right, no one else understands. But in recent years, he has been very unhappy. In the previous analysis of the Emperor, the King of Thieves and others, there were frequent mistakes, which were never seen before, and recently he was named the Professor of Poisonous Milk. Today is even more outrageous. He feels that his face is about to be swollen by the King of Thieves. Now that he saw the King of Thieves falling behind, he suddenly felt a breath of fresh air rushing straight to his forehead from the soles of his feet, making him instantly refreshed. Professor Gu knew that his chance had finally come, and he could finally be ashamed. Now I'll let you illiterate people know what is scientific analysis, poisonous milk. It doesn't exist. Professor Ben is the most scientific and authoritative analysis. How could it be wrong? Professor Gu was secretly proud of himself, cleared his throat and said, cough cough, this situation is not surprising at all. I have already analyzed it before. The Thief King can only compete with one saint at most. In a 3-on-1 situation, he will lose without a doubt. Just like me according to the previous analysis, now is the time for him to summon the companion pet. I believe it will not be long before we can see the Void True Salamander and Tiger Soul General again. Genius, remember the address of this site in 1 second, Lingu Novel Network, the fastest update. No ads. Professor Gu's analysis can't be wrong. If Zhou Wen really has the Void True Salamander and the perverted Tiger Soul available, he will definitely summon it now. It's a pity that Zhou Wen didn't have it at all, and he couldn't summon it if he wanted to. Zhou Wen's heart is like a rock. Although he has reached an extremely dangerous situation, his mind is still not flustered at all, and his brain is even more calm and outrageous, as if he doesn't know what fear and fear are at all. The Dragon King's armor suffered more and more injuries, and Zhou Wen knew that his time was running out. What is missing in the end? Zhou Wen was still looking for answers in the battle. At the stage where Zhou Wen's own strength and speed can be achieved, Feishan outside the sky can be said to be a perfect skill, making full use of Zhou Wen's own strength and speed. Being able to fight against 3 saints with one enemy for so long, they still haven't found any flaws. It is only because their strength is inferior that they will be suppressed. No. Zhou Wen suddenly realized a problem. It's true that Feishan Tianyi is very powerful, but Zhou Wen's ability to gain the upper hand with one enemy and 3 in terms of skills is not all due to Feishan Tianyi. The disqualified person allows Zhou Wen to easily see through the opponent's weaknesses and flaws, while the teacher domain allows Zhou Wen to quickly know the opponent's abilities like the back of the palm of his hand. Fei Xian outside the sky looks so powerful, thanks to the blessing of these two abilities. If there is no ability of the disqualified person and the teacher domain, can the Fei Xian Tian can be so powerful? Zhou Wen thought of this question, and suddenly understood why he always felt that Fei Xian Tian was missing something. The power of the flying immortals is based on external factors, not really that powerful. The current flying immortals is still lacking, but this lack is made up for by external forces. Compensation is sometimes a good thing, and sometimes it's not a good thing. It's like a king in ancient times who encountered a year of famine and could not even eat chaff, and even had a tragedy of changing his son and eating it. The common people had no rice to cook, and it was already at the juncture of life and death. After a minister reported it, the king actually said, "Why don't they eat meat?" This king is not short of food and clothing, so naturally he will not understand what famine is and what hunger is, and he will never be able to put himself in the shoes to think of ways to solve it, and it is difficult for him to grow. The current Tianwei Fei Xian is like a teenager with a good family environment. Although he is good enough, he is still just a flower in a greenhouse. He has never experienced wind and rain, and has never become a real powerhouse. Zhou Wen thought of this, and resolutely gave up the use of disqualified and Shiyu, and forcibly stripped the influence of the two forces on Fei Xian. It's dangerous to do this, and to do it when you're already so passive is almost like taking a chestnut in the fire. Since Zhou Wen has done this, he naturally has his grasp. Even if the flying immortals in the sky have not really grown up, Zhou Wen is not the king, nor is he a flower in the greenhouse. Before it gets bad, let Fei Xian really grow up. Although Zhou Wen had his own plans, the day Fei Xian lost the blessing of the teacher and the disqualified, which still put him in extremely dangerous trouble. During that short period of time, Zhou Wen seemed to have lost his original spirituality. Although his moves were still very elegant, he seemed a little dazed, as if he had lost his direction. Bang! Zhou Wen couldn't dodge old K's scepter, and was swept across his abdomen by a stick. The whole person flew out like a shrimp, and the armor on his abdomen was shattered, revealing the red and swollen abdominal muscles inside. Just after the body flew out not far, Jiuyang had already appeared behind Zhou Wen, and the fist like the sun slammed into Zhou Wen's back. If it was before, with the blessing of the disqualified and the teacher, Zhou Wen should be able to predict in advance and avoid this blow. But now Zhou Wen feels a little bit of an afterthought. The movement was still weird, but he couldn't dodge the punch. Zhou Wen could only turn around desperately, raised the scabbard and bamboo sword, crossed it in front of his chest, and forcibly blocked the sun-like fist. The flame burst, the high temperature was like a furnace, and Zhou Wen's body was wrapped in it. The Dragon King armor on his body had turned into red-hot iron in many places, and was still dripping with iron juice. This is still because Zhou Wen has used his vitality to protect the Dragon King's armor. Otherwise the armor might have all turned into iron juice. Zhou Wen fell into an extreme disadvantage. In a short period of time, the Dragon King's armor was seriously damaged, and it seemed that it would not be able to support it any longer. Professor Gu has been looking forward to the scene where the King of Thieves summons the companion pet, hoping to wash away the name of his poisonous milk. However, judging from the intermittently parsed ultra-slow-motion video, the Thief King seems to have no intention of summoning companion pets at all. Under such a disadvantage, he still insists on fighting with the three saints with skill. "What are you doing?" It's such a time, and you haven't summoned the companion pet. Do you really want to die? Professor Gu shouted in his heart, wishing he could help Zhou Wen to summon the void, true salamander, and tiger soul general. Even if he just summoned one, he could wash away the name of poisonous milk. But nothing, the thief king is still fighting alone. When Zhou Wen forcibly disconnected the disqualified and Shiyu from the Feishian outside the sky, the image was analyzed, and Professor Gu almost jumped out. What are you doing? If you don't summon companion pets, you will lose your life. What's the use of tactics? Zhongshui is not hiding like this. There should be a limit to pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, otherwise you will really become a pig. Professor Gu was a little excited, and he said it directly. After a series of doubts. What Professor Gu said was ugly, but no one refuted it. People all thought the same as Professor Gu. At this time, they didn't summon companion pets. Even if they summoned companion pets later, it seemed a little too late. If they are seriously injured and have no combat power, the three saints can completely bypass the companion pet and kill the thief king first. At that time, they will disappear together, and they will no longer have any effect. The king of thieves will not pretend to be a real pig, will he? Many people have such worries in their hearts. After all, the situation of the battle is in front of them, and the king of thieves has fallen into an absolute disadvantage, and the injuries are getting worse and worse. It looks like it's going to die soon. The blue veins on Professor Gu's forehead were protruding, and he roared in his heart, "Summon a companion pet, hurry up to summon a companion pet. Your sister can't call a companion pet just because you want to cheat me, right?" Looking at the thief king with scars on his body, Professor Gu suddenly became a little scared. Am I really poisonous milk? Because of my poisonous milk, the thief king Xiu was amused. Would you rather die than summon a companion pet? Genius, remember the address of this site in 1 second, Lingu Novel Network, the fastest update. No ads. What the hell is he doing? Not to mention that Professor Gu couldn't understand, even Jiang Yan frowned while watching the live broadcast of the battle. He naturally knew that Zhou Wen didn't have a void true salamander, but at this time, no companion pet was summoned, and he fought with the three saints recklessly without finding a chance to escape. This was obviously not Zhou Wen's style. Old Zhou won't mistakenly think that he, like me, has an immortal body, right? Li Xian said with a wicked smile. Others don't know Zhou Wen, but he knows it all too well. A guy like Zhou Wen is really in danger. He runs faster than anyone else, and it is impossible to fight the enemy to the death. Since Zhou Wen has done this, there must be some calculations, so Li Xian is not worried at all. Feng Qiuyan and Ming Xiu also had the same idea as Li Xian. They both had a kind of blind confidence in Zhou Wen, so they also believed that Zhou Wen was simply planning, and the current disadvantage was just an illusion to lure the enemy. Don't you guys think of a way to help him? Xia Xianyue looked at Li Xian and the others. She was a little puzzled whether these guys were plastic brothers and had long expected Zhou Wen to die. Otherwise, Zhou Wen has been fighting for so long, and they are not in a hurry at all, and they have no intention of finding a way to help even the guy. Li Xian was excited, as if Zhou Wen was killed. He was very happy. Help him? Why help him? Guys like Zhou Wen don't need help at all, Li Xian said with a smile. Xia Xianyue looked at Li Xian, but she was judging in her heart what Li Xian meant. Are you really optimistic about Zhou Wen? Think Zhou Wen can handle it himself, or do you wish Zhou Wen would die? But now Zhou Wen's situation is very unoptimistic. It can be said that it has reached the point of life and death, which makes Xia Xianyue guess. She thinks that the latter is more likely. Lianqing hasn't been built yet. Is the internal conflict already so serious? Xia Xianyue thought to herself. The coach is just practicing, I don't need help. Feng Qiuyan's words made Xia Xianyue feel even more dark and terrifying in the internal struggle. It's time for you to practice knives? Does anyone practice knives like this? I can't even tell a lie, or I've been lazy to cover it up. As the saying goes, the apprentice of the church starved to death the master. This apprentice has not yet graduated, so he hopes that the teacher will die soon. Xia Xianyue sighed in her heart. The coach is teasing them. When he gets tired of playing, it's just a blink of an eye to turn a defeat into a victory. Ming Xiu also said. It's all like this, you can turn defeat into victory in the blink of an eye, can you be a little more false? Xia Xianyue felt that Zhou Wen was worthless, and looked at Qin Zhen, the only female among them. She knew that Qin Zhen always regarded herself as Zhou Wen's disciple. Feng Qiuyan and Ming Xiu were only half disciples, but she was a real disciple. Maybe she should not be as realistic and ruthless as Li Xian and the others. Seeing Xia Xianyue looking at him, Qin Zhen's eyes were full of admiration, and he said a little excitedly, Senior Zhou is teaching me the essence of flying immortals through actual combat, so that I can understand it. I deliberately did not do your best so that I can see clearly. The senior is really well-intentioned, just like he gave me notes back then. Xia Xianyue looked at Qin Zhen strangely, not knowing whether she was telling the truth or acting. If you say she is acting, it seems to be sincere, like from the heart. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem to be fake. But if it is said that she is not acting, it would be too false to say such words. Unless her brain is broken, she can say such words. Now Zhou Wen is about to be beheaded, and he deliberately failed to do his best for teaching. Are you really stupid or fake? Xia Xianyue was also a little suspicious of her own judgment in her heart, so she couldn't help but watch the live broadcast of the battle carefully. Li Xian and the others all said that Zhou Wen was deliberately hiding his clumsiness, but no matter how Xia Xianyue looked at it, she felt that Zhou Wen was about to be beheaded. There's nothing to hide. Are these four guys really stupid, or do you want Zhou Wen to die that much? Anyway, Xia Xianyue didn't see that Zhou Wen had any vitality. Summon a companion pet. Summon a companion pet. Summon a companion pet. Professor Gu's eyes were full of bloodshots, his forehead was bursting with blue veins, his hands were on the table, and the whole person stood up and roared. He didn't want to be a poisonous milk, and he didn't want to kill Zhou Wen, but his mother's today is also an evil sect. The thief king was about to be beheaded, and he still didn't summon a companion pet. This is unreasonable, this is illogical. Now Professor Gu is a little afraid of himself. In the past, he was said to be poisonous milk, but he didn't take it to heart, but now, he can't explain why the king of thieves has not summoned companion pets yet. This is simply impossible. Unless Professor Gu's voice was hoarse, because there were too many bloodshots, the whites of his eyes had completely turned red, and the whole person looked ferocious, but he was extremely uneasy in his heart. Could it be I'm really poisonous milk? Whether it is people who can understand the battle, or who can't understand the battle and watch the slow-motion analysis, they are all puzzled now, and they can't understand why this is happening. Professor Gu's milk power is a bit strong, the king of thieves is about to be hit. Professor Gu. Master Gu. I beg you. Stop calling companion pets. Please, stop breastfeeding. It's over, it's over. Professor Gu is so milky, the king of thieves can't cover it, it's dead. The thief king has no IQ at all. This is the rhythm of sudden death. The companion pets must not be summoned. Maybe those companion pets have already gone on strike and rebelled. Professor Poisonous Milk, well-deserved reputation. It's a pity that the great king of thieves. There were female voices who supported the king of thieves, and they were about to cry, and they all begged Professor Gu to stop breastfeeding in the barrage. I'm not poisonous milk, I'm not. Professor Gu also collapsed in his heart, and he was already a little confused. He jumped to the explainer's desk all of a sudden, pressed the big screen for broadcasting with both hands, and took pictures of the big screen. There was a crackling sound. The image above shook, and at the same time, he roared, "Call me a companion pet. It's over." Those who have seen the power of Professor Gu's poisonous milk have a chill in their hearts at this time. Professor Gu worked so hard, the king of thieves would be sorry for his roar if he didn't die. Bang! Zhou Wen's body was hit by Old K's scepter again, and his body flew to the side uncontrollably, and there, Jiuyang and Xiao were already ready to go. At the same time, they blasted towards Zhou Wen, who had lost his center of gravity, and their attacks were already close at hand. It's over. Seeing this situation, Professor Gu's excited spirit suddenly fell from a peak to a trough, almost softening on the commentary stage. The audience was also disheartened for a while, and they all felt that the king of thieves died like this willingly. Alas! Xia Xianhua sighed secretly. She still had a good impression of Zhou Wen. She originally wanted to cooperate with Zhou Wen, but now it seems that she has no chance. But just as Zhou Wen was about to be hit by Jiuyang and Xiao, his body suddenly turned over strangely. It was as if he had just woken up from his sleep and rolled over and stretched. This seemingly lazy and sloppy action suddenly avoided Jiuyang and Zhao's close attack, and at the same time made the Old K who was chasing behind lose his target. It seems a little different, Jiang Yan muttered to himself, looking at Zhou Wen's appearance. The real good show is about to begin. Zhong Zia sat in the stone pavilion, leaning against the stone railing, holding a cigarette rod in one hand and a handful of fish food in the other, and threw it into the lake. Hey! That guy's aura seems to be a little strange. Xiao Luchuan also keenly sensed something. It seems that something fun is going to happen, Zhang Chuanqiu said with narrowed eyes. Old K and Jiuyang rushed up to besiege Zhou Wen again. Xiao on the other side was like a phantom, his figure flickered in and out of space, constantly launching attacks from the distorted space, pointing at Zhou Wen from all inconceivable angles. Zhou Wen seemed to be completely devoid of fireworks at the time. Although the flying immortals from outside the sky were elegant, they were still somewhat domineering. It's not that Zhou Wen's practice is bad, and it's not that overbearing is wrong. The most primitive skills of Feishan outside the sky are 7-point overbearing, which is inherent in nature. But Zhou Wen has changed it, and he can no longer see the meaning of domineering, let alone domineering. Even the worldly emotions and desires seem to have nothing to do with Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen's gestures seemed to be immortals who didn't eat the fireworks of the human world, and there was one that could not be described as refreshing and refined. The violent attacks of Jiuyang, Xiao, and Lao Ke originally seemed like a storm, but in front of Zhou Wen, they seemed to turn into A gentle breeze and a drizzle. Those violent attacks, for some unknown reason, seemed to become weak and powerless. It was easily resolved by Zhou Wen. This is. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the holy god shrank violently. The emotion in his voice was a little out of control, and his voice rose unconsciously. It's just that the holy spirit wasn't sure if what he saw was what he thought, so he widened his eyes and stared at Zhou Wen. Everyone felt that the offensive of the three of Jiuyang came to Zhou Wen, and they didn't know why. They suddenly became soft, but if you look closely, you will find that their offensive has not weakened, it is still as strong, that soft feeling, but an illusion. And it was Zhou Wen who caused this illusion. What's going on? Professor Gu stared blankly at the slow-motion screen. Zhou Wen did not summon the companion pet, but he was not killed. Not only was he not killed, but he also had the upper hand. Yes, it is the upper hand, the advantage that is visible to the naked eye. No matter how violent the attack of the three of Jiuyang was, when they came to Zhou Wen, they all felt that Zhou Wen was playing with them, not fighting to the death. That kind of feeling is like a professional world boxing champion participating in a variety show. The star who originally had a kung fu movie had to go into the ring and fight with the boxing champion. Naturally, the boxing champion can't fight seriously, just to play with them for the effect of the show, that kind of pretending to be serious and a little helpless. Now Zhou Wen gives people that feeling, powerful people like Jiuyang and Xiao, in front of Zhou Wen, make people feel a little amateur. How could this happen? Professor Gu sat back in his chair and watched all this happen in a daze, not knowing what it was like. How do you feel? The Thief King seems to be very. One person thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out what words should be used to describe the current state of the Thief King. Tian. Someone next to him answered. Yes. It's an immortal. Why doesn't the Thief King look like a thief anymore? Why does he seem to have an immortal air all over his body? The previous man slapped his thigh and shouted. Really, his every move has a feeling of being out of the dust, like an immortal. Damn it, I can fight the fight so elegantly. I've seen the Thief King before. Old K smashed over with a stick. Zhou Wen's figure was as if being blown by the wind of the stick, and with the scepter, the bamboo knife in his hand was gently picked up, and the scepter slanted to another angle uncontrollably. And there, Jiuyang's punch just came over, collided with the scepter, and sent out a shocking explosion. The shock wave generated, like a water wave light pattern, quickly spread around, and everything that came into contact with the shock wave was blasted by the shock wave, shattered and melted into magma at the same time. The beaten body of Old K quickly retreated and hit the ground, knocking the ground into a big pit. Yes, the tiger's mouth has been bleeding. One of Zhao's hands slashed from behind to Zhou Wen's neck like a knife, while the other hand swung out of the twisted space, with 5 fingers like hooks, stabbing at his lower abdomen. Zhou Wen didn't turn his head back, the scabbard in his left hand slammed down, knocking off Zhao's left hand like a hook, and at the same time quickly bounced up with the force of the impact. Because of Zhao's strength, the scabbard bounced very fast. Zhou Wen turned his palm holding the scabbard, as if he was carrying the scabbard on his shoulders. However, the tip of the scabbard was just aimed at Zhao's throat. If Xiao continued to charge and chop Zhou Wen's neck with his right hand, then Zhou Wen's scabbard would definitely hit his throat first. Zhou Wen is 1 enemy 3, but the clouds are clear and the wind is clear. The 3 of Jiuyang were all played like a panicked clown by his swordsmanship without the slightest hint of firework. If you haven't seen the previous battle, it's almost unbelievable that the three of them are all peerless powerhouses. The Thief King is a real immortal. Someone had already shouted. This is the Thief King. It's clearly the immortal king. Many people agreed that the title of King of Thieves seems to be unable to match the character in front of him, who was like a true fairy. This is the apocalyptic mood of the immortal clan. Deluo Zhenxian. He is a human, actually touched the supreme mood of the immortal clan. Although it has just touched, but. How is this possible? A mere human, a mere human. The Holy Spirit finally confirmed what he was thinking. His eyes were full of shock. Although Zhou Wen's strength is not as good as Zhou Yang's, and his speed is not as good as Zhao's, but in the artistic conception of flying immortals outside the sky, he was able to defeat the three of them. Break. The hard and straight bamboo knife and scabbard were in Zhou Wen's hands, and they didn't seem to be so firm anymore, giving people a very strange feeling, as if the knife and the scabbard had turned into soft ribbons. Of course, the knife and scabbard have not changed, nor can they be bent. This kind of feeling is purely a visual miss brought about by the artistic conception of flying immortals in the sky. Different from the domineering and direct immortal slaying, Zhou Wen's swordsmanship is erratic and unpredictable. Not only is the trajectory of the swordsmanship unusual, but it can also guide external forces. The blade swayed Zhou Yang's fist, but did not collide with his fist. The blade twisted and turned, staggered with Zhou Yang's fist, and slashed towards his neck. At the same time, the scabbard in Zhou Wen's other hand slashed at Old K. Old K raised his scepter with both hands and faced the scabbard. That was chopped down. The scabbard and the scepter collided fiercely, but there was no sound at all. At the moment when the scabbard and the scepter contacted, Zhou Wen actually released the scabbard. At the moment of releasing, his little finger was at the end of the scabbard. Ticket. After the front end of the scabbard touched, it rotated with the contact point as the center point, and the part Zhou Wen was holding was reversed at once and slapped it on Old K's head. Old K only felt a buzzing sound in his head, his whole body sank, his body was shot into the rock like a nail, and the hilt of the knife returned to Zhou Wen's hands by the force of the rebound. Zhou Wen held the scabbard and slashed backhand, continuously blocking Xiao San's ghostly flashing attacks, forcibly forcing Xiao back. Zhou Yang retreated at a high speed, and at the same time slapped the bamboo knife with his other hand, but Zhou Wen moved his fingers slightly. The bamboo knife seemed to be like a snake. The tip of the knife stabbed back and stabbed his wrist. In an instant, two of the three saints were injured. Coach's sword technique, I don't know how long it will take to catch up. Feng Qiuyan said so, but he was thinking about how much he had learned. Why isn't the coach practicing swordsmanship? Ming Xiu looked regretful, but he didn't have nothing to gain. Swordsmanship and swordsmanship have something in common. Qingjin was silent, just silently remembering and comprehending the flying immortals shown by Zhou Wen. She was taught by Zhou Wen, having obtained the secret biography of Feixian Tianwei, but even a female sword immortal who has learned Feixian Tianwei and became famous for it, at this time, she has a jerky feeling that is hard to understand when looking at Feixian Tianwei. Xia Xianyue was already stunned, and many question marks appeared on her head. He was really practicing the sword just now. He was practicing the sword under the siege of the three saints. Miss Xia, I've said it a long time ago, don't worry, Lao Zhou doesn't die so easily. Li Xian still looked like a fool. Xia Xianyue really didn't know what to say. She was still in shock. With that kind of swordsmanship, she couldn't be called human anymore. Also shocked were those who really understood, Du Gugu, Zhang Chuanqiu, Xiao Luchuan, and the younger Lan Shi and others. All of whom got goosebumps when they saw it. That guy is really amazing. He was able to practice swordsmanship. To such an extent. I was thrown too far away. No, I'm going to practice now. I must catch up with him as soon as possible. Lan Shi's eyes were wide open. Guang stopped watching the live broadcast, turned around and left, and went to the practice ground. After a while, there were bursts of rumblings in the practice ground. Seeing that the three major saints were suppressed by Zhou Wen, it was difficult to even protect themselves, the ban in the dual realm was meaningless, and the Holy Spirit's face was as cold and frightening as the eternal ice. Come back. Although he wished that Zhou Wen could be peeled and cramped, the Holy Spirit still gave the order to retreat. It doesn't matter if Jiuyang and the others are dead. If those three sacred objects also fall into Zhou Wen's hands, it will undoubtedly be a major blow to the Holy Land. After receiving the order, the three of Jiuyang retreated without hesitation, without any hesitation. Zhao's figure disappeared strangely when he stepped back. Jiuyang and Lao Ke flew away in two different directions. Because the teleportation array was destroyed, they could not return directly to the Holy Land. Although Zhou Wen realized the high-level artistic conception of flying immortals outside the sky, this can only strengthen his fighting ability, and cannot fundamentally increase his strength and speed. 1 Enemy 3 is no problem, but it is not so easy to catch up with them. With a thought, Zhou Wen threw the bamboo knife in his hand towards Old K. With force. The bamboo knife turned into a cold light and drew an arc in the air, quickly approaching Old K's back. Old K suffered a loss and did not dare to use his scepter to block the bamboo knife thrown by Zhou Wen, so he could only dodge the bamboo knife. But as soon as he dodged, he saw a golden light flashing above his head, and a large golden pair of scissors landed on his neck. With a click, his head was immediately separated from his body, and blood was scattered all over the floor. The armor also shattered and dissipated. Zhou Wen's figure was already beside Old K's body, and he reached out and picked up the scepter. The scepter is the same as the innate Yao that Zhou Wen obtained before. It is a sacred object of the 6 temples, but the innate Yao comes from the Tian temple, and the scepter comes from the temple of the God Emperor. Before the Holy Land, the teleportation formation was destroyed and the saints were beheaded, but no one appeared again. This kind of prestige, I am afraid that it is rare to see it through the ages. How has the Holy Land ever suffered such humiliation? Zhou Wen stood there, watching the live broadcast. It was like watching a fairy. The cry of the immortal king resounded all over the Federation. The saints in the Holy Land were shocked and angry, and the Holy Spirit did not say a word, but his face was extremely ugly. In a short period of time, Zhou Wen took away 2 holy relics and blocked the door of the Holy Land to kill the saints. It was a shame. If it weren't for the suppression of the Earth's rules, the Holy Spirit already wanted to personally kill Zhou Wen, but unfortunately, this is the Earth, not a different dimension, and he can only think about it. Just when people were about to worship Zhou Wen as a god, they saw Zhou Wen bent down, squatted down and stretched out his hands to grope over Old K's body, and quickly put the things he felt out of Old K's body into his pocket. This lewd action was in stark contrast to the previous graceful posture, which made people stunned for a while. It was really unimaginable that this could be the same person. A second ago, Zhou Wen seemed like a fairy, but now, no matter how you look at it, he looks like an extremely greedy thief, not even letting go of the corpse. This. The voice of the person who was still calling the immortal king gradually became smaller, looking a little guilty and a little embarrassed. I think it's more appropriate to call it immortal thief. I don't know who said it, and it immediately resonated with many people. After Zhou Wen touched everything on Old K's body, he teleported away directly, and there was nothing to miss. He definitely wouldn't dare to go to the Holy Land, and those saints probably wouldn't dare to come out. There's nothing to do if they stay here. If something really comes out of the Holy Land, I'm afraid he may not be able to deal with it. Zhou Wen did not return directly to the dimension, but was teleported to the planet where the moon god was, and when he entered the crevice of the glacier, he saw that the moon god was still there, surrounded by strong moonlight, and had not yet evolved. Fortunately, nothing happened. Only then did Zhou Wen feel relieved and took out all his gains this time. The companion egg of the small void salamander is a good thing. Although it is only a human level, it can still evolve in the future. If it can grow to the level of the big void salamander, it is also extremely powerful. The key is that the power of void lightning has strong destructive power for space-related things, and may be of great use in the future. Zhou Wen has decided to cultivate this void true salamander. Old K scepter, this thing is the same as Tian. Yao. Zhou Wen tried it, but there was no response at all. It is estimated that special physique and vitality art can be used. There are also some things found on Old K. There are a few dimensional crystals, but the level is not high, and it is useless to Zhou Wen. In addition, there is a small box, the whole body is made of metal, and it is locked, and no key is found. Zhou Wen directly cut the small box with Jin Jiao scissors, and found that there was actually a sheepskin inside. What is this? Zhou Wen took out the sheepskin and looked at it, and found that there were many red and blue lines and some black dots on it. It looked like a map, but after studying for a while, he didn't see it. What kind of map is it? I have to put it away for the time being. In addition to these things, there is another thing that Zhou Wen dropped from the body of the big void true salamander after beheading it, and was directly taken into the chaos space by Zhou Wen at that time. It was a football-sized crystal, and it seemed to have a mysterious void inside, in which countless thunder and lightning flashed and flowed. In this crystal sphere, a very strong power of void lightning can be sensed. Zhou Wen estimates that it should be the natural disaster source of the void salamander. Zhou Wen himself did not have the void lightning attribute, so he was reluctant to only use it as an energy supplement, so he put it away first, and when the little void true salamander hatched, it might be able to improve it a bit. The void thunder and lightning Dafa only has the magic formula. It's a pure vitality art, and I don't know if humans can practice it. Zhou Wen probably looked at the content of the void lightning Dafa and felt that there should be no problem, but he has already reached this level, so there is no need to practice anymore. After that, if you meet the right person, maybe you can give it a try. Without hatching the void true salamander immediately, Zhou Wen summoned the devil baby first. The demon baby still looks like the first one, it doesn't grow taller, and there doesn't seem to be much change on its body. It is dressed in dark purple armor, holds a demon sword in its arms, and has a sky-shading bell hanging around its waist. She was there with a cold look, as if telling everyone not to approach strangers. Zhou Wen took out his mobile phone and looked at her detailed attributes. Magic baby, fear, evolvable, fate. Son of dimension. Soul of Life, Supreme True Demon. Wheel of Fortune, 1 turn. Fear, the Great Demon King, S. Grade. Natural Disaster Domain, Demon Domain, Human Level, Strength, 99. Speed, 99. Physical Fitness, 99. Vitality, 99. Talent Skills, Magic. Sword, Sky Closing Bell. Associated State, none. If I go, the fear level will be out of the natural disaster field? No wonder the power she provided me is so strong. Joan was surprised and delighted. The fear level natural disaster field is a bit perverted. Moreover, the attributes of the magic baby are also very strange. When other myths are promoted to the fear level, they should break through to 82 points, and then absorb the attribute crystals to reach the fear level limit of 99 points. Joan has raised a number of companion pets, all of which are like this, but the evolution of the magic baby is the limit of 99, and there is no need to absorb it at all. Little infant's potential is really terrifying, and I don't know what her origins are. One didn't expect that demon infant would have such great potential. That little doll, who looked almost like a savage, was able to grow to this point, which was really surprising. She should have come here when the teacher broke through the channel of a different dimension. 9 times out of 10, it is a creature from another dimension. The possibility of demons is very high. Joan thought so in his heart, but he felt that it was not that simple. If it is just a high-level creature of the demon race, even the king of the demon race, it seems that there is no need to be so taboo about killing demons. No matter how coercive Joan is, killing demon will never reveal anything about the demon infant. After all, with the various manifestations of the demon infant, anyone would guess that she might be the king of the demon race, so what's there to hide? What's more, Joan is the master of the demon baby, so there is no need to hide this kind of thing when killing the demon. Joan took a closer look again, and finally fixed his eyes on the fate of the devil and the wheel of fortune. The other abilities of the devil are related to the devil, but the fate is the son of the dimension, which seems to be a bit problematic. If she is the king of the demon clan, she should be the son of the demon king or simply the fate of the demon king, but no, Joan did not understand the use of the fate of the son of the dimension. There is also the question of the wheel of fortune. Joan also has this 1 turn, but Joan's 1 turn is a suffix, and the actual wheel of fortune is not carved. Maybe there may be some differences between the two. But even if it's the same, Joan still hasn't found out what the use of this 1 turn is, and the demon infant can't figure it out either. Joan looked at Moing and didn't speak. And Moing also stood there looking at Joan, also didn't speak, and didn't know what she was thinking. Joan sighed softly, reached out and rubbed the demon baby's head. The demon baby is obviously smarter than Joan's other companion pets, but for some reason, she basically doesn't communicate with anyone, nor does she play with other companion pets, not as lively as Banana Fairy. Sometimes Joan doubts whether she is a robot. With the demon baby standing aside, Joan took out the Void True Salamander's companion egg, input vitality, and hatched it. The appearance of the Void True Salamander companion pet and the little Void True Salamander has not changed, and the attributes have been seen before, and there is no change. He took out the crystal ball of the big Void Salamander and tried to place it in front of the Void Salamander companion pet. The Void Salamander companion pet immediately swallowed the crystal ball in 1 bite without any hesitation. Vertex. The moment the crystal ball was swallowed, the body of the void salamander began to emit void lightning, and its scales, for wings and body were about to turn into lightning. In a moment, the void true salamander turned into pure void lightning, and soon after that, it automatically flew back to Zhou Wen and returned to the tattoo state. I don't know how long it will take to evolve. Zhou Wen felt a little strange. Generally speaking, when the fear level is promoted to natural disaster, the companion pet will enter the evolution state, but the level between the natural disasters, there are very few companion pets in this situation. Usually the field is directly improved, and it does not take too long. However, Zhou Wen didn't have much experience in the promotion field, and he felt that it was possible that some types of companion pets needed this state. After packing up her things, she glanced at Yuedu next to her, and the moonlight outside her still showed no sign of weakening. I hope she can complete the evolution before the arrival of the Toad Fairy. Zhou Wen took out his mobile phone and continued his game. Because the swordsmanship has been practiced, there is no need to use Lian Zhenxing to practice the sword. After entering the Star Palace, he used the power of the promised Demon Dragon King armor and 8 companion pets, plus the Feifei Immortal he just realized, and quickly killed Lian Zhenxingjuan, but unfortunately only 2 attributes were exploded. Crystallization. Lian Zhenxingjun is really handsome. It would be great if he could explode a companion egg. It would definitely be fun to take out. Zhou Wen felt a little regretful. Through the teleportation array, Zhou Wen went to the next star palace. Now Zhou Wen just wants to open up all the star palaces, so that the star kings can refresh them quickly, so that he can infinitely brush star kings. These stars have their own characteristics, even if they are just 1, they are already top quality. Generally speaking, this kind of companion pet is likely to have a high degree of fit. Using the synthesis function of the mobile phone, it should be possible to combine the 7 stars combined into 1, it must be a companion pet of the heaven level. The 6th star of the Big Dipper is named Kaiyang. This name is relatively unfamiliar to many people, but when it comes to Wuzu star, it should be familiar. The first time he entered the Tianyangxing dungeon, Zhou Wen was stunned by the sight in front of him. Is this the God of Wealth Palace or the Star Palace of Wuzu? Zhou Wen only saw the star in front of him, which turned out to be made of gold and inlaid with various gems. There were 4 rows of trees planted in front of the Star Palace, 1 row of trees with copper leaves and copper branches, which were full of copper coins. The 2nd row of trees with silver leaves and silver branches, it is full of silver ingots. The 3rd row of trees with golden leaves and silver branches is covered with golden leaves. The 4th row of trees, jade leaves and branches, is full of colorful gems, pearls, agate, jade, and so on. If he hadn't known earlier that this was the Kaiyang Star Palace where Wuzu Xingjuan was located, Zhou Wen would have thought that this was the site of the God of Wealth. In Zhou Wen's impression, in ancient times, there were many humans who claimed to be the stars of martial arts, but those people were all famous generals who could play very well, and none of them were rich and rich. Could it be that everyone has made a mistake before? Wu Xuxing is not able to fight, but is very rich. Zhou Wen thought of a superhero in the comics. That's why money is so special. With such curiosity, Zhou Wen manipulated the blood-colored villain to open the door of Yangxing Palace. I'm going, is this the Golden Saint Seiya? Zhou Wen looked at a huge cash cow inside the Star Palace made of gold. Under that money tree, sitting cross-legged was a Star King wearing golden armor and inlaid with various gems. At first glance, I thought it was the Saint Seiya closest to God, but after a closer look, this money tree was a little too dazzling, not so otherworldly. Wuxu Xingjuan wears golden armor and has many gems on his body, which is also very dazzling. Anyway, until now, Zhou Wen has not seen why he is called Wuxu Xingjuan. Seemingly discovering Zhou Wen's arrival, Xingjuan Wuxu turned his head to look in the direction of Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen noticed that he still had his eyes closed. "Dude, can we stop pretending to be a Virgo?" Zhou Wen muttered to himself. Although Wuxu Xingjuan didn't open his eyes, he seemed to have seen Zhou Wen, slowly raised his right hand, and pointed his index finger at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen summoned Chaos Egg to protect his body, and had no intention of preempting him. When playing Xingjuan in the game, the main thing is to understand the various abilities of Xingjuan, so that it is convenient to break into the dimension field in reality in the future. Although it is simple to kill with one knife, but in that case, you still know nothing about Wuxu Xingjuan. Wuxu Xingjuan pointed his index finger at Zhou Wen, and the finger wrapped by the golden gauntlet suddenly flashed a little golden light, which soon became a golden circle of light. In the next instant, the aperture erupted, and a golden light beam shot out of it, heading straight for the Chaos Egg. Zhou Wen had no idea of blocking it, and let the golden light beam shoot on the Chaos Egg. He wanted to know how strong Wuxu Xingjuan's attack was, and what special effects it would bring. However, the golden light beam fell on the chaotic egg, and it did not generate vitality in the chaotic egg, let alone solid vitality, not even liquid vitality, and gaseous vitality. What's going on? Zhou Wen quickly sensed it carefully, and immediately found that a golden coin appeared on the chaos egg where the golden beam hit it. The gold coin was stuck on the Chaos Egg, and Zhou Wen didn't feel any difference. Suddenly, there seems to be some kind of power rising on the gold coin. That kind of power can't be seen or touched. Zhou Wen can only sense the existence of that power, but he can't see it clearly. Rustle. Rustle. Jingle jingle. All kinds of strange sounds came into Zhou Wen's ears, and Zhou Wen immediately saw that the money tree with a crown that was hundreds of meters high and like an umbrella, the gold, silver and copper coins on the tree, as well as ingots and gems, were all violently, the shaking seemed to be attracted by some kind of force. What's the situation? Zhou Wen opened the 5-star palaces, and this was the first time he saw such a situation, and he could still use external force. Jingle jingle. The copper coins on the tree flew over, like raindrops in the sky, shooting towards the Chaos Egg. Originally, Zhou Wenwei thought this would be a stormy attack, but who would have known that those copper coins were densely attached to the outside of the Chaos Egg, with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, wrapping the Chaos Egg tightly and turning it into a huge giant coin ball. In the Chaos Egg, there is no vitality at all, proving that the power of those coins did not attack the Chaos Egg, but was just wrapped around the Chaos Egg. What's this for? When Zhou Wenjing was wondering, the silver dollar also fell from the tree and flew over towards the Chaos Egg. Like the copper coins, the silver coins were also glued up, and the Chaos Egg was wrapped again. Soon the gold coins on the money tree also fell off, and they were wrapped in another layer. Is this the rhythm of wanting to kill me with money? Zhou Wen looked strange. Those copper coins, silver dollars, and gold coins wrapped Chaos Eggs layer by layer, but they did not produce any destructive power. Just when Zhou Wen felt a little strange, many gems, agates, emeralds, etc. on the tree also fell, and the precious light flickered in the sky, as if it was raining gems. The fallen gems were wrapped around the outside of the gold Coin again, and they were pieced together to form a larger gem shell, and there was no gap left in the wrapping. When Zhou was wondering what the use was, he suddenly felt that the copper coins, silver dollars, gold coins and gems wrapped outside had a terrifying power fluctuation in an instant. Boom! In the next instant, a colorful burst of light burst out on the screen of the mobile phone, and the eyes of Yao's people were about to go blind. This is only a momentary thing. After the light flashed for a while, the screen turned black, and the blood-colored villain under the protection of Chaos Egg was actually killed. After a long time, those coins and gems are all ticking time bombs. Zhou suddenly understood. He watched helplessly as others put countless bombs on him, and then killed himself. Of course, in reality, Zhou would definitely not give Wuxu Xingjuan such a chance. This is just an experiment, so that Wuxu Xingjuan will have such a long time to put money bombs on him. However, Zhou was a little surprised by the power of those money bombs. Chaos Egg's defensive power was so strong that it was blown up in an instant. Such destructive power might not be able to stop it, even at the heavenly realm level. Entering the game again and arriving at Kaiyangxing Palace, Xingjuan Wuxu once again pointed out the golden beam. Zhou did not passively beat him this time, and the bamboo knife came out of its sheath and slashed towards the golden beam. The golden light beam hit the blade and was shattered, but a golden coin-shaped mark appeared on the blade. After the imprint of the gold coins appeared, the coins on the tree fell again. Zhou swung the knife to chop off the coins. When the knife gas passed, copper coins bombed. The power of a copper coin bomb was equivalent to a human-level blow. The destructive power of the explosion of silver coins is much stronger than that of copper coins, and the gold coins and gems are also stronger in turn. Zhou estimates that the destructive power of the explosion of those gems is very close to the celestial level, which is very terrifying. Could it be that the Chaos Eggs were all blown up just now? So it's strange that so many coins and gems were wrapped up, and they weren't blown up. Zhou experimented again and again, and became more and more aware of the abilities of the cash cow and Wuxu Xingjuan. Wuxu Xingjuan is really good at hitting. His speed is extremely fast, and every blow carries the power of money. Anywhere he hits, a money imprint will appear, and then the coins and gems on the money tree will automatically fly to the imprint's position. As long as you hit a money imprint, you will be attacked by endless money until you are killed and the money imprint disappears. Zhou found that if he wanted to withstand the attack of the money tree, even the heavenly realm could not do it. The only way was to kill Wuxing before that. This is not difficult for Zhou. Once the Demon Dragon King's armor is worn, the 8 pets are on the upper body, and Feixian can kill Wuxu Xingjuan without touching him at all. There is only one thing that makes Zhou very puzzled. The money power of Wuxu Xingjuan is only hell level and has not yet reached the heaven level, but there is no way for Shiyu to completely ban him. Click. Wuxu Xingjuan's head was chopped off by Zhou's flying fairy outside the sky. As Wuxu Xingjuan's body dissipated, a dimensional crystal fell down, and a reincarnation stone appeared at the same time. The reincarnation stone is out again. Zhou was overjoyed, and found that the dimensional crystal was not an ordinary attribute crystal, but a skill crystal. In addition, several gems on Wuxu Xingjuan's armor also fell, and those gems exuded strong natural disaster-level vitality fluctuations, which are obviously the source of natural disasters. It's a pity, these natural disaster sources can't be brought out Zhou Wen felt very sorry. Natural disaster. Creatures need to consume a lot of vitality, but companion pets are an exception. As long as the companion pets are not summoned, even the heaven level will not consume much vitality. Even if he is summoned, Zhou Wen also has the energy transformation ability of Chaos Egg. As long as he is beaten enough, he can condense high-level compressed solid vitality crystals, which are enough to supply his natural disaster-grade companion pet. Does the power of Wuxu Xingjuan match the power of which natural disaster-level companion pet? Maybe you can use the power of these gems to make the companion pet go a step further. Zhou Wen thought about his several natural disaster-level companion pets, but it seemed that there were none such existence. Zhou Wen thought about it and tried to give the gem to the magic baby, but the magic baby was not interested at all. In the end, Zhou Wen fed all the gems to Jin Jiao Scissors, but in the end, it only made Jin Jiao Scissors stronger, and could not go further. Wuxu Xingjuan Crystal, money is feared, strength 99, physique 99, speed 99, vitality 99. The requirements for this thing are really not high, and Zhou Wen has already met the attribute requirements, but Zhou Wen really can't meet the fear-making power of this money system, so he can only give it up. The reincarnation stone is a good thing, Zhou Wen thought about it, and gave the reincarnation stone to Primordial Spore. Primordial Spore's parasitic ability is very strong, but because it is only mythical, it is very difficult to parasitize high-level creatures. It is necessary to increase the level to have the opportunity to parasitize higher-level creatures. After all, at the natural disaster level, the tiny body of the ancient spore no longer has an advantage. The natural disaster level can easily see it, and it is almost impossible to quietly parasitize it. Primordial Spore, mortal, evolvable. Fate, eternal. Strength, 11. Speed, 11. Physical fitness, 11. Vitality, 11. Talent. Skill, parasitic. Associated state, none. Because the original primordial spore cannot evolve, Zhou Wen doesn't know how to make it evolve. After several tests, he found that this product does not absorb vitality crystals. Only when all qi and spirit are sucked away will it evolve. But in the beginning, the ancient spores were too weak and could only parasitize low-level creatures, so they grew very slowly and could only be cultivated slowly, and there was no good way. Unless Zhou Wen went to the moon to get some sweet-scented osmanthus back, but Zhou Wen didn't have that kind of plan. That kind of evolution is too fast and may not be able to cultivate a real good pet. Although it was a bit troublesome, Zhou Wen chose to let the ancient spores parasitize various dimensional creatures. In the ethereal clouds, the jade buildings of Qianglu appear and disappear from time to time, like a mirage. A second ago, a jade pavilion appeared in the clouds, but if you look at it the next second, it has become a palace hall. From time to time, you can also see mountain peaks floating in the air, each with its own charm, some of which are beautiful and dangerous, some of which are solemn, and some of which stand between the heavens and the earth as if they were supported by the sky. But those seem to be just phantoms. A beautiful butterfly flew by, the clouds flowed, and the images of Qianglu Yuyu and mountain peaks disappeared. Above the sea of clouds, there was a small boat slowly moving forward. A man stood on the bow of the boat. His white clothes fluttered slightly with the clouds. His long hair like ice and snow hung down behind him, and there was no wave at all. He has a handsome face with a pair of crystal-like dragon horns on his head. Although he is handsome, he is not as angular as an ordinary handsome man, and his face is softer, giving a gentle feeling. Before the boat sailed to the mirage-like cloud, I saw that a jade building gradually emerged in the cloud, and butterflies flew out of the jade building. The seemingly phantom-like butterflies gradually turned into real bodies. Their wings flapped and lifted the cloud like a veil, making the illusory Yulo behind the cloud even more real. The boat at the feet of the man in white had stopped, and he stared at the jade building with a peaceful gaze. On the plaque of the jade building, there were two characters that seemed to be untouchable. Shandu. The man in white silently read out the words on the plaque of the jade building, and his eyes showed a bit of strange color, which seemed to be admiring, but also seemed to be a little different. Xianfan is only a thought. The world only knows to ask for immortal fate, but they don't know that immortal fate is already on the other side. It's just that the world is ignorant and doesn't know how to cross it. A woman's voice came from the Shandu Jade Tower. Wang Mingyuan, the Dragon King of the 8 tribes, was called to visit. I don't know which immortal venerable you are from the immortal clan. Wang Mingyuan folded his arms in front of his chest and lowered his long sleeves as he saluted slightly. The woman in Shandu Jade Tower didn't seem to hear him, and said to herself, "Is Zhou Wen your disciple?" "Yes." Wang Mingyuan replied calmly. "Where did his Daluotian Xian artistic conception come from?" the woman asked again. "Self-study." Wang Mingyuan was still so gentle. "Daluo is a real fairy, even among the immortals, it is rare to be able to comprehend it." Immortal. Human being, do you think he can realize the artistic conception of Daluo's true immortal? The woman's voice was a little cold. "I have never taught him, if he didn't realize it, I don't know how he learned it." Wang Mingyuan said. "If you can teach Daluo the true immortal mood, then my immortal clan will respect you as a teacher." The woman's voice became even colder. "Don't dare." Mingyuan bowed slightly, his eyebrows lowered, but his waist did not bend. "Go, bring Zhou Wen to the immortal clan." The woman's voice came again. "Can I ask, immortal venerable? Why did you want him to come to the immortal clan?" Wang Mingyuan didn't mean to leave, looking at Shandu Yulo, and asked, "If I said I was going to kill him, would you bring him?" The woman seemed to be an indifferent person by nature, and her voice had a kind of indifference that rejected people thousands of miles away. "No, but I know that immortal venerable won't kill him, it doesn't take so much trouble to kill him." Wang Mingyuan said. "You know I won't kill him, but you still answer no. Do you think I'm good-natured? So I won't really kill you?" With the woman's voice, it seemed as if an infinite power surged from the Shandu Jade Tower out, like invisible threads, bound Wang Mingyuan's body. The clothes on Wang Mingyuan's body were immediately cut with cracks by the invisible silk thread. The silk shape was close to his skin, and there was even an invisible silk thread that had been looped around his neck. The crystal clear skin was cut open, and a little blood spilled out. It seemed that only one thought from that woman was needed, and Wang Mingyuan's head would leave his body forever. "No offense, I just want to let the immortal venerable know that I am a teacher, and I have received it from contemporary disciples." Wang Mingyuan's expression was still calm, and the tenderness seemed to have penetrated into the bone marrow. Even if he cut off his head, it would be difficult to let him become hideous. The invisible silk thread slammed away, but suddenly dissipated, as if the mirage in the cloud had never existed. The road to immortality has gradually opened, the world is unstoppable, and all races are fighting for the sage. My clan also needs a holy son in the world. Go, bring Zhou to the immortal clan, as long as he is the holy son of our clan. 10. The matter of Quangjiangxian and Quangjiangxian will be written off. The Shandu Jade Tower gradually disappeared between the clouds, transforming from substance to nothingness, and finally disappeared like a phantom. Only the voice of a woman echoed above the sea of clouds. Wang Mingyuan. Farewell. Wang Mingyuan bowed slightly, turned around on the boat, looked at the ethereal sea of clouds, and seemed to have a smile in his eyes. Zhou continued to explore the Star Palace and entered the 7th Star Palace. The 7th star of the Big Dipper is the fluctuating light, and its star is Pajun. I heard that he is a very murderous star. Legend has it that, like the 7 killing star, it is a very destructive existence. However, after seeing Wuxu Xingjuan, Zhou still has great doubts about whether Pajun Xingjuan is the kind of Xingjuan with murderous intentions. After teleporting into the fluctuating light dimension field, I immediately saw the fluctuating Star Palace. The Star Palace looked unexpectedly normal. A Sirius 800 Star Palace stood in the halo like the sun. From where Zhou was, to the front of the moonlight Star Palace, there were long steps that looked like the steps leading to heaven. Zhou stepped up the stairs and walked towards the Yaoguang Star Palace, but soon he found that the vitality in his body was rapidly draining. Zhou speeded up and sprinted towards the gate of the Star Palace, but the faster he rushed, the faster his vitality was lost, and before half of it was rushed, nearly half of his vitality was lost. Zhou frowned slightly, used space teleportation, and directly reached the end of the steps, in front of the gate of the Yaoguang Star Palace. But the moment he teleported out, he only felt that the vitality in his body had become empty, not even a drop was left, his legs were a little soft, and he almost fell to the ground without standing firm. Fortunately, even if there is no vitality, Zhou physical fitness is already quite strong. He stood firm, looked at the gate of Yaoguang Star Palace, and was slightly surprised, as expected of the last of the Big Dipper. He hasn't entered the Star Palace yet, the vitality will be wasted. Zhou is already trying to restore his vitality, and his vitality recovers very quickly, but here, as long as there is a trace of vitality in his body, it will be lost immediately and cannot be stored at all. After opening the teacher's domain, the vitality in the body immediately stopped losing, and the vitality that was recovered would not be lost again, and it would return to normal levels in a short time. Fortunately, it's just a taboo power. Zhou directly pushed open the gate of Yaoguang Star Palace, and saw the starry sky in the Star Palace. The interior of the fluctuating Star Palace is like a hemisphere, and the stars on the spherical dome are bright, like a shortened starry sky. In the abbreviated starry sky, there is a Star King in blue armor suspended. And the entire starry sky in the abbreviated starry sky seems to be revolving around him. Is that Pajun Xingjuan? Zhou stared at Xingjun suspended in the air, summoned the golden flood blade, and hinged towards the Pajun Xingjuan. Zhou Wenjing was waiting to see how strong Pajun Xingjuan, the last of the Big Dipper 7 stars, was really strong. Who knew that when Jin Jiao killed him with a knife, Pajun Xingjuan couldn't resist, and was directly cut in two with his body cut into pieces. 2 cuts. Kill the natural disaster creature. Breaking army Xingjuan and discover the dimensional crystal. This way, it's over. Zhou was stunned for a while before he realized that Pajun Xingjuan really died like this. Until Zhou picked up the dimensional crystals on the ground, he still couldn't believe that the last dungeon of the Big Dipper dungeon ended like this. Isn't this the last Star Palace of the Beidou dungeon? and there are still star palaces behind? Zhou walked to the teleportation array, and wanted to try it out. Can he teleport to the star palace behind? As a result, there was only the option of leaving the star palace, and there was no star palace behind to teleport. Although it was a bit unacceptable, it was the fact that Zhou had to teleport away from the copy. There are a total of 7 star palaces in the Beidou dungeon, all of which have been opened up by Zhou, but the 7 star kings in it have not been refreshed. Zhou wants to wait 24 hours to see if the 7 star kings inside will be able to refresh out. I don't know how long it will take for Yuadu to completely absorb the moon essence basin. Zhou looked at Yuadu on the side, and the moonlight there showed no sign of weakening. I stood up and moved a bit. I originally wanted to summon Liz and Lim sisters to let them go and talk to him. But after thinking about it, I dismissed the idea. This is not the Earth. In such an environment, without the strength above the mythical level, it is impossible to survive. Just as he was about to summon Banana Fairy and other high-intelligence companion pets, he suddenly heard a strange sound. Zhou. When frozen his heart, is there another cosmic creature? But Zhou listened carefully for a while, but found that the sound did not come from the sky, but came from below the nearby glacier. Boom. Boom. Zhou heard the voice like a heart, very rhythmic, not very loud, but it could be heard clearly. The place where the sound came was in the depths of a glacier crack, and the crack was so deep that it was beyond the ability to listen. Summoning several natural disaster-level companion pets such as Jin Jiao Scissors and Soul Mirroring Mirror, and let them read the month, Zhou brought the magic baby and teleported towards the glacier crevice. When I came to the crack, the sound became more obvious. Only the sound of bang bang came from below, low and powerful, like the sound of a heavy subwoofer. Zhou carefully observed the glacier fissure and found that the glacier fissure was like a huge flat horn. The further down it was, the smaller the space, and it was very deep. The source of the sound could not be found in the position where the listening ear could reach. It should be still below. The structure inside the entire glacier crack is like a flattened swona, and Zhou doesn't know what it looks like below. After watching for a while, Zhou turned around and went back. Now Yuadu is still absorbing the power of the moon essence pot and cannot act. If there is something terrible down there, it will be very unfavorable for Yuadu to be tempted by Zhou. So Zhou decided to restrain his curiosity, and it would not be too late to explore after the monthly reading returned to normal. Now Zhou is a little worried about whether the thing that makes a sound under the glacier crack will come out on its own. The sound of bang bang has never stopped. After Zhou returned to the ice cave, he has been paying attention to the situation there. Although nothing rushed out of the glacier crack, the sound of bang bang made Zhou feel very strange. Hopefully we can live in peace before Yuadu returns to normal. Zhou secretly wondered in his heart. It is said that the residence that Yuadu chose for himself should not be deliberately chosen in a dangerous place. Time passed by minute, although there was no change in the glacier crack. Zhou still did not let his guard down. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou suddenly heard something wrong with the voice over there. The sound from there before was very rhythmic, basically the same as the heartbeat, but now the sound has become different in length and the rhythm is obviously different. Huh. Zhou listened to it for a while, and found that the rhythm of the sound seemed to be the rhythm of some kind of tune. Not just a random dance. And this song seems to be very warm-blooded and cheerful, only the sound of dong. Dong 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 sounded constantly, very much like a drum tune. Zhou Wen frowned secretly, continued to pay attention to the cracks in the glacier, and was ready for the strain. But there was nothing there but the rhythm of the sound was constantly changing, like a drummer constantly hitting different rhythms. Although Zhou Wen felt very strange, he was a little curious about what was underneath, but he didn't dare to take the risk to check it. After another period of time, a high-pitched and sharp voice suddenly came from there, which startled Zhou Wen. It used to be a low thumping sound, but now this sound resounded through the clouds like a swona. Even if I didn't use the true listening, I am afraid that it could be heard clearly in any corner of the planet. Zhou Wen's eardrum was about to be pierced. The sound pierced. After this high-pitched sound, the low-pitched thumping sound resumed before, and the same sharp sound did not appear again. Zhou Wen was engrossed in listening to the situation over there, but since the earth-shattering voice, there has been no abnormal movement. Only then did Zhou Wen relax a little, walked out of the ice cellar, and planned to do some activities. But when he walked out of the ice cellar, raised his head and moved his neck, he suddenly discovered that there were cosmic creatures outside the planet. And there are more than one in number. I don't know when, outside the atmosphere of the planet, there are already several different types of cosmic creatures cruising. All of them are long and strange, like monsters circling around the dining table. Zhou Wen hurriedly hid back into the ice cellar, for fear that those cosmic creatures would discover his whereabouts. How come there are so many cosmic creatures here? Are they here for the monthly reading? Or is it related to the voice under the glacier? Zhou Wen thought to himself as he quietly looked at the dimensional creatures. There are as many as 5 cosmic creatures Zhou Wen has been able to discover. One of them is wrapped in a huge electromagnetic storm, and he can't tell what it looks like. Occasionally, you can see strange snake-like tentacles reached out and quickly retracted. Just a glimpse, the tentacles are probably thousands of meters long. There is also a colorful strange fish with a tail like a transparent veil, cruising around the planet, as if space has become a fish pond. In addition, there are 2 unicorn-like creatures, one black and one white, that look like wolves. They stand in the meteorite belt near the planet and stare into the interior of the planet. The eyes of the white unicorn are black, while those of the black unicorn, the eyes are white, and there is a strange light in the eyes. There is also a dreamlike blue light band, which revolves around the planet and flies at high speed outside the atmosphere. It looks like a transparent blue light band. Although it was only a rough observation, the distance was too far to scan in detail, but it could be seen that they were all natural disaster-level creatures. It doesn't seem to be here for monthly reading. Zhou Wen thought to himself. If they came for Yuedu, they should rush in like the void true salamander and eat Yuedu when she couldn't move. But now those cosmic creatures are just cruising on the periphery of the planet, but none of them have entered the atmosphere, as if they are afraid of something. Are they caused by the sound under the crack of the glacier? What is there? Could it be that the companion pet of this planet is about to be born? If the companion pet of the planet is born, there should be a corresponding dimension field. Zhou Wen looked at the glacier crack again. If it is true that the planet companion pet was born, it is estimated that there is the entrance to the dimension field. What Zhou Wen couldn't understand was what exactly those cosmic creatures were afraid of, and why they didn't enter the atmosphere for a long time. Even if the planet's companion pet was born, as long as they didn't enter the dimensional realm, there was no danger. It didn't seem to be the reason why they didn't land. Yuedu, you have to hurry. Up. Zhou turned to look at Yuedu, seeing that she was still not moving, and the moonlight on her body did not weaken at all. Cannot help but a little depressed. There must be something big happening here. Even if they didn't come for Yuedu, once they found Yuedu, such an immobile natural disaster creature, how could they let go of the delicious food? You must know that natural disaster creatures basically feed on natural disaster creatures to supplement and improve their own energy. Fortunately, those cosmic creatures have not rushed into the planet for the time being. And there is still some time as a buffer, but this is what Zhou Wen is worried about. Something that can make so many cosmic creatures fear is not a good thing. Now that they are on this planet, maybe the situation will be worse than those cosmic creatures rushing over. The sound in the glacier fissure is still ringing. And occasionally a sharp swona-like sound occurs between the low thumping sound. Every time the sharp sound sounds, it seems that some cosmic creatures will appear outside the planet. The 5 cosmic creatures that appear first occupy a certain area. And many cosmic creatures that appear later, once they are close to them, the area of is swallowed or killed by those 5 cosmic creatures. Most of the cosmic creatures that appeared later were fear level. They were very afraid of the 5 cosmic creatures that appeared first, but they were reluctant to leave and watched in the farther starry sky. This is going to be a big thing. Looking at the monsters in the universe around the planet, Zhou Wen felt that something was wrong, and it was evil. Zhou Wen is already thinking about whether there is any way to transfer the monthly reading safely. Doo-doo. Doo-doo. When Zhou Wen was trying to figure out a way, he heard a faint voice coming from the ice cellar. The location of the ice cellar is also under a glacier fissure, but it is not the same glacier fissure that made the sound, it is thousands of miles away. At this time, there was a sound under the glacier fault next to the ice cellar, which immediately startled Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen immediately raised his listening ability to the limit and swept under the glacier fault. The glacier fault here is not deep, and it looks like it extends 3 or 4 kilometers from the location of the ice cellar. Zhou Wen has already scanned it with D-Listen before, and the bottom is a thick glacier, and there is nothing else. At this time, there was a beeping sound from below, which surprised Zhou Wen. He scanned it again and found that at the bottom of the fault, a wellhead-sized pool of water melted at some point. The beeping sound came from the burst of small bubbles rising from the bottom of the pool. I saw a small bubble slowly rising from the water, and then slowly shattering. Zhou Wen stared at those small bubbles and used his listening ability to go deep into the pool along the small bubbles. There are small bubbles appearing, and there are likely to be creatures below. Zhou Wen must figure out what is below. It is so close to the ice cellar. Once the contents inside come out, they must bear the brunt. This pool is also strange. The bottom is the same as the top. It only melts the space as large as the wellhead. The outside is hard ice, and there is no sign of melting. Fortunately, the pool was not as deep as Zhou Wen had imagined. After a distance of a few hundred meters, Zhou Wen finally saw the bottom of the pool. There was still a glacier, but there was a strange plant growing there. The plant was very strange, the leaves were like round mushroom caps. Each piece was the size of a palm, and the blue was translucent. The layers of leaves were raised layer by layer, and at the very top, a peach-like fruit was born, the size of a fist, and some small bubbles appeared from time to time. Those small bubbles that rise to the surface come from this peach-like fruit. Zhou Wen felt a strong vitality from this strange underwater plant, but it was just vitality, not accompanied by strong vitality fluctuations. What is this? A native plant on this planet? Zhou was puzzled. After scanning for a while, he didn't find anything special about the plant. Suddenly, the sharp swallow-like sound came from the fissure of the glacier. In the distance, Zhou was accustomed to the sharp voice, so he didn't find it strange, but at this moment, he suddenly widened his eyes when he heard the voice. Zhou seemed to be in disbelief, and his eyes widened even harder, as if he wanted to see clearly. In fact, there is no need for him to do this at all, because what he wants to see can't be seen with his eyes at all, and he needs to listen to it to be able to come up with a picture in his mind. It's an unconscious and natural reaction. That is only because of being too surprised. What Zhou wanted to see was the small blisters that appeared from plants in the water. At first, Zhou didn't pay too much attention to those small blisters, just the plant itself. But when the sharp voice sounded, Zhou discovered something strange. Before the sharp sound rang out, a bubble that was a little different from ordinary small bubbles rose on the peach-like fruit. Although the size of the bubble was the same as that of ordinary bubbles, the color of the bubble was a bit wrong, slightly pale blue. The color is not dark, but it can still be distinguished from ordinary bubbles. The time when this bubble appeared was just before the sharp sound sounded, and this time was too coincidental. Zhou didn't care too much at first, but because of this, he unconsciously began to pay attention to those ordinary bubbles, and then he was surprised to find out. Every time a small ordinary bubble appeared, a low thumping sound would be heard over there. The bubbles that appeared on the fruit were 100% consistent with the sound of the glacier crack, and the bubbles appeared first, and the sound came from the glacier crack over there. What's going on? Could it be that the sound below was influenced by this plant? Zhou scanned the plant over and over again in surprise, but did not find any inevitable relationship between the plant and the glacier crack. Relation. It is rooted in the ice layer, and the roots below can be seen clearly. All of it is in the glacier, and there is no other place connected to the outside world. There is no gap under the ice layer. It seems unlikely that such a small plant can be connected to a glacier crack thousands of miles away and can cause a huge sound. But Zhou observed it for a long time, and before the sharp sound appeared again from the glacier crack, a distinctive small blue bubble appeared on the fruit. It can't be wrong, the glacier rift must have something to do with this plant, but what is it? Zhou was very puzzled. More and more cosmic creatures are attracted by the sound, and in the Holy Land, the Holy Spirit is also observing the planet covered by glaciers through an aura mirror. Lord Holy Spirit. Xiao and Jiuyang walked in together and saluted the Holy Spirit. Come and have a look. The Holy Spirit looked at the mirror and said, "Is this planet's companion pet going to be born?" Jiuyang said after taking a look. It's right that the planet's companion pet is about to be born. The Holy Spirit paused, and then continued, but this planet is a bit different, and it's not so easy for its companion pet to be born. Whatever happened on this planet? Xiao asked. The Holy Spirit pondered for a while and said, "This planet's companion pet is actually no longer the original companion pet." Not the original companion pet? Can the companion pet bred on the planet itself be replaced? Jiuyang was a little puzzled. The Holy Spirit said lightly, "There is a kind of bee on the earth that lays its eggs in other larvae, and the eggs absorb the nutrients of the larvae and grow until they finally break out. This is too cruel." Jiuyang sighed. Is it cruel? Maybe. You should know that there is another bird on the earth called the cuckoo. It will secretly lay its eggs in other birds' nests, and let other birds help it hatch. When the little cuckoo breaks its shell, the other eggs will be pushed out of the bird's egg and smashed, and it will have all the food for itself," said the Holy Spirit. Jiuyang's scalp is a little numb. In comparison, Duwan is more ruthless, killing each other's parents and children, but also letting the other party raise it to grow up. In other words, the planet's original companion pet has been parasitized. Who has such an ability to actually parasitize a planet? Xiao asked thoughtfully. Another companion pet, a companion pet that was born early because the planet was accidentally broken, and had to choose a parasitic companion pet. The Holy Spirit paused and said, "In the age of mythology, the battle of the gods once accidentally shattered a planet, and was present at the time. Many of the powerhouses in my family wanted to snatch the companion pet that was born early, but in the end, no one was able to succeed, and it escaped into this planet." Those powerhouses can smash a planet, can't they also smash this planet? Jiuyang asked. As I said just now, it was an accident. The planet protected by the rules of the universe can't be broken so easily. The Holy Spirit pondered for a while and continued, before the companion pet escaped into the planet, he accidentally swallowed it. If you have something that doesn't belong to it, after you go, it's best if you can bring back the companion pet of that planet, and if you can't bring it back, kill it and take back the contents of its body. Yes. Xiao and Jiuyang responded to the order and were about to leave, but were stopped by the Holy Spirit. This matter, there are many terrifying beings in different dimensions who know about it, and they will definitely find a way to fight for it. Your task is not so easy. The Holy Spirit took out 2 things and gave them to Xiao and Jiuyang, respectively. The holy object can make the power is raised to the heaven level, but it is not the real heaven level after all. You must be truly integrated with the holy relics before you can truly advance to the heaven level. This can help you. Melting the holy relic? This is not good. Jiuyang and Xiao were both startled. Relics belong to the temple, they are only the masters, how can they fuse the relics casually? No matter how good the holy relic is, it is only useful if it can be retained. You can rest assured. I have discussed with the Trajectory Temple and the Sun Temple, and you have been allowed to integrate the holy relic. Only in this way can you be able to communicate with the real and Zhouwen contend. Thank you, Lord Holy Spirit. Jiuyang and Xiao hurriedly saluted. Remember, no matter how strong the power is, it will still be used by you in the end. Whether you can plan for Zhouwen or not. Your own ability is also an important part. The Holy Spirit said. We will not disappoint you. Go, your time is running out. After the fusion is successful, go to that planet. Watching the 2 leave, a sneer appeared on the corner of the Holy Spirit's mouth, and he said to himself, how can the holy relic really be integrated so easily? Even if you die, the holy relic will still exist. The cosmic creatures outside the planet have never rushed into the atmosphere, and Zhouwen has been observing the strange plant. The rhythm of the formation of bubbles sounds very pleasant, not as exaggerated as the sound produced by glacial fissures, but unusually moving. Zhouwen had nothing to do when he was idle. On a whim, he summoned a note elf and used the note elf to copy bubble music. Although I don't understand music, the note elf itself has musical talent and ability. coupled with Zhou Wen's good memory, a note elf simulates the sound of a bubble and quickly simulates coherent bubble music. The bubbles continued to rise, and Zhou Wen had enough note spirits to copy them one by one, and the resulting music surprised Zhou Wen himself. The music was very infectious. Zhou Wen listened to it, and there were tears in the corners of his eyes unconsciously. Zhou Wen himself is very sluggish in terms of emotions. He is not an emotional person. When listening to ordinary music, even if others are moved to tears, he hardly feels anything, but the virtual bubble music makes him feel a strong sadness. It is a kind of music that is close to despair and death, with a kind of suppressed anger, as if it is a roar before death, and it seems to be a funeral song before death harvests life. Without the blessing of vitality, it's just that the music itself has such an appeal, which surprised Zhou Wen. This kind of infectious power cannot be stopped by any force, even if it is too high to open the scriptures, it cannot ban this kind of shock that penetrates the soul. Zhou Wen listened to it for a while, and the thought of suicide came into his mind. Fortunately, his thoughts were extremely firm, and he immediately became vigilant, and forced himself to suppress that thought. What a great music! Zhou Wen frowned slightly, but still let the note wizard continue to simulate the music and record it. 24 hours have passed, and the beta dungeon has indeed been refreshed this time. Zhou Wen entered the copybook and killed Xingjuan one by one. The first 6 star kings did not explode with companion eggs. When it came to the 7th breaking army star king, Zhou Wen deliberately did not use the division domain, and entered the Kaiyang Star Palace when his vitality was exhausted. Because he didn't use Shiyu, after entering Kaiyang Star Palace, Zhou Wen immediately felt that it was different from before, abbreviating the stars in the sky, flashing with strange light. Summons the golden Jiaojiao scissors to break the army star, but Jin Jiaojian just flew up, and saw the starlight falling all over the sky, and the entire star palace was shrouded in starlight in an instant. Jin Jiaojian was slammed down, the blood-colored villain was also killed in the starlight, and the mobile phone screen turned black. It turns out that before the division enveloped the star palace, so that the power of those stars was banned, so the Jun Xingjuan looked so weak. Zhou Wen suddenly understood. Ordinary people have exhausted their vitality before they enter the Kaiyang Star Palace. Although summoning a companion pet doesn't require much vitality, it still needs a little bit of vitality to support it. I'm afraid that even a companion pet won't be able to summon it. And you can't use the vitality art, facing such a terrifying power of starlight, even a powerhouse at the heaven level, I am afraid. There is only one way to die. Unless the physical body can compete with the starlight in the sky, or can find a way to solve the problem of vitality, otherwise only by using the power of Shiyu, can it be possible to kill Pajun Xingjuan. Zhou Wen immediately realized that Kaiyang Xinggong was indeed terrifying. Fortunately, Shiyu was able to perfectly restrain Pajun Xingjuan, and it was too easy for Zhou Wen to kill him. However, Zhou Wen still wanted to try it. If he didn't use Shiyu, is there any other way to kill Pajun Xingjuan? Tried a few times, but the results are not very satisfactory. Because there is no vitality, all kinds of vitality tactics cannot be used, and if you want to use Chaos Egg to carry it hard, you can't do it. Except for Taishang Kaidianjing, there is no other vitality art ability that can ignore this taboo. If the prisoner dragon armor can go further and rely on its absolute defense, it may be able to withstand the killing of the stars in the sky, but unfortunately, Zhou Wen has always wanted to raise the prisoner dragon to the natural Disaster level, but he has never found a good one. Method. When Zhou tried to kill Pajun Xingjuan, the note spirits continued to simulate bubble music according to his orders. I don't know how many notes were simulated. And the bubble music finally started to repeat, but every time it was repeated, the rhythm of the music became much faster, and the appeal became stronger and stronger. That sense of despair and death, I am afraid that ordinary people will immediately have thoughts of suicide when they hear it. Zhou has listened to it so many times, and he is already familiar with it. Even if he doesn't need a note elf to simulate it, he can hum that tune himself. But Zhou doesn't have much musical talent, he can only hum the tune correctly, and the appeal is much worse. In the end, I couldn't think of any other way to kill Pajun Xingjuan, or use Shiyu to kill Pajun Xingjuan, so as not to affect the refresh time of other Xingjuan. The refresh time of the Beidou dungeon is based on the death time of Pajun Xingjuan. It is refreshed every 24 hours. If Pajun does not die, other stars will not refresh. Putting away the phone, Zhou scanned the plant below again, and was surprised to find that the leaves of the plant were withering. The bottom leaf was shriveled like a dead leaf, and soon fell off the stem and turned into dust in the water. A leaf on the top also began to wither. Worrying that something bad would happen, Zhou took the note elf back. But a strange scene happened. After the note elf was withdrawn, the speed of the leaves withered significantly slower. Don't tell me. Zhou summoned the note elves again, making the note elves virtual bubble music again. Sure enough, the leaves withered much faster. It's really strange, the withering speed of the leaves is actually affected by the music? Zhou didn't know whether the faster withering speed of the leaves was a good thing or a bad thing. After thinking for a while, Zhou took the music elf back. Now for Zhou, the best situation is that nothing happens. From this point of view, the slow withering of leaves is naturally a good thing. Without the music of the note elf, the speed of the leaves withering is indeed much slower. Zhou estimates that all the leaves will wither, and it should take 50 or 60 hours. I hope Yuedu can wake up before the leaves are completely withered. Zhou had a hunch that when all the leaves withered and fell, something big might happen. Time passed minute by minute, until the last leaf withered and fell. Yuedu still couldn't wake up. Zhou's eyes were fixed on the only remaining fruit at the top of the plant. Zhou's heart was in his throat, opening up various fields, and at the same time summoning the companion pet. If something really happened, he could deal with it. The last leaf has also fallen, and only the peach-like fruit is held high by the curved stem, swaying slightly along the water waves, and bubbles rise from time to time. Click! There was a crisp sound on the fruit, and there were cracks on the fruit, and then cracked along the crack. Zhou glanced at it intently, wanting to see what was inside the cracked fruit, but found that the crack was only the outer layer, and it was divided into 3 petals, slowly hanging outward. Click! 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 The fruit split layer by layer, like a blooming flower, until the last layer split, and finally I saw that in the middle of the fruit, there was a hemispherical space with a figure inside. The figure looked like a bee, the size of a finger, and the whole body was as black jade. The strange thing is that the bee's front claws actually hold a small, also black trumpet-shaped object. What Zhou thinks, that thing seems to be like a mini swana. At this time, the bee was holding the small horn with its front paws. And its body was slightly bowed, hiding in the space inside the fruit. There were air bubbles rising from the mini trumpet. The air bubbles floating out of the fruit before should be the source of it. Could this be the companion pet of this planet? Zhou thought to himself. As the fruit cracked, more and more air bubbles floated out of the speaker, making the rhythm of the music faster. The sound of the glacier crack is also getting louder and louder. The terrifying sound makes the glaciers on the planet begin to collapse. Huge cracks of the glacier appear on the planet, and the entire planet seems to be shaking. Zhou quickly asked the companion pet to separate the ice cellar from the outside glaciers, and the tyrant beeman raised the entire ice cellar, to prevent the moon reading inside from being affected by the shock. The atmosphere also produced ripples visible to the naked eye because of the vibration of the sound, as if it was about to be shaken away. Zhou kept observing the little bee blowing the trumpet, and saw that it still seemed to be sleeping and did not fly out of the space inside the fruit. Boom! Sudden, there was a violent sound from the atmosphere. Zhou turned his attention, and found that finally a cosmic creature could not bear to rush into the atmosphere. Under the high-speed impact, the body rubbed against the atmosphere, producing a burning flame. However, there are more than one cosmic creatures that rushed into the atmosphere. Groups of cosmic creatures roared and rushed into the atmosphere from the starry sky, like meteorites, wrapped in flames, rushing into the interior of the planet. Either you don't come, as soon as you come, you all rush in. Zhou observed for a while, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. There seems to be something wrong with those cosmic creatures that rushed into the atmosphere. Boom! A cosmic creature directly hit the planet, causing the same effect as an atomic bomb exploded. The shock wave rolled over rocks and glaciers and spread outward in a ring shape. Everything was destroyed wherever it passed. Zhou clearly sensed that all the bones of the cosmic creature's body were broken, and the body was distorted and deformed. This is not at all rushing into the planet to snatch things, but looking for death. Zhou watched as the cosmic creature slammed into the planet suicidal, and the entire planet was full of terrifying impacts and explosions. For a moment, the huge planet has been hit with many holes, and it is difficult to find an intact area, as if it was bombed by hundreds of atomic bombs. Once, many cosmic creatures were directly killed on the planet, and most of them were seriously injured. They were struggling in the crater, and they started to tear their bodies and self-harmed like crazy. Zhou has discovered that the creatures that rushed in this time were all fear-level creatures. The 5 natural disaster-level creatures that occupied the starry sky near the planet at first did not rush in. It seems that these fearful creatures should have been influenced by the bubble music and rushed in to commit suicide. Zhou looked at the already riddled planet and the corpses of cosmic creatures everywhere, only feeling a little shudder, and could not help but again look at the black bee. This guy has such a terrifying influence before he wakes up. How terrifying is it after he wakes up? Zhou couldn't help but see a picture in his mind. A little black bee blew into a small trumpet like a swana. This should be a very cute picture, but the background board is a sea of corpses and blood. Countless creatures committed suicide one after another, corpses were scattered everywhere, blood flowed into rivers, and there was a hell scene everywhere. Would you like to find a way to kill it before it wakes up? Zhou already had such an idea in his heart. Once such a terrifying creature was born, it would be no different from the end of the world. Just thinking about it, Zhou found something wrong again. After a round of suicide attacks by cosmic creatures, the glacier crack no longer made a sound, but the small horns inside the bee's claws were still emitting bubbles. Could it be that all this was not caused by bees and small horns? Zhou Wen was slightly startled, and then paid attention for a while, and there was indeed no sound from the glacier crack. The bee's trumpet was still blowing bubbles normally, and there was no change, which made Zhou Wen have new questions. In the starry sky, the cosmic creatures rushed into the interior of the planet again, and the 5 natural disaster creatures rushed in from different directions. This time it was not suicide, they all went in the direction of the glacier crack. However, they only came to the vicinity of the glacier crack, and did not rush in directly. They each occupied a position near the glacier crack, and they seemed to be on guard against each other. After a while, Zhou Wen glanced at the 2 figures and rushed into the atmosphere. It was Xiao and Jiuyang. Why are they here? Zhou Wen was slightly startled. The universe is vast and boundless, and there are many planets. Although there is a lot of movement here, it is insignificant to the universe. It is very far from the Earth. Unless it is interstellar teleportation ability, it is even a natural disaster grade who wants to rush here from the Earth. I don't know how many years it will take. Xiao and Jiuyang appearing here at this time is definitely not as simple as accidental. The Holy Land won't be so magical. Do they all know which planet's companion pet is born in the universe? Zhou Wen was surprised. Fortunately, it came in time. The companion pet hasn't been born yet. Zhou Wen heard Jiuyang in the sky talking, and couldn't help but listen. 5 natural disaster level dimensional creatures, I don't know how strong they are. Xiao said while observing the 5 cosmic creatures. No matter what the strength is, we must bring that companion pet back. Jiuyang stared at the crack in the glacier and said, Master Holy Spirit said that the companion pet is different from the general companion pet, and will not be born in a normal way. There may not be a corresponding dimensional field, it should be rushed out directly, and I will deal with it when the time comes, and you try to help me hold down those dimensional creatures. Let me play 5, I have no confidence in this. Xiao said with a bitter face. We can exchange, you deal with that companion pet. Jiuyang said lightly. Then there's no need, I'll try my best to hold them back. Xiao pondered for a moment and shook his head. The 2 discussed some details, because they didn't expect a human to appear here, so they didn't hide it when they talked. It's no wonder they are so far away from the Earth that humans can't reach it in a lifetime, and in the vast universe, how could it be possible for humans to come to such a place by coincidence? Zhou Wen heard their conversation and probably knew that it was no coincidence that they came here. The Holy Spirit seemed to know a lot about the companion pets on this planet. But so far, Zhou Wen has not heard much useful news. I only know that there seems to be some problems with the companion pets of this planet, and they will rush out directly. What is the specific problem? I didn't listen to Jiuyang and Xiao. While Xiao and Jiuyang were still discussing the details, they suddenly heard a loud bang, and quickly turned their heads to look, only to see the blue light-like cosmic creature rushing into the glacier crack. As if it was contagious, when it moved, several other cosmic creatures also moved, rushing into the cracks of the glacier one by one, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Jiuyang and Xiao were both stunned. When they came, they did not expect such a situation. The Holy Spirit only said that it is very difficult for this companion pet to be born, but he did not say that he could rush in. The 2 looked at each other, and finally, Xiao said, how about we go in and see what's going on? All right. Jiuyang nodded slightly, and the 2 of them walked towards the crack of the glacier together, and disappeared after a while. Zhou Wen was a little moved when he watched them enter the glacier rift, but he finally held back, and he didn't know when you would get better, and he definitely couldn't go in for an adventure. Would you like to take her out of here? Zhou looked at Yudu, who was still absorbing the moon essence, and was already considering whether to leave the planet. She didn't leave before because Yudu couldn't move, and couldn't be put into the chaotic space, and it was impossible to carry such a large East Ice Cellar for interstellar teleportation. If she was brought into the starry sky, in case she encountered terrifying cosmic creatures, it's too dangerous. But now it is more dangerous than the starry sky, and most of the cosmic creatures surrounding the planet are dead, and the few natural disaster creatures that have not died have also entered the glacial cracks. Judging from the current situation, the dimensional creatures in the nearby starry sky are estimated to be attracted, and it is not easy to meet a cosmic creature nearby, and there should be no danger. Find a nearby planet to settle down and wait until the monthly reading returns to normal. Before Zhou could hold up the ice cellar, he heard the sound from the atmosphere again. Zhou quickly stopped temporarily, and used the listening to scan the direction of the sound. I saw a fat weirdo wearing a golden robe, passing through the atmosphere and coming towards the interior of the planet. And the direction the fat weirdo rushed in was where Zhou and Yudu were. Zhou looked at the strange man carefully. The robe on his body looked golden, but it was not entirely. The base should have been black, but because there were too many golden square hole coins embroidered with gold thread on it, there was a pattern of golden square hole coins on it. One by one, or even overlapping, there are very few parts showing the background color, so it looks like he is wearing a golden robe, covering his chubby figure. His face is very fat, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, and his cheeks are like two balls of meat, the standard dead fish eyes. Is this a human? Zhou felt that the fat man's breath was different. And he didn't seem to be human. Seeing that the fat man was about to come near them, he still went straight to where they were. Instead of going to the glacier crack over there, Zhou heart suddenly froze. Could this be the Toad Fairy? Zhou thought about it, and sensed that his breath was a bit similar to that toad, but it was a little different. Hand over the moon essence basin and let you die more happily. The fat man in the money robe came to the top of the ice hole where Zhou was, and shouted in a hoarse voice. His throat seemed to have been polished with sandpaper, and the voice sounded very unpleasant. A bit like the sound of fingernails scratching the surface of iron, and the teeth were sore. Sure enough, it's him. Why has this guy turned into a human form? It's really not the right time to come. Zhou thoughts turned quickly, thinking about how to deal with the current situation. The Swan Immortal is on him, and the moon essence pot is in Yudu. With these two things, no matter where they go, the Toad Immortal can find them. And Zhou didn't know which thing the Toad Immortal valued more. If the Toad Immortal valued the moon essence pot more, it would be impossible for him to lead the Toad Immortal away. It seems that he can only be blocked from the front. Zhou saw that the Toad Fairy seemed to want to rush down, and he no longer hesitated, and directly used teleportation, appeared outside the ice hole, and confronted the Toad Fairy. You finally dared to come out, kill my body, and take away my moon essence pot. It's not a pity for you to die 10,000 times. Toad Immortal's pair of dead fish eyes stared at Zhou, and his golden pupils flashed with murderous intent. Without giving Zhou a chance to speak at all, the Toad Fairy's cheeks bulged like two balloons, making people worried that the thing would burst at any time. But in the end, his cheeks were as big as a fitness ball, and it didn't explode, and then he opened his mouth to blow at Zhou. And a terrifying storm formed in an instant, and everything in front of the storm was swept up by the storm. Originally, Banana Immortal was the best choice to deal with the wind element, but unfortunately, the level of Banana Immortal is a bit low. After all, Immortal Toad is a celestial being, and the storm is too powerful. Under the high-speed airflow, everything is torn apart, and it covers a large area with almost no end in sight. When Zhou thought about it, the sword domain was born out of thin air, and countless sword pellets appeared around him, facing the terrifying storm. The sword pills in the Jianyu area were endlessly alive, but in the storm, they were quickly blown to the dark side, and a large number of sword pills disappeared, and they were not able to stop the attack of the storm. Heavenly level wind is so strong. Zhou couldn't retreat, at least he couldn't let the battle spread to Yudu in the glacier below. The Dragon King's armor appeared, and the power of the 8 companion pets also blessed Zhou at the same time, which made Zhou's power suddenly increase a lot, and the sword domain appeared again. The sword pill, like a galaxy, reappeared in the storm, facing the storm. With the blessing of the 8 companion pets, Zhou's power is still not comparable to that of the Toad Fairy, but the effect of the sword pill particles is revealed. After the previous Jianwan was hit by the storm and disappeared, it soon turned from the dark side to the positive side, and reappeared again. The endless Jianwan continued to impact the storm even though the storm was stronger than Jianyu, but as long as there is if the sword domain is washed away at one time, it will be blocked by the constantly reborn Jianwan. The sword pill particles can be continuously reborn, but the storm does not. After a period of time, the power of the storm is weakened, and the power of the sword domain has the upper hand. Huh. Toad Immortal looked at Zhou in surprise. He clearly felt that Zhou's power should only be at the human level, but it suddenly increased to an infinite level. Close to the celestial level. This span is a bit exaggerated. Moreover, the characteristics of the sword territory also surprised him a little. It is almost immortal power, which is rare even in the celestial realm. The torrent transformed by Jianwan broke through the storm and charged towards the Toad Immortal like a galaxy. Toad Immortal sneered and opened his mouth again, only this time instead of exhaling, he was inhaling. I saw him open his mouth wide, and countless sword pellet particles flew into his mouth uncontrollably. The seemingly small mouth seemed to be able to swallow the heaven and the earth, and the sword pellet particles were sucked in by him. After that, he immediately lost contact with Zhou. This guy still has the ability to swallow the void? It's much stronger than the previous Toad. Zhou saw that no amount of Jianwan particles was useless, so he had to stop the attack. A mere human dare to compete with this immortal? Toad Immortal said contemptuously, and there seemed to be a flash of golden light in his mouth. Zhou didn't see what it was at all, but he summoned Chaos Egg right away. Snapped. The Chaos Egg was swept away by something. A large number of solid vitality crystals appeared in the interior, and a lot of digital vitality crystals that were compressed and overlapped to the limit appeared. Not even dead? Toad Immortal was slightly startled, and the golden light flashed again in the next second. Zhou still couldn't see what it was. He condensed the sword domain to protect him, but the sword pellet particles were suddenly pulled away. A force broke through the sword domain and pulled it on the Chaos Egg, sending the Chaos Egg flying again. Go out. Clap clap. Clap clap. The golden light flickered, and the Chaos Egg was whipped from different directions, and the Chaos Egg was whipped around. The speed of the golden light was too fast. Zhou could only see the shadow flickering, and it was too late to block it. Can't keep up. Fortunately, the Chaos Egg was powerful enough to block Jing Guang's continuous attacks without being smashed. This toad immortal seems to be stronger than the Void Real Salamander. Zhou thought to himself how to defeat him, at least he had to delay enough time. He really hoped that if Toad Immortal kept pumping like this, he would be able to accumulate a large amount of high-level solid crystals and transfer them to food-loving companion pets such as Tyrant Beeman. It's a pity that Immortal Toad didn't give him such a chance. After swiping several times in a row, he found that he couldn't break the Chaos Egg. And the golden light actually showed its shape and entangled the Chaos Egg. It was a golden tongue sticking out from Immortal Toad's mouth. After wrapping the Chaos Egg, it snapped back and pulled the Chaos Egg into his mouth in an instant. Fortunately, Zhou Wen's response was not slow, and the moment he was about to be swallowed, he rushed out using teleportation. You will also teleport in space. I see how fast you can teleport. Toad Immortal snorted coldly, and the golden tongue swung up again, turning into golden light and disappearing in a flash. Zhou had to use the Chaos Egg to block the attack of the golden tongue, and at the same time open the Shiyu together. The golden tongue rolled around the Chaos Egg again, and while pulling it into his mouth, he was still using the power of void swallowing, trying to imprison Zhou so that he could not use space teleport to escape. But when he was sucking, he suddenly found that the power of the void swallowing became much smaller, and he failed to absorb Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen used the power of space teleportation to escape again. After escaping again, Zhou Wen put away the Chaos Egg, and at the same time used the Flying Immortal outside the sky to increase his speed to the extreme, drawing elegant arc-shaped trajectories in the air. Toad Immortal's tongue attacked several times in a row, but it didn't even touch Zhou Wen. Shiyu allowed Zhou Wen to know the trajectory of the tongue attack, and the speed of Feixian outside the sky gave him the possibility to dodge. Toad Immortal was a little surprised. His void devouring and storm power were obviously weakened. Forbidden power? Immortal Toad rolled his eyes and looked at Zhou Wen with a frown. Zhou Wen has almost taken out all the capital he can take, except that the Sword of Immortal Slaughter has not been used, and now there is no more means. He just hopes to hold on for a while longer. During the battle, Zhou Wen consciously directed the battlefield to the starry sky, but it couldn't be too obvious, so as not to be seen through by Fairy Toad and rushed to Yudu directly. Playing with forbidden powers in front of me, you have a bad choice. Seemingly determined what power Zhou Wen used. Toad Immortal snorted coldly, his body trembled, and he saw thousands of golden light burst out from his body. Those golden lights turned into golden square hole coins, flying in different directions, like nails, nailed into the void, turning this area into a money space. Zhou Wen suddenly felt that the vitality in his body disappeared quickly, and he could no longer maintain the power of Sword Domain and Chaos Egg. Only sure you could barely maintain it. Shiyu has met an opponent. Zhou Wen immediately realized the problem, that Toad Immortal actually had a power similar to that of Shiyu. And the strength of the opponent has reached the level of the perfect realm. After all, Shiyu is only human level. Because of the power of the 8 companion pets, Shiyu's power is very close to the celestial level, but it is only close, compared to the real celestial realm level, still a lot worse. Now Zhou Wen even uses space teleportation. It has become very laborious. I didn't expect to meet a human who can use the forbidden power. But this immortal is the ancestor who played with the forbidden power. You are still far behind. Toad Immortal said. With a sneer. If it were an ordinary person, within the money domain of the Toad Immortal, even the companion pet would not be able to be used. However, Zhou was still able to maintain part of the abilities and the ability to use companion pets, and still maintained the connection between the Demon Dragon King armor and the 8 companion pets, which was all due to Xiyu. Although the teacher domain is not as powerful as the money domain, it has not been completely suppressed, and even has a certain effect on the Toad Fairy. At the same level, the Void True Salamander is only good at the power of Void Lightning, while the power of the Toad Immortal is more diverse and more difficult to deal with. As for Jiuyang and Xiao, they are actually similar to Zhou. They are both pseudo-heaven level, which is still a distance from the real heaven level. Toad Immortal's tongue seemed to be swept in like lightning. Zhou used the flying immortal from the sky that he realized, and his figure moved gracefully. He avoided Toad Immortal's tongue attack time and time again, and he could also take advantage of some opportunities to launch a counterattack. But Fairy Toad is far from being comparable to the previous Jiuyang trio. Not only is he powerful, but his fighting skills have also reached the transformation realm. With the advantage, not even Feifei Xian can suppress it. Daluo is really immortal. Toad Immortal recognized the artistic conception of flying immortals in the sky at a glance, and seemed very surprised. With a pair of strange eyes, he looked at Zhou suspiciously, and secretly said in his heart, "What the hell is going on with this human being? Not only is he proficient in Taboo's strength, and Delusion Wonderland, one of the highest realms of my immortal clan. Is this guy really a human? Could it be that the boss of my immortal clan came down and deliberately designed it to embarrass me?" But after watching it for a while, Toad Immortal dismissed the idea. Zhou Daluo true immortal mood was only a first glimpse of the door. If the real immortal clan boss came down, it should be more than this level. A human being can actually reach such a level. At such a level, he can comprehend the spirit of Daluo's true immortal. If there is no immortal boss planning behind it, it would be too unreal. I wonder if there is a big boss behind Zhou who is plotting against him. Back then at the Queen Mother of the West, he was tricked once. The so-called one was bitten by a snake, and he was afraid of the rope for 10 years. The more he thought about it, the more he felt there was a ghost. Thinking of this, Immortal Toad hesitated a bit, did not dare to attack Zhou with all his strength, retained a bit of strength, and kept observing secretly, trying to find out any clues. Toad Immortal's reputation is not good, and the legend that Toad wants to eat swan meat has ruined his reputation, but if we really want to talk about strength, Toad Immortal's strength is by no means as bad as the legends say. Otherwise, he would have died long ago at the Queen Mother of the West. How could it be as simple as infiltrating the mortal fetus to molest Swan Fairy in such a place, not to mention that he also brought out the true treasure of the moon, such as the moon essence basin? Zhou was a little puzzled. He could clearly feel that the pressure brought by Immortal Toad had weakened a lot. Although the Toad Fairy still had the advantage, it did not make Zhou feel the pressure of dying. Zhou didn't know what Toad Fairy was thinking, or what plans he had, but for him, it was a good thing. Although Shiryu is far from being as powerful as Toad Immortal's money domain, Shiryu is not a purely taboo domain. The real power of Shiryu lies in the word sure. At this time, the teacher domain is constantly accumulating the trajectory of the money domain, as if completing a puzzle, and gradually spelling out the corresponding trajectory of the money domain. After successfully spelling out all the trajectories last time, Taishang Kaidianjing added an articled void thunderbolt ***, and then tried to piece together the power trajectories of Xiao and Lao Ke. But it was unsuccessful. At that time, Zhou had probably guessed that the master domain could condense the power of the primordial qi art, at least if it was a heaven-level perfection-level domain, and it might even be more demanding. The power of the totem mortal is stronger than that of the void salamander, and it is even more bizarre. Zhou feels that this time there is a great chance to turn the money field into a vitality art. Of course, Zhou would definitely not practice the primordial qi art, but the process of condensing the primordial qi art was also the process of the teacher's own evolution, which would make the teacher's area stronger. After condensing Void Thunderbolt ***, Shiyu can ban the celestial level Void Thunderbolt domain that could not be banned. Then, after converting the money domain into vitality art, it should also be possible to ban the money domain of Toad Immortal. In the battle, Zhou Wen's confidence in defeating the Toad Immortal will be much greater. The Toad Immortal is not in a hurry, and Zhou Wen is even less in a hurry. The two of them have their own ghosts. The battle seems to be fierce, but in fact it is not that dangerous. Jiuyang and Xiao rushed into the glacier crack, and after passing through the glacier layer, they found that there was still a rocky abyss below, leading to the depths of the earth, where the brilliance flickered, and the sight and various vitality detection abilities were blocked. I don't know how deep it is. Occasionally, a strange blue light flashes below, and it is still the natural disaster creature like a blue light belt, flying towards the abyss. Strange. Xiao stared at the abyss and said with a frown. What did you find? Jiuyang asked. Judging from the previous music that tempted dimensional creatures to commit suicide attacks, the companion pet of this planet should be undoubtedly the sound system. But you can see that there is any trace of the sound system power in the abyss? Xiao pointed at the abyss. Set in. It's really strange, I didn't see the power of the sound system, there is only a power that is close to death. Jiuyang sensed for a moment. And then continued, but that dark aura of death, my son divine light, is exactly the nemesis. Xiao nodded, since that's the case, let's take a look first. Don't let those natural disaster creatures take the lead. If the companion pet is swallowed by them, it will be troublesome. Jiuyang nodded slightly, and the divine light of the sun bloomed on his body, rushing towards the abyss. Xiao followed behind Jiuyang, and with the help of the power of the sun's divine light, the psychedelic brilliance in the abyss was all outside. I don't know how many meters down the abyss, the psychedelic brilliance in front suddenly disappeared, and the inside turned out to be a huge spherical space. Is this the core area of the planet? Jiuyang looked around and found a white egg-shaped object suspended in the center of this huge spherical space. The egg-shaped object looks very strange. The white shell is like a membrane of some kind of creature. It looks very thin. On the membrane-like shell, you can also see many black lines like blood vessels. Those lines have different thicknesses and are distributed under the shell, but they are very prominent. No matter how you look at them, they look like blood vessels. And the whole egg, like a heart, is expanding and contracting one by one. With the contraction and expansion of the egg, the blood vessels are also getting thicker and thinner. And the liquid is flowing in it, which looks ugly and weird. The 5 previous natural disaster creatures were all around the egg-shaped object, with blue light bands circling and flying above. 2 unicorn wolves occupied the left position, and the strange fish was on the right. In the farthest direction from Jiuyang and the others, there was the magnetic storm group, tentacles stretched out from time to time as if they wanted to sweep away the white egg-like object, but they seemed a little afraid, and soon shrank again. Go back. The arrival of Jiuyang and Xiao immediately aroused the vigilance of those natural disaster creatures, who were constantly watching and scrutinizing them. Once they found that their strength was too weak, or they had any weaknesses, they would immediately launch an attack to reduce their competitors. Can you see what's going on inside? Jiuyang saw that those natural disaster creatures seemed to be afraid of each other, and did not take the initiative to attack them, so he asked Xiao, who was on the side. He is very strong in combat, but some special methods are far less proficient than Xiao lies. Zhao's eyes glowed with a strange light, and his pupils turned white, and the whites of his eyes became one piece, like a blind man without pupils. After staring at the white egg-like object for a few seconds, Zhao's eyes returned to normal, looked at Jiuyang and shook his head. I can't see what's inside, I can only feel that there is a life form inside. It shouldn't be wrong, this is the core of the planet, and the planet's companion pet should be hatched here. It's right. It is estimated that the abyss of cracks we entered is the path opened by the parasitic companion pet when it rushed in. Jiuyang pondered. Guessed. That's right, but the 5 natural disaster creatures don't look simple. It's not easy to take away the companion pet from them. What's more, the companion pet inside may be born at any time, then what we have to face will not be 5 natural disaster creatures. Xiao said. Then act according to the plan, contract with the companion pet before it is born, or kill it in advance. Jiuyang said. Don't worry, let's go now, I'm afraid we will be besieged by those natural disaster creatures. Xiao shook his head slightly, indicating that Jiuyang should not go there for the time being. Being able to become a natural disaster level creature, the intelligence will not be too low, even some creatures with low IQ have accumulated a lot of experience and intuition. No one wants to be the target of public criticism, but they don't know, if that companion pet, it's hard to say who will be the meal in the plate after birth. Jiuyang said with a cold snort when he saw that none of the 5 natural disaster creatures were willing to rush up first. So, we have to find a way to add a fire to them. Xiao said, looking at the white egg. How? Jiuyang asked. You can accept me here, I'm better at igniting this kind of thing. Xiao took a step before speaking, and his figure disappeared like a ghost. When he reappeared, he actually reached the white egg-shaped object, stretched out a hand, and patted it directly. Thunderclap. Zhao's location was the closest to the electromagnetic storm. Before he touched the white egg-shaped object, he saw the tentacles dancing wildly within the electromagnetic storm. It's just that the electromagnetic storm mass covering its body expanded at once, shrouding the inner space of the small half of the planet. Before the electromagnetic storm fell on Xiao, the others turned around lightly, and disappeared within a turn of time. Large areas of the electromagnetic storm fell into the air, and more electromagnetic storms fell on the white egg. Just listening to the crackling, the white egg-like object shrank rapidly as if it had been injured, and the egg-like object was more than half smaller in size. It immediately made the other 4 natural disaster creatures unable to watch the show, each with a terrifying domain power, trying to control the white egg-shaped object in their own domain. The domain of the black and white wolves is very strange. The domain power of the black wolf is a black enchantment, while the domain power of the white wolf is a white enchantment. When they stood together, where the black enchantment and the white enchantment overlapped, the enchantment became transparent, as if it had disappeared. The strange fish swung its tail, its graceful tail like a cloud gauze covering the sky, and covering the white egg-shaped object. The blue band of light was even more direct, and when it flashed, it wrapped around the white egg-like object. In addition to the fact that the domain power of the strange fish is relatively slow, the domain power of the other 4 natural disaster creatures fell at almost the same time. Coupled with the natural disaster creatures that used the electromagnetic storm before, the various domain forces were intertwined, creating an instant terror. Extreme explosion. The constant collision of various forces produced continuous explosions and shock waves, and the entire space was shaking. The hard rocks supporting the inner space of the planet had some cracks, and incomparably hard rocks kept falling. The 5 natural disaster creatures were all thrown upside down by the shock, and no one was able to grab the white egg-shaped object. With such a powerful destructive force, it can't break its shell and cause a certain degree of trauma to it, right? Xiao did not know when he hid behind Jiuyang and said with a smile. The divine light of the sun on Jiuyang's body bloomed, blocking the shockwave energy that rushed towards his face, and said somewhat unexpectedly, among the 5 natural disaster creatures, it seems that 2 of them are at the level of heaven, and the other 3 are also powerful at the level of hell. Creatures, and the domain power of the 3 hell-level creatures is very special. It's okay to say hell level, but it's hard to say whether the heaven level can be done. Xiao said, but his face suddenly changed. In the center of the explosion, the white egg-like object shrunk to the height of only 1 person. The film that was almost transparent at first has now turned into a milk-like color, and it looks much thicker. The most important thing is that the terrifying burst of energy just now was not able to hurt it. What kind of companion pet was the original companion pet on this planet? Is its eggshell defense so strong? The bombardment of 2 heaven-level and 3 hell-level forces didn't even hurt the slightest? Xiao said with a frown. It seems that your fire is not very good. Jiuyang was not looking at the white egg, but at the few natural disaster creatures, because they were fighting frantically at this time. The monsters in the electromagnetic storm and the strange fish are obviously heaven level, and their power is extremely powerful and terrifying. The black and white wolves should be only hell level, but their domain power is superimposed, and they can actually compete with the power of the heavenly level, and they have not been taken too much by the monsters in the strange fish and the electromagnetic storm. The natural disaster creature with the blue light belt should also be hell level, but its power is very strange. It travels in various fields without being greatly affected. The 5 monsters fought each other, all wanting to snatch the white egg-like object, and then have a feast, but they did not notice during the battle that there were some thin cracks on the white egg-like object. Can't wait any longer. Jiuyang found the abnormality on the white egg-like object, and knew that he couldn't wait any longer, and the companion pet in it would be born sooner. The divine light of the sun burst into a dazzling light, and Jiuyang seemed to be transformed into an arrow of light that pierced through time and space. It instantly reached the white egg-shaped object, and it was to be directly penetrated by the divine light of the sun. But before his sunlight touched the white egg, he saw several huge tentacles sticking out from behind the white egg, blocking the front of the white egg. The sun divine light contacted and confronted those tentacles, forcibly cut off strips of tentacles wrapped in electromagnetic, and even cut them into pieces, but in the next second, the electromagnetic flashed, and the tentacles that were cut into pieces reunited, towards the Jiuyang rolled over. When Jiuyang was fighting with the Tentacle monster, Xiao quietly teleported to the back of the white egg and stretched out his fingers to cut it open. A blue light rolled over in an instant, incredibly fast. Xiao had to withdraw his fingers, otherwise his fingers would have been cut off by the blue light before they touched the white egg. Several other natural disaster creatures also rushed over, and the scene became more chaotic. Xiao dodged several blue light and monster fish attacks in a row, but never got a chance to get close to the white egg again. Help me open the way. The divine light of the sun on Jiuyang's body became brighter and brighter, and the whole person seemed to be transformed into light, and every blow was like an explosion of a hydrogen bomb. However, such a powerful force bombarded the transparent barrier formed by the combination of black and white wolves, but it was not able to break the barrier. And it was never able to rush over. It's up to you to help me open the way. Zhao's figure passed by like a phantom and lured the strange fish and blue light to the vicinity of Jiuyang. Jiuyang's whole body was full of divine light, almost covering the entire inner space of the planet within the attack range. Several natural disaster creatures were attacked, and he couldn't pay attention to Zhao's whereabouts for a while. Xiao finally found the opportunity and came to the white egg again like a ghost. Before several natural disaster creatures could stop him, he pointed his finger at the white egg. Just when Xiao thought he was going to succeed, the white egg-like object suddenly shattered like glass, and the white shards splattered in all directions, turning into a sticky white liquid when it touched anything. Although Xiao was the closest, his reaction was the fastest. Before the white fragments could be touched, his figure disappeared when he retreated. When he reappeared, he was already far away. Opened the white debris that splashed. Other natural disaster creatures and 9 suns were also affected. The tentacle monster slapped white fragments with its tentacles, and some white fragments stuck to its tentacles. The strange fish tried to sweep away the debris with its tail, and it also stuck some white liquid. The black and white wolves are protected by an enchantment. All the white fragments are blocked by the enchantment, and there are puddles of white mucus outside the enchantment. The blue light was the fastest, dodging all the white debris. The divine light of the sun on Jiuyang's body was too strong, and everything around him was directly vaporized, and the white fragments were no exception, and they could not get close to him at all. The eyes of all the natural disaster creatures looked at the location of the white egg-shaped object, only to see a white companion pet suspended in the original position of the white egg-shaped special. Its appearance is very strange. Its whole body is as white as jade, its body is upright, its legs are like sheep, but its upper limbs are like monkeys without hair. The nails are very sharp and exude a jade luster. Its eyes are very large, its nose is pointed and short, and when its mouth is pursed, only a slightly upturned arc can be seen. There is no hair on its head, and the back of its head is abnormally large, hanging down to the back like a curved angle. On it, there is no trace of vitality, as if it is a lifeless jade carving, but its eyes are moving. The cat-like vertical pupils are slowly turning left and right, as if observing several natural disaster creatures and Jiuyang them. The tentacle monster brought an electromagnetic storm, and huge tentacles rolled towards the companion pet. The companion pet watched the huge dragon-like tentacles roll over with electromagnetic power, and didn't even know how to dodge, but just stood there and stared at it blankly. Seeing that the tentacles had come to the companion pet, and even wrapped around its body, the companion pet still did not make any movement. The natural disaster creatures, Jiuyang and Xiao, who have been watching, are a little regretful. If they knew that the companion pet was so stupid, They rushed up the first time. Just now I thought that the tentacle monster was too reckless, but now it seems that it is the first to attack, and it is too late for them to rush over. Seeing that, the companion pet was caught by the tentacles and was about to be pulled into the electromagnetic storm, when many natural disaster creatures regretted it. They saw that the tentacles suddenly stopped. Those tentacles froze in the air and seemed to be still shaking, and the tentacles that wrapped around the companion pet slowly loosened. Just when everyone didn't know what was going on, they suddenly saw white things seeping out from the inside of the tentacles, as if white paint was seeping out from the inside of the tentacles, and white spots quickly expanded on it. At first it looked like he had vitiligo, and most of the back turned white and glowed like jade. After a while, all the tentacles, even the body in the electromagnetic storm, turned into white jade. It's not just the tentacle monster, the monster fish is also going through the same thing. A large number of white spots appear on its tail, and then spread rapidly, from the tail all the way to the body. It can be seen that the strange fish has been trying hard to get rid of those white infections, but its power is not able to stop anything. And soon the whole body is dyed white, turning into a jade-like white strange fish. Something is wrong. Xiao frowned. Those two guys shouldn't. Before Zhou Yang's words were finished, he saw the tentacle monster and the monster fish screaming at the same time, and they came to the side of the companion pet, like a monster version. The ha second will be general. Xiao and Zhou Yang glanced at each other, and both knew that things were a little troublesome. Among the 5 natural disaster creatures, the only 2 heavenly realm-level creatures were actually controlled by the companion pet. As expected of an existence that can parasitize inside the planet, Xiao said with a sigh, he didn't think that he could easily accomplish anything. The companion pet was forced to be born before it was fully developed. Even during the Battle of the Gods, it escaped the capture of many powerful people and was forced to parasitize the planet. This kind of existence can be killed casually, Xiao. I don't believe it myself. The companion pet was just watching, with no intention of moving. The controlled electromagnetic tentacle monsters and monster fish rushed towards Zhou Yang and them fiercely. Their own strengths did not change, and they seemed to become stronger. A large electromagnetic storm shrouded, and Zhou Yang condensed the divine light of the sun, and the collision with the electromagnetic storm caused a terrifying energy explosion. There were dazzling light spots everywhere, and the eyes of the dazzling people were almost unable to open. Another strange fish, with its tail like a veil covering the sky, fell down, covering the black and white wolves, the blue light band and Xiao. The speed of the blue light band was too fast, and it rushed out of the range, covered by the tail in a flash. Zhao's figure changed and disappeared like a ghost. Only the speed of the black and white wolves was not enough, so they could only hold up the barrier and forcibly block the monster fish tail. The cloud-like tail wrapped around the enchantment, although it was not able to break the enchantment. The tail wrapped around the enchantment and kept shrinking, and the enchantment was also compressed a little bit smaller. The blue light band saw that the situation was not good, and it went straight to the exit, and rushed out without looking back along the passage from the abyss to the outside world. Xiao, are you sure? Zhou Yang asked, while fighting the electromagnetic tentacle monster. Let's try it. That guy's strength is probably more terrifying than we expected. As Xiao spoke, the man had already rushed towards the newly born companion pet like a phantom. Although Xiao was born in the Trajectory Temple, he is proficient in various techniques of the 6 temples, and even the various famous Martial arts of the Federation, he can also use it at his fingertips. The moment he teleported to the companion pet, Zhao's entire body moved, and every part of his body turned into a terrifying murder weapon. Even a little finger, or even a tongue, has been turned into a terrifying murder weapon. With Zhao's bizarre movement, in just a split second, I don't know how many times I've attacked, fingers, palms, fists, elbows, shoulders, knees, legs, feet, all kinds of attacks fell on the companion pet like a storm. On the white jade-like body, almost every inch of its body was hit for an unknown number of times, and every blow penetrated into its body with terrifying power. I don't know if I didn't react. Facing Zhao's attack, the companion pet had no power to resist. The body was beaten back and forth again and again, and finally was blasted out by Zhao's punch. Boom! The companion pet's body flew out and hit the rock dome. The dome was knocked out of a large pit, and the body was sunk into the broken rock. The companion pet's body was embedded in the rock, and there was no struggle. A pair of cat-like eyes stared straight ahead, as if there was no focus, and he didn't know what he was looking at. Zhao did not have any intention of stopping, and instantly arrived in front of the companion pet. And his fists bombarded like a storm, directly bombarding its face. Seeing that the phantom fist was about to land on the companion pet's face, the shadow of the fist in the sky suddenly disappeared, and a paw grabbed Zhao's fist. Zhao tried hard to break free of the claw, but his wrist was about to break, but the fist held by the claw was motionless, and he couldn't break free. This surprise was no small matter. Zhao's other arm and legs moved together, and his body slammed into the companion pet in a very strange posture. Every joint of his body seemed to contain a huge explosive force. Zhao's attack hadn't landed on the companion pet, but the companion pet's palm holding his fist suddenly exerted force, and one hand swung Zhao's body up. Boom! Zhao's body turned uncontrollably and was smashed into the rock, blood spurting from his mouth, and the bones in his body cracked, and he didn't know how many were smashed. The companion pet didn't know when the body had come out of the rock, suspended in the air, and looked at Zhao, who was smashed into the rock instead. Its cat-like eyes have gradually begun to look bright, staring at Zhao in front of him with a weird smile. Zhao also stared at it, and he felt an unprecedented crisis. Zhao has experienced too many storms, and he knows when it seems dangerous, and when it is really dangerous. Even the time he entered the troubled lake, it didn't make him feel so dangerous. Zhao, be careful. Zhuoyang wanted to rush over to help, but the electromagnetic tentacle monster entangled him fearlessly. No matter how Zhuoyang bombarded, the bodies of the electromagnetic tentacle monster would attract each other again, and finally merged into a one. It seems that it is not a living creature at all, but a collection of countless iron sand grains. Because of the existence of electromagnetism, no matter how its body is destroyed, it can finally be attracted back to form a whole again. It is also at the heaven level. Although Zhuoyang, after absorbing the sacred object, is far more powerful than the electromagnetic tentacle monster, one does not defend at all and attacks desperately, while the other has to take care of a lot, even if it has an advantage. For a while I can't get rid of the entanglement of the electromagnetic monster, for a while. Zhao heard Zhuoyang's reminder, but it was too late. In fact, he had already started to move his body. He wanted to use the power of the trajectory to walk in the void and distance himself from the companion pet. But a moment before his body was about to escape into the void, a claw grabbed his neck fiercely, and he had turned into a phantom, as if he had no entity. And one foot had stepped into the void body and was caught out Bang! The claw that grabbed Zhao's neck pressed directly into the rock, and Zhao's entire body sank into the rock again, smashing the hard rock into scattering and falling rock fragments everywhere. Next, the entire body of the companion pet seemed to be turned into a murder weapon. Fingers, palms, fists, feet, legs, knees, elbows, etc., fell on Zhao's body like a storm. Just like a copy of Zhao's bombardment of the companion pet, every inch of Zhao's body was bombarded with a crackling sound by the companion pet, and the bones in his body were almost broken by the inch. What's even more frightening is that Zhao's trajectory power was unable to get him out of his current predicament, and he was abruptly suppressed here and endured the intensive offensive. Wow! Blood spurted out of Zhao's mouth, and his body was twisted and deformed, trapped in the rock, and it didn't look like a human body. Xiao. Jiuyang was shocked. Although they had already estimated the ability of the companion pet to be very high, they did not expect that it would be so high. After integrating the holy relic, Xiao is already a real heavenly level, and with Zhao's ability, he is also the top among the heavenly level. It is unimaginable that he would be beaten like this. Don't come here. Jiuyang was about to rush over desperately, first to attract the attention of the companion pet, but heard Zhao's voice. Zhao's voice at this time was by no means a pessimistic self-sacrifice. It didn't have the loneliness of a loser, nor the weakness it deserved. Anyway, it had a terrifying madness. Jiuyang looked at Xiao with some doubts, and found that there was still blood stains on the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were a little scary, and the eyes seemed to be full of madness. Jiuyang was slightly startled. He always thought that Xiao was the kind of person who would not have any emotions leaked no matter what kind of situation he faced. Even when facing death, Jiuyang never saw him have any abnormality. The emotions, as if death to Xiao, is as casual as going home and sleeping. The spiritual path of the saints is very cruel. Every saint is very strong. That does not mean that every saint has amazing talents, but because saints who are not talented and have no achievements have been eliminated long ago. So to outsiders, as long as the saints who came out of the Holy Land seem to be strong, they don't know how cruel it is. Jiuyang remembered very clearly that he had met Xiao when they were very young. At that time, Xiao was a preparatory saint of the Trajectory Temple, and he was a preparatory saint of the Sun Temple. He rarely had the opportunity to meet each other, but every once in a while, the 6 temples would have a joint test. All the preparatory saints in the 6th temple will participate in the test together, and the last few will be eliminated directly. As for where the eliminated saints went, no one knows. Anyway, they have never been seen again. Jiuyang himself is the kind of person who is very slow to warm up and accept new things very slowly. So every time his ranking will be very low. Once he almost fell into the elimination spot. It was that time that he noticed Xiao. Xiao was about the same age as him. At that time, he was still a child, and he looked like a little over 10 years old. Jiuyang didn't notice Xiao before. That was because during the joint test of the 6 halls, the better the prepared saints, the better they were. Will stand farther forward. Jiuyang has always been standing at the back, while Xiao used to stand in front, but this time, Xiao was standing behind Jiuyang. This was the first time that Jiuyang paid attention to Xiao seriously. That time was very dangerous. Xiao was only one short of being eliminated, and all the preparatory saints after Xiao were pulled out, and they have never been seen again. At that time, a child who was also in the back and knew Xiao well asked Xiao, "Xiao, Your actual combat ability is so powerful that you can at least rank in the top 3. Why did you lose? Because I'm not good at using my left hand. Zhao's answer made Jiuyang, who was standing beside him, feel strange. The previous child was also very strange, so he asked, does it have anything to do with whether you are good at using your left hand or not? I will defeat all the preparatory saints with my left hand, so I only used my left hand, and I failed miserably, but from now on, I will only use my left hand until I defeat all the preparatory saints in the 6 temple joint test. Xiao replied. At that time, when Jiuyang heard this sentence, he was very disapproving. Under such cruel competition, if Xiao only fought with his left hand, which he was not good at, he would probably die miserably in the future. However, it wasn't until the next 6-hall joint test that Jiuyang realized that Xiao was not joking. In the tragic battle, Xiao really did not use his right hand. During the entire joint test, Xiao only used his left hand once. The right hand doesn't work either. In the end, Xiao naturally lost so badly that he didn't even win a game. This is also very normal. Which of the saints who can survive is not a person with excellent talent and willingness to work hard, and they are too young, and the means they can learn are very limited. At that time, the gap between them was very difficult. Pull big. If Xiao fights seriously, it is not impossible for him to be the top 3 or even the first, but he has been fighting with the left hand, which is the least good at. Others have practiced their hands for more than 10 years, but his hands have only been practiced for a month. How can this be compared? Jiuyang originally thought that at the last moment, Xiao would definitely use his right hand to fight with all his strength, but he did not, and Xiao did not use his right hand until he fell into the elimination list. Jiuyang watched Xiao fall into the elimination group. He was really puzzled. Xiao Mingming can live and win, so why not use his right hand? Not using the right hand is just a rule he made himself. He can completely ignore it, no one will laugh at him, and few people even know about it. Why don't you use your right hand? Before Xiao was taken away, Jiuyang asked Xiao quietly. I said only use the left hand, then only use the left hand. Xiao answered very easily, as if the next person to be eliminated was not him. If the Holy Spirit hadn't come forward to protect Xiao, at that time, Zhao's bones would have been turned to ashes. Since then, Jiuyang will pay attention to Xiao from time to time, but no matter when, no matter how dangerous the situation is, he has never seen Xiao move as if he is a robot with a programmed program and no motions at all. But now Xiao has such a crazy expression. That kind of emotion is something Jiuyang has never seen before. He is a little worried that if Xiao has lost his sense of normalcy, it is really dangerous, and he is afraid that he will even run for his life. No chance. My life, you can't take it away yet. Zhao's eyes were crazy like a demon, but his voice was indifferent and frightening. The companion pet ignored Xiao at all, and his body bombarded Xiao again like a storm. Bang! 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 The attack of the companion pet's whole body was abruptly blocked by Xiao. There was no dodging, all of them were head-to-head blocks, and at such a close distance, it was an attack that was so volatile and fast as lightning, and Xiao actually blocked all of them. His whole person's ability to react seems to have reached an unimaginable level, and even an attack in front of his face will be blocked by Xiao. No. It's not simply fast. It's more like Xiao has already blocked all possibilities. No matter how the companion pet attacks, it will eventually come up and be blocked by Xiao. Okay. It's amazing. Jiuyang's eyes swayed. As if he could be trusted. He always thought that his actual combat ability and artistic conception should already be the strongest among all the saints, but now Xiao, who is crazy like a demon, broke his cognition and made him doubt himself. There is no doubt that Zhao's battle will not be weaker than him, and even his artistic conception is stronger than him, which seems to be a little different from the Xiao he knows. Zhao's eyes were full of fighting intent, but his body movements were calm and crisp like a machine, and there was no mistake. In that crazy battle. How did he do it? Jiuyang was shocked and suspicious. This is hardly the same person as the Xiao he usually knows, but he is clearly Xiao, so there is no way it is fake. What makes Jiuyang even more puzzled is that if this is Zhao's true strength, why did Xiao not use such an ability when they besieged Zhouwen before? Li Xiao, do me a favor. In the backyard of Li's house, a beautiful boy came in from the dog hole and said to another boy. What? Li Xiao asked, looking at the pretty boy. Bury me in your garden. The pretty boy said seriously. Why do you want to do this? Li Xiao looked at the beautiful boy with a blank expression, as if not surprised at all. If other children heard this, they would definitely be very surprised. Even shocked and frightened, but Li Xiao was not, because he knew the beautiful boy in front of him, and he didn't need to be surprised when he knew that anything he did, because it must have something to do with him. Reason. If it doesn't make sense, it must be that the world doesn't make sense, and it's definitely not that pretty boy doesn't make sense. I want to try what it's like to be a dead person, said the pretty boy. Buried, you are the real dead person. Li Xiao pouted and said. No, I have learned the breathing guide technique. As long as I don't bury it deeply, I won't die. The beautiful boy ran to a small open space in the garden, grabbed a handful of soil, shook it and said, At home, they won't let me try it, so I can only try it with you. Come here and bury me. Li Xiao walked over with a blank expression, and dug up the dirt with the pretty boy. The place was originally used for growing roses, but it was temporarily vacant because no suitable varieties had been purchased. The two dug a hole 2 feet deep together. The beautiful boy hid in and tried it out. The length was just right, so he said to Li Xiao, you can find a bamboo pipe and put it in my mouth, then buried me. And I used that bamboo tube to breathe. After a long time, the two of them finally buried the beautiful boy, with only half of the bamboo pipe exposed. Li Xiao reached out and tried it, and he could sense the breathing of the bamboo tube, and then he was slightly relieved. Time passed by minute. At the beginning, Li Xiao was still very worried. He tried it from time to time, for fear that the beautiful boy would not breathe. However, it was later discovered that the airflow in the bamboo pipe has always been rhythmic, long, and powerful, so it should not be a problem. According to the agreement between the two, Li Xiao wanted to dig out the boy in 72 hours. But only on the first night, a weird thing happened. Li Xiao was used to sleeping alone at a very young age. It wasn't that he was willing to sleep alone, but there were 2 younger brothers under him, and his mother had to take care of the 2 younger brothers. Even if he slept one at a time, he had nowhere to sleep. What's more, Li Xiao was not a coquettish person. And he was not too young, so he slept in a room by himself very early. Li Xiao just fell asleep today, but was suddenly awakened by a strange sound, opened his eyes in a daze, and found that there was a person standing beside his bed. Today's moonlight is not bad, you can see that the figure is a child, about the same age as him. Li Xiao thought it was a beautiful boy who climbed out by himself. So he rubbed his eyes and asked, God bless, why did you climb out by yourself? Tian Yu, why did you climb out on your own? As soon as the figure opened his mouth, Li Xiao was startled, and the whole person shuddered and woke up completely. That figure was not just learning to speak from him, but even the voice and tone of speech were exactly the same. Li Xiao even suspected for a moment that it was himself speaking. Who the hell are you? Li Xiao sat up suddenly, leaned his back against the wall, stood on the bed, and watched the figure vigilantly. Because there was only moonlight, and it was from behind the figure, Li Xiao couldn't see what he looked like, but just looking at the outline, the more he looked, the more he felt like himself, and he couldn't help feeling chills in his heart. Who the hell are you? The voice sounded again. The same as Li Xiao's voice and tone. Li Xiao stared at the shadow, and slammed a punch into his face. The shadow's head was slightly tilted, avoiding Li Xiao's fist, and at the same time, a punch hit Li Xiao's face. Li Xiao couldn't dodge, and the nose that was hit by the punch was bleeding. But he ignored it and continued to throw his fist at the figure, trying his best to leave something on the figure. But the figure's speed and strength were obviously much stronger than Li Xiao's, so he easily avoided Li Xiao's attack. Because of avoiding Li Xiao's fist, the figure turned to face the moonlight, and Li Xiao immediately saw his appearance clearly. That face was exactly the same as Li Xiao, it was like it was carved out of a mold, and even the painful expression of Li Xiao's nose bleeding was copied by that face. This time, Li Xiao was not frightened or surprised, but just screamed loudly, and at the same time rushed towards the child who was just like him. His attack was easily avoided by the child, and no matter what the called, there was no response from the outside, as if he was the only one left in the entire Li family compound. Am I dreaming? No, it's not a dream, it's definitely not a dream. Li Xiao regained his composure and rushed towards the child again. He knows that his strength and speed are much worse than that of the child, but he must leave something behind the child, otherwise he will be replaced silently. No one will know that Li Buchu is not what it used to be. Li stopped crying. Li Xiao didn't know what kind of existence he was and why he did such a thing, but he knew very well what he could do. Again and again, he was dodged by the boy, and his fists and feet were easily blocked. He couldn't hurt the boy, but he was hit many times. Every time he was hurt, showed pain, or had other expressions, the boy would imitate it, like a stand-in puppet. Dad. Mom. Butler. Dad. Mom. Butler. Li Xiao was screaming, and the boy was screaming too, imitating his voice so vividly that even Li Xiao himself couldn't tell it was the voice of two people. Li Xiao closed his mouth, because he had already understood that calling was useless. If it was useful, after calling for so long, the family would have come to save him long ago. Why didn't you call? The boy finally said a word when he saw that Li Xiao was holding back and didn't say a word, and there was no expression on his face. Li Xiao still didn't say a word, just desperately rushed towards the boy, even if it was just a scratch. He wanted to leave something on the boy's body. Don't you call? Then I'll call for you. The boy said coldly. Suddenly kicked his legs and kicked Li Xiao's chest. Li Xiao couldn't dodge, and was kicked directly to the ground. But he gritted his teeth and said nothing, even the expression on his face, trying his best to control, not to let the muscles on his face change. Can you bear it? I'm here to see how much you can bear it. The boy kicked Li Xiao again. And again with his feet, and even stepped on Li Xiao's fingers, abruptly. Crush the phalanx. A 10-year-old boy, under such torture, did not even snort, his face twitched unnaturally, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, his eyes were bloodshot, and his eyes were about to pop out. But it can be seen that Li Xiao is trying hard to manage his expressions, trying not to let himself have more expressions and reactions to be learned by the boy. Who looks like him? No matter how the boy tortured Li Xiao's expression did not change much. Except for the pain in his body, which made his face twitch with an uncontrollable painful expression, it was difficult to find any other expression on Li Xiao's face. Couldn't even find expressions of anger and hatred, the boy saw only mockery and disdain in Li Xiao's eyes. This seemed to touch a certain string in the boy's heart, causing anger and violence to appear on the boy's expressionless face. He directly stepped on Li Xiao's head with his foot, and Li Xiao's head was covered in blood, still unwilling to give up. Haha. Being abused like this, Li Xiao laughed. And laughed very happily. Looking at Li Xiao, who was laughing wildly, the boy couldn't help being a little stunned. He really couldn't understand why Li Xiao was still able to laugh and laugh so happily. At this time, shouldn't Li Xiao cry bitterly? Shouldn't there be resentment? Shouldn't you hate him to the bone? Shouldn't it be terrifying? None of this, Li Xiao was just laughing, and he smiled very happily. It was happiness from the heart, not pretending. And even in the smile, there was some pride. What are you laughing at? I don't know why, when he saw Li Xiao laughing, there was no fire in the boy's heart. I laugh at you, you don't understand at all. Li Xiao said intermittently with blood all over his mouth, because there was too much blood. And the words in his mouth were ambiguous. Don't understand? The boy lowered his head and approached Li Xiao, trying to hear what Li Xiao was saying. I don't know, you're an idiot. But when the boy approached Li Xiao suddenly opened his mouth and sprayed a mouthful of blood on the boy's face. The boy who sprayed closed his eyes unconsciously. Bang! His eyes just closed, Li Xiao's head was firmly pressed against his chin, the boy's chin was twisted, and his head was thrown back. At this time, Li Xiao seemed to be insane. He didn't care about the injury on his body or whether his bones were broken or not. The bloody palm slammed into the boy's face. Li Xiao's own palm was smashed and deformed, and the phalanges that had been broken for a long time were all twisted. Li Xiao didn't care, like a madman, he rushed up to punch and kicked the boy, and even bit his teeth directly. At first, the boy was still resisting, but he didn't know if he was frightened by Li Xiao, or was beaten stupidly. The boy who was obviously stronger in strength, speed and skill than Li Xiao, was beaten by Li Xiao and screamed again and again. He wanted to escape, but where did he escape? There was blood all over the body of the beaten, and it was not clear whether it was his own or Li Xiao's. Bang! An old man in a saint's costume appeared in the room and slapped Li Xiao, who was beating the boy crazily, and flew out. Li Xiao's body just smashed the window and fell into the garden outside. Get out all the way. Falling to the ground, not knowing whether to live or die. However, seeing that he was covered in blood, and his bones were broken in many places, he was afraid that he would not be able to survive. Trash. The old man glared at the boy on the ground and cursed coldly. The boy was so frightened that he immediately got up and kowtowed to the old man. Sir, no. Don't kill me, don't. The Holy Land has spent so much time, energy, and resources cultivating you, you are not even as good as a child from an ordinary family. What's the use of asking you? The old man said with a cold face. My lord, I can, just now I was careless, I will never make the same mistake again. The boy cowed out in horror. Forget it, it will be troublesome to retrain now. You can continue your task, you should know what to do next, right? The old man said and glanced at Li Xiao, who did not know whether to live or die. You have not been able to kill, to die for the person you want to replace, and to have this seat help you, is simply the shame of the Holy Land. There will never be another time. The boy quickly lowered his head and said, Don't go and dispose of his body. The old man said coldly, Yes. I'll go right now. The boy rushed to the garden, took out a small bottle, and poured the liquid in the small bottle onto Li Xiao's body. Li Xiao's clothes were immediately corroded by the liquid, and his flesh and bones began to melt. There is a terrifying figure approaching, you hide the body first, and when he is all melted away, I will drag that person. The old man said suddenly, looking at the night outside with a solemn expression. The boy hurriedly moved Li Xiao's body up, then looked around, and finally pushed it into the grass to hide the body inside. When the boy turned to look again, he found that the old man had disappeared. He watched anxiously for a while, and finally waited for the old man to come back. Who is that? The boy asked hastily. You don't need to pay attention to it. Have the corpse been disintegrated yet? The old man said coldly. The boy quickly opened the grass to look again, and found that there was only some foul-smelling liquid in the grass, but there was nothing else. It's over, the boy said. The old man glanced at him and nodded. After seeing the liquid, from today onwards, you are the eldest young master of the Li family, Li Bushi, you know? Yes, my lord, I just don't cry. The boy said quickly. The old man stretched out his hand, lifted the foul-smelling liquid together with the grass and soil, sucked it into a large cloth bag, and turned to leave. Sir, how should I contact you? The boy asked quickly. You don't need to be contacted, you are Li Buku. And Li Buku is you. You are a saint only when the Holy Land needs you. When you need you, a saint will naturally come to summon you. Leaving the Li family compound. It's strange to say that after the old man left, the Li family, which was like a ghost realm, suddenly seemed to be back to normal. The sound of night bugs could be heard everywhere, and there were even people getting up at night to go to the bathroom. I'm Li Bukri. I'm Li Buxi. The boy muttered to himself several times, then treated his wounds and cleaned up the shards of the glass window. When he returned to the room in the pool not far from the grass, the pretty boy dragged the seriously injured Li Xiao and swam out quietly. Glancing at the room where Li Xiao used to live, the beautiful boy hesitated for a moment, and left the Li house from the dog hole with the dying Li Xiao on his back. I haven't felt this way for a long time. Xiao recalled the past scenes. Ever since Xiao pretended to be himself, he has never shown his own side, and he has been playing a fake self. There were even times when Xiao was a little puzzled as to which one was him and the real Li Xiao. It was not until the moment when he completely released himself that Xiao really felt that he was still the same Li Xiao. The one who could compete with Tianzhua. His eyes were blood red, and his beard was furious, but his eyes were extremely cold, like an evil spirit who had escaped from the great hell of Abi. Bang bang. Bang bang. Zhao's strength and speed have gradually exceeded his own limit, and he fought frantically with the companion pet. Without falling behind, and his offensive was even more violent than that of the companion pet. Bang! In countless fistfights, Xiao forced out a line faster than the companion pet. A punch hit the companion pet's face, and the companion pet bombarded it and flew out, hitting the rock and knocking the companion pet out. The rocks collapsed a lot. Zhao's figure teleported directly in front of the companion pet, and his fists and feet bombarded its body frantically, continuously, blasting its body into the rock. I don't know how many attacks landed on the companion pet. When Xiao slammed out the last punch, the companion pet's body smashed through the rock, pierced the ground, and flew into the air. Xiao also rushed out along with him, standing in the air, looking at the companion pet lying in the air, as if his whole body had been broken. Xiaozhen wanted to rush up again, but found that there were two people fighting in the air, not far away. Why is he here? Xiao was stunned when he saw Zhou. When, completely unexpected that he would see Zhouwen here. Zhouwen was fighting with the Toad Fairy, and was startled when he saw two things suddenly spewed out of the ground. After a closer look, it was clear that one of them was Xiao, and the other creature looked very strange, and he didn't know who it was. What? But it is obviously the companion pet of the pure energy body. Okay, there is indeed an ambush. I want to plot against this immortal and dream. Seeing Xiao and the companion pet rushing out, the Toad Immortal confirmed his thoughts, and his figure retreated at a high speed, and all the money returned to his robes. The Toad Immortal dwells condescendingly, observe the situation below, and decide what to do next. Zhouwen did not pursue the Toad Immortal either, and was also observing Xiao and the companion pet, secretly guessing what was going on in his heart. Zhouwen always thought that the little bees in the plant might be the companion pet's bread on this planet. But now it seems that this is not the case. The companion pet that rushed out of the ground with Xiao is likely to be the companion pet bred on this planet. Click. Click. When several people had their own concerns, the companion pet slowly moved, it twisted its neck, the twisted body gradually returned to normal, and the person stood up again, and the body was still as perfect as before, as if it had never been injured. Same. Xiao frowned slightly, he had indeed exhausted his strength just now, and even revealed his hidden secrets, and the attack power of each blow was enough to kill a powerhouse at the heaven level. The companion pet in front of him, after so many attacks, recovered so quickly as before. Such a recovery ability is simply incredible. But what happened next surprised Xiao even more. The companion pet's body became tense, the muscle lines became obvious, the whole body seemed to be full of explosive power, the eyes became red, but there seemed to be no emotion. This is Xiao looked at the changes on the companion pet with a look of horror. The current state of the companion pet is exactly the same as him, which surprised Xiao very much. You must know that his state is not some kind of innate ability or vitality skill, but the impact on his body under his own mental mutation state. This ability is the result of spiritual variation, it cannot be cultivated, and it does not need to consume vitality when using it. It is Zhao's unique ability. Even Tianzhua has not been able to learn this ability, although Xiao has told Tianzhua unreservedly how to enter this state, but Tianzhua just can't do it. Later, according to Tianzhua's analysis, Zhao's mental state was related to his experience and his own thoughts, and could not be imitated by others. But that companion pet actually entered this state, making Xiao a little unbelievable. The companion pet flashed and charged directly towards Xiao. Its strength, speed, physique and vitality were originally stronger than Xiao, but now it has entered the same special mental state as Xiao, and its abilities in all aspects have been obtained again. Promote. Although Xiao still remained in the same state, he was suppressed again and was surpassed by the companion pet in every aspect. Heaven level. Free companion pet? After seeing the situation below, Toad Immortals' eyes suddenly showed greed. The companion pets bred on the planet are somewhat different from those on the Earth. Companion pets on Earth can only be used by humans, and companion pets bred by stars in the universe are not only usable by humans. Haha, this fairy's luck has come. I didn't expect that the companion pet of this planet was born. After seeing the companion pet, Toad Immortal immediately became greedy. This is also because his nature is hard to change. Back then, at the Queen Mother of the West, if he hadn't been greedy, he wouldn't have been imprisoned in a mortal womb like a toad and suppressed for so many years. After all, Fairy Toad suffered a big loss, and she still had some memory. Although her heart was full of greed, she still waited and watched, and did not rush up immediately. If it was before, Immortal Toad would have rushed up and swallowed the companion pet in one bite. Toad Immortal didn't want any companion pets, but the pure energy in that companion pet was of great benefit to him, making him salivate. Although Xiao was suppressed by the companion pet, he did not completely lose his resistance. What the companion pet uses is the ability he is best at. He knows that ability too well. With this understanding, Xiao can deal with it. Fighting is more than simple imitation. A sneer appeared at the corner of Xiao's mouth. He probably already understands that this companion pet has the ability to imitate other creatures, but Xiao does not think that such imitation can win him. I've been in the Holy Land for so many years, and I'm not wasting my youth in vain. The coldness in Zhao's eyes became stronger, and his eyes became more and more crazy. After all, Xiao is not the childly Xiao of that year. What he has learned over the years is not just a mental state. His people, his heart, his body, and his abilities have all matured a lot than before. When he was a child, he might have to rely on his mutated mental state to find the possibility of victory, but for Xiao now, but it is no longer the case. The companion pet attacked again, and under the blessing of the mental state, the speed was incredible. When his fist was about to hit Xiao, Xiao took a half step back, and when the companion pet's fist hit Zhao's body, it went straight through it, as if Zhao's body was not real, just a phantom, that's it. Zhao's figure really began to dissipate like a phantom. Almost at the same time as the phantom began to dissipate, another Xiao appeared on the other side of the companion pet, punching the back of the companion pet with a punch. The companion pet reacted extremely quickly, his arm swayed sideways, and his elbow slammed into Zhao's fist. But when his elbow hit the fist, he was shocked to find that his elbow went through Zhao's fist, and he didn't feel the existence of power at all. It was also a phantom. On the other side, the phantom that should have dissipated, slapped the companion pet's face with a palm, and directly slapped the companion pet on his back and fell back. It's true and false, and it's true. You learned my mental mutation, but you didn't learn my true thoughts. It's just an empty shell. Xiao, who was behind the phantom, actually spoke and made a sound, while facing the back, the companion pet, with a knee that jumped up, hit the companion pet's waist. I could almost hear the sound of the companion pet's waist breaking, and the companion pet, whose body was about to fold in half, was smashed into the sky like a meteor. Xiao Jing wanted to catch up and attack the companion pet with a deadly continuous attack, but before he could use the trajectory movement technique to catch up, he saw a flash of golden light in the air, and a companion pet that was soaring into the sky was rolled by the golden light and was pulled into Toad Fairy's mouth. After observing for so long, Fairy Toad finally found such an opportunity, directly wrapped the companion pet with her tongue, pulled it into her mouth and swallowed it. I didn't expect that there would be unexpected joy, so that I could easily swallow a companion pet of the heaven level. Toad Immortal was slightly proud, looked at Xiao and said, "The boy of the track temple, go back and tell the holy god, this is the companion pet, your great fairy." Toad smiles. After all, Toad Immortal ignored Xiao, turned around and flew towards Zhou Wen. After all, for him, killing Zhou Wen and regaining the moon essence pot and Tian goose is the most important thing. Being able to devour a celestial-level companion pet and slowly digest the energy of the companion pet is just an unexpected joy. Did I say you can leave? When Toad Immortal flew towards Zhou Wen, he heard Zhao's indifferent voice. "Why, are you not convinced?" Toad Immortal turned around, rolled his eyes, and looked at Xiao and said, "It's not that I'm not convinced. But I want to kill you. You shouldn't take the things that belong to the temple." Xiao said, and his figure flashed in front of Toad Immortal, his finger like a blade slashed towards Toad Immortal's body. Throat. A golden light flashed in Toad Fairy's mouth, and her tongue wrapped around Zhao's arm, but she found that it was just a phantom at all, and another Xiao had already appeared behind him, with 5 fingers like hooks, grabbing Toad Fairy's fat head. Toad Immortal waved backhand, and the big sleeves of the golden robe blocked Zhao's 5 fingers, but it was also just a phantom. Xiao, who was like a phantom before, continued to move his fingers towards Toad Immortal's throat. The golden light flashed in the mouth of Toad Immortal again, and he suddenly split Zhao's arm towards him and sneered, "Such a trick, it's okay to deal with that kind of idiot companion pet, if you want to hurt this immortal, you are still far behind." Bang! Before Toad Fairy finished speaking, she found that the Xiao in front of him was still just a phantom. On the other side of his body, a third Xiao appeared and punched Toad Fairy in the face. Toad Fairy's face was distorted, and her body tilted along with her face, and crashed directly into the glacier, collapsing a large piece of the glacier. What a powerful guy he is. Already a real heaven level, isn't he? Zhou Wen frowned secretly. The last time he was able to defeat the 3 saints Xiao and Jiuyang 1-on-3 was because they hadn't really been promoted to the heavenly level, but now Xiao seems to be not only the real heavenly level, but also his own abilities and realms, it seems to be much stronger than before. How long has it been, this guy has grown to such a level? Does the Holy Land really have so many resources? Zhou Wen was secretly shocked. Jiuyang had already rushed out just now. He had no intention of entanglement with the dimensional creature controlled by the companion pet. He retreated while fighting, rushed out from the inside of the planet, saw Xiao fighting with the companion pet, and later beat the Toad Fairy into the picture in the glacier. What the hell is this guy trying to do? Jiuyang looked at Xiao with more and more doubts in his heart. Zhao's ability is much stronger than his Benping. This is not the reason for the increase in power, but the power brought by the sacred object is simply not enough to make Xiao make such a big change. Unless Xiao himself has already had a strong realm and ability, but if that is the case, Jiuyang finds Xiao difficult to figure out, and even has a certain degree of suspicion. The dimensional creature controlled by the companion pet rushed out and entangled Jiuyang again. Jiuyang had no intention to fight it. Although he had to deal with it, most of his thoughts and attention were on Xiao. Boom! The glacier on the ground collapsed to form a large hole, and the air waves rolled around the glacier and spread out around, and a figure rushed out of it like a cannonball. His cheeks were swollen and high, and the punch just now was not light. After all, it was a heaven-level attack power. Toad Immortal himself was also a heaven-level, and it was not strong enough to ignore attacks of the same level. You are dead. Toad Fairy eyes flashed with murderous intent, staring at Xiao and said word by word. You're right, if you don't spit out that companion pet to me, you are indeed dead. Xiao said lightly. Don't think that if you learn a little trick of the trajectory temple, you will be able to challenge this immortal. You will soon know how stupid you are. When Toad spoke, the golden light radiated from his body, and countless square holes of money spurted out. Like a star, nailed into the nearby void, shrouding a large area in the vicinity into the money field. Under the shroud of the money field, all kinds of forces were immediately banned, and even vitality was difficult to flow normally. Zhao's figure sank suddenly, as if he had fallen out of a special trajectory. When he moved again, he could no longer leave a phantom. Even the circulation of his body's vitality became somewhat stagnant, even more so. It can no longer be released from the body at all. Fighting with this immortal, you are still very early. Toad Immortal's tongue moved again, and suddenly came to Zhao's front, and rolled it towards his neck. Xiao could no longer enter the void trajectory. It was difficult to avoid this tongue, and he could only forcefully block the golden light with his hands. Bang! Zhao's body was directly swept away, and the tongue caught up again like lightning, whipping back and forth around Xiao. Xiao tried his best, but he could only barely block the attack of his tongue. He had no strength to fight back, and was passively beaten all the time. This is because he has been in a state of mental mutation, otherwise he might have been swallowed by the tongue. Jiuyang and the electromagnetic tentacle monster are also within the scope of the money domain. Under the influence of the money domain, the divine light of the sun on Jiuyang's body suddenly disappeared, and it could only run in the body, but could not be released outside the body. The electromagnetic storm outside the electromagnetic tentacle monster also disappeared, revealing its true body. I originally thought that this creature was a huge octopus, but in fact it was not. In the middle of the meat column, a huge eyeball is wrapped, and the pupil like a wheel is watching left and right, which looks very strange. Because its body has become white jade, it looks like a white jade statue. It is not so scary. If it is its original color and appearance, I am afraid it will be even more scary. Although electromagnetic monster and Jiuyang cannot release their own vitality is still running in the body, and it is not completely prohibited. This is due to the fact that they are already at the heaven level. If some low-level creatures, even their own vitality will be completely banned, and they will become waste that cannot be used at all. Xiao wanted to summon the companion pet, but found that the companion pet could not be summoned. The banning effect of the money field was too powerful. Ding! Toad Immortal suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a golden light. Xiao already felt that the golden light this time was a little different from the previous tongue, but he had no chance to dodge at all, so he could only punch up. When the fist collided with the golden light, Xiao Kai saw that it was a golden ancient coin. The ancient coin seemed to contain a huge suction force, and it suddenly stuck to his fist. In an instant, Xiao felt the vitality in his body disappear without a trace. And the last bit of resistance was also wiped away. Go to hell. Toad Fairy's tongue curled again. Xiao, who has no vitality, although his physical strength is not bad, he has been unable to resist Toad Fairy's tongue. Although his hands tried his best to push the tongue away, he was still wrapped around his body and pulled towards Toad Fairy's mouth. Even if Jiuyang wanted to rescue him, he had no choice but to have most of his own power band, so he didn't have time to rush over, not to mention that the electromagnetic monster was still haunting him. Seeing that Xiao was about to be pulled into Fairy Toad's mouth, he suddenly saw a blade of light slash down wildly, slashing between Fairy Toad's tongue. Although this knife was not able to cut off Fairy Toad's tongue, it also cut a wound, which was even painful and frightening. Fairy Toad suddenly retracted her tongue, freeing Xiao. Zhou Wen? Xiao stepped back and saw that the person who shot the knife turned out to be Zhou Wen. You too, how about we cooperate to kill him first? Zhou Wen said. The strength of Toad Immortal is very terrifying, and Zhou Wen can only barely save his life. After Toad Immortal has dealt with Xiao, I am afraid that he and you will be next. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. As long as he can kill the Toad Immortal, Zhou Wen doesn't mind temporarily cooperating with the saints in the Holy Land. Okay. Xiao Dao was also happy, and agreed directly, and said at the same time, can you crack his power? Jiuyang wants to know this question as well. Everyone just saw it clearly. Within the domain of Toad Immortal, Zhou Wen actually cut out the sword light, obviously not being suppressed by the power of the domain. What Jiuyang and Xiao want to know is whether Zhou Wen can only be exempted by himself, or can help them to be exempted together. If it is only Zhou Wen who is exempted from the military, their combat effectiveness will still not be restored. Even if they cooperate, I am afraid it will be difficult to play a role. It should be possible, but I have one condition. After killing him, everything will belong to me. Zhou Wen said while dodging the attack of the angry Toad Immortal. Deal. Jiuyang was still a little hesitant, but Xiao agreed. Xiao. Jiuyang wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Xiao. Nothing is more important than living now, let's live first, Xiao said with a wave of his hand. Jiuyang didn't say anything, in fact, there was no time to say anything. The electromagnetic monster was still attacking frantically. Without the power of the sun's divine light, the power of Jiuyang itself was much weaker than that of the huge electromagnetic monster. Seeing that the vitality in Zhou Wen's body could not be banned, it was much stronger than before, and the murderous intention in his heart was full of murderous intentions. He opened his mouth and spat out a piece of treasure money again, which turned into golden light and smashed at Zhou Wen. Seeing Zhao's fate, Zhou Wen already knew how terrifying the Luobao money was. He was willing to let the Luobao money stick to himself, so he used teleport directly to avoid the attack of the Luobao money. Because there are more and more trajectories of the money domain simulated by the teacher domain, and it is almost complete. Although the vitality art has not yet been condensed, it has some restraint in the money domain, allowing Zhou Wen to gain more in the money domain. That power. But the moment Zhou Wen teleported out, Luobao money came directly towards him and slammed into his forehead. Zhou Wen suddenly felt that there was no vitality in his body, and suddenly fell from the air. Fortunately, Zhou Wen's physical strength and reflexes were still there, and he turned over and landed on the ground, avoiding a direct hit with his head. Zhou Wen wanted to condense vitality, but he couldn't control them. Except for the Taishang Kaidianjing that was still running, all other vitality tactics had been completely sealed. the Dragon King. Armor on his body was banned, and it was directly turned into a tattoo and returned to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen's connection with the other 8 companion pets was also cut off in an instant, greatly weakening Zhou Wen's power. Zhou Wen reached out and wanted to get rid of the ancient coin on his forehead, but the ancient coin seemed to grow on his bones. Unless Zhou Wen smashed his head, it would be impossible to remove the ancient coin. This immortal also roamed the natural enemies in the Age of Mythology. There were only a few humans in the mere mortals, and he even wanted to fight with this immortal. Toad Immortal said disdainfully, waved his tongue again, and rolled to Zhou Wen, who had lost his vitality. In Toad Immortal's view, Zhou Wen is the greatest threat. Although Zhou Wen's power is the weakest, Zhou Wen is also proficient in taboo power and is most likely to threaten him. Zhou Wen's own strength is equivalent to a human level at best, and without the power assistance of the Dragon King armor and 8 companion pets, it is far from enough to compete with the Toad Fairy. The golden light flashed, and Zhou Wen had already retreated desperately, but he had no time to escape. Bang! A figure rushed over and slammed into Jin Guang from the side, forcibly knocking Jin Guang off the track and allowing Zhou Wen to escape. The Toad Fairy's tongue stuck in the glacier next to it, piercing the glacier directly through a large hole. And the ice cubes broke and splashed in all directions. Zhou Wen stepped back again and again, avoided the ice cubes, glanced around, and found that the person who knocked his tongue off was Xiao. I can't delay it for too long, you have to hurry up. Xiao finished speaking, and before Zhou Wen could answer, the man had already rushed to the other side, lifted a huge piece of ice, and smashed it towards the Toad Fairy in the air. Hurry up? Grab some wool, my division has been affected by the ancient coins, and now it has little effect, and it is useless to hurry up. Zhou Wen thought so in his heart, but Xiao frantically grabbed the ice and threw it at Fairy Toad, is clearly creating time for him. Jiuyang on the other side also led the electromagnetic monster to another place, and at the same time was creating space for him. Facing those ice cubes, Toad Immortal opened his mouth and sucked directly. All the ice cubes were swallowed by him, and could not pose any threat to him at all. Instead, Immortal Toad's tongue swung over, and Zhao's strength was difficult to compete with. He was directly smashed and flew out, crashing into the rock. It kept overflowing. Zhou Wen is still retreating quickly, wanting to stay away from Immortal Toad, but Immortal Toad is too fast, and Zhou Wen, without the blessing of the 8 pets, is far worse. He didn't retreat far before the Toad Immortal's tongue tangled up again. Zhou Wen maximized the Flying Immortal's body technique to the extreme, but he only avoided it twice, and he couldn't get around it the third time. Seeing that his tongue was about to wrap around Zhou Wen, suddenly a huge boulder flew from the side, hitting Zhou Wen and smashing Zhou Wen out. Although Zhou Wen was hit hard this time, he still avoided the attack of his tongue. I saw Jiuyang in the distance, still holding a stone in his hand, and smashed it at Fairy Toad's tongue. Although it was smashed by the tongue all of a sudden, it was useless, but it created a little more time for Zhou Wen. Jiuyang himself was caught by the tentacles of the electromagnetic monster. He smashed directly into the ground, the large piece of rock shattered, and his body bounced with the rubble, and the blood bloomed like a flower. It's useless for you to protect me. Zhou Wen saw that they actually wanted to protect himself, and the cold sweat on his forehead instantly flowed down. When he was not hit by Luobao's money just now, he could really start to play a role, but now it is really useless at all. The strength of Shiyu was suppressed and could not leave the body, let alone helping Jiuyang and Xiao get Rid of the influence of the money domain, even Zhou Wen himself could not get rid of it now. Unless Shiyu can turn the power of the money field into vitality art, it is possible to get rid of the current predicament. But Zhou Wen tried for so long before, and he almost had to piece together the trajectory of the money field, but it was so short that there was no way to complete it. I haven't spelled it out for such a long time just now, and in such a short time now, in such a difficult environment. Zhou Wen has no confidence. However, Zhou and Xiao seemed to put their hopes on Zhou Wen, and even if they were injured, they were still covering Zhou Wen. Zhou Wenren was a little stupid, and even a little bit dumbfounded. What the hell is going on here? Zhou Wen gritted his teeth and ran the division. At this time, even if he didn't try his best. In order to cover him, Zhao's connection with Zhou was severely damaged, and it seemed that it wouldn't last long. Hurry up and spell it out for me. Zhou Wen tried his luck to transfer to the apprentice domain to analyze the money domain, but the effect was very poor. The last part that was missing couldn't be solved. This damn ancient coin. Zhou Wen cursed in his heart as he ran through the ruins of glaciers and rocks. If it hadn't been suppressed by this ancient coin, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed. Ancient coins. Wait. Zhou Wen seemed to have figured out something, and turned to Shiryu to analyze the ancient coins on his forehead. Xiao is already miserable, but Zhou is even worse than Xiao. After all, there is still a heaven-level electromagnetic monster chasing and killing him. At this time, Zhou has been seriously injured and was rolled up by the electromagnetic monster, entangling him with tentacles body and pulled him into the pillar of flesh. Xiao was also powerless at this time. He was just slapped by Toad Immortal, and all the bones in his body seemed to fall apart. Not to mention saving Zhou, he could not even protect himself. Do you really want to die here? Zhou sighed inwardly. Suddenly, a light shot up into the sky, illuminating everyone's eyes. Before Zhou could see clearly what the light was, the light flashed past him, drew an elegant arc, and stopped in the sky. Click! Click! The tentacles wrapped around Zhou were all broken, and Zhou regained his freedom in an instant. At the same time, the divine light of the sun in his body spewed out again, making his whole person photonized, like a human-shaped sun. Zhou looked at the figure in the sky in surprise, and sure enough, he saw Zhou Wen in the Dragon King armor standing in the air, holding the bamboo sword with cold light like water in his hand, the tip of which was still dripping with blood. Finally caught up. Xiao felt the strange power radiating from Zhou Wen's body, and the vitality in his body was about to move, but because of the suppression of the treasure money on his body, he was still unable to move. To be able to restore vitality, unfortunately, under the treasure money, everything before Toad's words were finished, the dead fish's eyes suddenly froze. I saw Zhou Wen stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and even took the treasured money off his forehead. Luobao money? Is that what you're talking about? Zhou Wen squeezed Luobao money with his fingers, and with a violent force, he smashed Luobao money into pieces, and the pieces of money were scattered from his fingers like gravel. Down. How is this possible? Toad's eyes were about to pop out. And he couldn't believe what he saw with his eyes. Even in the age of mythology, relying on Luobao's money, he was once invincible, defeating an unknown number of terrifying bigwigs. But the treasured money was actually crushed by a human being. He had never even thought about such a thing before. After Zhou Wen crushed the Luobao money, he appeared in front of Xiao in a flash. His fingers pressed the luobao money on Zhao's body, and with a slight force, the luobao money was forcibly torn into pieces, and it fell tinklingly. One place. As the luobao money shattered, Xiao suddenly recovered as before. When his body moved, it seemed as if a phantom followed him, as if he was walking between nothingness and reality. Impossible. Toad Immortal was still in disbelief, and tried his best to destroy his money field. However, under the influence of Zhou Wen's teacher domain, the role of the money domain was completely eliminated, and it could no longer have any impact on the three Zhou Wen in the teacher domain. Zhou Wen used the teacher domain to scan the treasured money, and finally completed the last piece of the puzzle. The tracks in the teacher domain turned into optical flows, fell into the Taisheng Kaidianjing, and condensed a piece of the origin of all evil. Some origin chi art was born, and Shiryu immediately restrained the money field. Where Shiryu was located, the money field could no longer exert any effect. Even Luobao's money was affected, and it was easily crushed by Zhou Wen under Shiryu's restraint. Finally, back to the starting line again. Zhou Wen breathed a sigh of relief, and they finally had the capital to fight against Toad Immortal on the same stage. Before Zhou Wen started, Xiao had already stood up, his eyes narrowed slightly, staring at the Toad Fairy. In the air. Immortal Toad's heart suddenly froze for a moment. He is very good, he is very strong, he is Immortal Toad, but all of this is based on the usefulness of the money field and luobao money. Back then, the Toad Fairy was able to make a scene in the dimension field of the Queen Mother of the West and not die, relying on this unique stunt. Now that the money field is useless, Luobao's money ability has also been broken by Zhou Wen, and Immortal Toad's confidence has suddenly lost most of it. He was also at the heaven level. He had seen Zhao's fighting ability before. Without the money domain and luobao money, Toad Immortal knew that he might not be Zhao's opponent, not to mention Jiuyang and Zhou Wen. Immortal Toad knew the reason why. Qingshan would not be afraid of running out of firewood, so he turned around and wanted to escape first. When Zhou Wen was alone, it would not be too late to find a way to deal with him. But who knew that Immortal Toad just turned around and saw Xiao behind him, looking at him with a smile, but that smile made Immortal Toad's back shivering, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Fuck you. Toad Immortal suddenly exerted his strength, the golden light on the golden robe trembled, and a piece of lost treasure, money, spewed out of his mouth, smashing at Xiao. But within the division, no matter how his golden robe trembled, the money domain would not be able to play a role, and the treasured money was not as terrifying as before. Although it could still be fired, it was easily avoided by Xiao. Clap clap. Xiao appeared in front of Toad Immortal like a ghost. His palms twitched wildly, swinging Toad Immortal's head from side to side. His face was about to be smashed, and the sound of broken bones was clearly audible. Toad Immortal waved his hands and wanted to fight Xiao, but he threw himself on Xiao, but only hit a phantom. Behind him, another Xiao appeared, slashed at Toad Immortal's waist like a blade, and smashed Toad Immortal. Kicked out. Zhou Wen only saw Zhao's phantoms all over the sky surrounding the Toad Fairy and attacking frantically. He couldn't tell which one was the phantom and which one was the real person. The real person and the phantom seemed to be interchangeable at any time. He swayed back and forth, blood splattered continuously with Zhao's attack, and the bones on his body were not known how many were broken. We agreed that everything on him will belong to me. Zhou Wen was a little anxious when he saw this. If the fight Goes on like this, the toad fairy must be beaten to death by Xiao. If Xiao runs with something, Zhou Wen may not be able to catch up with him. Bang! Zhao's last kick slashed directly on top of Toad Immortal's head, smashing Toad Immortal's head into his chest cavity. Toad Fairy's body was like a comet, hitting the planet and knocking out a huge annular crater. The twisted body no longer looked human. What I promised naturally counts, Xiao said lightly, and had no plans to pick up the corpse. Zhou Wen didn't care so much, he wanted to rush over to pick up the corpse. What Zhou Wen wants most is actually the natural disaster source of the Toad Fairy, because the Toad Fairy's domain power is a taboo force, which is a similar attribute to the teacher's domain. Perhaps the Toad Fairy's natural disaster source can help the teacher domain to upgrade to Hell level, maybe even Heaven level. In that case, even without the blessing of the Dragon King's armor and 8 companion pets, Zhou Wen would be enough to fight a master at the Heaven level. Zhou Wen was looking forward to the source of natural disasters in the body of Toad Immortal, but before he passed, the body of Toad Immortal actually moved. It's not dead yet? Zhou Wen and Xiao were dumbfounded. Toad Immortal's injuries, no matter how you look at it, are dead. He is not a natural disaster creature that is good at recovery, and it is impossible to live anymore. When the two were wondering, the Toad Fairy's body was crooked, and he stood up by himself. His movements were very strange, his body twisted and twisted like a zombie, and in the next second, a large amount of white matter poured out from the Toad Fairy's body, instantly wrapping the Toad Fairy's body. That's this planet's companion pet. It's not dead. Zhou Wen and the others immediately knew what it was. Sure enough, after those white substances devoured the body of Immortal Toad, they soon twisted and shrunk, and after a while, they turned into that weird companion pet like white jade. Judging from its appearance, it was not injured at all, let alone being swallowed and digested by the Toad Fairy. And now it seems that its body has become more majestic, obviously much taller and stronger than before. And its aura has also become stronger. Be careful, this companion pet is very good at swallowing and imitating. Xiao looked at the companion pet with a very solemn expression. The companion pet was able to imitate his mental mutation state and fighting ability before, but now that it devoured the Toad Immortal, Xiao worried that it even imitated the ability of the Toad Immortal. Facts have proved that Zhao's worries are not unnecessary. The companion pet glanced at everyone. And suddenly a strong golden light erupted from his body, and ancient coins flew out from his body. Damn it! Zhou Wen called out in surprise, the boss staring. Toad Immortal's abilities were not only learned by the companion pet, but also became more powerful. When Toad Immortal used the money domain himself, the money in the domain was just ordinary money, and only the ancient coin condensed from his mouth was the treasure money. But now the golden ancient coins radiated from this companion pet, each one is the treasure money, forming a field composed entirely of the treasure money. The power of the teacher domain can indeed restrain the treasure money, but it is not as easy as restraining the money domain. Now the entire domain is composed of the treasure money, and the restraint effect of the teacher domain on the money domain is suddenly much weaker. But fortunately, within the teacher's domain, the money domain still cannot play a strong role. The companion pet's body directly tore the void and appeared in front of Xiao. In an instant, the companion pet punched Zhao's abdomen, and Zhao's figure turned into a phantom. Zhao's real body appeared on the other side of the companion pet, and he also punched the companion pet's head. The companion pet seemed to be unable to dodge, and was hit in the head by Zhao's fist, but Zhao's fist went straight through its head, as if it was empty. It turned out to be a phantom. Zhao's pupils shrank sharply, and he immediately turned his head to look, only to see an identical companion pet appearing in another direction, and the companion pet's fist had reached his face. After the exchange of reality and reality, Zhao returned to the previous phantom, and the body that was hit in the face turned into a phantom. However, when Zhao came back, he found that what he thought was the phantom's companion pet also punched his abdomen firmly, and the terrifying force was transmitted to his body through the abdomen, causing his muscles and bones to tremble. The whole person flew upside down violently, and only barely stopped after drawing dozens of miles in the air. Isn't that Zhao's ability? The companion pet even learned it. Watching the phantom of the companion pet in the air disappear, leaving only a real body, Zhou Wen and Zhou Yang were both shocked. Zhao's ability is not only the power of the trajectory temple, but also the assistance of his own perception and spiritual mutation ability. Even if he is also a saint of the trajectory temple, it is impossible to practice his ability. The companion pet was able to imitate it, and it also wounded Zhao with such an ability, which shows its horror. The companion pet's figure flashed, and it came to Zhou Wen, and the fist slammed into Zhou Wen's abdomen at a speed that was almost invisible. Zhou Wen brought Fei Xian out of the sky to the extreme, drawing an arc trajectory with an elegant figure, avoiding the attacks of the companion pet again and again. The companion pet's whole body was like a weapon, and it attacked Zhou Wen frantically. After one round of attacks, it was not able to hurt Zhou Wen. He opened his mouth suddenly, and a white light flashed. The white light was so fast that even the flying immortals in the sky didn't have time to dodge. The body was bound by a white strip, which was the tongue of the companion pet. This guy even learned this trick from the Toad Immortal. Zhou Wen held the bamboo knife in one hand and slashed the tongue that bound his body. With the sharpness of the bamboo knife and Zhou Wen's strength, this knife slashed on it, leaving only a shallow scar, failing to cut off the tongue. Such a wound, I am afraid that it will take dozens of knives to cut off the tongue. Zhou Wen didn't have that much time at all. His tongue pulled him to fly to the companion pet, but he was in front of the companion pet in an instant, and he was about to be pulled into its wide-open mouth. The divine light of the sun penetrated the sky like an aurora, and slammed into the companion pet. The companion pet had to dodge the bombardment of the divine light of the sun. And Zhou Wen was not pulled into his mouth by it for the time being. At this time, Zhao also rushed over. When the companion pet avoided the divine light of the sun, it appeared behind Zhou Wen like a ghost, with 10 fingers like blades, slashing continuously on the tongue, the power that could cut through the void, forcefully slapped the tongue, cut out a deep scar. Under the pain of the tongue, he released Zhou Wen and took it back from the companion pet's mouth. Zhou Yang, come here, let's go together. Zhao shouted to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang has already rushed towards this side, and at the same time, the electromagnetic monster chasing him also rushed over. Zhou Wen immediately understood what Zhao wanted to do, and the three besieged the companion pet together. Although the electromagnetic monster is an enemy, the enemy plus the enemy may not necessarily become a stronger enemy. When the three of them add up, their combat power will become stronger, while the companion pet plus the electromagnetic monster may not necessarily become stronger. Zhou Wen unfolded flying immortals in the sky, and the whole person was as agile and elegant as a true immortal. In the sky, While besieging the companion pet, he also used the electromagnetic monster to contain the companion pet's attack. Although the electromagnetic monster is also of the heaven level, its intelligence is originally ordinary, and after being invaded and controlled by the power of the companion pet, almost only the instinct of fighting is left. Its arrival, instead, became the cover of Zhou Wen and the three of them. From time to time, they used electromagnetic monsters to block the attack of the companion pet. Zhou Wen's bamboo knife drew arc-shaped trajectories, slashing towards the companion pet from different directions. Jiuyang's divine light of the sun also blasted towards the companion pet from different directions again, and Zhao's phantoms surrounded the companion pet from all directions. Although it was the first time that the three of them cooperated, they seemed to have a good understanding of each other, and they cooperated seamlessly. Bang! After all, the companion pet is hard to beat with 2 fists and 6 hands. While taking care of this and losing the other, he was hit in the back by a sun god fist from Jiuyang, and the white jade-like muscles were scorched black by the sun god's light. Taking advantage of the opportunity of the companion pet's staggering figure, Zhou Wen's knife and Zhao's fingers also fell on the companion pet continuously. Zhao's finger strength also kept tearing apart the companion pet's body. Jiuyang's fists continued to bombard, and the three of them burst out with the strongest power, frantically attacking the companion pet's body from 3 different directions. The companion pet was beaten up and down, and the wounds on his body increased a lot, but the electromagnetic monster rushed up at this time, and his tentacles rolled towards Zhou Wen and the others. Zhou Wen had to wave the knife distractedly and slashed at the tentacles of the electromagnetic monster. After the light of the knife flashed several times in a row, he cut off one tentacle abruptly. When he turned to look at the companion pet again, he found that Jiuyang's sunlight and Zhao's finger force penetrated its body, while the companion pet's body gradually dissipated like a phantom. The three of them glanced around, and soon found that in the higher sky, the companion pet was standing above the clouds, and the wounds on his body were healing at an incredible speed. I can't give it time to heal. Zhao took one step forward, and the person had come to the companion pet. Even if the companion pet learned his abilities, Zhao did not admit that he would lose with the same ability. And he knows nothing about this ability, and also knows what kind of weaknesses this ability has. Zhao's 10 fingers moved in unison, turning into a force of sky-splitting, crisscrossing and slashing towards the companion pet. But in the next second, Zhao, Zhou Wen, and Jiuyang all widened their eyes, and saw the companion pet moving like a fairy, drawing an elegant arc trajectory, avoiding Zhao's one after another. Force. That is Zhou Wen's flying immortal body method, not only the flying immortal body method, but also the same artistic conception. What the hell is going on with this companion pet? Zhou Wen and the others couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. The power of this companion pet has far exceeded their imagination. But there is no way out now. Zhou Wen and Jiuyang rushed up almost without thinking. Jiuyang's divine light of the sun penetrates everything and illuminates everything, and it is almost an inescapable force. However, under the divine light of the sun, the companion pet's body turned into a phantom, and a real body appeared strangely behind Jiuyang, and his fingertips slashed towards Jiuyang's neck like a blade. Zhou Wen's body was like a flying fairy, and the bamboo knife slashed down wildly. Zhao's figure also appeared strangely on the other side of the companion pet, and his 2 fingers stabbed the companion pet's eyes. The companion pet's fingertips towards Jiuyang remained unchanged, and the other palm like a monkey's. paw, the fingertips flicked on the bamboo knife, causing the bamboo knife to change its direction and instead slashed towards Xiao. Both Xiao and Zhou quickly changed their powers, barely avoiding the situation of cannibalism, but the companion pet's fingers had also been drawn on Jiuyang's neck, and at the same time, the feet like sheep's hooves were kicked out like lightning, with a light like the sun. A ray of light hit Zhou Wen and Xiao respectively, kicking both of them out. On Zhou Wen and Zhao's chest, the armor was smashed to pieces, and the terrifying light scorched his flesh and blood like coke. Jiuyang has tried his best to rush forward, but there is still a bone-deep wound cut on his neck, and blood is surging outwards. All three of them were injured in an instant. This guy is simply a pervert. Zhou Wen forcibly suppressed the wound on his chest, seeing that the companion pet was coming towards him again. He quickly flashed in the direction of the electromagnetic monster, and used the electromagnetic monster to block the companion pet's attack. Zhou Wen just walked around behind the electromagnetic monster, but saw a flash of white light in the companion pet's mouth, and his tongue actually wrapped around the electromagnetic monster, directly pulling its huge body towards its open mouth. The electromagnetic monster's body is extremely huge, but when it was pulled to the mouth of the companion pet, it became strangely small and was swallowed in one bite. This guy may not be as simple as a natural disaster. The companion pet didn't rush over for a while. Jiuyang stopped the wound on the back of his neck and swallowed. No matter what it was before, now we must find a way to kill it, otherwise we will die. Zhao's expression was solemn. Do you know the origin of this companion pet? Zhou Wen asked. It is absolutely impossible for Xiao and Jiuyang to be here by coincidence. They must know something to be able to find such an inconspicuous place in the universe among thousands of stars. Jiuyang and Xiao glanced at each other. Xiao said, there is no need to hide anything now. The origin of this companion pet is a bit special. Xiao briefly explained the origin of this companion pet, but did not say anything about the companion pet. After Zhou Wen heard it, he couldn't help but be stunned. You mean, there should actually be two companion pets on this planet? Zhou Wen stared at Xiao and asked. Theoretically, there should be two, but the other one should be drained of nutrients by the parasitic companion pet, and the chance of survival is very low. Jiuyang said. That's not necessarily. Zhou Wen couldn't help thinking of the bees in the plant. He had always thought that the bee was the companion pet of this planet because it possessed various characteristics of a companion pet. But after this companion pet appeared, Zhou Wenkai overturned the previous speculation, thinking that the little bee might just be some kind of indigenous life born on this planet that is similar to a companion pet. Now, after hearing what Xiao said, Zhou Wen was very suspicious. Although this planet was parasitized by companion pets, the original companion pet did not die. It is very likely that both companion pets survived. I just don't know which one is the original companion pet of this planet and which one is the parasite. The companion pet didn't give Zhou Wen more time to think about it. After being suspended in the air for a while, he launched an attack again, and his body rushed over like a phantom. One by one, the phantoms even used the body technique of Fei Xian, and killed Zhou Wen and the others respectively. It was originally 3 people besieging the companion pet, but now it seems to be 3 people being besieged by the companion pet. Bang bang. Those phantoms were exactly Zhao's technique, but they were used by companion pets at this time, but they seemed to be more powerful than Xiao. Not only could they not tell which phantom was a phantom, but each phantom even seemed to have attack power. It didn't take long for the three of Zhou to resist, and they were injured to varying degrees. If this goes on, it is only a matter of time before they are killed. Zhou had no choice but to use the human sovereign sacrifice domain. Although this domain was useless to him, within the domain, Xiao and Jiuyang's injuries were healing quickly. This broken domain, obviously. The healing ability is so strong, why can't he heal himself? Zhou was extremely distressed. Xiao and Jiuyang's injuries healed quickly, and they were very happy in their hearts, but when they saw Zhou situation, their faces became strange. Obviously it was Zhou power that healed them, but Zhou own injuries did not heal quickly, which was a little too strange. You really are a model of self-sacrifice. Xiao said loudly while fighting. He had already guessed what was going on. You think I think anyone in my broken domain can cure me, but I can't cure myself. Zhou said gloomily. He had already used the heavenly flying immortal body technique with all his strength. But the artistic conception of those phantoms was no worse than his. Faster than him, making him more and more difficult to fight, and more injuries on his body. Although the situation of Jiuyang and Xiao was much better because of the human sovereign sacrifice domain, they were equally overwhelmed and had no spare energy to help Zhou. They are also very clear that a large part of the reason why they can hold on now is because of Zhou's dual domain. One field helped them block the ban in the money field, and another field helped them heal themselves quickly. Without these two fields to save their lives, they could not survive until now. Zhou also knew that he would not be able to support him for long, and he had been thinking secretly in his heart how to get out of the current predicament. With his teacher domain and interstellar teleportation ability, he may be able to fight to escape. But if he just escaped like this, you do under the glacier would surely die. With the keenness of this companion pet, it is impossible not to discover the existence of you. Dude, now I can only give it a try. Zhou thought of the bee in the ice pool. If it is really another companion pet on the planet, whether it is a native companion pet or a parasitic companion pet, in theory, there should be an enemy relationship between the two. After all, the parasite has taken the nutrients of the original companion pet, and the relationship between the two cannot be friendly. Follow me. Zhou shouted, greeted Xiao and Jiuyang, and forcibly rushed down the glacier. Although Xiao and Jiuyang didn't know what Zhou wanted to do, they left Zhou's domain, and they had no power to fight at all, so they could only rush over and follow Zhou to drill under the glacier. The companion pet followed, and Zhou and the others fled under the glacier desperately. Fortunately, the glacier served as a cover, which made the companion pet's attack somewhat hindered. Zhou, don't you want to take advantage of the terrain to delay time, right? Jiuyang released the divine light of the sun on his body, like a volcanic eruption, repelling the chasing phantom. No, there is a companion pet below, maybe that thing can save our lives. As Zhou spoke, he had already rushed to the edge of the pool. And a companion pet? Jiuyang and Xiao were stunned when they heard Zhou's words, and then they immediately reacted. Could it be that the parasitic companion pet didn't die? After Jiuyang's first thought, he immediately thought of another possibility, and continued, which one is the parasitic companion pet? I don't know. Zhou said and plunged into the pool. Jiuyang and Xiao also rushed down together, and the companion pet that was chasing behind bombarded the water pool with terrifying power, blasting the water pool and the nearby glaciers, forming a huge pothole. The pool was not deep at all, so it was directly blown through, and the strange plant was exposed. Zhou Wen and the others were oppressed by huge forces in the water, and they were all smashed into the glacier next to them. The surrounding glaciers were all smashed to pieces. Only where the strange plants were located, the glaciers remained intact, and the little bees among the plants and fruits were not affected. Zhou Wen and the three climbed up from the ice pit to prepare for battle, but found that the companion pet was actually suspended in the air, instead of continuing to attack, staring at the little bee in the strange plant. They really are related, Jiuyang said. I didn't expect that the parasitic companion pet didn't die, but I just don't know which of the two is the companion pet born from the planet itself. Xiao looked at the little bee, and then at the companion pet in the sky. His eyes there was a flash of brilliance, as if something had been discovered. Zhao's discovery, in fact, Jiuyang also discovered. The little bee is holding a small horn in its claws. No matter how you look at it, it should not be something that the bee should have, but a foreign object. According to the Holy Spirit, the escaped companion pet accidentally took something away before parasitizing the planet. Although the Holy Spirit did not say what exactly that thing was, but now it seems that it is likely to be this small speaker. Certainly, this is just a guess by the two of them, and may not necessarily be accurate. The companion pet that was chasing seemed to be a little afraid of the little bee. It was suspended in the air and never came down, and its eyes kept staring at the little bee. The place where its eyes focused seemed to be the little speaker. It didn't move, and neither did Zhou Wen or the other 3. Jiuyang and Xiao didn't dare to move, and wanted to wait for the opportunity. Zhou Wen hopes to delay until the monthly reading is completed. At that time, there is no scruples about fighting or escaping, unlike now. Are you still hiding something from me? Zhou Wen's observation is so keen, how could he not find out that the companion pet has been looking at the small speaker? What's more, Jiuyang and Xiao also looked at the small speaker, intentionally or unintentionally, which made Zhou Wen more sure that they should know something. Jiuyang pondered for a while and said, in fact, there is no need to hide it from you. As far as we know, when the companion pet passed through the mythical battlefield, it accidentally brought something into the planet. Because the planet itself is protected by the rules of the universe, until the companion pet inside the planet should be born, it is difficult to forcibly open the planet even at the celestial level, so no one can take things out. What exactly was brought in by the companion pet? Zhou Wen was very curious. He probably already knew by now that there was a mythical age on the earth, and in that era there were countless powerful life forms fighting on the earth, and even in the universe. But then for some unknown reason, these powerful beings either disappeared, or they were self-banned. According to the various information that Zhou Wen already knows, in the age of mythology, those dimensional fields on the earth were likely to be opened, and then they were closed for unknown reasons until the modern dimensional storm came, and those closed dimensional fields were closed, will be turned on again. So Zhou Wen has always been curious about what happened in the age of mythology. Of course, this is only his own speculation. Whether this is the case or not, only living entities who have experienced that era will know. But even an existence like killing demons who has experienced that era can't understand how the final battle of myths ended. Maybe only an existence like Lord Emperor can really understand what happened in the end of the age of mythology. Zhou Wen always felt that Lord Emperor must know a lot of things. An existence like Lord Emperor, until now, still makes Zhou Wen feel as unpredictable as a bottomless Abyss. When Zhou Wen was weak in the past, he felt that Lord Emperor was very strong, but now he can fight natural disaster-grade creatures, but he did not change his previous thoughts. Even the stronger he is, the more he feels that Lord Emperor's power is too incredible. That kind of desire power is simply an existence that defies the sky. Even if it is a celestial-level domain, it is somewhat inferior in comparison. I don't know. Jiuyang shook his head and said, the news we got was only that the companion pet brought in a very important thing, but we don't know what it is, and now we are very suspicious that it is in the bee claws. Small speaker. If it's really a small speaker, doesn't it mean that the little bee is the parasitic companion pet, and the guy we are fighting is the native of this planet? Zhou Wen frowned. If the small speaker is really that thing, this kind of guess is very possible. Xiao had been observing the companion pet in the air, and halfway through his words, the conversation suddenly changed. Be careful, that guy can't hold back anymore. Sure enough. Just after Xiao finished speaking, the companion pet rushed down, and its target was obvious, not any of Zhou Wen's 3 people, but the little bee among the plant fruits. The companion pet stepped on it with 1 foot, and the light on the foot was as dazzling as the sun, which was the sun god ray imitated from Jiuyang. Although the sun god on was used by it, the scorching power was insufficient, but the destructive power was more terrifying than when Jiuyang used it. The little bee in the fruit was still lying there, as if it hadn't woken up yet, until the companion pet's sun-like feet stepped on the fruit. The little bee still didn't move. Boom! A powerful force hit the fruit, causing a terrifying explosion. With the strength of Zhou Wen and the others, they were also hit by the shock wave generated by the explosion and involuntarily retreated. After the explosion, Zhou Wen and the 3 all looked at the plant and the little bee. However, the location of the plant has become a big pit, and the plants growing in the glacier have long disappeared, not even a leaf or a vine is left. Where did the little bee go? Wouldn't it just be bombed to death? Zhou Wen glanced around, trying to find the remains of the little bee. He didn't believe that the little bee died like this. Sure enough, Zhou Wen quickly found the trace of the little dense bee. It was not dead. It was suspended in the air at this time. It seemed to be very awake. In its front paws, it was still holding the swana-like trumpet, and its eyes were staring at the companion pet that had retreated into the air. The companion pet also stared at the little bee, as if he had any scruples, and did not attack again. In the blink of an eye, the companion pet seemed to have made up his mind, and launched an attack on the little bee again, making sure that he used it this time, but it was Zhou Wen's flying fairy. The arc-shaped vitality slashed towards the little bee from all directions, like a net, and the little bee seemed to have no room to dodge. As the creator of Fei Xian, Zhou Wen naturally knows how terrible this attack is. Unless the speed of the little bee is much faster than that of the companion pet, he can only sit back and wait. Just when Zhou Wen thought that the little bee was going to be unlucky, he saw that the little bee seemed to have finally woken up, put the small horn in his claws to his mouth, puffed out his cheeks, and blew hard. A high-pitched and sharp voice came from the small speaker. When Zhou Wen heard it, it sounded like a swana. No, it shouldn't be said to be like, it's simply a swana. That high-pitched sound can't be simulated by any other musical instrument. It's music that goes straight to the soul. Pfft. Under the protection of Shiryu, Zhou Wen heard the sound of the swana, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood in his chest. The situation of Jiuyang and Xiao was even worse. Although they were also within the scope of the division and were protected by the division. After all, the division was not their own strength, and the injuries were more serious than Zhou Wen. Both Xiao and Jiuyang fell directly from the sky, and fell into the ruins of the glacier. The companion pet also spurted blood from its mouth and fell from the air. Has been falling to the already devastated planet. Not only Zhou Wen and the others, but even the black and white wolves and the strange fish who were fighting inside the planet heard the sound of the Suona. Life and death. But all the activities on the planet, hearing the Suona, fell down one by one, not knowing whether it was dead or alive. The little bee's wings trembled, and its claws were still gripping the horn, but it didn't blow again. The sound glanced over the planet, as if it was looking for a living creature. Zhou Wen saw the little bee's gaze swept towards him, and immediately lay down in the ruins of glaciers and rocks, and pretended to be dead, withholding all the vitality and breath, hoping to deceive the little bee. What the hell is this shit? It seems to be more terrifying than the companion pets that chased and killed us before. Are all the companion pets on this planet so scary? I don't know what happened to you do, this terrible Suona sound. It won't affect you do, and let you do die unexpectedly, right? The more Zhou Wen thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was still very high. Even the celestial companion pet and a strong man like Xiao couldn't bear the sound of the Suona, and fell directly on the planet. Until now, he still doesn't know his life or death. Yu Du's state of being unscared, if he hears this kind of sound, it is estimated that the probability of direct death is high. Even if he didn't die, there was a great possibility of going crazy. It's a pity that even if Zhou Wen wanted to save Yuedu, he didn't have a chance. The sound of Suona instantly spread all over the planet, and Zhou Wen didn't have time to save him. Jiuyang and Xiao didn't know whether they were dead or alive. Anyway, after they were loaded from the air, they lost their voices, and it was estimated that the situation was not very good. While pretending to be dead, Zhou Wen used the power of listening to scan the position of the companion pet, only to see that it struggled to stand up. Although the sound of the Suona just now caused him a lot of damage, it was not able to ask him life. When the companion pet struggled to stand up, the injury on the body had recovered quickly. When it was suspended in the air, it had returned to the state before it was not injured, and it seemed as if it had not been injured. The companion pet stared at the little bee, the cold light in his eyes became more and more intense, and the momentum on his body became stronger and stronger. A dog bites a dog's hair. Zhou Wen had no intention of getting up and participating in the battle. He just wanted to watch from the sidelines of the battle between these two terrifying companion pets. However, Zhou Wen didn't want to know who would win among them. Now Zhou Wen is most worried that nothing will happen to Yuedu. When the companion pet moved and attacked the little bee, Zhou Wen quietly sneaked towards Yudu's position. But when Zhou Wen arrived at the place, he found that the divided ice cellar had already collapsed and shattered into ice cubes on the ground. Although Yudu's body was not found, it was estimated that it was more fortunate than for luck. After all, Yudu couldn't move when absorbing the power of the moon essence basin. She couldn't bear the impact of such a force. I've tried my best, and you can't blame me for your death. Zhou Wen sighed inwardly. After all his hard work, he still couldn't save Yudu's life. Yudu has many bad luck, and Zhou Wen has no reason to fight anymore, and is already thinking about how to escape. Of course, Zhou Wen didn't run away immediately, and pretended to be dead in the potential glacier ruins, wanting to wait until the two terrifying companion pets had won or lost before making plans. The two companion pets are extremely terrifying existences. One seems to be able to use all the power in the world for his own use, just like an undead monster. And the other little bee just blew a small horn, and even the heavenly creatures couldn't resist it. How majestic it was. Zhou has now basically determined that the little bee should be a parasitic companion pet, and that Swana-like thing is probably what was lost in the battlefield of the gods. What the hell is that little trumpet? It's so powerful just by blowing it. If the little bee plays a tune with it, then it's worth it? Zhou thought of the music produced by the bubbles before. At that time, it was just music without any power. That could make humans and dimensional creatures commit suicide. If the song was played by a small speaker, Zhou really didn't know what the consequences would be. When Zhou was thinking about it, he saw the companion pet rushing towards the little bee again. It combined Zhou's flying immortals and Zhao's trajectory, and it was incredibly fast. Wherever it passed, it left a trail in the void. Phantom. Before even the blink of an eye, the companion pet came to the little bee again and punched the little bee. Its fist was divided into dozens of pieces halfway, like split tentacles, bombarding the little bee from different directions. Every split fist carries a powerful sun god, as if there are dozens of cold suns, blasting at the little bee from different directions. This guy is a freak, and he even learned the abilities of that electromagnetic monster. Zhou doesn't know what the limit of this companion pet is. Anyway, it seems that it can learn any ability. It would be even more frightening if the little bee's ability to blow the trumpet was also learned by it. Drop. The sound of the Swana suddenly sounded, the sound was earth-shattering, and the fist was about to hit the companion pet of the little bee, and the body flew out with a bang. The dozens of fists it split out kept exploding, and the body also exploded like dynamite. Zhou was far away from the battlefield, but the sound of the Swana suddenly made the vitality in his body agitated, like a nuclear reactor that could fission and explode at any time. Fortunately, Zhou is far away from the battlefield, and the division has also played a role in suppressing the vitality of the riot in the body, otherwise it might really explode like that companion pet. What the hell is that little horn? It's too scary. Zhou stared at the Swana that the little bee put in his mouth, and was about to drool. Even the companion pet that was almost invincible at the natural disaster level was blown up by it. The power of the Swana was really scary. Zhou thinks about it and thinks that it is right. In the War of the God War era, there were countless terrifying powerhouses, and they all came to the starry sky. The creatures who can participate in this kind of battle must be the best in the mythology era. The things they brought are naturally impossible to be ordinary things, and after so many years of loss, the Holy Spirit is still thinking about it, so he knows how precious that thing is. But Zhou thought about it and didn't come up with it. In myths and legends, there is a powerful artifact that is the Swana. Bang bang. When Zhou was thinking, suddenly I heard the sound of an explosion nearby, and I saw two unicorns, one white and one black, rushing out of the underground cave, but as soon as they left the cave, their bodies exploded and turned into a blood mist that filled the sky. When they were in the inner space of the planet, the sound attack was weaker, and they were barely able to rely on the enchantment they combined to save their lives. But they wanted to escape, and after exiting the underground cave, they were directly attacked by the sound, and their bodies exploded immediately after they couldn't bear it. Zhou Wen's eyes were sharp, and he found that in the blood mist of the black and white wolves, two crystal-like companion eggs, black and white, had fallen out, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The sound of the Swana had reached the end, and the sound fluctuations it produced became weaker. Zhou Wen did not hesitate to teleport directly, one in each hand, grabbed two companion eggs, and teleported back. He didn't want to leave just like that, even if Yudu had suffered misfortune. At least he had to see Yudu's body before he could leave with peace of mind. When Zhou Wen went to grab the companion eggs, he saw the strange fish also rushing out of the underground cave, and even rushed towards the little bee without fear of death. On the other side, Jiuyang and Xiao drilled out of nowhere, and the 7 holes were bleeding, and it seemed that the situation was quite bad. Retreat! Xiao shouted in a low voice, trying to escape into the void by using the method of trajectory. Neither of these two companion pets is easy to provoke. Even if they join forces with Zhou Wen and Jiuyang, they will not take any advantage, and they may even die here. Jiuyang also intends to rush out of the atmosphere. Besides, in space, the transmission of sound will be greatly restricted. Littleby was obviously not interested in them, and kept staring at the companion pet that exploded all over. Seeing that the companion pet's body has been blown up. But soon, the blown-up body actually reassembled, and the wounds disappeared. This is the ability of the electromagnetic monster. But it is only used by the companion pet. The effect is more outrageous than when the electromagnetic monster uses it by itself. The strange fish had already reached the sky above the little bee, and its tail turned into a cloth that covered the sky and threw it down towards the little bee, to wrap the little bee in it. Zhou Wen thought that the little bee was going to blow the Swana again, so he retreated at a high speed and wanted to stay farther away. But who knew that the little bee didn't blow the Swana this time, and saw a cold light flashing on its tail. Zhou Wen only saw that cold light flashing and piercing the tail of the strange fish and penetrating its body. After being controlled by the companion pet, the strange fish turned into a white jade-like body, instantly turned black, and then collapsed directly, turning into dust in the sky. Zhou Wen's eyesight is no less than that of a natural disaster-level powerhouse, not to mention hearing aids. It can be clearly seen that the body of the strange fish has been decomposed into tiny black particles. After those black particles were dispersed and decomposed again, Zhou Wen could not see it. This thing? Shouldn't it be poisonous? Zhou Wen thought of his Dark Doctor companion pet. Dark Doctor is a companion pet that evolved by absorbing toxins. He has recently been promoted to the fear level, but he has not been able to find more powerful toxins to promote him to natural disasters. If this little bee is really poisonous, the toxin power it used just now is really terrifying. If the Dark Doctor absorbs it, I don't know what the situation will be. However, Zhou Wen is not sure if it is a poison-type power. Even if it is a poison-type power, he does not know whether a fear level Dark Doctor can withstand such a terrible toxin. After all, even the creatures of the heaven level were directly poisoned to death by a needle, and the Dark Doctor of the fear level might be decomposed by poisoning without being promoted to the natural disaster at all. No, this planet seems to be locked by some force, and we can't get out. Xiao and Jiuyang looked extremely ugly. They tried to escape just now, but they were not able to rush out. The entire planet seemed to be blocked by some kind of strange power, and even Zhao's power of the void trajectory could not escape. On the other side, the healed companion pet pounced on the little bee again. obviously trying to seize the Swana that the little bee controls. The little bee seems to know that its poison is useless against companion pets, and may even be absorbed and learned by companion pets, so it did not use the method of dealing with strange fish to deal with companion pets, but blew the Swana again. This time, the voice was a little different from before. Although it was equally high-pitched, it also made people feel a sense of sadness like weeping. This song. Zhou knew as soon as he heard it that this was the bubble music he had heard many times by the pool before. As soon as the Swana sounded, the companion pet that was rushing towards Little Bee suddenly seemed to be shackled and moved very slowly. And it seems that there is a downward force, pulling the companion pet and gradually falling to the ground of the planet. The Little Bee easily avoided the attack of the companion pet while blowing the Swana. The three of Zhou Wen and the others were far away from the battlefield, but the sound of the Swana made them feel their knees sinking, their bodies leaning forward, and the urge to kneel down. "What's going on? On your faces?" Jiuyang suddenly called out. Zhou Wen and Xiao didn't feel anything different, but they looked at each other and found that tears fell from the corners of their eyes unconsciously and flowed down their cheeks. Zhou Wen wiped the tears from his face, but tears still overflowed from the corners of his eyes. "You too?" Xiao glanced at Jiuyang and said in a deep voice. Jiuyang stretched out his hand to wipe it, and sure enough, he found that tears had already hung on his face at some point, and he couldn't help showing a look of horror. "It's the power of that music." Zhou Wen ran the division with all his strength, trying to block the sound from a distance, but he couldn't completely block it. The sound of the Swana sounded like it sounded in his head, causing his tears to flow more and more. Jiuyang and Xiao were even more unbearable, and they were already in tears. What was even more terrifying was that they felt their knees sinking and their bodies were shaky, as if they would kneel at any time. Boom! The companion pet in the battlefield, its body fell to the planet, its knees were also bent, and the power on its body continued to explode. It seemed to be fighting against some invisible force. Like Zhou Wen and the others, the companion pet's face was full of tears, and in those oversized eyes, the tears continued to overflow, as if they were experiencing extremely sad things. "Damn, don't kneel down. You may die." Seeing the companion pet desperately struggling not to kneel down, Xiao had a premonition and tried desperately to stop his knees from bending, but the effect was not obvious. His legs were still involuntarily bent slowly. Zhou Wen and Jiuyang were the same, crying and desperately supporting their bodies, not letting themselves kneel down, but the effect was not very satisfactory. Zhou Wen tried several methods, one after another. In the end, there was no effect, and seeing that the companion pet couldn't get rid of the magic power of the music, I knew that the general power was definitely useless. Even the top companion pets in the natural disaster can't resist the voice, they are even more difficult to resist. Seeing that his knees were getting closer to the ground, Zhou Wen gritted his teeth and summoned all his hundreds of thousands of note elf companion pets, and then controlled them with the golden harp, making them play the bubbles he heard by the pool before. Music. Zhou Wen didn't know if this would work, but he just used a dead horse as a living Malay doctor. The consequence of this may be to speed up their kneeling, but as of now, there is no other way but to try. After the note elf and the golden harp were summoned, they were not affected by the magical voice, which gave Zhou Wen a little hope. Under the control of the golden harp, the note elves began to play bubble music. It is strange to say that it is obviously the same music, but the effect played by the note elves is still somewhat different from the sound of the Swana. The sound waves generated by the collection of hundreds of thousands of musical note elves combined with the sound of the Swana, Zhou Wen's three people's tears immediately flowed out, their knees sank violently, and they were less than a foot off the ground. Fuck, Zhou Wen, what are you doing? Jiuyang couldn't help but swear in fright. Zhou Wen quickly stopped the note elf from playing. He expected this possibility, but he didn't expect it to be the worst. Zhou Wen, let your note spirits continue to play that music, Xiao said suddenly. Zhou Wen was stunned at first, and then immediately thought of something. Xiao also said, don't let their rhythm be the same as the Swana sound, the rhythm is staggered. Zhou Wen has already started to do it, although I don't know if this will be effective, or even make them kneel faster, but doing nothing, the final result is still the same, just kneeling slower. Along with the sound of the golden harp, some of the hundreds of thousands of note spirits made music rhythmically. The tune was the same as the Swana tune, but the rhythm was just out of place. The sky-filled musical note elves surrounded Zhou Wen and the three of them, flying like countless butterflies, and the sound waves were constantly echoing around them. The three of Zhou Wen were sweating nervously on their foreheads, and tears were still flowing. Zhou Wen was even more ready to order the note spirit to stop playing at any time. But this time, after the music played, the knees of the three did not sink suddenly, but the sinking speed slowed down a lot, and even the tears flowed out a little less. It works. Zhou Wen was overjoyed, and quickly ordered all the note elves to sing together. The sound of it echoes continuously, because the rhythm is dislocated, which produces a very dissonant feeling with the sound of the Swana. Although Zhou Wen and the others could still hear the Swana and the tears were still flowing, the speed of the flow had slowed down a lot, and the force that made their knees sink was much weaker, making them barely able to resist and not continue to sink. Zhou Wen's mood is a bit contradictory now. Bubble music combined with hundreds of thousands of note spirits is really effective. If you use this power to help that companion pet, maybe let that companion pet get rid of the shackles of music, and maybe there will be a fight. The problem is that the two companion pets are not good things now. One wants their lives by blowing the horn, and the other will kill them if they don't. No matter which one Zhou Wen helped, the final result was not necessarily a good thing. Just a little hesitation, Zhou Wen controlled the golden harp, trying to control the sound waves near them, so as not to let the power of the note elf affect the companion pet. That companion pet will definitely kill them. Little Bee has only shown hostility to that companion pet for the time being, and has not yet targeted them. Zhou Wen decided to bet on Little Bee. Making such a decision is actually equally risky, because the Little Bee has such a treasure as a Swana. Most of them are parasitic companion pets, which can parasitize on others and take their nutrition and even life. After a companion pet, it is very likely to kill Zhou Wen and the others together. But now, there is always a choice, and the rest can only be left to fate. Under the demonic sound of the Swana, the companion pet's knees were getting closer and closer to the ground. It was as powerful as it was, and it couldn't resist the sound like a demon and a god. Bang! One of the companion pet's knees knelt on the ground, causing cracks that meander for several miles on the ground. The companion pet is still insisting, shooting out one after another of falling treasure money, but the falling treasure money cannot eliminate the influence of its power. The Luobao money that flew out was also easily avoided by the Little Bee blowing the Swana. Bang! There was another loud noise, and the other leg of the companion pet also knelt. On the ground, with both hands on the broken ground, bared his teeth and struggled desperately, but it was difficult to get up from the ground, no matter what. Its eyes were already twisted, and tears fell like a torrential rain. And a strange scene also happened. Above the white, jade-like body of the companion pet, black flames began to rise. Every inch of its body seems to be exuding transparent black chi, and the black chi is like a dead chi from the netherworld, exuding an ominous aura. With the rise of the black energy, the incomparably powerful companion pet, the vitality of the body is rapidly passing away, and even the vitality of the body is rapidly weakening. The body that seemed to be carved from white jade is also becoming old and shriveled. In just a moment, the body of the companion pet seems to be about to change from youth to old age. The jade-like body is covered with wrinkles, and the original white it gradually turned yellow, like an old newspaper that has experienced the baptism of years. The three of Zhou were horrified when they saw it, and they were secretly glad that they didn't kneel down, otherwise they should have died long ago. But even if the Node Elf can temporarily resist the Swona sound of the little bee, Zhou and the others still can't escape. When the companion pet dies, it is estimated that it will be their turn next. Although Zhou has decided to bet on the little bee, but seeing this situation, he has no bottom in his heart, and even has the idea of helping the companion pet and delaying some time through checks and balances. But in the end, Zhou gave up this idea. The army of Node Elves was not really able to compete with the sound of the Swona. Even if he was willing to help the companion pet, he might not necessarily be able to help, but might anger the little bee. Maybe the little bee didn't want their lives at first, but he did so, but it was self-defeating. And Zhou has other small calculations in his heart. If the little bees really want to blow them to death, Zhou must kneel. When his fate comes, he will not sit idly by. After all, it is not that he wants to kneel himself, but is forced to kneel. With the temper of Wang Sai, how can he endure such a thing? As for whether the power of the kings Sai can compete with the sound of the Swona, that's not what Zhou can know, and then it will be left to fate. It seems that most of us are going to die here today. Jiuyang glanced at Zhou and said, I have no pursuits or wishes in my life. The only regret is that I was not able to defeat you with my own hands. What time is it now? You still think about these things, let's think about how to save your life. Zhou was a little speechless. Who are these people? Even at such a time, they still think about these things. It's because life and death are hard to know right now, and maybe I will die soon. If I don't make it clear now, I won't be happy when I die. Jiuyang said. Zhou thought to himself, everyone is dead, can they still be happy? I've never heard of it, who can still be happy when they die? Xiao, do you have any ideas? Zhou ignored Jiuyang lazily and turned to look at Xiao on the other side. Xiao frowned and pondered for a moment, then said with a serious face, if you want to say something, just say it, it might not be a relief. Zhou was even more speechless, but after thinking about it, he asked Jiuyang and Xiao, anyway, he is about to die. Can you tell me, is Ouyang Ting, who was captured by you, still alive? Why are you arresting him? Zhou eyes were mainly on Jiuyang, and he felt that this guy was quite reliable. At this time, he might be able to tell the truth. As for that Xiao, even if it was really time to die, Zhou couldn't really believe what he said. Alive, don't ask me about the rest, I don't know. Jiuyang said. Seeing that Jiuyang didn't seem to be lying, Zhou couldn't help feeling overjoyed. As long as he was still alive, he would still have a chance to rescue him in the future. And listening to the meaning of Jiuyang's words, it seems that Xiao knows more, so he turns his attention to Xiao again. Xiao said with a blank expression, for things related to the Holy Land, even if I die, I will only rot in my stomach, not to mention that we may not die now. Do you have a solution? Jiuyang and Zhou Wen's eyes lit up. It's very simple, as long as the little bee doesn't want to kill us, we naturally don't have to die. Xiao said lightly. It's up to you to say it, I know it. Zhou Wen felt helpless, so he had to ask Jiuyang again, Jiuyang, where did you saints come from? Why? Do you want to die for the Holy Land? Haven't thought that the Holy Land is enslaving your kind? Jiuyang shook his head and said, the so-called same species are nothing more than unfamiliar life forms. What's the difference between them and other unfamiliar creatures? What does life and death have to do with us? Although Zhou Wen does not agree with Jiuyang's statement, but from Jiuyang's point of view, what he said is not unreasonable. The saints have been cultivated in the Holy Land since childhood, which is different from the living environment of ordinary humans, and it is normal to have no sense of belonging to the human race. Zhou Wen wanted to ask something else, but suddenly heard a long howl, and saw that the companion pet was roaring up to the sky, and its body had reached the point where the oil was exhausted, and the eyes were not tears, but a kind of the blood in its body, and even the blood has been drained. This is also a companion pet. If it were replaced by an ordinary dimensional creature, it might have died long ago. After this long howl, the companion pet completely lost its resistance, pulled by the power of the music, and its head hit the ground directly, as if it was kowtowing. With this knock, its body disintegrated instantly, and most of its body turned into black qi rising up. The shape of the black qi condensed in the air vaguely resembled the appearance of the companion pet before it was born, and then slowly rose into the sky. And then slowly dissipate. At the original location of the companion pet, something fell out, that strange crystal. That crystal has many faces, and some strange patterns are depicted on a few faces. Those patterns, Zhou Wen, are quite familiar. Looking closely, one of the patterns is Luobao money, another is an electromagnetic monster, and several other patterns are lines, and there is no complete pattern, but the artistic conception contained in those lines. However, it is vaguely similar to Zhou Wen's flying immortal from the sky and Zhao's trajectory technique. Is this the natural disaster source of that companion pet? Zhou Wen stared at the crystal and thought to himself. Zhou Wen wished he could rush up immediately and grab the source of natural disasters, which was the source of natural disasters at the celestial level, and it was not an ordinary celestial level. However, Zhou Wen didn't dare to move his feet in front of that little bee. He really didn't dare to have any delusions, and saving his life was his greatest hope. The little bee moved the suona from his mouth and did not continue to play. But before the three of Zhou Wen could breathe a sigh of relief, the little bee flapped its wings and flew towards them. The little bee didn't fly fast and fell down slowly. The three of Zhou Wen didn't dare to move. Only the eyeballs of the six eyes moved, and they kept watching the movements of the little bee. The little bee was holding a suona, floating in the air, and slowly fell to the source of the natural disaster. Xiao and Jiuyang's tense nerves relaxed somewhat. Until now, the little bee didn't seem to have any intention of killing them. Natural disaster-grade creatures, Xiao and Jiuyang, are actually not afraid, even if they are so perverted companion pets before, they also have the ability to fight to the death. However, the power of that Suona has exceeded the limit that the natural disaster grade can match. They just endured the aftermath of some Suona sounds, and they almost died, not to mention confronting Suona head-on. Little maybe is not enough to make them afraid, but that Suona makes them feel afraid. Even Zhou Wen is no exception. Although Zhou Wen still has the last move to take, but how effective that move can be, even Zhou Wen himself doesn't know, so it's better not to take that move. The three of them watched the little bee fly beside the source of natural disasters, stretched out their claws to grab the source of natural disasters, and hugged the strange crystal. The little bee obviously does not have the ability of the companion pet, so it cannot directly swallow the source of natural disasters. Holding the source of natural disasters, it wants to absorb the energy in the source of natural disasters. That little bee may not be a parasitic companion pet, but a companion pet bred on this planet. Xiao suddenly said. Why? Zhou Wen and Jiuyang were dumbfounded. They always thought that the little bee should be a parasitic companion pet on this planet. After all, it has such an artifact in its hand, which is more in line with the parasitic companion pet. Xiao said. Didn't you find out, after the companion pet died, the planet did not change? Zhou Wen and Jiuyang immediately realized the problem after hearing Zhao's words. Once the companion pet bred by the planet itself is born, the planet will suffer a devastating blow and explode directly, or, like Venus, it is very likely that it will be blown up in half. But now when the companion pet was born, although it caused some changes in the planet, until it died, the planet still maintained its normal operation. As for some changes and damages on the surface of the planet, for a planet, it does not have much impact at all. Speaking of which, that companion pet really doesn't look like a companion pet bred from this planet. It has nothing to do with this planet at all. Jiuyang said ponderingly. If this little bee is the companion pet bred on this planet, why is the artifact stolen by the parasitic companion pet in the hands of the little bee? Zhou Wen thought for a while and said. Although he also felt that the companion pet was not like a companion pet bred from this planet, there was no way to explain this question. This is not difficult to explain. After the companion pet parasitized into the planet, it was not able to completely control the companion pet that the planet itself gave birth to. Instead, it was deprived of the artifact, or it had to get rid of the artifact. Reason, it happened that the companion pets bred by the planet itself were cheap, which should probably be the case, and it is hard to guess what kind of situation it is. Xiao paused and continued, the reason why I say that the little bee is a companion pet bred on this planet is just a part of the reason, and another important reason is that although the ability of the companion pet is strange, it is the power of the bee is not in line with this planet, but this little bee is different, and its power echoes faintly with this planet. Its power echoes this planet? Why didn't I find it? Jiuyang said suspiciously, this planet appears to be covered by glaciers, and the companion pets it breeds should have some ice power, right? A little bee shouldn't have any ice power, right? It's not an ice power. Zhou Wen pondered and said, Xiao is right, that little bee does have an inner connection with this planet, and this connection has continued until now. What is that? Jiuyang still doesn't understand what the connection between Xiao and Zhou Wen is. You guy, you are too slow. Xiao explained helplessly, don't you realize that the ban on this planet has not been lifted until now? If that companion pet was really conceived on this planet, it will die. After that, even if the planet doesn't explode, the ban should be lifted. So it is. Jiuyang sometimes reacts very slowly. It is his nature, but once he enters the situation, he thinks more than normal people. If the little bee is really a companion pet bred from this planet, and has the artifact taken from the myth war, and now kills the parasitic companion pet, is our danger even greater? Jiuyang said. Xiao sighed, it is true, unless it is not exciting to us at all. Our situation is more dangerous than when we are chased and killed by that companion pet. When the three of them were talking, the little bee held the source of natural disaster in its claws, but flapped its wings and flew towards them. Zhou Wen's heart suddenly froze. Xiao and Jiuyang were not much better, although now Littlebee did not play the trumpet, and there was no music restriction, they could move freely. However, the limitations of the planet itself still exist. As long as they can't leave the planet, even teleporting to the other end of the planet will not have much effect. When Littlebee's Swona rang, the one who should kneel still has to kneel. Now Zhou Wen can only be thankful that this thing did not appear on Earth. Otherwise, when the Swona rang, it is estimated that 99% of the human beings in the world will die violently, and not many are qualified to support it until they kneel and kowtow. It was useless to escape. So the three of them didn't move, and their 6 eyes stared at the little bee that was flying slowly. Zhou Wen felt more and more wrong, because the little bee flew straight towards him. Sure enough, little my bee flew in front of him and had no intention of continuing to fly away, and circled around Zhou Wen a few times, as if looking at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen's muscles were tense, ready to work hard at any time. But the little bee did not attack Zhou Wen, and after a few laps, it flew into the distance. Not long after flying, the little bee suddenly stopped again, raised its swona, and blew hard at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was instantly frightened, and while retreating with all his strength, he ordered the golden harp to gather the power of hundreds of thousands of note spirits, trying to compete with the swona sound of the little bee. However, Zhou Wen also knew in his heart that even the power of hundreds of thousands of note elves and golden harps could not compete with Little Bee's Swona. After all, it was the power that could easily kill celestial creatures. Zhou Wen already had the consciousness to kneel in his heart, so he could only pin his hopes on Wang Ji Sai. But when the Swona sounded, Zhou Wen was stunned, because the music played by the Little Bee this time was a little different from the music Zhou Wen had heard before. If the song Zhou Wen heard before was the call of the god of death and was full of sobbing sadness, then the song he heard now has no sense of sadness at all, and even gives people a feeling of joy. The two extremes of music, one sad and one happy, are actually played from the same instrument, which is really incredible. Moreover, in Little Bee's musical instrument, Zhou Wen did not feel the urge to commit suicide. Although the vitality in the body was also restless with the music, it was not the explosive restlessness, but a kind of inexplicable the impulsiveness of Yuan Qi. Became extremely active, but this activity would not cause harm to Zhou Wen's body. The only thing is that in this kind of music, Zhou Wen's body is also imprisoned, not to mention teleportation. It becomes very difficult to even move. Fortunately, Zhou Wen didn't feel that the force was pulling him to kneel, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was even worse. If you kneel down, you might be able to provoke the sigh of the king. Now that you don't have to kneel, isn't it possible that even the sigh of the king can't be inspired? Not even the last trump card was used. When Zhou Wen was thinking about it, he saw the little bee blowing a swona while turning around and flying slowly in one direction. Xiao, Jiuyang, and Zhou Wen were all overjoyed. If this little bee didn't intend to kill them, and just left, they would be able to get a life back. But who knew that when the little bees turned and flew away, their bodies were uncontrollably and went away in the direction of the little bee's flight. The golden harp led hundreds of thousands of note spirits to play in unison, but it didn't affect the tune played by the little bee at all. After all, it was completely different from the tune just now. Zhou had never heard this tune before, and it was too late to learn it now. What the hell is it trying to do? Zhou was in shock and didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. If the little bee really wanted to kill them, just play the song of death. It seems that there is no need to do such a thing. But if the little bee didn't want to kill them, just let them go. Why did they play such a strange tune again? The three were forced to follow the little bee. Because of the power of the music, they could only walk on the ground and could not fly. After the battle just now, this planet was full of glacial faults and rock ruins. They walked all the way, but could not change their direction. From time to time, they would bump into ice blocks and rocks, and even fall under the cliff, making them very embarrassed. Fortunately, the three people's physical fitness is excellent, but they are only a little embarrassed, and they have not suffered too much damage. You said, where is this little bee going to take us? It doesn't want to take us into its lair, to make food reserves. Right? Jiuyang said strangely. Zhou thought about it and felt that Jiuyang's words sounded unreliable, but after thinking about it carefully, it really made some sense. The little bee is not the companion pet. It does not have a superphagocytic ability. The source of the natural disaster of the companion pet is not able to directly swallow and digest, and it is even more impossible to swallow the three of them directly. Taking them back first as a reserve of food seems to have been said in the past. Your holy God, since he is so powerful, didn't he leave you any help before you came? Zhou asked. What means should we use? We have already used it, and we will wait until now. Xiao pouted his lips and said, but I think this little bee may not be malicious to us, at least to me and Jiuyang, it should not be malicious. Zhou was even more depressed when he heard it. Xiao was right. From the beginning, the little bee seemed to be targeting Zhou, Xiao, and Jiuyang, and it was only affected Zhou. Is there something special about you that attracted that little bee? Xiao asked Zhou. If there is really something in me that it can like, do you think it won't come to grab it directly? Zhou said angrily. Xiao thought for a while and felt that Zhou was right. The little bee really liked something on Zhou, so he just killed Zhou and robbed it. There was no need to be so troublesome. I didn't fancy something, could it be that I fancy you? Xiao walked forward involuntarily, and looked at Zhou sideways, as if trying to figure out what could attract little bees to Zhou. Hearing Zhao's words, Jiuyang seemed to suddenly realize, if the little bee is really a companion pet that was bred on this planet, then the energy of this planet was originally provided to itself, but now it is sucked away by that companion pet. At least half of the time, it didn't fully evolve. Now, did it choose Zhou, want to use Zhou's body, and also do a parasitism? Zhou's face suddenly turned pale when he heard it, and what Jiuyang said seemed to have a little possibility. Imagining the picture of the little bee getting into his body and slowly nibbling away his internal organs, Zhou couldn't help shivering. No. In terms of physical level, you are much stronger than me. Even if it wants to parasitize, it should parasitize your body, and it should not be my turn. Zhou said. That's not necessarily true. Maybe the little bee likes a host with extraordinary talent like you. Xiao Kuai said. You sister with extraordinary talent, I'm just an ordinary person. Zhou Wen said quickly. Ordinary people? Both Jiuyang and Xiao looked at him sideways. They don't think so. Zhou Wen's domain strength has obviously not reached the perfect level of the heaven level, and even the completion degree of the hell level domain is not as good as that of the hell level, but his domain strength can actually compete with the heaven level, and he also has multiple domains. What's even more terrifying is that he can't see the genes of guardians or other creatures at all, and it seems to be a natural disaster for a pure-blooded human to be promoted. If such people are still called ordinary people, then they really don't know that there are other people in this world who are not ordinary. When the three of them were talking, the little bee had already flown into a glacier rift, and the three of them fell down involuntarily. Bang bang bang. The three fell to the bottom of the rift and smashed 3 ice holes. When they climbed out of the ice holes, they found that the little bee had stopped playing and was looking at an ice cave. Zhou Wen followed little bee's gaze, and when he saw the sight of the ice cream clearly, his eyes widened, his mouth opened wide, and he almost cried out. Yudu is not dead. Zhou Wen was a little surprised when he saw that Yudu was sitting cross-legged in the ice hole. Yudu had been unable to move before, and was affected by such a battle. Originally, Zhou Wen thought that she had suffered misfortune in all likelihood. I didn't expect to see Yudu, although it seems that her condition is not very good, but she is still alive, as long as she is alive. You sat cross-legged in the ice cave, running the power of moonlight, as if to heal the wounds he had suffered. No injuries can be seen on the outside of her body. It is estimated that she was disturbed during the evolution, and the inside of her body was injured. What are the little bees doing here to find you, Edu? Is it because they want to kill them all? Zhou Wen's thoughts turned, but he couldn't care less, and warned Yuedu loudly. However, Zhou Wen's voice was not able to enter the ice hole at all, because the little bee blew the Swana again, and the sound of the Swana suddenly covered Zhou Wen's voice. Not to mention Yudu, who was far away in the ice hole. Even Xiao and Jiuyang, who were nearby, could hardly hear what he was shouting. As soon as the sound of the Swana sounded, the bodies of Zhou Wen and the others were controlled again. No matter how hard they struggled, it was difficult to get rid of the sound control of the Swana. Even Taishang Kaidianjing and Shiyu were useless. The warding off evil spirits, by listening to the truth, did not have any effect, so Zhou Wen couldn't figure out what kind of power the sound of the Swana belonged to. Zhou Wen walked towards Little Bee involuntarily, but soon he found out that something was wrong this time. He himself was controlled by the voice to go to the position of the little bee, but Xiao and Jiuyang did not come together, they still stood there. Zhou Wen had even seen Xiao and Jiuyang trying their best to move their bodies, but they couldn't move at all, standing firmly in place, as if they were nailed there. It's over. Is it really like what Jiuyang said, this little bee wants to use me as a parasitic target? Zhou Wen's back was cold. In my heart, I was thinking about how to make a last attempt to escape the control of the little bee, but I saw that Yudu in the ice hole was forced to come out. You obviously saw Zhou Wen as well. He opened his mouth and seemed to be saying something to Zhou Wen. But because of the sound of the Swana, although the two were not far away, Zhou Wen still couldn't hear what she was saying, but it seemed that she was the same. I was so panicked, I didn't know what was going on. Now Zhou Wen regrets that he didn't learn lip language or something. If you can speak your lips, at least you know what you do is talking about, so you don't have to worry about it. Fortunately, both of them walked towards the location of Little B, and the distance was getting closer and closer. When the distance between the two was less than 100 meters, Zhou would probably be able to hear what you do. Said. What the hell happened here? Yu asked in a panic. It's a long story. Zhou said with a wry smile. There were too many things happening in the middle, and it was impossible to explain for a while. Don't worry about those for now, try it first. Is there any way to get rid of the Swona sound? Zhou can only hope that Yu has a way to get rid of the Swona sound now. Before you do, she should have been at the hell level. After absorbing the power of the moon essence basin. If there is no accident in the middle, it should be at the heaven level. Now I don't know what her situation is, and whether she has been promoted perfectly. If it is already at the heaven level, maybe there may be some way. I've tried it, but it doesn't work. The sound is too weird. I can't affect it with the power of the sound system, and I can't affect it with the power of space. Yu shook his head and said. Between the two of them talking, they have come to a distance of less than 50 meters, and they are still approaching. In the middle of them is the little bee blowing a Swona. Even you can't do anything about it, then we can only resign ourselves to fate. I hope that little bee doesn't want our lives. Zhou said with a sigh. If he really wants to be parasitized by the little bee, Zhou can only recognize it now. He only hopes that the little bee will not directly suck him up after the parasitism, then he has no time to think of a way. It really didn't work, so Zhou went to Cheesy Mountain, preferring to sign some unequal treaties with Lord D, rather than being parasitized by little bees and sucking blood and gnawing away flesh and blood. However, the current behavior of the little bee still makes Zhou a little puzzled. If the little bee really wants to be parasitized, it should only be parasitized in one person. So why did it bring both Zhou and Yu? Could it be that this guy chooses a host? Like the ancient emperor chooses his concubine, and gathers the beautiful girls together to make them taller, shorter, fatter, and thinner? Zhou thought for a long time, but he didn't understand what the little bee wanted to do. At this time, both of them had come very close to little bee, and when the distance between Zhou and Yu, that is, a distance of 1 or 2 steps, they both finally stopped and stood face to face. The music of the little bee also stopped, but Zhou found that his body was still controlled and it was difficult to move freely. What the hell happened here? Yu looked at Zhou solemnly and asked. Oh, I also want to know what happened. Zhou sighed and said, although he watched the little bee all the way to be born, but now he really doesn't know what the little bee wants to do. Yu wanted to say something else, but heard an earth-shattering Swona sound. The little bee was on top of the two of them. And it was too close to them. This Swona sound was louder than any time before, as if it was blown directly into their souls, making their souls tremble. Fortunately, although the sound is a bit scary, it doesn't seem to have any practical effect. Apart from the fact that the two's bodies are still unable to move, no other changes have occurred. When Zhou was guessing what the little bee meant by blowing, he suddenly felt that something was wrong, and something unexpectedly flew out of the chaos bead. Zhou was taken aback, knowing that the chaotic space in the chaos orb is equivalent to another time and space. Unless Zhou opens the chaos orb by himself, the contents inside should not be affected by the outside world. Now that something flew out of it, it was obviously affected by the sound of the Swona, which made Zhou Wen even more surprised by the power of the Swana. Zhou Wen took a closer look, and the thing that flew out of the Chaos Pearl was a brand, and it was a gift from Dian to him. Tian Shieling is actually a palm-sized stone sign with a red word, happiness, on it. At this time, Shieling was suspended in the middle of Zhou Wen and Yuedu. It looked like a very ordinary stone sign, and the word happiness on it was flashing strange brilliance. The sudden appearance of Tian Shieling made Zhou Wen realize something. When Dian gave him the celestial order, he didn't say much, and even gave it very casually, as if the celestial order was just an unimportant thing. But since Zhou Wen got the celestial order, what happened around the celestial order made Zhou Wen vaguely understand that this celestial order must be of great importance. Just being able to make natural disaster creatures stay on the earth is extremely terrifying. On the earth, except for humans, once all creatures are promoted to natural disasters, they will be forced to leave the earth and go to the universe. Even if they stay reluctantly, they will inevitably be suppressed by rules or self-sealed, so that their strength will be weakened to the natural disaster. It is possible to stay on Earth. The most intuitive example is that antelope. A guy as strong as an antelope must be a natural disaster grade, and it is not an ordinary natural disaster grade. Its usual cultivation base has always been sealed by itself. Even if it is seriously injured, it does not dare to arbitrarily unleash your own power. At the current level of human beings, if natural disaster creatures can stay on the earth, there is no way for humans to live, and the earth has long been ruled by alien creatures. Now Tianqi is dazzling, the rays of sunshine are flowing, and the joy is rising, like a red lantern hanging above Zhou Wen, and you do drip drip, drip tap. The little bee over there was still full of energy, and kept blowing the swana. With the music of the swana, the brilliance of Tianqi Ling became stronger and stronger, and Zhou Wen and Yudu were both out of control. Turn to the direction of Tianqi Ling. Xiao, why do I think this scene seems familiar? Jiuyang, who was standing beside him, frowned as he looked at the scene in front of him. Xiao said strangely, if I'm not mistaken, what they are doing now is very much like a custom in ancient times. Hearing Zhao's words, Jiuyang's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, it's just a custom. What is that custom called? Because many traditional customs have disappeared in the Federation, not to mention Jiuyang, who was born in the Holy Land. He has only seen some historical materials occasionally, and his impression is not very deep, and he can't remember it for a while. Worship heaven and earth, Xiao Interface said. Yes, it's worshipping the heaven and earth. It's an ancient wedding in the East District. That's right, when I read the materials, I saw it by chance, and the music seems to be very similar to the music played by the little bee now. How should I put it? It's festive. Jiuyang's expression also became strange, but this is too strange. A companion pet born on a distant planet actually understands the custom of worshipping the heavens and the earth, a custom that few humans understand, and also forces Zhou Wen and a dimensional creature to worship the heavens and the earth. This is too bizarre. What exactly does it want to do? Is this really worship? I think it shouldn't be wrong. Xiao looked at Zhou Wen and Yudu, and didn't know what he was thinking. If I remember correctly, there are 3 steps to worship the heaven and earth. First, worship the heaven and earth, then worship the ancestors, and finally the husband and wife pay their respects, and then they are sent to the bridal chamber, which is a real husband and wife. When Jiuyang was talking, he listening to the swana sound of the little bee, it suddenly became high-pitched and far-reaching. Following the sound of the Suona, Zhou Wen and Yudu couldn't help but bowed their knees to Tian Shiling and bowed down slowly. Zhou Wen and Yudu naturally heard the conversation between Xiao and Jiuyang just now. Zhou Wen didn't find it strange at all. Tianqi Ling was originally in charge of marriage, and it appeared this matter has nothing to do with marriage. Zhou Wen didn't believe it. Zhou Wen didn't feel anything about worshipping the heavens and the earth. Even if he really worshipped the heavens and the earth with Yudu, because Tian Xiling formed a marriage, it didn't mean much. Not to mention that both of them are forced. Even if it is not forced, it is not difficult for modern people to divorce. What Zhou Wen is worried about is why the little bee does this, and what good will it be for the little bee if he and Yudu have a good relationship? Wait, shouldn't it? Zhou Wen thought of a possibility and only felt his scalp tingle. For a thing like Tianqi Ling, its ability is likely to be more than just a form, otherwise such an artifact is only born to hold a wedding. It seems too useless. If Tianqi Ling has a more specific role, then this role may really make Zhou Wen you read into the bridal chamber, and may even directly conceive a child. Thinking of the previous speculation that the little bees wanted to parasitize, Zhou Wen's back was covered in cold sweat, and he felt more and more that the little bees probably wanted to parasitize their offspring embryos. Generally speaking, there must be reproductive isolation between humans and dimensional creatures, but this kind of thing is really evil, and it may not have a special effect to break through this limitation. The more Zhou Wen thought about it, the more terrifying he felt. He tried his best to keep his knees from kneeling down, but his body sank involuntarily. On the other side, Yudu is also struggling desperately. But it is also not very effective. No matter what it wants to do, I won't let anything you don't like happen. Yudu said suddenly, with a strange tone that seemed to be decisive. Zhou Wen knelt down side by side with Yudu, and when he heard her voice, he could only look at Yudu with the corner of his eyes, seeing that she had an utter expression, and a strange power was bred in her body. Do you have a solution? Zhou Wen was overjoyed. Since Yudu still has strength to use, he might be able to get out of the current predicament. Yes. Yudu nodded. Then use it quickly. I can't hold it anymore, and I will really worship it if I don't need it again. Zhou Wen was overjoyed when he heard the words, and hurriedly urged you to read. You don't have to worry, as I said, no one can force you to do things you don't like in front of me. Yudu said. The power in her body became stronger and stronger, and her whole body was like a volcano about to erupt. Zhou Wen suddenly felt that something was wrong. He found that Yudu's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose began to overflow with blood, and the power in the whole body was expanding, and it felt like it was about to explode. What do you want to do? Zhou Wen asked quickly. Tian Shiling can force a marriage, but marriage is ultimately a matter of two people. As long as one of them dies, Tian Xiling will naturally be useless. Yudu said. You're going to blow yourself up. Stop it. Zhou Wen immediately shouted. The power on Yudu's body did not show any signs of stopping. Instead, it swelled even more. It seemed that the moonlight was penetrating through Yudu's skin, making her body as crystal clear as crystal jade. Will explode. I said, as long as I'm here, no one can force you to do things you don't like. Yudu's eyes were absolutely firm, but there was a smile on his face. And he said slowly, what I can do for you. There's only so much, take care. Luna's eyes were firm, resolute, and stubborn, but deep in those eyes were hidden complex emotions such as sadness, desolation. Relief, reluctance, and suffering. Even a hard-hearted person, seeing Luna's eyes, is afraid that he will be melted, moved by the sincere emotion, and feel pity in his heart. What's more, Zhou Wen is just a little dull, not a real hard-hearted. You do, stop, I never said that I don't want to, stop. Zhou Wen's emotions were agitated, and he couldn't help shouting. You didn't stop, and smiled bitterly. You don't have to force yourself, I said. No one can force you to do things you don't want, naturally including myself. I don't need mercy, no need for sympathy. Zhou Wen saw that Yuadu was on the verge of self-destruction, and there was no time for him to convince Yuadu, so he shouted, if you want to stop, stop. What nonsense, what do I want to do? Myself, don't I know? If I let you live, you can live for me. If I don't let you die, you are not allowed to die. From now on, you will do what I say. Yu stared blankly, his eyes gradually softened, and the energy fluctuations in his body finally stopped expanding, but they did not subside. Do you know what it means if we bow down? It's not a simple ceremony, but it will become a real couple. Do you really want to? Yudu looked at Zhou Wen and asked in disbelief. Of course I am willing. If not, I will not let you live. Zhou Wen sighed. Although it is good to be able to save Yuadu's life, it is hard to predict what the little bee will do to them next. If it is as he thought, the little bee's goal is the offspring embryos of him and Yuadu, then the trouble will be real. Big. Okay, I'll listen to you. If you don't let me die, then I won't die. Yudu said affectionately, with flushed cheeks. By this time, both of them could no longer support it. Zhou Wen's knee was about to touch the ground, and there was only a piece of paper left from the ground. Zhou Wen had already accepted his fate, so he simply gave up his resistance and took a step forward to see what the little bee was going to do. But just when Zhou Wen had given up his resistance and his knees were about to touch the ground, a force suddenly burst out from him, forcibly causing Zhou Wen's knees, which were about to touch the ground, to bounce, and he stood up straight. Go away. A voice came from Zhou Wen's body. It sounded like it came from Zhou Wen's mouth, but Zhou Wen's mouth didn't move at all. And that voice was not a man's voice, but a woman's voice. Accompanied by this rolling word, the little bee who was playing the suona seemed to have been shocked by an electric shock. The dazzling celestial order also lost all its brilliance, fell from the sky, and returned to its original appearance. Zhou Wen hadn't reacted yet, when he saw a shadow flashing from his body, and the demon baby rushed out of him, caught the suona in the air, held the suona, put it to his mouth, puffed out his cheeks, blow hard at the little bee. The high-pitched suona sound went straight into the soul, making everyone feel their heads buzzing, one head and two heads, as if the soul was about to be blown out of the body. The little bee was the first to bear the brunt of the blow. It was dizzy, and its body kept spinning in the air. Maybe it was because Zhou Wen was the master of the demon baby, or maybe the demon baby deliberately didn't let the sound of the suona affect Zhou Wen. Whatever the reason, Zhou Wen was not affected at this time. Without any hesitation, Zhou Wen used the demon dragon king armor, borrowed the power of 8 companion pets, and then injected all the power into the golden Jiao, and cut it towards the bee, who was already dazed. Although the little bee is very powerful, it is still only at the level of heaven, and has not reached the level of the end of the world. It is also affected by the sound of the suona, and it is no longer able to fight against the golden Jiao. And the reason why it is so strong is that the suona plays a great role. Without the suona, the little B is at most similar to the previous companion pet, or even inferior. Seeing that the little bee had nowhere to go, it suddenly flapped its wings, with all its might, turning into a stream of light and escaping, wanting to make a final struggle. Zhou Wen chased after Jin Jiao's scissors. Of course, it was impossible to let the little bee go here and now. But who knew that the little bee flickered and landed on Yudu's body. Crookedly, hid behind her as if in fear, peeked at the demon baby, and then stuck her head on Yudu's neck, turning her into a ghost. For a companion pet tattoo. Zhou Wen stared blankly at Yudu, and Yudu's gentle and shy expression just now gradually became a little embarrassing. As if realizing something, the expression on Yudu's face instantly changed to surprise. Zhou Wen, you are so amazing, this companion pet is afraid of you. And automatically contracted with me and became my companion pet, as expected of me. The husband of the month reading. Zhou Wen looked at Yudu and didn't speak, but Jiuyang came over, patted Zhou Wen's shoulder and said, Zhou Wen, there is a woman who is willing to deceive you like this, it is worth being deceived. Zhao didn't say anything, just gave Yudubi a thumbs-up gesture. Let's go first. Zhao said, stretched out his hand and pulled Jiuyang, and the two suddenly disappeared into the void, leaving only Zhou Wen and Yudu on the dilapidated planet. Zhou Wen now wants to understand, how could such a smart woman, Yudu, choose such a dangerous planet as her residence, and choose to absorb the moon essence basin here? Zhou Wen didn't think about it before, but now that he thinks about it carefully, he immediately feels that there must be something tricky in it. Combined with that little bee's life and death, it has become a companion pet for Yuedu. Now it is certain that Yuedu has long known about this bee. The matter of the planet has even begun to be laid out long ago. It was definitely not accidental that she chose to live here and absorb the moon essence basin. Looking at each other. The atmosphere is a little weird. Cough, Zhou Wen, listen to my explanation. Yudu looked at Zhou Wen's eyes. Her cheeks flushed. No need to explain, it's fine, I should go back. Zhou Wen didn't feel angry, Yudu didn't want to hurt him, and even if he really worshipped the world in the end, there would not be the danger he imagined. Carrying the Swana, the demon baby flew back to Zhou Wen and turned into a tattoo. Again, and even the Swana disappeared together. Obviously it was a success, and I'm so angry. After Yudu watched Zhou Wen teleport away, he clenched his fists angrily, but didn't know how to vent, and was desperately depressed. What is the power of repelling parasitic wasps? And life and death Swana? It seems that I heard a voice that does not belong to Zhou Wen. Could it be that there is a terrifying existence hidden in Zhou Wen's body? The doubts became stronger and stronger, and thoughts kept flashing in my heart. Why is that terrifying existence hidden in Zhou Wen's body? What is her relationship with Zhou Wen? Will it be bad for Zhou Wen? No, it must be, just figure it out. But on second thought, she can't go back to Earth now, and because of what happened just now, Zhou Wen must not trust her very much. If she goes to Zhou Wen now, it may be difficult to solve the problem. Looks like I have to think of something else. Yudu squinted his eyes and thought, not knowing what was going on in his head. Zhou Wendao didn't think it was as Yuduo thought. He was a little used to Yudu's behavior. Even if he was deceived, he wouldn't be surprised. He even took it for granted. Of course, this doesn't mean that Zhou Wen was fooled, just because Zhou Wen knew very well that no matter how much Yudu lied to him, it wouldn't really hurt him. The teleportation returned to Earth, and Zhou Wen returned to Guide Mansion. Because of a certain deviation in interstellar teleportation, Zhou Wen appeared near the ancient city. Just as he was about to go back to the base, he suddenly sensed something, turned his head to look in the direction of Qinghu Lake, and saw a man in white standing by the lake. The white-haired dragon horns, the light wind blowing slowly from the lake, made his clothes sway, as if he would fly by the wind at any time. Teacher Zhou Wen trembled, although he only saw a back, he still recognized who it was at a glance. Xiaowen. The man in white turned around and smiled at Zhou Wen. It was Wang Mingyuan. Teacher, why are you here? Zhou Wen was pleasantly surprised, happy to see Wang Mingyuan again, and surprised to see Wang Mingyuan again. With Wang Mingyuan's current status, he will never return to Earth casually, let alone come to him for tea and chat. Zhou Wen stood there, not knowing for a while whether he should run to Wang Mingyuan or not, and just froze there. You've grown up. Wang Mingyuan smiled slightly, turned around again, turned his back to Zhou Wen, looked at the ancient city, shrouded in mist and rain, and said, when I was young, there were many things that could be avoided, but not to choose, because someone standing on a high place shelters you from the wind and rain. But after growing up, the person who shields you from the wind and rain is no longer as tall as you, and there is no way to protect you in a world without multiple choice questions. It is time for you to make a choice. Teacher, what do you want me to choose? Zhou Wen looked at Wang Mingyuan, but he still didn't walk over. Earth's ban is getting weaker and weaker, and it won't be long before all the dimensional fields will break the ban. Wang Mingyuan said. I know. Zhou Wen nodded solemnly. Recently, more and more dimensional fields have broken the ban, and it will not take long to completely break the ban. When all the dimensional fields are broken, it is the time when Earth's companion pets are born. Wang Mingyuan's words immediately shocked Zhou Wen. So fast? Zhou Wen was horrified. According to the current situation, the ban on the dimensional field is completely broken, and it is estimated that it will be a matter of 1 or 2 years. At that time, if the Earth's companion pet is to be born, the Earth will be finished. Maybe it's faster than you think. Wang Mingyuan smiled and said. And it's not the worst. What could be worse than this? Zhou Wen felt that his young mind could no longer bear such a blow. The destruction of the Earth is not the worst case, and he really doesn't know what could be worse. At that time, the entire universe's suppression of different dimensions will be lifted. In fact, the suppression of different dimensions by the universe's rules has begun to weaken. Wang Mingyuan said slowly, and at the end, the smile on his face had completely disappeared. Can you be sure? Zhou Wen asked in horror. He knew too well how terrifying that situation would be. Now that humans can survive, or that the entire universe in which the Earth is located can maintain a relatively peaceful state, it is because of the suppression of different dimensions by the rules of the universe. Without this kind of rule suppression, let alone human beings, creatures in the entire universe will face huge disasters. Wang Mingyuan did not answer Zhou Wen, but continued, this is a disaster, but also an opportunity. What chance? Zhou Wen didn't understand. If the other dimension really invaded, what chance would humans have? Noon has found a companion pet on Earth, and no one knows which dimension field on the Earth can determine the ownership of a companion pet on Earth. Even if the top powerhouses of different dimensions come, they will not dare to invade the Earth easily. They still need human beings as their spokesperson, compete for the companion pet of the Earth. Is it necessary? If the apocalyptic powerhouses of different dimensions can really come to the Earth completely, and they are Fully capable of opening up all the dimensional fields, why is it so troublesome? Zhou frowned. They wanted to do that too, but they didn't dare. Don't you dare? Yes, I don't dare, even a powerhouse at the end of the world will be afraid. What are they afraid of? What is there on Earth that makes them afraid? Zhou was in shock, feeling faintly that this might be the key to everything. There is something in the Earth that scares them, and I don't know. But the former strongest in another dimension rushed into the Earth with supreme divine power, almost cracking the Earth, but in the end it was not able to come out again, and the world evaporated from then on. Wang Mingyuan said. Is it the ship with the woman's head logo? Zhou immediately thought of the woman's head and the anchor. Wang Mingyuan nodded, so even if the rules of the universe are suppressed and disappeared, the different dimensions will not fully invade the Earth in a short time. They need some spokespersons to figure out what is on the Earth for them. After a pause, Wang Mingyuan said again, there are many races in different dimensions today, but there are 7 really powerful races, and you should not be too unfamiliar. The 6 great temples represent the 6 powerful races of different dimensions. Race. But if the other dimension is the strongest, it is not these 6 races, but the immortal race. Zhou thought about it, and he was no stranger at all. He had dealt with a lot in the Holy Land, and he also had grievances with the Immortals. In this way, he had all offended the 7 strongest races in the different dimension. In the future, different dimensions will come fully, and he feels that his living environment will become extremely bad. Since the Immortals are so strong, why didn't the Immortals set up a temple in the Holy Land? Zhou felt a little puzzled about this. The strongest person in the different dimension who came to the Earth at the beginning came from the Immortal clan. The Immortal clan at the beginning, the 10,000 clans surrendered, even if the 6 holy clans were united. They could only submit to the Immortal clan. Unfortunately, that made 10,000 clans surrender. The Immortal, but evaporated in the Earth. Wang Mingyuan said, slowly. Zhou listened to the hair standing on end. Such a powerful existence would disappear from the Earth. It is no wonder that those terrifying existences in different dimensions are so taboo on the Earth. After the Immortals suffered the heavy damage that time, the 6 great saints were able to rise and become the rulers of different dimensions. Even so, it was necessary to unite the 6 clans to suppress the severely damaged Immortals. So many years have passed. Today's Immortal clan, even if the 6 holy clans are united, it is difficult to completely suppress it, and the possibility of re-emerging the world is very high. Wang Mingyuan paused for a while, then continued, the arrival of different dimensions is inevitable. All races will find their own spokespersons on Earth, and the Immortal race hopes that you can become their spokesperson. If you agree, sure, Quansort Immortal and Quangjian Immortal things can be written off. If I become the spokesperson of the Immortal clan, wouldn't it mean to help the Immortal clan to destroy the Earth? Zhou thought about it and said. Wang Mingyuan smiled and said, then you have to ask your own heart. Zhou stared at Wang Mingyuan blankly, not understanding what Wang Mingyuan's words meant. Wang Mingyuan didn't explain it, and took out something and threw it at Zhou. Zhou caught it and saw that it was a ring like an ice crystal jade. You have reached the age where you can make your own choices. Think slowly. If you are willing to become the spokesperson of the Immortals, crush the ring. Wang Mingyuan said, and his figure began to gradually become ethereal and ethereal. It seems to be about to become transparent. Teacher, if it were you, what would you choose? Zhou asked. My path may not be suitable for you, Wang Mingyuan said, and finally turned around. The transparent body that had become suspended in the air looked at Zhou tenderly and said, some people choose to go to heaven, some choose to go to hell. No matter where you go, just follow your heart. If one day you go to hell, don't be afraid, don't hesitate, stretch out your hand, where you can reach, there will definitely be a hand waiting for you. The voice of the last word fell, Wang Mingyuan's voice, the body disappeared completely. Zhou looked at the place where Wang Mingyuan disappeared, and didn't move for a while. When all the gods are coming to the mortal world, what's the difference between going to heaven and going to hell? After a long time, Zhou Wenkai sighed and put the ring away first. Back at the guide mansion, the situation here is not very good. Li Xian, Qin Zhen, Feng Qiuyan, Ming Xiu, and others are busy fighting around to maintain the security of the base. Recently, more and more dimensional fields near Guide Mansion have banned creatures rushing out. If it weren't for Li Xian and the others being the top experts among human beings, the base would have been razed to the ground long ago. Even with so many masters gathered in Guide Mansion, there have been casualties among ordinary people recently. Although the number is small, it is enough to make people vigilant. Old Zhou, you are finally back. We have to find a dimensional field to build a city as soon as possible. There is no way to defend this broken place, Li Xian said with a little depressing when he saw Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen saw that Li Xian's spirit was not very good, his eyes were bloodshot, and even Li Xian, who had an almost immortal body, looked so tired. Others must have worked harder. It's time to find a dimensional field to build a city. Is Xia Xianyue still here? Zhou Wen knew that it might be difficult to find a suitable dimensional field to build a city for a while. It has always been there, and it has helped us a lot. Recently, there have been too many banned creatures, and there are really not enough people. Xia Xianyue and the people of the Xia family have also contributed a lot, Li Xian said. Then I'll go see her. Zhou Wen heard Li Xian say this, and knew that Li Xian should be willing to cooperate with the Xia family by default. The Xia family is also sincere. Recently, banned creatures have appeared frequently, and many families that were originally watching have already evacuated from Guide Mansion. At this time, Xia Xianyue can still lead people to help guard the base. The sincerity of the Xia family is indeed enough. By the way, Sister Yuji is here, and she has helped us a lot recently. Seeing that Zhou Wen was about to leave, Li Xian hurriedly added another sentence. Why is she here? Who else is in the Zhang family besides her? Zhou Wen was slightly startled. Others don't know the details of Zhang Yuji, but Zhou Wen is very clear. The entire Zhang family holds Zhang Yuji as a treasure in the palm of their hands, for fear of making a mistake. Not to mention coming to such a dangerous place as Guide Mansion. Even in the Zhang family's own dimensional realm, Zhang Yuji will be surrounded by many people to protect him. It was beyond Zhou Wen's expectations that the Zhang family would let Zhang Yuji come to the Guide Mansion. There are also Zhang Xiao and Bai Hatim. Listening to what Sister Yuji said, it seems that the Zhang family is also interested in investing in us. Li Xian's tone suddenly became ambiguous, and he lowered his voice and said, but it is the Zhang family who are interested in us. If there is interest here, or if Sister Yuji herself is interested in some people, then I don't know. What are you talking about? Zhou Wen glared at him angrily. Sis Yuji's importance to the Zhang family. If it wasn't for the Zhang family scheming, how could she be allowed to come here? Even if Sister Yuji herself agree, the Zhang family won't let her come. Hey, that might be in the middle of your mind. Speaking of which, you are not too young. Although Sister Yuji is a little older than us, she is definitely not old. A young mature woman is also very good, think about it. Li Shanqi said with a smile. You still have time to think about this. It seems that you don't need to worry about building the city. Zhou Wen said lightly. No, you should hurry up and find a dimensional field to build a city. If it goes on like this, even if I can support it, everyone else is about to collapse. Li Xian said quickly. Where are Xia Xianyue and Sister Yuji now? Zhou Wen thought about it and asked. They're all in the Fuyue community. They just cleaned up a wave of dimensional creatures at night. I guess they are all resting now. Xia Xianyue and the Xia family live in the 9th building, and Yuji and Zhang Xiao live in the 10th building. Li Xian told Zhou Wen the detailed address. How did you arrange them so close? Zhou Wen frowned slightly. Li Xian said helplessly, it wasn't arranged by me, it was requested by them. The relationship between the Xia family and the Zhang family is very good. They said that they lived closer, so she could take care of them. Zhou Wen didn't say much, he said hello to Li Xian, and walked in the direction of Fuyue community, and soon came to the community. After hesitating for a while, Zhou Wen walked towards building No. 9, wanting to talk to Xia Xianyue about the dimension field first. Zhou Wen. When he was about to walk in front of building number 9, he heard someone call his name. He turned around and saw Zhang Yuji standing at the entrance of building number 10, waving at him. Zhou Wen, are you here to find me? Zhou Wen was about to turn around and walk over, but found that Xia Xianyue came out of building number 9 at some point and greeted him with a smile. Zhou Wen looked at Xia Xianyue, looked at Zhang Yuji again, thought about it and said, time is running out. Let's talk together. Zhou Wen called both of them over, and without entering the building, he sat down in the garden pavilion of the community. There were people from the Xia Zhang family guarding outside, so he was not afraid of being disturbed. Miss Xia, you said before that there is a suitable dimensional field to build a city. I have the intention to cooperate, but I have to see the specific situation of that dimensional field before deciding whether to cooperate. You can rest assured, we can sign a contract first, as long as we use it. The dimensional realm construction city you provided should be given to you, and there will be no less. Zhou Wen said bluntly, without the intention of saying superfluous words. He knew that the time was pressing, and the dimensional field would be completely broken in the next 2 years. If there was no dimensional field as a place of refuge, there would be no way for these hundreds of thousands of people to survive. What's the use of signing a contract in the current state of the Federation? Xia Xianyue continued with a smile, since I'm here, I naturally trust you. I don't need to sign any contract, I can take you there at any time. Zhou Wenjing was about to say something, but Zhang Yuji on the side took the lead and said, wait a minute, Xiaowen, you want to find a dimensional field to build a city, why don't you ask me first? Zhou Wen was slightly startled, Sister Yuji. What do you mean? Zhang Yuji said, in terms of feng shui, there is no other company in the world that can compare to our Zhang family, let alone finding a place to build a city, even if you want to find a place to build a palace, my sister can help you find the best location. Zhang Yuji's words are very good, but Zhou Wen thinks about it, and it seems to be the truth. That's what the Zhang family does. It's a problem for Zhou Wen and the others. Maybe they can handle it casually. When Xia Xianyue heard what Zhang Yuji said, she curled her lips and said, I admit that your Zhang family's feng shui study is truly unmatched in this world. If you are looking for a cemetery, it is indeed the best choice. But if you want to talk about finding a dimension field, that's hard to say. Zhou Wen, you have to think carefully, don't take the lives of hundreds of thousands of people to verify other people's knowledge. What Xia Xianyue said also makes sense. Even if feng shui can really calculate where there is a dimensional field, but that dimensional field is suitable for building a city, how to calculate this? Zhou Wen thought to himself. Zhang Yuji didn't get angry when he heard it, and still said lightly, Xiaowen, sister will take you to see it first, whether it's suitable for you to see for yourself. Sister, what are the conditions for the Zhang family? Zhou Wen knew very well the truth of his brother's clear accounting, not to mention that Zhang Yuji not only represented herself, but also the interests of the Zhang family. What conditions are not conditions? This is a gift from your sister. Zhang Yuji smiled, I am me, and the Zhang family is the Zhang family. You have helped my sister so much before. Can't your sister give you a home? Whether or not you will cooperate with the Zhang family in the future has nothing to do with this matter, and I don't want you to cooperate with the Zhang family. Zhang Yuji's last sentence shocked both Xia Xianyue and Zhou Wen. The previous words are easy to understand. Whether it is from Zhang Yuji's true thoughts or his desire to befriend Zhou Wen, those words all make sense. But her last sentence really doesn't make sense. As the Zhang family, Zhang Yuji doesn't want Zhou Wen to cooperate with the Zhang family, which is really hard to understand. Zhou Wen came to ask why, but he refrained from asking. There were too many people here. If Zhang Yuji's answer was more private, it would not be very good to ask. Zhou Wen planned to go back and ask her again in private. Xia Xianyue suddenly thought of something, glanced at Zhang Yuji, and then said meaningfully to Zhou Wen, the dimensional field I plan to recommend to you is Emperor Qiu. I can guarantee that the dimensional field was discovered by our Xia family first. Yes, unlike some people relying on good information, they always do some shady deeds. Obviously, Xia Xianyue suspected that the Zhang family had stolen the information of the Xia family and wanted to use the same dimension field to cooperate with Zhou Wen. She didn't believe a word of what Zhang Yuji said before. After all, there are so many weird dimensional fields in Died Mansion. How can it be so easy to find another dimensional field suitable for building a city? It is very likely that it is the same dimensional field. Whether or not the Zhang family stole the information from the Xia family, Xia Xianyue said at first. If it was the same dimensional domain, it would be difficult for the Zhang family to continue fighting. Zhou Wen is no stranger to the name Diqiu. Legend has it that Diku, one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, was buried there. Everyone thought that there should be a dimension domain there. But no one found the dimension domain there. Not to mention whether the place is suitable for building a city. It is already very rare for the Xia family to find the Diqiu dimensional domain. Zhou Wen looked at Zhang Yuji, wondering if the dimensional field Zhang Yuji was talking about was Emperor Qiu. The corners of Zhang Yuji's mouth were slightly upturned, and he said with some disdain, some people like to treat the belly of a gentleman with caution. Our Zhang family naturally knows about the dimensional field of Emperor Qiu, but it is a cemetery after all. Even if it is a cemetery, Diku Cemetery can't change the fact that it's a shady house. It's a place for the dead to live. How could I let Xiaowen build a city in that kind of place? Wouldn't that mean building a city for the dead? Oh, then I want to hear, where is the dimensional field that your Zhang family chose? Xia Xianyue said while staring at Zhang Yuji. It's not Emperor Qiu anyway, as for where it has nothing to do with your Xia family. Zhang Yuji said, and took Zhou Wen's hand too. Get up, go, sister will take you to see that dimension field now, as for what emperor is that? Qiu. Don't go. Miss Xia, if we use Diqiu to build the city in the future, we will definitely have a share of the Xia family, please rest assured. Zhou Wen and Xia Xianyue explained a few words, and Zhang Yuji directly took them away. Sister, where exactly are you talking about the dimensional field? Zhou Wen asked Zhang Yuji after leaving the community and going to a place where no one was around. You will naturally know where you are. Zhang Yuji blinked, but didn't tell Zhou Wen the answer, just pulled him forward. Zhang Xiao and the members of the White Crane team protected Zhang Yuji all around, and did not speak to Zhou Wen. Even Zhang Xiao, who had always been very opinionated about Zhou Wen, did not speak to Zhou Wen again this time. As he walked, Zhou Wen felt that something was not right. The road Zhang Yuji took him was the road near Guide Mansion. He had been to all these places, and he knew the dimensional realm here. Where would be suitable for building a city? Dimensional realm. Isn't the dimensional field you're talking about here? When Zhang Yuji stopped, Zhou Wen looked at the familiar ancient city and moat in front of him and asked with a strange expression. Yes, it is the ancient city of Guide. You want to build the city. Now that the city is here, you can even save the money for building the city. Is my sister being nice to you? Zhang Yuji said with a smile. Sister, are you joking? Zhou Wen's face darkened. Others don't know, but he can't be more clear what kind of terrifying existence exists in the ancient city. Even if Zhou Wen can now fight against celestial creatures, he still does not dare to enter the ancient city easily. Before meeting the three conditions mentioned by the humanoid creature, Zhou Wen was unwilling to venture into the ancient city again to try. Zhang Yuji said solemnly, of course it's not a joke, there are indeed incomparably terrifying existences in the ancient city. In fact, the major forces have been trying to detect the situation in the ancient city, but basically none of the people who went in were able to come out alive. I don't know much about the situation, and my family was lucky enough to know some of the inside. Since you know this, you should know that the ancient city cannot be used as a human city. Zhou Wen looked at Zhang Yuji suspiciously, wondering why she made such a proposal. Others don't know, have you forgotten, what kind of abilities do I have? Zhang Yuji looked at Zhou Wen and said. It's not good for you to use that ability? Zhou Wen knew what kind of ability Zhang Yuji had, but Zhang Yuji himself was unwilling to use that ability, so he never thought about letting Zhang Yuji use that ability to help him. If I kill my friends, of course it's not good, but as long as I don't hurt my friends, there's nothing wrong with that. Zhang Yuji said with blinking eyes. How can I build a city without killing that creature? Zhou Wen didn't understand, how could he occupy the ancient city if he didn't kill it? As long as I'm here, the terrifying creatures in the city will always be my friends, and my friends will naturally not hurt my friends, so can't we build a city? Zhang Yuji said with a smile. You can't stay here all the time, right? Zhou Wen stared at Zhang Yuji blankly and said after a while. Why not? I came here this time to seek refuge with you. I won't go back to Longhu Mountain in the future. You won't let me in, will you? Zhang Yuji looked serious and didn't mean to joke at all. Even if you want to, it's impossible for the Zhang family to let you stay here all the time, right? Zhou didn't believe it. The Zhang family was willing to let Zhang Yuji stay outside. She was the supreme treasure of the Zhang family. Why not? It's the family's decision. I will stay with you in the future. You don't need to go back. I don't need to take care of the Zhang family. Zhang Yuji said. Zhou still has concerns in his heart. Even if the Zhang family is willing to let Zhang Yuji stay, what if the Zhang family will let Zhang Yuji leave? In the future? If Zhou Wen's people all entered the ancient city, as soon as Zhang Yuji left, wouldn't it all be over? Even if Zhang Yuji didn't leave, if the Zhang family took this as a threat, wouldn't Zhou Wen be controlled by the Zhang family? Zhou Wen couldn't think about it. He felt that this ancient city was not worth it. But Zhang Yuji had already pulled him towards the gate of the ancient city, and said as he walked, I know what you are worried about. If you are willing to take me in, then I will be a part of the guidehouse in the future, and naturally, it is impossible to ignore the guidehouse. I will never leave the ancient city without your consent. And even if I want to leave, I am afraid I will be homeless. What do you mean? Zhou Wen was startled, thinking that something had happened to the Zhang family. Brother Chuanqiu asked me to tell you that after I enter the guide mansion, I can no longer consider myself a member of the Zhang family. Zhang Yuji's expression darkened. Why? Zhou Wen doesn't quite understand why the Zhang family is willing to release Zhang Yuji. For the Zhang family, Zhang Yuji is the most precious wealth, and it is impossible to understand why the Zhang family does this by handing over the most precious wealth to outsiders. Brother Chuanqiu said that the dimensional realm on Earth will soon be broken on a large scale. In the past 2 years, he doesn't know how long the Zhang family will be able to defend, so let me come here and leave it to the Zhang family. There is a way back, if one day, Longhu Mountain can no longer be defended, and with me here, the Zhang family can still have a place to live. Zhang Yuji repeated what Zhang Chuanqiu said, and did not hide anything. How does Zhang Chuanqiu know that I can hold it? The environment here is not much better than that of Longhu Mountain. Zhou Wen was dumbfounded. There are many myths and legends in the guide mansion, and there are many gods and gods. If all the bands in the dimension field are broken, Zhou Wen is not fully sure whether they can keep it. However, the Zhang family actually calculated that all the dimensional fields of the Earth are about to be broken, and the timing is almost the same as what Wang Mingyuan said. Brother Chuanqiu said, if there is the last human city on Earth, it will definitely be yours. Zhang Yuji imitated Zhang Chuanqiu's tone and said it very seriously. I never thought that Zhang Chuanqiu would look up to me so much. Zhou Wen couldn't help but smile bitterly. You stay here and wait for me, I can go in with Zhou Wen. Zhang Yuji asked Zhang Xiao and the Baihe team to stay outside the gate of the ancient city, while he dragged Zhou Wen into the ancient city. Today, the interior of the ancient city has expanded extremely grandly. The pavilions and palaces look like a huge ancient capital, which is no longer the same as the original small city. Even someone like Zhou Wen, who was born here, would not recognize it. Moreover, the situation in the ancient city is a bit strange. Inside the huge ancient city, there is no sound at all. Even a needle falling on the ground can be heard quietly. There are a lot of dimensional creatures in the moat outside the city, but not a single one can be seen in the city, and the silence is a bit scary. Is your ability really effective for all dimensional creatures? Will 2 advanced dimensional creatures exempt your ability? Zhou Wen turned his head and asked Zhang Yuji a little uneasily. This humanoid creature is not an ordinary dimensional creature. If a piece of Yuji's ability is useless, wouldn't it be a death sentence? I don't know if my ability will be exempted by high-level creatures, but so far, there has never been such a situation. Even natural disaster creatures are no exception. Zhang Yuji was very confident in his ability. Obviously never fails. Zhou Wen wanted to say something, but suddenly his eyes narrowed, and he saw a figure walking slowly on the central long street of the ancient city. The figure lowered his head, his long gray hair was scattered, almost covering his entire face, and his hands seemed to hang unconsciously by his side, shake together. He didn't seem to be walking fast, he was swaying, but he was clearly walking from the end of the long street, but he was almost in front of them in a few steps. Has he completely lost himself? Zhou Wen stared at the humanoid creature. From him, he couldn't feel the human-like aura from him at all. Now he is a pure dimensional creature, no matter what. Zhou Wen subconsciously protected Zhang Yuji behind him, put on the Dragon King armor at the same time, borrowed the power of 8 companion pets, and was ready to fight the humanoid creature at any time. Don't be nervous, he won't be our enemy. Zhang Yuji put his hand on Zhou Wen's shoulder and said gently. After all, without waiting for Zhou Wen to say anything, Zhang Yuji walked out from behind Zhou Wen and took the initiative to walk towards the humanoid monster. Are you sure it's okay? Zhou Wen was still a little worried, always feeling that the invisible and intangible ability, if it failed, would be equivalent to dying. Zhang Yuji didn't answer, just walked towards the humanoid monster. Her temperament seemed to have changed in some way. The humanoid monster has obviously lost its human side. And he doesn't remember Zhou Wen. His eyes flashed with blood, and even the hair hanging down in front of him couldn't stop the fierce light in his eyes, as if he would choose someone to devour at any time. The strength of his vitality fluctuations is not weaker than that of the companion pet killed by the Swana. Zhou Wen still felt that it was too dangerous, and secretly summoned the demon baby to make her ready to attack at any time. Although the devil baby is only at the fear level, its combat ability is not inferior to that of the top celestial creatures, especially the Swana that has just been captured, which can blow celestial creatures to death, which is not generally strong. Come to me. Facing such a terrifying creature, Zhang Yuji opened his arms as if welcoming an old friend he hadn't seen for a long time, and Zhou Wen broke into a cold sweat when he saw it. If Zhang Yuji and the humanoid creature got too close, Zhou Wen might not be able to rescue him if something happened. While Zhou Wen was hesitating whether to stop Zhang Yuji, the humanoid creature had already walked in front of Zhang Yuji. Zhang Yuji walked over first, and hugged the humanoid creature. Zhou Wen's nervous scalp was numb, looking at the humanoid creature with fierce light in his eyes. He could hardly help but make a move. Fortunately, he held back in the end. The humanoid creature was hugged by Zhang Yuji and did not attack Zhang Yuji. The fierce light in his eyes showed when he looked at Zhou Wen. It's all right, I'm here. Zhang Yuji soothed the humanoid monster. That powerful and terrifying humanoid creature actually gradually became gentler, no longer as fierce as before. Watching the humanoid slowly relax and calm down, Zhang Yuji released the hand that was holding him, and then stroked his hair with one hand. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, Zhou Wen couldn't believe that there was such incredible power in the world, such a powerful and terrifying dimensional creature, like a child, rubbing Zhang Yuji's palm with his head and face. It's no wonder that the Zhang family has always treated Zhang Yuji as a god, for fear of her having an accident. This kind of ability is simply a bug. The Zhang family has used Zhang Yuji over the years, and I don't know how many high-dimensional creatures they have killed. Their family wealth must be more than imagined. Much richer. Zhou Wen secretly said in his heart. Zhou Wen was surprised. But he never thought of using Zhang Yuji's power to kill dimensional creatures, which was too cruel for Zhang Yuji. Although I don't know what Zhang Yuji's ability is, Zhou Wen can also see that that ability is not a simple skill. Zhang Yuji also invested in real feelings, even unconditional trust, and regards dimensional creatures as truly equivalent. The existence of life and death. This kind of investment may be the root of Zhang Yuji's ability. Under Zhang Yuji's appeasement, the humanoid creature has become a lot more tame, but when looking at Zhou Wen, it still shows fierceness. From time to time, a wild and untamed appearance. Don't get close to him for the time being. I need more time to spend with him. After a while, he won't be as afraid of life as he is now. Zhang Yuji said to Zhou Wen while reassuring the humanoid. Zhou Wen moved in his heart, looked at the humanoid creature and said, "Can you communicate with him? Can you ask him some questions?" When the humanoid creature talked to him last time, it was unclear. Zhou Wen wanted to know what the 3 conditions the humanoid creature said was going on. Yes, but it will take a while, and I haven't been able to fully gain his trust. Zhang Yuji said. Isn't that complete trust? Zhou Wen saw that Zhang Yuji could touch the head of the humanoid monster casually. If she wanted to harm the humanoid creature, she could attack his vital parts at any time. It's not that simple. His will is very strong. It is estimated that it will take at least 10 days and a half months to make him completely trust me. Then ask what you want to ask. Zhang Yuji said. Then there's no hurry. I'll look around the city first to see if there are other dimensional creatures, and also to see if this place is really suitable for human habitation. Zhang Yuji was cultivating feelings with the humanoid creature, and Zhou Wen stayed in it's useless here, so I simply walked around the ancient city. The space inside the ancient city has become extremely large, and there are palace-style buildings everywhere. In such a large city, there is no dimensional creature. In the past, there were those skeleton soldiers and withered generals in the city, but now there is nothing. The whole city is empty. Even the interiors of those buildings are empty. If nothing else, this place is indeed very suitable for living. Even the houses are ready-made, and you can live in them when you move in. Zhou Wen made a rough estimate. Judging from these buildings in the city, it should be more than enough to live in a million people. There are also many open spaces in the city, which are also good for planting. The key is that there is a well in the ancient city. Zhou Wen tasted it. The water in the well is sweet and clear, and can be drunk directly. It is different from the water in the moat, so there is no need to worry about the water source. As long as the 4 city gates are closed from the inside, the creatures outside are eager to break in. It is indeed a good place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Of course, this place is not completely without flaws. At present, there are no dimensional creatures in the city. If you want to hunt dimensional creatures, you can only go out and hunt those skeletons that climbed out of the moat. There are also no edible flesh and blood dimensional creatures nearby, which is not conducive to the acquisition of meat. However, these problems are not big problems, and there are solutions. The most important thing now is to find a real home for those hundreds of thousands of people. The ancient city is undoubtedly the most suitable at present. After all, we have to establish a city here. Zhou came to the Vulcan platform and looked at the stone knife inserted in the stone furnace, wondering what it was like in his heart. After going around for so long, who would have thought that he would eventually return to the starting point? Luoyang Governor's Mansion. Since you're here, let's come in and have a cup of tea. Whether it's fighting or fleeing, don't be in a hurry. And Tianzua, who was reading the documents, suddenly raised his head and looked out the door. As expected of Wardenin. The door didn't open, but a figure walked right through it. That figure was just a shadow, hazy, and it seemed that he could clearly see that it was a person, but no matter how carefully he looked, he couldn't see what he looked like. What's your name? And Tianzua poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of the figure. You can call me a spirit slave. I came to see the overseer this time in the hope that the overseer can become the spokesperson of my spirit race in the world. The figure said slowly. Why should I be your spokesperson? And Tianzua took a sip of tea and put the teacup on the table before looking at the slave and asked. The ban on the earth will be lifted soon, and the arrival of different dimensions is a foregone conclusion. All races in different dimensions are looking for spokespersons in the world, and will give them a lot of resources to help them. The same is true of our spiritual race, which will give the overseer your help with resources. Lingnu said. Then why should I choose your spirit race instead of those other races? And Tianzua continued to ask without looking at him. The resources of the 6 holy races are indeed much more than our spiritual race. What they can give you may also be what our spiritual race cannot give you. But the 6 holy races have been deployed on the earth for many years. Even if they value you, the resources they give you are only a fraction, or even a fraction, Lingnu said. After all, the big clan is a big clan, even if it is a few tenths, it may not be less than what you give. And as the saying goes, leaning against a big tree is good to enjoy the shade. If I choose your spiritual clan, it is equivalent to fighting alone, and choosing them, you can not only get resources, but also have many helpers, right? And Tianzua sat on a chair, put his hands on the table, and said calmly, looking at the slave. You are right, but those saints may not value you as much as we do, nor can they meet you in person with the respect of the patriarch, let alone give you advice. This is the sincerity of our family. Your clan chief sees me? And Tianzua showed a little surprise. Yes, although my clan has not reached the status of the Holy Clan, the Lord of our clan is a powerful existence that can be ranked in the top 10 of foreign races. The voice of the spirit slave was full of pride. If that's the case, then I'll go see you, the patriarch who can be ranked in the top 10 of foreign races. And Tianzua said. This time, Lingnu was slightly startled, but he didn't expect Tianzua to agree like this, and he swallowed the words he prepared later. What, don't tell me I can't see you now? And Tianzua said lightly. Of course, but with the openness of the earth now, it is still a little troublesome to enter a different dimension. I can only ask you to leave the earth with me first, and then you can use some means to enter the different dimension. Luoyang Li family. Li Mabai. You don't have to answer me right away, you can think about it slowly. Li Mabai sat in front of the desk lamp, and the light illuminated his shadow on the wall. The shadow was completely different from his movements. And he could make sounds. No need, take me to meet your evil ghost master. Li Mabai said. It was a wise choice. The shadow let out a ghostly laugh, and the next second, the lamp went out, and the room became pitch black. The ultimate family in the North District. Launcher, tell me your answer. A brilliant light and shadow floated in front of Launcher. Under the enormous pressure, the partners who walked with Launcher could not bear the terrifying pressure, the uncontrollable single kneeling down, each face twisted, and the whole body was sweating frantically. There are so many saints in the temple of the emperor, why do you want me? And the person corresponding to your god emperor's temple should be someone from the Cape family. If you don't go to the Cape family to choose someone, why are you looking for me? Launcher's whole body was trembling, her legs were about to break, but she still didn't kneel. There can only be one emperor in the world. If you come here, then you will be the only emperor in our temple. Guangying continued, but everyone wants to be an emperor. If you are an emperor, you must keep going. Accept everyone's challenges. If you lose, you will become a bandit. If you are undefeated, those who want to become emperors will challenge you endlessly until you die or lose. Tell me, you's choice. It doesn't matter whether it is emperor or not, the key is that I like the feeling of victory all the time. Launcher said solemnly. In the ancient city of Guide, Zhou Wen has explored the ancient city clearly in the past few days. Except for the absence of dimensional creatures, all other aspects are more suitable for use as a human city. The inside of the city is big enough, not only the city, but also many buildings have large spaces inside. The space of the entire city is not knowing how many times larger than the outside. Moreover, the water source here is sufficient, and there are many stone wells in the city, and the groundwater in the wells is endless. It can be planted or cultivated, as long as there is water, the food problem can be self-sufficient. The only hidden danger is the stone knife on the Vulcan platform. If the stone knife is pulled out, I don't know what will happen to the ancient city. As for the humanoid monster, it was completely tamed by Zhang Yuji, and he followed Zhang Yuji all the time, just like her bodyguard. However, apart from Zhang Yuji, when he sees other humans, he will have a strong desire to attack, but with Zhang Yuji around, he will not really attack humans. How is it, have you decided? Do you want to build a city here? Zhang Yuji looked at Zhou Wen with a smile and asked. It's right here. Zhou Wen nodded and replied. He has thought about it very clearly these days, and he has nothing to hesitate. After listening to Zhou Wen's answer, Zhang Yuji sighed. It seems that I jumped from one cage into another. This is not a cage, this is home. Zhou Wen said. Then I want to choose the best room in the house. Zhang Yuji laughed again. Zhou Wen left the ancient city and returned to the base, while Zhang Yuji and the Zhang family stayed in the ancient city. It was not that Zhang Yuji did not want to come back together, but that she could not go and needed to continue to develop feelings with that humanoid monster, hoping to control it as much as possible. Leave him to avoid unexpected problems when a large number of humans are transferred in. As Zhang Yuji said herself, if she really wants to build a city, she is afraid that it will be difficult for her to go out in the future. Zhou Wen returned to the base, and after asking a few people, he found Li Xian in the conference hall, and found that Feng Qiuyan, Ming Xiu, and Qin Zhen were all there. Old Zhou, you came back just in time. They encountered some troubles. Give them some advice. Li Xian pointed at Feng Qiuyan and Ming Xiu. What happened? Zhou Wen saw that their people were all right, and thought that something had happened to their family. Feng Qiuyan looked solemn, looked at Zhou Wen and said, Coach, a race with a different dimension, once Us two to be their spokespersons on Earth. Which clan found you? Is it one of the 6 clans in the temple? Zhou was not surprised when he heard it. He already knew from Wang Mingyuan that the ban on the Earth was weakening, and those terrifying existences in different dimensions did not dare to venture into Earth yourself. And surely seek out some humans to figure out what's on Earth in their place. Feng Qiuyan and Ming Xiu are both outstanding among human beings, and it is not surprising that races from different dimensions will find them. No. They are all unheard of races. What kind of interracial clan is looking for me, and what kind of non-phase clan is looking for Xiaoyanyan? Ming Xiu paused and continued, they said that we would enter a different dimension to practice for a while. Time, give us enough resources, and help so that we can advance to Scourge. Coach, do you think we should go? Zhou looked at Ming Xiu, then at Feng Qiuyan, shook his head, and sighed. The answer is already in your own hearts, so why bother to ask again? If the coach needs me to stay, I will stay. Feng Qiuyan said. I need you, but not at this time. Zhou patted Feng Qiuyan and Ming Xiu on the shoulders. It's good to respect your own heart, but still be careful, those guys in different dimensions are not good things. They are cheap, you can take it, but be careful not to suffer a loss. The situation at the base is so bad now. If we leave, will the base come over? Ming Xiu asked worriedly. Don't worry, I have already selected the city, and I don't need to build it, I can move it right away. Zhou smiled. There is no airtight wall in the world, and the news that the various races of different dimensions choose spokespersons among human beings quickly spread in the Federation. I don't know if it is the news released by the other dimension itself, and soon the entire Federation will know the news that the various races of the different dimension have chosen spokespersons among humans. You can get the resources of different dimensional races, you can also enter the advanced world of different dimensional cultivation, get the guidance of the powers of different dimensional. You don't even have to sell your life to the different dimensional like a saint, you only need to sign a contract to help the different dimensional people. If the dimensional race finds one thing on the Earth, it can cancel the contract. Even when the contract is not terminated, in addition to the matter of looking for such a thing, the spokesperson can also refuse other requests from other dimensions without having to work for them. Under such conditions, almost no one is unwilling. This is more like a cooperative relationship. You can get all kinds of benefits without really selling your life to another dimension. Where can you find such good things? Everyone thinks this is a good thing, but the people who are actually invited are watching, and few people accept the invitation directly. Such a good thing will make people somewhat suspicious, afraid that the powerhouses of different dimensions will act on the contract. Although Feng Qiuyan and Ming Xiu had already decided to go to another dimension for cultivation, they did not immediately leave for another dimension. They decided to wait for the people from Guide House to move into the ancient city, and then go to another dimension after everything stabilized. This process has been very smooth. There are many buildings in the ancient city. It only needs to be planned and allocated. In this regard, Li Xian has recruited experts from the Li family. And the Zhang family is even a top expert in this field. After negotiation, a plan was quickly determined, and hundreds of thousands of people moved into the ancient city in an orderly manner. It is not difficult to migrate in, but the difficulty is how to form a self-sufficient chain in the ancient city, as well as the survival of the residents of the ancient city. It is impossible for Zhou to support them for no reason. Great kindness is like hatred, and kindness is not something that can be given away casually. Hundreds of thousands of People must pay to be able to reap the benefits. Otherwise, it will be all supported by Zhou Wen, and there will be chaos in the future. The quality of hundreds of thousands of people is uneven, and their combat abilities are basically low. Zhou Wen did not expect them to actually fight. Those who can fight will give them the opportunity to hunt and kill dimensional creatures in exchange for materials. Those who do not have the ability to fight are engaged in planting, breeding, commercial, educational, and administrative work. These tedious planning and work are basically handled by the people of Li Xian and Zhang's family, and the Xia family also participated, but Zhou Wen himself was unwilling to focus on this aspect. In addition to brushing dungeons every day, Zhou Wen focused more on how to promote his various vitality techniques to the field. You must be promoted to a real natural disaster as soon as possible. Zhou Wen thought about it and decided to go to Luoyang again. First, he would bring Yerg back, and second, he would go to the Little Buddha Temple to see the real Little Buddha Temple. See, can you find the opportunity for the promotion of Little Prajna Sutra to natural disaster? The Rubik's Cube is lit up again, and someone else is challenging the Star Palace dimension field. Hey, it turns out to be a human, and it looks a little familiar. Isn't that the famous waste of the family of gods, Mo, who can't do anything and learn everything? Why did he run to challenge the Rubik's Cube Star Palace? Isn't this courting death? No, how did he get in? Didn't it take 4 people to open the Rubik's Cube? Would the family of gods sacrifice 3 lives in order to send Mo up there? What's the point? No wonder people are surprised. He is quite a famous person in the Western District, and even in the entire Federation. Of course, this fame is not a good name. Born in a family like the family of gods, Mo's talent and aptitude are not only surprisingly poor, but he only condensed his fate and became a legend in his 20s. What is even more speechless is that the fate he condensed is extremely wasteful, called harming others and not oneself. The god of lifeless death from lonely family, that is, can't kill people. Mo is even more unique. If Mo hurts others, he will be hurt instead of saying that others are okay. The simplest example is that Mo took a knife to slash someone, and slashed someone's neck with one knife. As a result, they were fine, and his own head was chopped off. Of course, Mo didn't really cut off other people's heads. When he went to hunt down dimensional creatures, he was attacked by himself. It is conceivable how desperate Mo was at that time, who had been surviving for more than 20 years, and finally condensed his destiny and hunted down dimensional creatures with excitement. Anyway, since then, Mo has become a joke of the family of gods. Although no one dared to say anything about Mo in front of the family of gods, in private, Mo's reputation has spread throughout the Federation, and he is notoriously useless. Now such a Mo has actually boarded the Rubik's Cube and entered the Tianshu Star Palace. It is no wonder that people who know him are surprised. Everyone stared blankly at the screen. Most people felt that Mo was no different from suicide. Perhaps the natural disaster-level Greed Wolf Star Lord was not needed at all, but the high temperature in the Star Palace was enough to kill Mo. He stood in the Star Palace, with a mocking sneer at the corner of his mouth. In that high temperature, strange lights and shadows rose up from his body, and countless lights and shadows were intertwined, forming a black guardian on his body armor. It turned out to be a contracted guardian, but even if there is a guardian, what's the use of his life-defying character? Not to mention that his guardian may not be able To beat the greedy wolf star, even if he can, he dares to fight. Killing the greedy wolf star June? Isn't killing the greedy wolf star June the same as killing himself? What the hell is the family of gods thinking? Get Mo up, doesn't that make him die? I think it's the family of the gods who also feel that. There is such a waste wood. The family of the gods is too embarrassing, so they deliberately let him die? When people were talking about it, he had already walked towards the gate of the Star Palace, pushed the gate open without hesitation, and walked in. Seeing Mo approaching step by step, Star-Lord Greedy Wolf finally reacted, his fists blooming like a purple sun, and a terrifying radiance enveloped the entire Star Palace. Seeing that the Star Palace was swallowed by the light, everyone thought that Mo was finished, but the next second, everyone's eyes widened. Boom! The light exploded, and Mo was still walking slowly in the light, but the body of the greedy wolf star, who attacked Mo, suddenly exploded, turned into light and dust in the sky, and finally disappeared. How could such a thing happen? People opened their mouths, but didn't close them for a long time. And Mo had already passed through the teleportation array, arrived at the Tian Star Palace, opened the gate of the Star Palace again, and greeted the giant Star Monarch like a mountain. Jimin Xingjuan roared and shook the world, and his fist slammed into Mo with supreme divine power. He was still moving forward so slowly, he didn't even look up at Jimin Xingjuan, as if he didn't take Jimin Xingjuan's fist in his heart at all. Boom! Jimin Xingjuan's huge fist slammed down on the head. And it seemed that Mo's tiny body could be smashed into powder with one blow. But in the next second, he stood there unharmed, but the body of Jimin Xingjuan exploded like a watermelon from head to toe. A shocking scene. Most people only feel that the scene in front of them is extremely shocking. He did not even move his hand, and he killed the 2 Star Kings. The power is unimaginable. What's more, he used to be famous, and now it seems even more unbelievable. And some of the top figures in the human race probably guessed that Mo might have the ability to rebound damage. It shouldn't be as simple as a simple rebound. Li Xian said thoughtfully, the ability to rebound damage, generally speaking, there will be a certain amount of energy consumption during the rebound process, so the rebound force will not be greater than the user's strength. And Mo's situation is obviously different. The power of his rebound is even stronger than the power used by the 2 Star Kings. Xia Xianyue, who was also watching the battle, nodded and said, maybe it's not the power that is rebounding, but the damage itself. It's very possible. Li Xian felt that what Xia Xianyue said had some truth. Zhou Wen was also watching the battle. He felt that Mo's power was somewhat similar to Lutzu and Xingjuan, and he secretly said in his heart, I don't know if Mo will continue to challenge similar power. I don't know who Mo and Lutzu and Xingjuan are stronger? When Zhou Wen was thinking about it, he had already walked into the teleportation star, and the picture of the Rubik's Cube turned into the picture of the Tianji Star Palace. It's interesting. Both need the ability to rebound. The power of others. How will they fight? Zhou Wen became interested. When Zhou Wen fought against Lu Xiyu and Xingjuan, he used the power of the Emperor to kill Lu Xiyu and Xingjuan, otherwise any power hit Lu Xiyu and Xingjuan would rebound on himself. Mo and Lu Xiyu and Xingjuan are fighting, if neither of them do anything, waiting to rebound the damage of the other party. It seems that it will never be possible to decide the winner. Mo pushed open the door of Tianji Xing Palace and walked towards Lu Xiyu and Xingjuan. His posture was the same as before, and he didn't seem to take Lu Xiyu and Xingjuan to heart. In the beginning, the Egg Emperor No. The immortal thief. King only broke into the Tianjixing palace with his companion pet. I haven't been able to kill Lu Xiyuan. Xingjuan. If Mo succeeds, isn't he going to rush to the palace? Number 1 on the leaderboard? Even if you can't kill Lu Xiyuan Xingjuan, you have already reached the highest point that human beings can attack. How can Mo suddenly become so strong? Even if he has contracted a guardian, he can't become so strong all of a sudden. Right? Yeah, and Emohi's fate is so strange, he shouldn't be able to kill his opponent. How can he kill Tu Xingjuan so easily? The people watching the battle were talking a lot, and they were all speculating about why Mo became so strong. And they also want to know that Mo can create a miracle, kill Lu Xiyuan Xingjuan, and take the first position in the Rubik's Cube ranking. Mo walked towards Lu Xiyuan Xingjuan step by step, and everyone's eyes followed his figure. Lu Xiyuan Xingjuan sat there, and did not intend to get up. If they don't make a move, it's a dead end. Zhou Wenjing was thinking about it, but saw that Emohi had made the move first and punched Lu Xiyuan Xingjuan. Zhou Wen was slightly startled. The result was a bit unexpected. Although he didn't know what kind of power Mo's guardian possessed, if his fate did not change and he took the initiative to kill, the wound should still appear on him. Right. Could it be that Mo has changed his fate? Zhou Wen thought to himself. Emohi's fist didn't look strong, and it didn't carry any mysterious brilliance. It was just an ordinary straight punch that slammed into Lu Xiyuan Xingjuan's body. Lu Xiyuan Xingjuan didn't mean to hide at all. That simple and direct punch hit him like this. After Emohi's punch, Lu Xiyuan Xingjuan was unscathed. And his body didn't even shake, but Emohi had withdrawn his fist. Mo's guardian is really the type of rebound damage, but the rebound damage is just too powerful. Attacking the opponent by himself is too much power. Many powerhouses who have already guessed about Mo's power have shown such expressions. But in the next second, everyone's eyes widened. Lu Xiyuan Xingjuan, who seemed to be unharmed, suddenly turned into flying ash, and dust scattered all over the ground. When the wind blew. Silence. Deathly silence. No one thought it would be such a result, including Zhou Wen. All looked at the Rubik's Cube screen in surprise. The Mo in the dusty sky was like a demon wrapped in mist, which made people feel extremely terrifying. Even the powerhouses of the major families were in shock at this time. He originally thought that Mo's guardian could only rebound damage, but he unexpectedly killed the natural disaster-level Xingjuan with just one punch. The power is unimaginable. Mo didn't stop and walked directly to the teleportation array. When people secretly guessed in their hearts, expecting how many star palaces Mo could penetrate, they found that the screen switched back to the Rubik's Cube ranking. Obviously, Mo did not continue to challenge. All eyes were on the top of the Rubik's Cube ranking. If nothing else, Mo's name should appear there. Sure enough, the position of the first place has been changed. But the current number 1 is not named Mo. Spokesperson of the dead clan. Many people silently recited the first name. In an instant, people suddenly realized, and for a while they were a little surprised, and they seemed to take it for granted. It's no wonder that Trash Mo has suddenly become so strong. Originally, he was the spokesperson for a different dimensional race. A waste can become so strong when he becomes a spokesperson. What if I become the spokesperson? What kind of race is the dead clan? I have never heard of it before, and it is definitely not one of the 6 holy races. Even a nameless little clan can cultivate such a powerful spokesperson. If it becomes the spokesperson of the 6 holy races, how many benefits will be gained, and how powerful will it be? For a while everyone was thinking about something, but no one said a word. It seems that after today, there will be many human geniuses who will become spokespersons of different dimensions. Li Xian pouted and said. Indeed, as Li Xian said, after today's battle, everyone was talking about he and the spokesperson. It seemed that overnight, everyone was very interested in becoming a spokesperson for a different dimension. Even those ordinary people who are not qualified to be spokespersons are secretly expecting that another dimension will find them and make them strong like Mo. After all, even people like Mo, with the name of trash, can become so strong. They feel that they can't be worse than Mo. Mo can do it, why can't they? Originally, some humans who received invitations from different dimensional races were too embarrassed to let others know that they had received invitations, but now many people have taken the initiative to burst out. It seems that receiving an invitation from a spokesperson has become a very honorable thing. Zhou Wen didn't pay special attention to those so-called spokespersons. It was imminent to completely break the ban on the earth. There was not much time left for him, and there was no time to pay attention to those trivial matters. In an ancient building in the ancient imperial city, Zhou Wen held a mysterious mobile phone. His eyes were wide open, his eyes were about to protrude, and beads of sweat the size of peas continued to seep out from his forehead, dripping down his cheeks. Several companion pets, such as the demon baby and the banana fairy, all looked at Zhou Wen curiously, as if they were watching rare animals. No wonder they were curious. Zhou Wen had been in this position for 17 or 18 hours. Except for the occasional movement of his fingers, he almost looked like a wooden man. In the game, Zhou Wen once again controlled the blood-colored villain to enter the game copy of the Little Buddha Temple. In the previous 10 hours, he had repeated this operation many times. The Little Prajna Sutra was obtained from the Little Buddhist Temple. Zhou Wen originally just wanted to try it out to see if he could promote natural disasters in the cohesion field of the Little Buddha Temple. Under Zhou Wen's control, every time the blood-colored villain in the game entered the hall, the game screen soon went black. Zhou Wen never thought that Little Buddha Temple, a copy of the game that he had downloaded a long time ago, would be so terrifying. The three-faced Buddha, who once took out 3 companion eggs for him to choose, is more terrifying than any natural disaster-level creature that Zhou Wen had encountered before. Second kill, there is no room for second kill, as long as Zhou Wen does not start the small Prajna Sutra, but uses other vitality tactics to enter the hall. The three-faced Buddha will open the 6 eyes, and the blood-colored villain will immediately die. Even if the Chaos Egg that has reached the natural disaster level is used, it can only last for a moment, and the Chaos Egg of the natural disaster level will explode in an instant. Zhou Wen is almost certain that the three-faced Buddha is at least the top of the natural disasters, the heaven level among the 3 natural disaster levels of earth, hell, and heaven, but this is only a guess. Zhou Wen believes that the three-faced Buddha may even be the more terrifying end-world level. In front of the three-faced Buddha, the stronger Zhou Wen's power, the stronger the power of the three-faced Buddha, and he didn't even have the chance to draw the immortal slaughtering sword. However, even if it was pulled out and cut out that sword, it probably wouldn't have much effect. Zhou Wen tried almost all the methods he could try, but in the end he was only able to be killed in seconds. In the face of such a terrifying three-faced Buddha, Zhou Wen has given up the idea of using this place to make the little Prajna Sutra promoted to natural disasters. The reason why he still senses death over and over again is because he finds that every time the chaos egg is exploded, it will grow at an astonishing rate. In less than a day, under the constant ravages of the three-faced Buddha, it is about to reach the threshold of hell. 4. Nearly a month, Zhouwen has not been out of the house very much, and the ancient city of Guide is also changing silently, but this change is like the spring sun melting snow. It is carried out silently, and the earth-shaking change of the outside world seems to be out of place. On the earth, more and more spokespersons of different races appear. Almost every spokesperson of foreign races will show their power on the Rubik's Cube screen through the Big Dipper dimensional field. The spokespersons of different races represented by Mo, one after another, attacked the Big Dipper dimensional field and appeared on the Rubik's Cube rankings. The number 1 position of the Rubik's Cube is constantly changing. The top 10 rankings are constantly changing, and the competition is abnormal. Fierce. Many new powerhouses are known, the powerhouses who have entered the rankings before are gradually pushed to the back, and the strength of the old powerhouses is gradually being questioned. The top 10 positions in the rankings are almost all occupied by spokespersons of various ethnic groups. Now everyone is talking about the power of spokespersons. Occasionally speaking of those veteran powerhouses, they are mostly discussing how human beings can go without the support of foreign races. Hi. Although some people still firmly believe that strong people, such as the emperor, even if they do not become spokespersons, should be able to compete with the spokespersons of foreign races, but more often, many people prefer to dream that they will one day be selected by foreign races and become the spokesperson of the alien race, became powerful in a short period of time, and became famous all over the world on the Rubik's Cube ranking. But there is no good thing in the world. Those who can become spokespersons of alien races are mostly genius-level powerhouses who have already stood at the top of the human pyramid. Even if they are originally unknown spokespersons, it is only because of their own potential before becoming spokespersons. Just been developed. Watching the spokespersons climb the rankings, Zhouwen is not in a hurry, but some people are more anxious than Zhouwen. Bensen Sakura, are you crazy? In the second day of flying to Asgard, an old man pointed at the original Sakura. His fingers trembled violently, his old face was flushed, and the muscles on his cheeks were breaking. One by one, obviously he was already excited to the extreme. Benjaning is no longer the immature teenager who followed Chi Yasukai to Luoyang to practice. Now, the youthful and impetuous face of Benjaning has disappeared. The calm temperament and firm eyes of mature men are unique. His facial features made him look like a lonely building, and even if the waves hit the shore, he couldn't be moved. I'm not crazy, Bensen Sakura said calmly, sitting cross-legged on the futon, with her swords flat on her lap. Aren't you crazy? Then your brain is broken. Please wake me up a little bit. Your choice determines the lives and futures of the tens of thousands of disciples in the immortal palace. Guching? Do you know what's going on outside now? Now is the era of spokespersons. Even the Zhang family and Duga family, who have always been determined to fight to the death with aliens, have accepted the existence of spokespersons, and they have done everything possible to make their disciples become spokespersons. The ancient city of Guide. What is there? I can tell you with certainty that there is not even a spokesperson there. You are not invited to go with the generous treatment of the 6 major families, and you have to go to the ancient city of Guide. What is this crazy? The old man said more and more, the more angry. I wish I could go up and slap the real Sakura to wake up. There's Zhou there. Ben Jinying's expression didn't change. And she still said calmly. Zhou? No matter how strong Zhou is, he is not a spokesperson, so. What future can he have? Not to mention Zhou ancient city of guide, even if he relies on Luoyang. Anjia, there has not been a spokesperson so far, and sooner or later he will be annexed by others. We don't even have the qualifications to negotiate conditions with the 6 major families. Maybe we have to be cannon fodder for them. You are joking about the lives of tens of thousands of disciples in the Immortal Palace. I absolutely disagree, and the elders must also. I won't agree. When the old man said this, several elders standing beside him nodded silently, expressing support for the old man's opinion. As the changes in the overseas dimension field become more and more serious, it is difficult for ordinary practitioners to survive at sea. The second day Fixianging has arrived and has to consider the issue of returning to the mainland, otherwise in the near future, I am afraid there will be a disaster. However, on the question of where to go back to the mainland, the current Tian Fixianging Palace, Master Hamasakura and the Council of Elders had a great disagreement. The 6 major families have all been in contact with Tian Fixianging, and expressed their willingness to accept them, and offered quite good conditions. Several elders tend to choose among the 6 major families, and the current one, the palace lord, the real Sakura, insisted on going to the ancient city of Guide. TXT download address, phone reading. Going to the ancient city of Guide is my decision and order, not to discuss with you. Ben Jinying said calmly. The tone was extremely calm, but it was like a gasoline barrel was lit. Not only the old man, who had argued with Ben Jinying before, but several other elders also showed indignation. There are also good words to persuade, and there are people who point to Ben Jinying in the attitude of an elder. The meaning inside and outside of the words is to tell Ben Jinying not to go his own way, otherwise it will inevitably harm the tens of thousands of disciples in the 2 days of Fei Xiangong, and even some it may destroy the foundation that Chiya Sakai finally created. Looking at the elders who were drooling, Ben Jinying was about to say something, but suddenly she saw a female swordsman in white walking in, so she closed her lips again and looked at the female swordsman. Elders, can you listen to me? The female swordsman said to the elders. By Shimiai, you came just in time. Come and persuade your senior brother, he is going to ruin the foundation that the swordsman has worked so hard to create. The elders saw the female swordsman, their eyes lit up immediately, and they invited the female swordsman to join them. The camp, together to persuade Hamasakura. There are many disciples of Chi Yasakai, but the only ones who can really get their true inheritance are Momosakura and Shiraishi Mei. Although Momosakura has inherited the position of the palace master, Shiraishi Mei's status in Tian Feixian Palace is still very high. Gao. Her relationship with Ben-Hen Sakura is also relatively good, and what she said, Ben-Hen Sakura should consider more seriously. Elders. The palace master's decision is right, we should go to the ancient city of Guide, not the 6 major families. Shiraishimai's words made all the elders dumbfounded. By Shimiai, why are you crazy with the palace master? The elders looked at Shiraishimai suspiciously. I'm not crazy, and the palace lord is not crazy. The ancient city of Guide is our best choice, not the 6 major families. Shiraishi said firmly. Why? The elders were even more puzzled. They really couldn't think of any reason not to choose the 6 major families, but to choose a small ancient city of Guide under the name of the Yin family. Because there is Zhou there. When she said this, Shiraishi Mei's eyes seemed to have light flashing. The elders looked sluggish. This is the second time they have heard this sentence today. First, Benzen Sakura gave such an answer, and now Shiraishi Mei gave the same answer. Such an answer made them a little unbelievable. Zhou is indeed a character, and there are rumors in the outside world that he is the Thief King, not to mention that he is not necessarily the Thief King, even if he is really the Thief King, and he was not selected by another dimension. It can only prove that his potential is limited, and it is not worth our attention. The foundation of Fei Xiangong is bet on him. An elder persuaded. The three elders are right. Besides, where is the ancient city of Guide? There are many strange dimensional fields, and the environment is not much better than the sea, and it is even more terrifying. It's going to be difficult. Going to take refuge with them. Didn't you just leave the wolf's den and enter the tiger's den? Absolutely not. Even if we want to consider going to the ancient city of Guide, we should contact the Anjia and Luoyang directly, and just go to the ancient city of Guide like this. Isn't that a low-level person? Guide ancient city is by no means a good place. The elders started to persuade Shiraishi Mei again. No matter how good the relationship between Shiraishi Mei, Hama Sakura, and Zhou was, they didn't think it was a place worth betting on the foundation of the Immortal Palace for 2 days. What if Zhou is the emperor? Shiraishi said suddenly. The elders who had been drooling all of a sudden became quiet, staring at Shiraishi Mei as if frozen, and even forgot to close their mouths that were talking. What did you just say? An elder felt that he must have heard it wrong, and asked Shiraishi Mei. If Zhou is the emperor, is it worth entrusting? Shiraishi said. By Shimiai, don't talk nonsense. Just to convince us. When the emperor killed the emperor, Zhou was less than 20 years old, and his hair didn't even grow. How could he be the emperor? Yes, Zhou can never be the emperor. Don't think that you can fool us, and let us agree to go to the ancient city of Guide. Even if Zhou is really a human emperor, he was not selected by another dimension, and it is unknown whether he can compete with the spokesperson, and his fists are invincible against 4. Shiraishi Mei was dumbfounded at what she said. She originally thought that as long as she told the elders that Zhou was the emperor's secret, she would definitely get their support, but she did not expect such an outcome. Shiraishi Mei didn't know what to say for a while and looked at Hama Sakura with a wry smile. Ben Jining had long guessed that this would be the result, so he didn't tell the secret that Zhou was the emperor before. First, it was useless, and second, it was easy to cause trouble for Zhou. Elders, do you know why the kendo created by my master is called Ertian Fixianliu? Why is it called Ertian Fixianging here? Seeing Shiraishi Mei's help, Ben Jining said slowly. Juggernaut. The old man said that he was able to create the Ertian Fixianliu because of the guidance of an expert. As for why it was called the Ertian Fixianliu, the old man didn't say it. An old man pondered. Ertian Fixianging has no class, most of the disciples are actually absorbed from other forces, and there are not many disciples who are really taught by Chiyasa. Especially in recent years, because the living environment overseas is getting worse and worse, many small forces have invested in the 2 days to fly to the Immortal Palace in order to obtain the protection of Chiyasa. Most of these elders used to be the masters of one party, not Chiyasa's apprentices. You're right, Master really created the 2-day Fixianliu because of the guidance of a master. I was just a teenager and went to the mainland with Master to cultivate. Then, in the peony garden in Luoyang, I met a peerless powerhouse. Ben Zhenying said. I know about this. It was before the establishment of the Tian Feixian Palace. The swordsman went to the mainland to travel. At that time, the swordsman had reached the bottleneck of the kendo, and he was only half a step away from creating the Tian Feixian Liu kendo, because it was only after I met the strong man and was defeated by him that I realized something, and after I came back, I created a 2-day Feixian Liu, Palace Master. You should be talking about that time, right? The yellow-faced elder recalled. Ben Zhenying nodded slightly. Exactly. Do you know who the person I met with Master at that time was? Naturally, he is a highly respected senior. Elder Huang Mian said. What if I said that the person we met was only a 15 or 16-year-old boy of the same age as me at the time? Ben Zhenying glanced over everyone's faces and said word by word. Impossible. The elders shouted in unison, and they naturally refused to believe that such a thing would happen. A 15 or 16-year-old boy defeated Chi Yasukai, who was already a half-step swordsman at the time. This was simply a fantasy. Why is it impossible? A voice came from outside. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard the sound, and all looked out the door, only to see Chiya Sakai, who was dressed in plain clothes, walking slowly. TXT. Download address, phone reading. Master Sword Saint. Master. A group of elders, Benzhen Sakura, Shiraishi Mei, and others all stood up and saluted. Although Chiyasa had already passed on the position of the Palace Master of Tian Feixian Palace to Benzhen Sakura, it was only the 3 words Chiyasa that were used in Tian Feixian Palace, and even the whole overseas have a very high prestige. Master Sword Saint. You have to take care of this matter. You can't watch the palace. Master lead Tian Feixianging to a point of no return because of his own selfishness. Several elders hurriedly decided to bring Ben Zhenying with her. The matter of Feixianging's investment in the ancient city of Guide the next day, he talked about it to Chi Yasukai, who had just returned. Chi Yasukai waved his hand to stop the elders from continuing to speak, and then said, Sakura is the palace lord of Tian Feixianging, and he has the right to make any decision. But the elders were all anxious and wanted to argue, but they were stopped by Chi Yasa. Chi Yasai looked at the elders and said indifferently, and I also think that Sakura's decision is very correct. It is far more correct to go to the ancient city of Guide than to go to the 6 major families. All the elders did not expect Chiya Sakai to say such a thing, and they were dumbfounded for a while, not knowing what to say. Chiya Sakai continued, as Sakura said, when we traveled to Luoyang, I was very contented at that time, thinking that my swordsmanship was enough to challenge Leng Zongjing of Sunset College, but not long after arriving in Luoyang, I met Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was 15 or 16 years old at that time, but I lost to him. The reason why the kendo I created is called Tian Feixian Liu is because this kendo was learned from Zhou Wen's flying immortals. It can be said that Zhou Wen is my teacher. If these elders didn't believe what Hama Sakura said just now, but now that they heard Chiya Sakai say it in person, they no longer had the slightest doubt, and all of them were speechless. Zhou Wentian's posture, cultivated to an unparalleled level with a pure human body, is by no means comparable to those spokespersons who rely on external forces to improve their strength in a short period of time, and it will surely be a blockbuster every day. Besides, there are many people who rely on the 6 major families. We are going now, and we are just one of the crowd. The ancient city of Guide is the time to hire people, and now is a good opportunity to go. Sakura's thoughts are all for me to fly to the Immortal Palace 2 days. Not half a cent selfishness, don't be suspicious. Chiyasa's eyes swept across the faces of the elders, and those elders couldn't help but bow their heads. Everything obeys the instructions of the palace master. The elders turned to salute. Ben Zhenying. Ben's Sakura's expression remained unmoved. There was not a trace of ripples in her eyes, and she still didn't take what had just happened to her heart at all. His eyes are distant, and the focus of his eyes seems to be out of sight. Zhou Wen, I'm here, my sword will surprise you, don't let me down. Ah, sneeze. Zhou Wen, who was playing a mobile game, sneezed. After rubbing his nose, he continued to focus on the game in his hand. In the game screen, the whole body of the blood-colored villain is wrapped by the chaotic egg-like crystal and jade, and the golden light emitted from the eyes of the three-faced Buddha in the Buddhist temple wraps the entire chaotic egg, and the golden light penetrates into the chaotic egg. They were all dyed the color of golden crystals. Today's chaos egg has reached the peak of the hell level, and it is almost breaking into the heaven level. The human level chaos egg can convert the enemy's power into crystals of vitality when being beaten, and the crystals of vitality can be superimposed, and a maximum of 10,000 crystals can be stacked into one crystal. For hell-level chaos eggs, this stacking ability has been greatly improved, and the maximum stacking amount has reached the level of 100 million units, and then it can no longer be improved. At the current level of chaos eggs ability to contain vitality, it can only last for more than 10 seconds under the golden light of the three-faced Buddha, and no matter how much chaos egg is destroyed, it can no longer grow as before. Zhou Wenming felt that chaos egg could break through to the heavenly realm by just a little bit, but he didn't know why. There was always something missing, and it was always difficult to truly enter the heavenly realm. What's missing in the end? Seeing that the game screen went black again, he still didn't gain anything, and the chaos egg couldn't grow. So he couldn't help frowning and contemplating. Zhou Wen now knows very clearly that it is impossible to help chaos egg be promoted to the heavenly realm by relying only on the mechanical practice of sending death. He must realize the key to promotion. I'm hungry. While Zhou Wen was thinking about it, the demon baby walked to Zhou Wen's side. With the demon sword in his arms, looked up at Zhou Wen's eyes, and said seriously, "Hungry?" Zhou Wen was stunned at first, but after reacting, he looked at the demon baby in surprise. Many companion pets will be hungry. If they are hungry for a long time, they may even dissipate. The most typical representative is Tyrant Beeman. If there is no food for a long time, Tyrant Beeman may starve to death. That is to say, Zhou Wen has the resources in the game dungeon and the chaos egg, which can transform vitality into crystals, so that he can raise so many high-level companion pets. For ordinary people, even if they were given a bunch of divine pets, most of them would have to starve to death. But the magic baby is different. She is very picky, and there are very few foods that can be favored by her. Even if it is a high-level Yuan Jing, she does not care. Even the calamity-level companion eggs, the devil baby can't look down on it. It can be said that the demon baby is the one that eats the least among Zhou Wen's top companion pets. Every time she eats some strange things. She usually doesn't see her eating, and she has never heard of her being hungry. Now the magic baby actually took the initiative to say that she was hungry, which surprised Zhou Wen, because he didn't know if there was anything the magic baby wanted to eat. Looking at the demon baby carefully, the demon Baby still looks the same, like a cute and cold magic swordsman girl. The same. The pupils of the demon. Baby usually look black, but in fact they are not black, it is a very deep purple, so thick that people mistake it for black. But now the demon baby's pupils have become very pale, and it has become a kind of gray-purple. That gray-purple color gives people a feeling of decay and loneliness. After looking at it for a long time, the whole person seems to be sucked in. Little baby, what do you want to eat? Zhou Wen took out the advanced companion eggs, crystals of vitality, and some origins he had collected, and placed them on the bed for the magic baby to choose. The demon infant glanced over those things, but only shook his head slightly. Zhou Wen took out a lot of things, but the result was also denied by the demon infant shaking his head. Could it be that I can only use Xiao Yingying's reserve food? Zhou Wen searched through his belongings, but he didn't find what the demon baby wanted to eat, so he couldn't help but think of killing the demon. Seeing Zhou Wen's eyes spinning on her magic sword, the demon baby immediately understood what Zhou Wen was thinking, shook his head and said, "Not enough to eat. It's a pity that if the magic sword is not sheathed, the killing demon will not be able to perceive the situation outside, otherwise, he is afraid that he will be desperate." With Zhou Wen. TXT download address, phone reading. My little aunt, you don't eat this or that. You are so picky and starve to death sooner or later. Zhou Wen was depressed, but he didn't say this to Imoing, and made a spin in his head. Little Yingying, do you have anything you want to eat? Zhou Wen squatted in front of the demon baby and asked, while rubbing her head. Imoing thought for a while, then turned around and walked outside. Zhou Wen quickly followed. He didn't go out much for many days, and he felt a little dazzling from the sun when he walked out of the room. The place where Zhou Wen lives is a courtyard house in the northwest corner of the ancient city. There are courtyards like this everywhere in the ancient city of Guide, and they are not very conspicuous. In fact, there are many larger courtyards than this one. As the current owner of the ancient city, Zhou Wen could have chosen a better place. The reason why he didn't do that was because this seemingly inconspicuous courtyard house was actually strange. Almost every building in the ancient city is an independent small space. Zhou Wen has already explored most of the buildings, but only a few places have not yet found a way to enter. For example, the City God Temple, the Bell Tower, and some strange large courtyards have not yet found a way to enter. Although this small courtyard can be entered, there are some bizarre and strange things that Zhou Wen has not figured out. Until now. He lives here, on the one hand, to explore the secrets of the small courtyard, on the other hand, he is also afraid that something will happen here, and if something really happens, he can suppress it in time. The yard is not big, and the building itself is not too special, but there is a well in this yard. On some special days, you can hear the sound of spring water churning from the well. The sound of water in the well sounds normal, and it is not surprising that some living wells or wells with underground springs will have water sounds. In fact, even if some dimensional creatures in the well made noises, it was not a strange thing. This well is strange, because there is no water in it. A well without water often hears the sound of water in the middle of the night, which is a bit strange. Zhou Wen also sent a companion pet to explore, but nothing was found. This ancient well was not very deep. Zhou Wen could see the bottom at a glance. There is water. Every time there was the sound of water, Zhou Wen looked down from the wellhead, and the result was the same. He could only see the soil at the bottom of the well, but not the slightest trace of water. But the sound of water surging like spring water clearly flowed in his ears. Not only Zhou Wen, but everyone could hear it as long as he walked into the courtyard. Zhou Wen also dug the bottom of the well, but no matter how deep you dig, you can't find anything, and the soil you excavated will disappear after a while, and the hole dug in the well will return to its original appearance, as if it had never been moved. With such a strange ancient well in such a house, how can Zhou Wen be assured that he can only live here by himself, and if there is any problem, he can deal with it in time? For such a long time, although the sound of water often sounded in the ancient well in the middle of the night, there was no other abnormality, so Zhou Wen did not deliberately study the ancient well recently. After the demon baby came out of the house, it went straight to the side of the ancient well, jumped over the edge of the well, and stretched its head to look inside the ancient well. After watching for a while, the demon baby raised his head and looked at Zhou Wen again, holding the magic sword in one hand and pointing into the ancient well, and said at the same time, "Next. There's nothing under this ancient well. I dug thousands of meters deep, and I didn't see anything." Zhou Wen also came to the side of the ancient well and looked inside. He knew that the demon baby should not be aimless. As before, the bottom of the well can be seen at a glance, and there is nothing underneath. The demon baby looked down at the well again, looked at it for a while, and suddenly said, "The thing is down there." "Where?" Zhou Wen gathered his eyesight, and even summoned the dark doctor to merge with himself, using his clairvoyant ability to look down, but still saw nothing. The magic baby frowned and thought, as if he didn't know how to explain it. After pondering for a while, he suddenly reached out and took off the swana around his waist. Ordinary companion pets can't use weapons. Even if some companion pets use weapons, they are also innate weapons, but the devil baby is different. The equipment on her body is basically taken from others. The magic sword, the sky-covering bell, and the swana were all snatched away, but apart from the magic sword, the magic baby rarely used the sky-covering bell and swana. The magic baby put the swana in front of the small mouth, and the cheeks were bulging, and he wanted to blow the swana. "Don't blow." Zhou Wen was startled. He quickly reached out to hug the demon baby, and covered her small mouth with the other hand, preventing her from blowing out the air. As soon as the swana rang, it was either joy or death. Zhou Wen could resist the magic of the swana, but so many ordinary people in the ancient city of Guide could not resist. At that time, the whole city will be mourning and mourning. And it will not be very good. The demon baby was covered by Zhou Wen, the breath in his mouth could not come out, his cheeks were bulging, and the big eyes were also staring at the boss. Reaching out and pulling the big hand covering his mouth, the demon baby spit out his breath, stared at Zhou Wen and said, "Don't blow. The things below won't come out." "What's going on below?" Zhou Wen couldn't really see what was going on below. He was really curious, and stared into the eyes of the demon baby, and asked, "Food?" The demon baby answered with certainty. "What kind of food?" Zhou Wen almost vomited out a mouthful of old blood, so he could only continue to ask patiently. "I don't know, it's just food." The devil infant replied succinctly. Zhou Wen was depressed in his heart, but he knew that he couldn't ask anything. He pointed to the swana in the little hand of the demon baby and said, "You can blow this thing. Is there any way to prevent its sound from affecting other people in the city?" "Okay." The demon baby tilted his head and thought for a while before nodding his head to answer. Zhou Wen breathed a sigh of relief, and then let go of the magic baby. "Blow it," I just want to know what is in this ancient well. The magic baby put the Swana on his lips again, puffed out his cheeks, and blew it violently. The high-pitched Swana sound is like an earth-shattering shock, and it penetrates directly into the soul, as if to take away the soul of a person. Thump. Zhou Wen's legs softened, and he knelt directly on the ground. The eyes in his eyes were like pearls, falling one by one. I'm going, didn't I say it won't affect other people? Zhou Wen's words turned into tears, struggling to stand up, but he couldn't stand up. There is no one else here. The voice of the magic baby sounded directly in Zhou Wen's mind, and her mouth was still blowing a swana. The desolate voice of the devil kept entering Zhou Wen's ears, causing Zhou Wen's tears to fall continuously. Zhou Wen wanted to say something, but heard the sound of surging water coming from the ancient well. The sound of water in the ancient well usually sounds at night, and this is the first time it has appeared in broad daylight. TXT download address, phone reading. The devil baby desperately puffed out his cheeks and blew the swana, his face flushed red, and many fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Other than that, there were no other abnormalities. Zhou Wen was crying on the side, and his tears kept flowing like a trickling stream. His eyes were full of bloodshots, and the blood and tears of crying were about to come out. Dad, if I had known this earlier, I shouldn't have stayed in this yard, it's still careless. Zhou Wen was depressed. If he had known this was the case, he would at least have made some preparations. Originally, Zhou Wen relied on the fact that he had Wang Ji's sai, and that thing would not allow him to kneel. It has a natural restraint on the sound of swana, but who knew that this time Wang Ji's sai did not respond at all, and Zhou Wen was a little caught off guard. After speaking, it was too late to think about resisting. Pressing the ground with both hands, trying hard to keep his head from touching the ground, Zhou Wen cried and burst into tears, blood oozing from the corners of his eyes, but there was still heavy thunder and little rain in the ancient well, and nothing came out. Little baby. Let's try again another day. Zhou Wen shouted to the demon baby while crying. He couldn't hold on any longer. And he saw that his forehead was about to hit the ground. At this moment, the ancient well suddenly became bright, as if the wellhead had become a huge searchlight. The light shot out from the well, and after it rose several meters high. It seemed to be scattered like a fountain. Zhou Wen hurriedly held his breath and concentrated, using the power of his whole body to fight against the voice, and at the same time using the ability to listen to observe the ancient well that had undergone a mutation. The water in the ancient well seemed to be surging, and it came out in waves. Zhou Wen soon discovered that in the light rising like spring water, something slowly emerged. That's a skeleton. Zhou Wen was shocked to find that a skeleton head first emerged from the light, and then a skeleton frame in tattered clothes. After a while, a complete skeleton floated on top of the spring-like light. The skeleton remained in a cross-legged posture, covered in rags and sackcloth that had rotted into strips. The whole body had already decayed and there was no flesh and blood, but a white hair still grew on the skeleton. It is said that the hair grows on the scalp. The scalp of the skeleton has long been gone. Even if the hair does not decay, it should all fall off. However, the white hair on the skeleton is silver and shiny, and there is nothing at all. Signs of wilting and shedding. In addition, a necklace between the skulls is very eye-catching. It is a necklace made of black metal. The pendant part has the shape of a devil's eye. The middle part of the demon's pupil is a purple round crystal. Although Zhou Wen was listening to the screen using truth listening, he didn't know why, but he felt that the devil's eyes seemed to be staring at him. In addition, the skeleton's left hand is still tightly held, and something can be seen from the gap between the phalanx, but most of it is blocked by the skeleton's hand. In the exposed gap, I saw that it was a small white object. While Zhouwen was still looking at it, the sound of the Swana suddenly stopped, the demon baby flashed, and it was already in front of the skeleton. Purple pupil lens. When the magic sword and the pendant collided, making a crisp sound, and the purple crystal emitted a black hole-like purple light, which blocked the magic sword abruptly, preventing it from advancing an inch. The magic baby was already very tired after playing the Swana. At this time it burst into power with all its strength, and its body trembled slightly because of the overdraft of its strength. Zhouwen was really afraid that she would use too much force and bite all the little white teeth into pieces. After she lost her teeth, she would not be so cute. Zhouwen didn't know why it was such a time, he could still think so much. Help me. It wasn't until the demon baby over there squeezed 2 words out of his teeth that he reacted, immediately jumped up from the ground, summoned the immortal killing sword, held the hilt, and concentrated the power of immortal killing. Violently pulled out the slaughter sword from its sheath and chopped at the necklace on the skull's neck. Combined with Zhouwen's current strength, the power of killing immortal sword can't even ignore the powerful life forms of the natural disaster level, but for some reason, Zhouwen felt that this cut would be unsuccessful. In an instant, he arrived in front of the skeleton. And at the moment when the slaughter sword was about to slash the necklace suddenly snapped and fell off the skeleton's neck. Zhouwen was stunned for a moment, and the immortal slaughtering sword in his hand forcibly stopped it without slashing. There was an inexplicable throbbing in his heart. This throbbing made him do this unconsciously, as if the sword really slashed, something ominous will happen. Fortunately, Zhouwen now has some control over the immortal slaughter sword. The blade finally stopped just a few nanometers away from the skull's neck. As the necklace slowly fell, the light in the ancient well also dimmed. Zhouwen could see clearly that the necklace wasn't really broken, but that the button of the necklace opened by itself, so it slipped off. After the necklace left the skull's neck, the purple light on the devil's eye also converged, and the devil's eye-shaped pendant was directly shattered by the magic sword. And the purple crystal that served as the pupil also fell out. The magic baby pouted, sucked violently at the purple crystal in the air, directly sucked the purple crystal into the small mouth, and then swallowed it with a thud. The whole process was completed in one go, and Zhouwen didn't even come to look at what the purple crystal looked like. The necklace that was cut off by the demon baby fell to the ground, the brilliance in the ancient well also completely subsided, the skeleton also fell, and the long silver hair quickly withered and rotted away. The entire body of the skeleton is also rapidly decomposing, turning into flying ash and flying in all directions. And the falling dust has disappeared without a trace before it touches the ground. Pata! An object fell to the ground. It was the white object held by the skeleton before. It was a square metal object slightly larger than a matchbox. On one of the surfaces of the metal object, there was a white line like it is generally connected by small tails. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Zhouwen always felt that when the skeleton was dissipating just now, it let go of its hand and let the metal object fall. Zhouwen looked at the white thing, his eyes gradually widened, as if he had made an incredible discovery. TXT download address. Phone reading. As soon as the magic baby swallowed the purple crystal, the gray-purple pupils quickly deepened in color, and in an instant, they turned into deep purple. Before Zhou Wen could take a closer look, the demon baby automatically returned to Zhou Wen as a dark light. Zhou Wen felt that the consciousness of the demon baby was gradually blurring. Zhou Wen had had this experience many times, and it was a manifestation of the imminent evolution. Reached out and picked up the white object on the ground, pinched it in his hand, stroking and observing. This thing Zhou Wen must have never seen before, but its shell material is almost exactly the same as Zhou Wen's mysterious mobile phone, and there is no difference in color or texture. Zhou Wen took out the mysterious mobile phone and wanted to compare them together to see if the two materials were really the same. Who knew that the mysterious mobile phone had just touched the white thing, and the line carried by the white thing actually seemed to be attracted by a magnet, and was attracted to the end of the mysterious mobile phone. The screen of the mysterious mobile phone automatically lit up, and a picture of the battery being charged appeared. This Zhou Wen was speechless for a while in surprise, looking in the direction of Gu Jing. His face changed, and countless thoughts flashed in his mind. Since he got the mysterious mobile phone, it has not been charged at all, and the mysterious mobile phone does not need to be charged, not even a charging port. But now this thing is actually charging. The battery icon on the screen still shows the percentage of power, and the current power is only 1%. Zhou Wen didn't know the difference between charging and not charging the mysterious mobile phone, and this is not what he is most concerned about now. Zhou Wen's father explained the origin of this mobile phone very clearly. It was dug by Zhou Wen's grandfather from an ancient well in the ancient city of Guide, but Zhou Wen's father did not know which well it was. Judging from the current situation, that thing is clearly a thing that matches the mobile phone, and in all likelihood, it is a thing like a power bank. Could it be that the mysterious mobile phone was dug out of this ancient well? Zhou Wen flashed countless thoughts in his heart. Looking at the charging mobile phone, his face became more complicated. He thought of a possibility. If the mysterious mobile phone was really dug out of this ancient well, could the skeleton just now be the remains of his grandfather? Zhou Wen has seen the strength of the necklace with his own eyes, and with the strength of the magic baby, it is hard to hurt it. Zhou Wen can probably estimate that his sword might not hurt the necklace, but when he got close to the necklace opened automatically. And when the skeleton dissipated, it seemed that he let go of his hand, causing the charging treasure-like thing to fall, and the throbbing feeling in his heart when he was about to cut it down. These abnormal circumstances made Zhou Wen have to wonder if the skeleton did it on purpose. If the skeleton is really the remains of Zhou Wen's grandfather, then all this can be explained. But Zhou Wen recalled again that his grandfather was not missing, nor was he buried. He was cremated when he died. Young Zhou Wen also attended the funeral. So it should be impossible to leave remains. What the hell is going on? Zhou Wen couldn't understand no matter how he thought about it. The skeleton had disappeared, and it was impossible to find any clues. Looking at the charging mobile phone, Zhou Wen had to wait temporarily to see what would happen after the mobile phone was charged. Maybe there would be clues at that time. Isn't it just a coincidence that the mysterious mobile phone was dug out of the ancient city? Seeing that the battery of the mobile phone had just jumped from 1% to 2%, Zhou Wen picked up the mobile phone and tried to operate it, and found that the mobile phone was completely useless now. The operation has been stuck on the charging screen. "Old Zhou, what are you doing?" Li Xian shouted, and pushed the door and walked in. There have been a lot of things going on in the ancient city of Guide recently. Zhou Wen is a hands-off shopkeeper, and Li Xian is coordinating with all parties for most of The work. When did you come? Zhou Wen asked Li Xian. It's not long since I came here, what's wrong? Li Xian looked at Zhou Wen suspiciously. Did you hear anything or see something? Zhou Wen asked again. Did you say you're in this yard? Could it be that a spy broke in? I didn't hear or see anything. Li Xian immediately looked around the yard vigilantly, but found nothing. No, Guanghua rushed out from this ancient well just now. Didn't you see it? Zhou Wen repeated the appearance of the skeleton, but didn't mention the charging treasure, which is really hard to explain. According to what you said, you should be able to see it from afar, but I didn't see anything just now. This ancient city of Guide is indeed a bit strange. We occupy this place, and we don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. I hope it won't happen. What a monster. Li Xian paused. Then continued, I have to discuss something with you, and the overseas Tian Fixianging has contacted us and wants to move to our ancient city of Guide. What do you think? Zhou Wen thought about it for a while. And then thought of a person like Qi Yasa. He pondered for a while and said, Tian Feixian Palace. Founded by Qi Yasa, although it is said to be an overseas force, but it has never had too much conflict with the inland, it is considered to always remain neutral, and in this era, whether overseas or inland, are all part of human beings, and we are now hiring people. If there is no grudge that can't be dealt with, we might as well take them in. I think so too, but there is still a little trouble. Li Xian said with a smile. What little trouble? Zhou Wen asked, with a frown. Tian Fixianging wanted to move to the inland some time ago. The 6 major families and some major forces are very interested in them, and have had contact with them, and they have offered good conditions. I even listened to those conditions. They all felt a little moved, but for some reason, they all refused, and they took the initiative to contact us, wanting to move to us, and the conditions they offered were far less than the conditions given to them by the 6 major families. Li Xian, having said that, he paused and gave Zhou Wen time to digest. You doubt their motives? Zhou Wen asked. There is one point, but it's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the family of God seems to be determined to win Tian Fixianging, not only actively contacting Tian Fixianging again, but also offering better conditions. I found a relationship, and tactfully expressed the hope that we can refuse to fly to the Immortal Palace in 2 days. Li Xian told the whole story again. Who did they find? Zhou Wen thought about it and said, the people in your family. Li Xian didn't say it directly. Anjia? Zhou Wen was slightly startled. Well, but Brother Shun contacted me and said that you don't have to worry too much. If you need it, you will directly accept the people who flew to the Immortal Palace for 2 days. Li Xian said again. When Zhou Wen heard this, he roughly understood that the family of God must have put pressure on the Yin family. TXT download address, phone reading. Old Zhou, what do you think we should do? Li Xian is a person who is not afraid of the sky and the earth. He asked this not to say whether he should take in the people who flew from the Immortal Palace in the 2nd day, but to ask Zhou Wen how to the people who flew to the Immortal Palace the next day picked up the ancient city of Germany. According to Li Xian's own wishes, whether the and family can withstand the pressure, they all have to ask for this person. The problem is that since the family of God is so persistent, there must be a plan. Brought to the ancient city of Guide. I'll pick up someone. Zhou Wen thought for a while and said. Okay, you're fine anyway, you can go out for a walk. Li Xian said with a smile. He really wanted to pick up people himself, but now the ancient city of guide has just started, there are too many things that need him to do. Zhou Wen is a hands-off shopkeeper again, and Li Xian really can't leave. When I'm not here, you can have more snacks in the city, Zhou Wen said while packing up. When you were here, I didn't care less. Li Xian pouted and said. Zhou Wen thought about it too, he really didn't care about the city's affairs, it was Li Xian who was busy. Let's put it this way, I'll send a letter to Benjaning, they're still waiting, Li Xian said and went outside without chatting with Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen packed his things, looked at the phone that was charging, and found that the battery had been charged to 3%. He estimated the time. With this kind of thing, it would take about a day to fully charge. The overseas Tian Fixianging has already begun to mobilize and relocate before receiving a reply from Zhou Wen. It is definitely not a trivial matter for tens of thousands of people to relocate to the inland, and there are too many aspects that need to be taken care of. Dozens of large ships, pulled by companion pets similar to whales, headed inland. It seems that our luck is not bad, and we didn't encounter a particularly terrifying marine dimensional creature. Shiraishi saw the coastline from a distance, and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Many dimensional fields at sea have broken the ban, and there will be terrifying dimensional creatures from time to time. Even the safe route they used to take cannot guarantee absolute safety now. It is a good sign to be able to reach the inland without any danger. Sometimes it's not those dimensional creatures that are scary. Bensen Sakura stood on the bow and said calmly, Palace Master, please rest assured, we have already planned the route. Here in the inland, it's all set up on the road, and it won't be a big problem, said the yellow-faced elder. Shiraishimi was about to ask something, but suddenly her eyes narrowed, and she saw a person standing on the pier by the sea. Sure enough, it's still here. Benjaning also saw that person, as if she had expected it, and was not surprised. Mo of the family of gods, why is he here? The yellow-faced elder's expression changed, and the other elders were also shocked. It is impossible for Mo to come to the seaside for no reason. Now that Mo is famous, he is one of the best among humans. Even in the era of numerous spokespersons, his ranking on the Rubik's Cube has never fallen out of the top 3. The most terrifying thing is that until now, no one has been able to find Mo's weakness. Mo's strength is very strong, and he can easily kill natural disaster creatures. What's even more terrifying is that no one else can hurt him. Injuring Mo is equal to it was to hurt himself. Mo was fine, but he was going to die. Everyone, please stay. Mo, he, dressed in black, stood by the sea, his face was angular, like a beautiful marble sculpture. Dozens of large ships stopped in front of the dock, and the giant whale-like companion pet floated on the sea, staring angrily at the tiny human figure. Mo, why are you blocking my way? The yellow-faced elder looked at Mo and asked. I never thought of blocking your way, but to show you the way. Mo said calmly. I don't know what way your excellency is going to show us? The yellow-faced elder asked with a frown. The way to live. Mo said lightly, the whole world is the land of the gods, and only the people of the gods can live on the land of the gods. The family of God is too domineering. If we don't enter the family of God, will your excellency not allow us to set foot on the earth? The yellow-faced elder's expression turned ugly. No. Mo shook his head and said, whether the ocean or the earth are divine soil, without the care of God, the heaven and earth will have no place to stand, but sinking. The disciples of Tian Fixianging listened clearly, and their faces changed greatly. Mo, he said clearly, if they did not join the family of gods, they would be buried in the sea today. If others say this, they will only listen to it as a joke. But Mo's horror, they have already seen it on the Rubik's Cube live broadcast. He is qualified to say such a thing. This is the only way? Ben-Sen Sakura finally spoke, staring at Mo he with burning eyes. There's only one way. Mo, he answered with certainty. Ben-Sen Sakura didn't say anything, just silently pulled out 2 samurai swords, one long and one short, and the momentum on her body continued to converge, staring at Mo like an abyss. The disciples of Tian Fixianging on dozens of large ships also summoned companion pets one after another. They pulled out their weapons and pointed at Mo. The huge companion pets in the sea roared in unison, setting off stormy waves, as if they were about to devour Mo. Mo stood there motionless, as if he hadn't seen the terrifying murderous aura, like a deity who despised all living beings. Looking at Mo's aloof posture, Ben Jining smiled, looked at Mo and said indifferently, Mo, your strength is indeed very strong and magical, but if you don't touch you will not be able to gain strength to work. After all, Ben-Sen Sakura gave an order, ordering the big ship to sail to the dock and not to attack Mo. Hundreds of giant whale-like companion pets roared, split the water and broke the waves, and swam towards the pier. Mo, he was neither surprised nor happy, looking at the giant beast and the big ship that drove the waves, but slowly raised the palm of his right hand to the sea, and when facing the sea, his 5 fingers clenched violently. Bang bang. The sound of the explosion was endless, and hundreds of giant whale-like beasts seemed to be clenched by an invisible big hand, and their bodies were squeezed and deformed, and they burst open in an instant. All the giant beasts that pulled the boat were not spared. The blood water instantly dyed the entire sea surface. The sea water turned blood red, and as the waves rolled, it was like a sea of azure blood. The bloody waves crashed on the boat, and the waves splashed on the disciples of Tian Fixianging. Is the color of horror. Everyone looked at Mo as if they were looking at a devil from hell. Trembling uncontrollably, the timid Tian Fixianging disciple involuntarily backed away. TXT download address, phone reading. Ben Jining stared at Mo. Her heart froze a little, although she was determined to fight to the death. She was unable to draw her sword and fight. If it is an ordinary opponent, even if the strength is far above him, Ben-Sen Sakura still has the courage to fight. But Mo is different. Only he can kill people. But others can't kill him. Even if the real cherry can kill the sun and the moon, it can't kill Mo, otherwise it will only hurt himself, and the real cherry is in a dilemma for a while. Does your Excellency have to do this? Chi Yasukai walked out of the cabin and stared at Mo. Mo smiled when he saw Chi Yasukai, looked at Chi Yasukai, and said, I heard that you have the name of a swordsman overseas, and Tian Fixianliu is also known as the first-class swordsmanship overseas. My friends are just flattering. Chi Yasukai said with a frown. It's probably true. Mo nodded. This remark immediately made the disciples of Tian Fixianliu furious. Maybe Chi Yasukai was not the strongest human being on earth, but his kendo realm was like a saint in the hearts of Tian Fixianliu's disciples. Sure, Cook can be killed but not humiliated. Mo, I want to duel with you. Ben-Sen Sakura said gloomily. You're not qualified yet. He didn't even look at the real Sakura. And said to Chiyasa, since you are known as an overseas swordsman, you may have some real talents and practical skills, then I will give you a chance. I only fight you with swordsmanship, and suppress your power within the same range as you. If you can take me 3 swords without defeat, I will let you come and go freely. If you lose, Tian Fixianging must invest under my family of God. Do you dare to agree? Yasa knew clearly in her heart that she could never be good today, and she promised to have a chance to fight. Moreover, Chiya Sakai is still very confident in his own swordsmanship. Regardless of the difference in level, he only considers the realm of swordsmanship. He does not think that he will be worse than Mo, and he can't even take 3 swords. Can what your excellency said represent the family of God? Chiyasa asked, looking at Mo. I said let you go. No one in the family of gods dares to touch you again. Of course, the premise is that you, the swordsman, can take my 3 swords and not be defeated. Mo said lightly. His purpose was to make Urshianfei fly. Immortal Palace brought back the family of gods, not to kill people, and to kill those companion pets that pulled the boat before. It was just to shock everyone. Okay, 3 swords will definitely win or lose. Chiyasa's mind was calm, not moved by Mo's words, and at the same time, he didn't really want to be undefeated in 3 swords, but wanted to win. If a kendo master doesn't have the will to win, but only has the mentality to survive 3 swords without losing, then he has already lost. Chiyasakai summoned his companion pet dual swords, which were 2 samurai swords, one long and one short. The materials of the blades looked the same, and they both showed a strange purple color, and there seemed to be a faint blood light in the purple. My pair of knives are named Giku and Shinhao, both of which are growable companion pets. They have grown to the natural disaster level, which is 1 level higher than my own level. I will fight you with this sword. You can do whatever you want. Don't worry about anything, just use the power of natural disaster grade. Chiya Sakai said. It's just a foreign object. He made a random move, and a stream of sea water poured into his palm like a fountain, and under the action of the cold air in the palm, it condensed into a western sword. Flicking the ice sword, he said, since you are at the fear level, then I will suppress the power at the fear level. After taking my 3 swords, you can go wherever you want. Most of the disciples of Tian Fixianging had expressions of indignation on their faces. Mo's actions were simply insulting the sword saint Chiyasa. There were also people who were secretly glad in their hearts, feeling that Chiya Sakai had a little more chance of winning, but they were a little worried that he would not keep his promise. Please. Chiya Sakai's state of mind was like an ancient well, without any emotional fluctuations due to Mo's words, holding his sword as quiet as a mountain, standing above the sea. It's really like a swordsman. He nodded slightly, and his eyes became serious. The ice sword in his hand stabbed towards Chiya Sakai. It is completely different from the momentum of squeezing hundreds of companion pets with one hand. Just now, his sword stab is ordinary and simple, and it can even be said that the ordinary is a bit outrageous. Without any sword energy and sword light appearing, the sword stab is also, it was slow, so slow that it felt like he was joking. The Mo people were still standing on the pier, hundreds of meters away from Master Chiya Sakai, who was at sea. He stabbed with his sword, but did not move his footsteps, still standing on the pier. But I don't know why, but the tip of the sword that pierced slowly seems to be approaching Chiya Sakai. Not only Chi Yasukai, but all the people watching the battle felt that the sword was stabbing at their hearts. Those who were not determined were pale in shock and involuntarily stepped back. But no matter how they retreated, the feeling that the tip of the sword was about to pierce their heart still lingered, as if the next second their heart was about to be pierced. Seeing this sword, Hamasakura and Shiraishi Mei's expressions became extremely solemn. They all know that it is difficult to practice swordsmanship fast, and the faster the sword, the easier it is to kill people. But as long as you keep practicing, the sword will always become faster. It's just a question of how much faster. But if you want to practice the sword slowly, you can't learn it simply by practice. You must have a very high talent in kendo and have the opportunity to have an epiphany before you can practice the fast sword slowly. Most slow sword is obviously not just slow, its realm is so high that even the real Sakura is a little scared. The sword stabbed slowly, and it seemed that it was easy to crack, but when it was really about to crack, it was found that there was no crack at all. Because he is too slow, no matter how you deal with it, you will instead expose your intentions to the other party's eyes. It was originally a static breaking situation, but suddenly you find yourself becoming the moving party. But if you don't crack the slow sword, the sword will stab slowly, like a frog boiled in warm water. Once it enters the opponent's kill distance, it will be impossible for the opponent to move and try to crack it. It is also wrong to move, and it is also wrong to not move. Chiya Sakai suddenly fell into a dilemma. People who understand the horror of this sword are all worried about Chiya Sakai, but Chiya Sakai himself is not in a hurry. Without any hesitation, the long sword ghost crying directly slashed at Mo. His knife was not slow at all, on the contrary, it was as fast as a glimpse, like a horse. And it slashed in front of Mo in an instant. Wonderful. Banjaning couldn't help but exclaimed, "This is the most authentic two-day flying immortal style." The long sword slashes the enemy, the short sword protects the body, and the combination of movement and stillness is like the rotation of yin and yang. It is the only way to break the slow sword, but it is only limited to the realm of Chi Yasukai, so it can be just right. The terrifying sword light brought by Gakuki has already slashed in front of Mo. If Mo continues to stab forward, his sword will be blocked by the dagger. Even if it were 300 swords and 3,000 swords, it would be impossible to defeat Chi Yasukai. Mo he didn't retreat, and didn't even intend to withdraw his sword. He even used the ice sword condensed from the sea to meet Chi Yasukai's natural disaster-grade long sword. Ghost cry. Is he going to break the contract? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. How could the ice sword condensed from sea water be able to fight against the natural disaster-grade companion pet weapon, unless Mo used his own natural disaster-grade power? But until the swords clashed, Mo he did not use the power of the natural disaster grade, and the ice sword was chopped up without any suspense. Everyone was overjoyed, but the next wonderful thing, everyone's face turned ashen, and they stood there, unable to believe what their eyes saw. When the swords clashed, Mo's ice sword was chopped to pieces, but his sword was originally made of sea water, and the chopped ice sword melted into water. He pointed at Chi Sakai's chest. Everything has its own characteristics, and the way of life and restraint is in one mind. Even this point is not fully understood. It seems that the 2 days of flying immortals are nothing more than that. Mo he said lightly. You lose, take the disciples of Tian Fixianging and return to the family of God with me. Mo he released his palm, and the ice sword in his hand turned into a stream of water and returned to the sea. The disciples of Fei Xiangong on the second day are all ashen, with Qi Yasa's ability, even when Mo suppressed his power to the same level as him, and Qi Yasa also used the natural disaster-grade ghost crying god howling knife, but they couldn't catch even a single sword, which made them doubt Chiya Sakai's kendo. Chiya Sakai also had nothing to say. He was defeated so thoroughly, there was really nothing to say. Mo turned around and wanted to leave, but saw a young man standing not far behind him. The young man stood there quietly, looking at him with a look of interest, which made Mo wrinkle brow. The young man was less than 100 meters away from him. At this distance, he didn't even notice the arrival of the other party at all. That alone made him a little surprised. Mr. Zhou. Seeing Zhou Wen, Qi Yasa said with some guilt in her heart. I'm sorry, I lost just now, so I can only go to the family of God as agreed. Mr. Qi. Don't mind. Zhou Wen smiled slightly, looked at Mo He and said, the family of the gods has a great business, and I think they won't grab guests from me. Mo He looked at Zhou Wen and said, then it depends on whether you have the ability to invite guests. You said that Fei Xian Dao is just like this. I don't know if you dare to make a 3-sword appointment with me? Zhou Wen said calmly. The king of thieves really lives up to its name, and he is really a thief. Mo He sarcastically said. The fact that Zhou Wen is the king of thieves is no longer a secret among the 6 major families. Before Mo He became the spokesperson, he had seen Zhou Wen's battle through the Rubik's Cube, and naturally he did not dare to despise him. He dared to say the covenant of the 3 swords to Chiya Sakai, but he did not dare to say such words to Zhou Wen. It's not that Mo thinks Zhou Wen is stronger than him, but because the Thief King has shown strong spatial ability, even if Zhou Wen is just dodging, he is not sure to defeat Zhou Wen within 3 swords. Moreover, Mo He was able to defeat Chiya Sakai with 1 sword, not because his kendo realm was so much stronger than Chiya Sakai, but because Mo He had studied the kendo of Fiexionliu for 2 days before coming, and also collected after reading a lot of information about Chiya Sakai. It can be said that he knows Chiya Sakai well, so that he can defeat the enemy with a single sword. There are also a lot of information on Zhou Wen in the family of God, but through such information, we can't fully understand Zhou Wen. At least Mo He himself believes that what the information shows. Not all of Zhou Wen. You misunderstood me, I didn't want you to defeat me within 3 swords. Zhou Wen shook his head. So you mean to let me take your 3 swords? Mo He's face turned cold, and he couldn't help but feel a little anger in his heart. Since he became the spokesperson, he has never been treated with such contempt. Although Zhou Wen's reputation as king of thieves was big, it was only in the past, and Mo didn't think Zhou Wen was qualified to say such things to him now. Of course not. Zhou Wen shook his head again. Hearing Zhou Wen's words, Mo He's face softened a little, looked at Zhou Wen and said, then what exactly do you mean by the 3 swords covenant? Zhou Wen didn't answer him, just waved at Ben Jining. Come and do me a favor. Ben Jining was stunned when she heard it, not knowing what Zhou Wen wanted to do, but she still walked on the waves and went to Zhou Wen's side. Master, what did Zhou Wen let Hamasakura do? Shiraishi Mei asked Chiya Sakai, beside her with some doubts. A person like him, how can we see what he thinks? But Mr. Zhou must have his deep meaning, just look at it. Qi Yasa said. What are your orders, sir? Ben Jining came to Zhou Wen and saluted. I remember that you are Mr. Qi's disciple. You should have obtained the true biography of Mr. Qi's 2-day fiction Liu? Zhou Wen looked at Ben Jinying and asked. He didn't know what Zhou Wen wanted to do, and watched without saying a word. I don't dare to tell the truth, I have been trying my best to follow in the footsteps of Master Ben Jinying replied. Sakura's kendo is almost at my level, Chi Yasukai said. Enough. Zhou Wen nodded with satisfaction. Zhou Wen, what exactly do you want to do? He asked with a frown. Just now you said that Tian fiction Liu is nothing more than that, then I will pass on Mr. Qi's 3 swords of Tian fiction Liu, which is the rule. Just now. If you can accept his 3 swords and not be defeated, you can take them wherever you want. As soon as Zhou Wen said this, everyone was speechless in astonishment. Everyone has seen He's strength, and even Chi Sakai can't stop a sword. Although Ben Jinying is a genius, her kendo cultivation is approaching Chi Sakai. But if she learns 3 swords now, she can be in kendo. It is hard to believe how to defeat Mo. This time, he was not only his face, but his eyes became cold. He stared at Zhou Wen and said, you will pay for your arrogance. You just need to answer whether to gamble or not. Zhou Wen said lightly. Okay, I will do as you wish, but after that, I will fight you. I didn't want to be an enemy of you. You are forcing me. Mo said coldly. Let's take his 3 swords without defeat first. Zhou Wen said and beckoned to Ben Jinying, lend me your sword, and I will teach you the 3 swords. On behalf of Mr. Qi. Although Ben Jinying had some doubts in her heart, she still held the knife in her hand in front of Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen took the samurai sword and waved it twice, as if he was familiar with the center of gravity of the sword. Master, Zhou Wen, will he be too big? Shiraishi said. Strangely. Although she knew that Zhou Wen was the human emperor, it was not easy to defeat Mo even with the strength that the human emperor had shown before. In this way, teaching Ben Jinying 3 swords on the spot would allow Ben Jinying to defeat Mo, which is too much. Incredible, unbelievable. In fact, not only Shiraishi Mei, but all the elders also felt that Zhou Wen might not be too condescending, even if he was the emperor, he couldn't despise a powerhouse like Mo. Even if Zhou Wenjun has such a strong swordsmanship, it is impossible for Ben Sakura to immediately learn his advanced swordsmanship. No matter how talented a swordsman is, it is impossible for him to learn a profound swordsmanship in such a short period of time. What made it even more difficult for them to accept was that Zhou Wen actually started to teach the true Sakura swordsmanship in front of Mohe, and he had no intention of avoiding it at all. Is this person really reliable? Not only those elders, but even ordinary disciples felt that Zhou Wen's move was a bit too childish. Teaching the 3 swords in front of others, and using these 3 swords to defeat others, is this an idiot? TXT download address, phone reading. Zhou Wen is naturally not the kind of unreliable person, nor did he put forward such conditions to humiliate Mo. In fact, when Chi Sakai and Mohe were fighting, he had already come here. At that time, Chi Sakai had already agreed to Mohe's appointment, and it was too late for him to stop it. So when Chi Sai and Mo were fighting, Zhou Wen opened the division to observe the extent of Mo's ability. The teacher domain is the domain of natural disasters derived from Taoism. The introduction in the game is the domain of enlightenment. Its actual function can block other different power rules, and at the same time, it can also study the opponent's power rules. It can even be reorganized by studying the opponent's power rules. Vitality trick. Zhou Wen originally just wanted to study Mo's power, hoping to find out what kind of power Mo's rebound power was, but when Zhou Wen was using the teacher's field to observe, he made an unexpected discovery. This discovery is not due to Mo, but because of Qi Yasukai. Because Qi Yasukai's Ertian Fei Xian Lu was inspired by Zhou Wen's Fei Xian and Zhan Xian, which can be said to be in line with Zhou Wen's own swordsmanship. When Qi Yasukai used Ertian Fei Xianliu's kendo, it was within Shiyu's territory, allowing Zhou Wen to discover some of Shiyu's other abilities. In the teacher domain, Zhou Wen not only can clearly sense all the advantages and disadvantages of Qi Yasa's two-day Fei Xianliu, but the teacher's domain even automatically derived and corrected the shortcomings of the two-day Fei Xianliu, making Zhou Wen more capable of the teacher's domain. New insight. He can clearly feel that as long as he is willing, he can use the teacher's domain to make up for the shortcomings of Qi Yasa's two-day flying immortal, and even directly improve Qi Yasa's kendo realm. It turns out that the so-called domain of enlightenment is not just as simple as imitation and learning. Zhou Wen understood it in his heart at that time. Qi Yasai used Ertian Fei Xianliu to fight against Mo in the division, which is almost equivalent to Zhou Wen fighting against Mo himself. Now Zhou Wen has already judged Mo's kendo realm and at the same time wants to try it out. It is because of the new abilities of the teacher field that such conditions are put forward. Zhou Wen has a vague feeling that Shiyu seems to have found a way to be promoted. Looking at Zhou Wen, Ben Jinying couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The swordsmanship taught by Zhou Wen would probably be very profound, otherwise it would be difficult to defeat Mo. He did not doubt Zhou Wen's kendo level, but he was afraid that he would not be able to practice the swordsmanship taught by Zhou Wen in such a short period of time. Don't be nervous, just learning it is enough. Zhou Wen smiled at Ben Jinying. Hearing this in the ears of others, Zhou Wen felt a little arrogant, but it was the truth, because he wanted to use the teacher's domain to directly improve the realm of the real Sakura's kendo, instead of really letting him learn the three swords. I'll do my best, Ben-sen Sakura said sternly. Then look at it. Zhou Wen didn't say any more nonsense. After opening the division, he began to wave the knife in his hand. Everyone was attracted by his actions, and wanted to see what kind of peerless swordsmanship he was going to teach, so that Hama Sakura could defeat Mo in such a short period of time. Even Mo he couldn't help but stare at Zhou Wen's swordsmanship. He also wanted to know how well Zhou Wen's swordsmanship was. Mo didn't think he would lose to Hama Sakura at all, after he was preparing to defeat Ben-sen Sakura, how to defeat Zhou Wen. But the three swords Zhou Wen taught next made everyone's eyes widen. Not because Zhou Wenjia's swordsmanship is profound and powerful, but because Zhou Wenjia's swordsmanship is too simple, so simple that all the disciples of Ertian Fei Xiangang understand it. Even those young mortal disciples understood the swordsmanship taught by Zhou Wen. In fact, even if they want to understand it, it is difficult, because the swordsmanship shown by Zhou Wen is simply the most introductory swordsmanship in Ertian Fei Xianliu. Even the young children in Ertian Fei Xian Palace do not know how many times they have practiced it. Can't be cooked anymore. Master, what the hell is going on here? Shiraishi Mei had begun to doubt her eyes, wondering if Zhou Wen had taught something profound, but she just didn't understand it. Chiyasa was equally puzzled in his heart, and he was also wondering if there was some mystery in Zhou Wen's ordinary three swords, but he really didn't see that these three swords were related to the basic sword style of Ertian Fei Xianliu created by him. What a difference. He frowned. He focused on the two-day Liu, and naturally knew these basic sword styles. Well, but he didn't see why Zhou Wenquan used these three swords to defeat him, not to mention that Ben Jining used these three swords to defeat him. Even if Zhou Wen used these three swords himself, he didn't think it would be of any use. Others couldn't feel anything, but Hanma Sakura's feeling was completely different from them. Under the influence of Shiyu, the ordinary three swords, like three thunders, split the brain of the real cherry, making the real cherry like a dick, and the explosion in the mind produced many things that have never been seen before. Kendo experience. It turns out that the Tian Liu that I practiced has so many flaws. It turns out that the profound meaning of Tian Liu turned out to be so. I didn't expect it to have such a realm. In the eyes of others, the simple three swords made Benzen Sakura have three epiphany-like effects. Originally, his kendo cultivation base had already approached Chi Yasakai, but he suddenly had three epiphanies, and his kendo realm was instantly elevated to an incredible realm. How difficult is an epiphany? A swordsman, having an epiphany once in his life, may become a generation of swordsman masters. Just like Chi Yasakai, he had an epiphany because of Zhou Wen, and he created the two-day Liu, and won the reputation of the sword saint overseas. Now Benzen Sakura has three epiphanies in a row. It is simply an unbelievable adventure. His kendo realm has reached a position that even Chi Yasakai cannot reach. At this moment, he is full of surprises, and he hardly dares believe that I would have such a comprehension. And looking at Zhou Wen, it is almost like looking at a god. If it wasn't for God, how could he use such simple three swords to give him such insight? Zhou Wen looked at the real Sakura, and he was also inexplicably pleasantly surprised. With the epiphany and improvement of the real Sakura, his teacher field actually began to improve, evolving from the human level to the hell level. Originally, Zhou Wen thought that he used the teacher's domain to educate the real Sakura, and the real Sakura's comprehension of Tian Liu should also reach the limit of his comprehension. But this is not the case. After experiencing three epiphanies, the real swordsmanship of the two-day flying immortal has exceeded the range that can be derived from the teacher's domain. Master leads the door, cultivation is in the individual. And the education of the teacher's domain is not only limited to the bottleneck of oneself. If the enlightened person's own comprehension exceeds the teacher's domain, it can in turn feed the teacher's domain. Zhou Wen said in his heart, has fully understood the ability of the teacher domain. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. His swordsmanship is nothing more than that. Unless he uses power above the fear level, these three swords should be enough for you to beat him. Zhou Wen threw the knife back to Benzen Sakura. You don't need to provoke me. I said that if I only use the same power as him, I will never break my promise. If I use the power above the fear level, I will naturally lose. Mo said coldly. He didn't believe at all that Hanma Sakura could win him with such three swords. Zhou Wen was non-committal, but Ben Jining suddenly gave Zhou Wen a big thank you gift, and said with a straight face, Sir, Ben Jining has written down the grace of preaching. Go. Zhou Wen nodded slightly. Only then did Benzen Sakura get up, holding her own knife and walking towards Mo. The expressions of the disciples of Tian Xianging were all strange and abnormal. They really didn't see why Zhou Wenjiao's three swords were worthy of such a big gift from Zhen Jining. Shiraishi Mei also looked puzzled, looked at Chi Yasakai and asked, Master, are Zhou Wen's three swords really so amazing? She knows how arrogant a person Ben Jining is, and being able to make her perform such a big ceremony shows that she almost regards the other party as a master, and also shows from the side that the three swords are absolutely extraordinary, but Shiraishi Mei couldn't see how the three swords were different from the basic swordsmanship she had learned before. How can someone like Mr. Zhou talk nonsense? Chiyasa didn't see any mystery in the three swords, but he could sense that the temperament of the real Sakura had changed. This kind of change doesn't seem obvious, and it would be hard for him to see this change if it wasn't for the original Sakura who was taught by Chiyasa. Please be careful with my knife. Ben Jining stopped opposite Mo, holding the knife Zhou borrowed, and did not summon the second short knife that he often used. The disciples of Tian Liu all use double swords, and Ben Jining is naturally the best at double swords. He only uses one sword and not double swords, not because Zhou Wenjiao's three swords only use one sword, but because Ben Sakura wanted to be ashamed for Chiyasa. Mo defeated Mo with a water sword, and he also hit Mo with a knife. He looked at Ben Jining with a flash of strange color in his eyes. After all, he was a natural disaster-level powerhouse, and he felt the change in the temperament of Ben Jining, but he still couldn't figure out, how could Ben Jining get from those three swords? What did he learn in middle school? He could helplessly watch Zhou teach those three swords, and he really couldn't think of what tricks those three swords could play. Don't waste time, let's shoot. He grabbed it casually, condensed the sea water into a sword again, and said lightly while looking at Ben Jining. Although he knew that the real Sakura had grown, Mo didn't think that the real Sakura could grow enough to defeat him. Even if Zhou taught the real Sakura the swordsmanship of the gods, it was impossible for the real Sakura to be so short-lived within the time to rise to the point of competing with him. What's more, the three swords taught by Zhou were nothing but the introductory swordsmanship of Tian Liu. Confidence is also an important part of the real powerhouse duel. If you are not confident in your heart, unless your strength is really crushed, it will be difficult to win. How could Mo make such a mistake? Ben Sakura didn't say anything else, holding the knife in one hand, slashed directly at Mo. This knife is not one of the three swords that Zhou taught just now, but the one that Chiyasa slashed at Mo just now, almost exactly the same, without the slightest difference. Sure enough, the three swords taught by Zhou are useless at all. He still uses Chiyasa's swordsmanship. Those three swords are just to hide people's eyes. He succeeded in front of me, not to mention the sword style he used, which I just cracked. Thoughts flashed in Mo's mind, but the ice sword in his hand did not hesitate and stabbed it again. The battle between the two was almost a replica of the battle between Chiyasa and Mo. The only difference was that Hama Sakura only had a knife in her hand and had no ability to protect herself. This Shiraishi Mei didn't know what to say anymore. Chiyasa had already tried it just now, and this sword would definitely be defeated, and Ben Sakura actually did it again. It's not just that she doesn't understand, none of the disciples in the second day Fixianging understand, and those elders even think that the real Sakura is broken. Only Chiyasa seemed to understand something, shook his head slightly and smiled. This child has a heart. The ice sword, which was advancing at an extremely slow speed, collided with the slashing knife again. And the ice sword was chopped up again. Everything was exactly the same as the last time, just like a movie remake. Although Mo is confident, he is still a little bit afraid, so he has reservations about his actions, and is ready to deal with any changes that may occur. But there was no change at all. The original Sakura's knife smashed his ice sword. The ice sword fragments turned into water and passed over the original Sakura's knife, condensed into a water sword again, and pointed to the true Sakura's chest. When he naturally couldn't believe it would go so smoothly, but seeing that the water sword was about to stab Ben Jinying's chest, he couldn't believe it. Suddenly, He's heart throbbed, as if he smelled some kind of great crisis. His eyes narrowed, and he suddenly found that Ben Jinying's knife had already cut into his waist at some point. His sword and Ben's Sakura's sword could hit each other almost at the same time, but he only took a water sword, while Ben's Sakura held a fear-level companion pet knife, which also hit the other party, but the result was not will be the same. Unless uses power beyond the fear level, he will definitely suffer, and then naturally he can only be counted as a loser. I thought it was some kind of brilliant swordsmanship, but it turned out that I just wanted to use this method to win me. It was too naive to think. Mo's natural disaster-level thinking ability and reaction are naturally not comparable to the original Sakura. In the meantime, countless thoughts flashed in Mo's mind. Almost at the same time, his body naturally moved. His body moved slightly, and the motion and speed of the water sword in his hand remained unchanged. In this way, Sakura's sword will brush past him, while his water sword will hit Sakura. In fact, this kind of reaction ability has exceeded the limit that the fear level can do, but this is not a substantial natural disaster level power, so it cannot be said that Mo fails. But when Mo finished all this, suddenly his pupils shrank, and his face showed disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Originally thought that Ben's Sakura was a knife with all her strength, but it was not the case at all. Ben's Sakura's reaction ability was far less than his, and it was impossible to keep up with his changes and then change her moves, but Ben's Sakura seemed to have long expected that he would change his moves, and the knife changed in the middle. This change was completed almost at the same time as Mo, and it just restrained Mo's change. Mo didn't expect this to happen at all. This is simply a prophet. If he didn't change his shape just now, but just stabbed with a sword, then the real Sakura would have lost. But now, because of his changes, he was restrained by the real Sakura, and at such a close distance, unless he used the speed of natural disaster grade, he could come and change again, otherwise he would not be able to do anything. Just a moment of hesitation, the water sword in Mo's hand has been chopped to pieces by the knife in Ben's Sakura's hand, and the tip of the knife also stopped in front of Mo's chest. For a time, there was only the sound of waves in the entire sea, and everyone seemed to be petrified, watching Mo's chest with a knife. I'm not dreaming, right? Someone on the big boat shouted in a dreamy voice. https://genius. For a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Am I still living in a dream? The disciple of Tian Fei Gong's eyes widened, and he could hardly believe what he saw in front of him. With just one sword, the real Sakura actually defeated the invisible Mo in swordsmanship, which is simply unbelievable. But what surprised them the most was not that Ben Jinying defeated Mo with one sword, but that Zhou Wen only taught such a simple 3 swordsmanship to make Ben Jinying's kendo advance so rapidly. Ben Sakura's swordsmanship was originally a line worse than Chi Yasukai. Even Chi Yasukai was defeated by Mo with one sword, but now Ben Jinying can defeat Mo with one sword. This is simply a world that people can't imagine. Difference. All Tian Fixianging disciples looked at Zhou Wen as if they were looking at a deity, and they seemed To be looking at an elixir, as if they could immediately ascend to immortality if they swallowed him. The more people know about the real Sakura, the more unbelievable it is. Just like Shiraishimi, she often practiced swordsmanship with Hama Sakura. She couldn't be more clear about her kendo level, but now she found that her kendo level was like the sea, so she couldn't see the depth. It even gave her a sense of insignificance. And all of this was just because Zhou Wen taught the three swords. It was like a miracle. He stared at Ben Zheniying. He couldn't believe that Ben Zheniying became so strong just because Zhou Wen taught those three swords, but the fact was in front of him, he couldn't help but believe it. If Hama Sakura had such a level long ago, it would be impossible to watch Chi Yasukai's defeat without doing anything. Is it because Zhou Wen's teaching level is too high, or is the comprehension of Zhenjining too terrible? He thought of this thought, and he gave the answer in his heart in a flash. Ben Zheniying has followed Chi Yasukai for so many years. If his talent is really so strong, he would have formed his own faction long ago. The only explanation is that Zhou Wen's kendo level is too strong. Although Mo didn't want to believe it, he had to admit that he didn't understand how Zhou Wen taught, which made him doubt his own level for a moment. Your Excellency loses. Ben Sakura retracted the knife, looked at Mohi and said, I will never go back on what I said. And I won't stop anyone from Tian Fixianging from going anywhere. He ignored Ben Zheniying after saying that, turned his eyes to Zhou Wen, stared at him and said, sure enough, the Thief King, the name is well-deserved. It is stronger than the legend. I wonder if you dare to fight me? Zhou Wen was full of joy at this time, because with Ben Zheniying's epiphany, his teacher's realm was raised from the human level to the hell level. Such a promotion speed, even Zhou Wen himself did not expect. At this time he was thinking in his heart, if he came so many times, wouldn't it be easy for the division to be promoted to the heaven level? In fact, it is not as simple as Zhou Wen thought. The reason why Shiyu can be promoted directly from the human level to the hell level is because the talent and understanding of the real Cherry are too powerful. Under the influence of Shiyu, he has 3 epiphanies. He has reached an unimaginable realm. As far as kendo is concerned, even a celestial-level swordsman may not be able to beat the real Sakura. It can be said that the real Sakura is already a real master of kendo. If it were an ordinary person with neither talent nor comprehension, not to mention 3 epiphanies, it's hard to say whether you can have 1 epiphany. The teacher field can only impart experience and influence understanding, but it is not powerful enough to force people to become enlightened. It can be said that Shiyu and Ben-Sen Sakura complement each other, and Ben-Sen Sakura can have 3 epiphanies. In addition to his own talent, huge pressure is also an important reason. The fate of Fei Xiangong's life and death rested on him alone, giving him the motivation to surpass his own potential. If he changed his normal life, he might have 1 or 2 epiphanies under the influence of Shiyu, not necessarily 3 times many. If Zhou Wen wants to use Shiyu to teach such a person again, it is not so easy. Fortunately, there are many geniuses on the earth. And there will be opportunities in the future, but there are many geniuses around Zhou Wen that can be used. But there is still a problem, that is, Zhou Wen must also have a deep understanding of the way they cultivate, otherwise the teachers in the field ability will be greatly reduced. Come to me after you are promoted to the heavenly realm. Zhou Wen was not very interested in fighting Mo. After the 2 battles just now, Zhou Wen already has a general understanding of Mo's realm. Mo's realm is already very strong among humans, but it is only very strong. If he is not natural disaster grade, there is no such thing as that. Astonishing anti-injury ability, with his realm, it is impossible to have such a great reputation. This is simply saying to Mo, your ability is not good, go back and practice for a few more years. If Zhou Wen said this when he first arrived, I am afraid that even the disciples of Fixianging would think that he was too arrogant. But now Zhou Wen is saying this, but everyone thinks that there is nothing wrong with it. He can't even beat the original Sakura. Who Zhou Wen taught the three swords, how can he be Zhou Wen's opponent? Hearing Zhou Wen's words, he couldn't help but raised his eyebrows slightly and said, maybe your kendo level is indeed higher than mine, but kendo level is not the only criterion for winning or losing. It seems that you are very confident in your ability to counter injuries. Zhou Wen said calmly. Do you dare or dare? He said coldly. It has nothing to do with whether I dare or not. What is the benefit of me fighting with you? Zhou Wen said with a smile. What benefits do you want? He was stunned at first, then asked with a frown. If you lose, tell me why you must let Tian Fixianging join the family of God. Zhou Wen said. Zhou Wen has always been very puzzled about this question. Although Tian Fixianging is considered a big force, Chi Yasukai and Moto Sakura are also considered to be the elites among human beings. But for the family of gods, it doesn't seem to be worthy of their attention. At least there is no need to pay such a huge price for a 2-day flying fairy palace, and there is no need to be so persistent. Okay. He hesitated a little and agreed to Zhou Wen's request. Since Tian Fixianging can no longer be included in the family of gods, then this secret is meaningless to the family of gods. And even if Zhou Wen knew this secret, he might not be able to benefit from it. Then don't waste time, let's get started. Zhou Wen's voice just fell, he directly gathered the power of the ancient emperor scriptures, and slapped Mo's head with a palm. The natural disaster field condensed by the ancient emperor sutra is called human sovereign sacrifice to heaven. This kind of power can restrain Lu Cun Xingjuan's anti-injury ability, which is also anti-injury ability. Zhou Wen also wants to know whether the power of the ancient emperor sutra can restrain Maher. When he saw Zhou Wen slapped it, he didn't mean to dodge. He felt that his kendo level was not as good as Zhou Wen's. Bang! Zhou Wen slapped Mo's head with a palm, making a dull crashing sound. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading. Website. Mo's name is to harm others, and not himself. He was a famous life-defying character back then. When he hurt others, not only would others not be hurt, but the same injury would appear on his own body. This fate once made Mo doubt life, but he did not sink like ordinary people, but regained his confidence and firmly believed that there are no abandoned fates in the world, only abandoned people. He will definitely be able to find the use of his own fate grid method. But I tried one method after another, but all ended in failure. Mo also once thought that maybe his life soul will have some special attribute, which can reverse the disadvantage of life character, and even turn the disadvantage into an advantage. But the result did not. His life soul is still very weak, and also unable to hurt others. When human beings finally found a way to advance to mythology, Mo pinned his hopes on the Wheel of Fortune again, thinking that maybe the Wheel of Fortune could change all this. The result was no. His Wheel of Fortune was still the same type, and he still couldn't hurt anyone. His psychological endurance is as strong as Mo, and he is almost on the verge of collapse. Although he is a member of the family of gods, he is just a waste person, and he can get not many resources. To be able to reach the stage of mythology, he has already paid everything. Cost. No matter how many resources in the family, it is impossible to help him advance to the fear level. Mo doesn't blame the family, he thinks it's fair, and instead of himself, he won't invest resources in a hopeless person. Just when Mo had given up hope, he didn't expect that there would be a dead clan from a different dimension to find him and help him to be promoted to the natural disaster grade. Mo's fate, when he was promoted to the fear level and entered a state of fear, finally underwent a reversal change. Just as he thought before, he turned his disadvantage into an advantage. His fearful state is called reversal of cause and effect. Under the effect of fear, harming others and not benefiting oneself has turned into harming others and benefiting oneself, and his life soul and the wheel of fortune have also become extremely powerful. Until he was promoted to natural disaster, he was finally able to freely control his own power and was no longer subject to various constraints. Not only could he hurt people, but within his domain, if others hurt him, the cause and effect would also be reversed, causing the enemy to be hurt instead. And this counter-injury will be multiplied. Mo, he is very aware of his ability. Even if Zhou Wen's level is higher than him and his strength is stronger than him, it is still impossible to defeat him. The stronger Zhou Wen is, the more miserable he will lose in the end. Bang! Zhou Wen slapped Mo, he on top of Mo. He's head. When Mo, he was considering whether to take this opportunity to get rid of Zhou Wen, he suddenly felt a buzzing sound in his head, his brain became blank, and his body fell forward uncontrollably. It hit the ground, and then a severe pain spread throughout the body, and the sound of bones shattering kept ringing. Mo was slapped on the ground with a slap by Zhou Wen, his body twisted and fell into the ground, the bones in his whole body were broken, and blood seeped out from the 7 orifices. No. Impossible. Mo's pupil shrank, struggling to get up, but he found that his arm bones and leg bones were broken into several pieces, and he couldn't control it at all, let alone stand up. He couldn't move at all, severe pain, waves of invading his nerves. On the big ship in the distance, the disciples of Tian Xiangang were deadly silent, and everyone opened their mouths, staring blankly at Zhou Wen, who was standing there, and Mo, who was photographed into the concrete floor. For a moment, they doubted whether this was the real Mo. Maybe this Mo was just a fake and shoddy product, a weak fake. Otherwise, how could he be slapped on the ground by Zhou Wen and even crawled? Can't get up. That is Mo. Mo, who was born in an almost invincible posture on the Rubik's Cube, even the dimensional creatures of the natural disaster grade were killed by him at will, even without his action at all. If the natural disaster creatures attacked him, they would be countered. Mo, the spokesman of the dead clan who died in shock. If Mo, he hadn't killed hundreds of companion pet giant beasts with one hand before, if Mo, he hadn't just defeated Chiya Sakai with one sword, they could almost say without a doubt that this must be a rubbish counterfeit. But now, the eyes they looked at Zhou Wen were full of fanaticism and awe. This is the real peak of human combat power. He did not become a spokesperson, nor did he rely on a guardian, and he reached an incredible level by himself. He taught Bensen Sakura 3 swords at random, and let Bensen Sakura completely beat Mo, he in swordsmanship, and slapped the invisible Mo, he on the ground like a toad with one palm. What a terrifying existence. Master, Is he really a pure human being? Even Shiraishi Mei, who knew Zhou Wenren identity, had some difficulty believing what she knew at this time. I don't know how powerful Mo he can be with a single slap. Shiraishi Mei can't believe that a pure human being can come this far. You must know that. Before Zhou Wen was born, no human could be promoted to myth as a pure-blooded human, let alone slap the natural disaster grade on the ground with one palm. Some people are born different. Chiyasakai sighed. At this moment, Zhou Wen was like a god in the eyes of Tian Fixianging disciples. Zhou Wen looked at Mo He, who was struggling and squirming on the ground but couldn't stand up. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect the power of the ancient Emperor Sutra to restrain Mo He more than he thought. However, Zhou Wen soon understood the reason. He had been driving the teacher domain that had been promoted to hell. Now the role of the teacher domain is stronger than before. The whole process of the confrontation between the power of the ancient imperial scriptures and the power of Mo, because Mo's power was restrained, the role of Shiyu was fully exerted, and the rules of Mo's power had been deduced by Shiyu. Zhou Wen has understood the rules of Mo's power, and he can't help but feel a little emotional. Mo is also unlucky, this kind of power to reverse causality, when it encounters any kind of powerful power, can take advantage of it. But the realm of the ancient emperor's scriptures power is a kind of devotion power. The emperor sacrificed himself to make others better, and acting on him was originally a power of salvation, but his reversal of causal power turned it into mutilation. That is to say, at the beginning, Zhou Wen had the mentality of trying it out and did not dare to use all his strength, in case the power of the ancient Emperor Sutra could not hurt Mo He, and he would suffer from it. Shoot to death. Find someone and send him back. Zhou Wen is not a murderer, and he has no reason to kill Mo. If it was someone else, they might think that Mo was an enemy, and they wanted to get rid of them quickly, but Zhou Wen's position was different, and his vision was also different. In particular, several conversations with his teacher Wang Mingyuan made Zhou Wen very clearly realize that his enemies are not humans, nor these spokespersons, but the terrifying different dimension. These spokespersons may become the hope and main combat power of mankind in the future, which is why he does not object to Feng Qiuyan and Ming Xiu becoming spokespersons. https://genius for a second too. Remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. You won't kill me? Mo he asked in amazement. He didn't expect that Zhou Wen would let someone send him back instead of killing him. Others may be afraid of the power of the family of God, and dare not attack him because of their scruples, but Mo is very clear that the Yin family has no plans to compromise with the family of God. Even if the Yin family is willing to compromise, Zhou Wen's existence will not need to care about the family of God. Why should I kill you? Zhou Wen asked, calmly. Because I'm your enemy. Now. Mo was startled first, then said. My enemy has never been a human being. After Zhou Wen said, he turned and walked towards Banjining. Looking at Zhou Wen's back, Mo He's expression changed, and he repeatedly thought about Zhou Wen's sentence, my enemy has never been a human being, and he didn't know what it was like. Ben Zhenying found 2 disciples to send Mo He away, and led the rest of the disciples to return to the ancient city of Guide with Zhou Wen. The elders who were originally reluctant to move to the ancient city of Guide are now all joyful, appearing in front of Zhou Wen from time to time, one Mr. Zhou, and the one called it as affectionate. Zhou Wen was in a pretty good mood. He originally thought he was just going Out to work hard, but he didn't want to find a way to promote the division. He was already thinking about it. After returning, he would ask Feng Qiuyan, Ming Xiao, and Qin Zhen to try them out. The domain is upgraded to the heaven level. When I came here, I directly used the space movement ability, and it took almost no time. When I went back, I had to travel slowly with tens of thousands of disciples from Fixianging. So it was not so fast. Because the route chosen was relatively safe, and there was not much trouble on the road, and some minor troubles did not require Zhou Wen's action at all. I want to brush a copy of the game, but the phone is still charging and there is no way to operate it. The charging time was longer than Zhou Wen expected. After more than 50 hours, the phone was finally charged to 99%, and it was only 1% away from being full. Zhou Wen held the phone and waited for the last 1% to be completed. He was curious about what would be the difference after the phone was fully charged. Ordinary mobile phone charging is only for battery life, and mysterious mobile phone has no need for battery life at all. There should be some changes in charging. Ding! With a beep, the battery level reached 100%, and in Zhou Wen's expectation, the phone screen finally changed. The battery icon disappeared, the screen turned black, and a line of white words appeared in the middle of the screen. The battery is fully charged, the system is restarting. Restart? Why not an upgrade? Zhou Wen was slightly disappointed, thinking that there would be earth-shaking changes, but he didn't expect it to be just a restart. The mobile phone did not make Zhou Wen wait too long. After a while, the line of words disappeared, and the screen of the mobile phone lit up again, entering Zhou Wen's familiar desktop. Looking at the familiar screen, Zhou Wen stroked his finger a few times, and found no obvious difference. Even the background screen was the same, and the icons of each game copy were exactly the same as the original. This thing can't really just be recharged to increase the battery life, right? Zhou Wen was depressed, and after a long time it seemed that there was really no difference. I read it over and over several times, except for the downloaded game copy icons. Nothing has been added, and it looks exactly the same as the original. After studying for a while without giving up, Zhou Wen was really disappointed, and the mysterious phone really didn't change. Are you playing with me? Zhou Wen was depressed, but he had no choice. He just clicked on the Ant City dungeon. He hadn't brushed the dungeon for a few days. He planned to refresh the dungeon first to see if he could find anything useful thing. I don't know if the explosion rate will be higher after it is fully charged, and it will not be useless at all. Zhou Wen thought in his heart, seeing the opened copy of Ant City, but suddenly froze. After clicking the icon, instead of directly entering the game screen as before, two options appeared. Normal mode. Hidden mode. I knew it couldn't have changed at all. Could this be the legendary hidden copy? Zhou Wen was overjoyed when he saw the two options, and chose the hidden mode without hesitation. In the previous games, there were always some hidden places. Even if the game was cleared, it is very likely that those hidden mysterious copies were not found. Generally, special methods must be used to enter them. There are often various hidden bosses and treasures in hidden dungeons, and may also have a much higher treasure drop rate than ordinary dungeons. Zhou Wen just thought about entering the hidden copy, slashing a few dimensional creatures at will, and dropping the accompanying eggs and vitality crystals in one place, and he was excited and couldn't wait. If you are lucky, you might be able to drop an artifact by slashing a mobs, which is exciting to think about. The dungeon of Ant City is the dungeon that comes with the mobile phone, and it is also the first dungeon that Zhou Wen has come into contact with, but the guardians in Ant City have not been killed by Zhou Wen until now. This guardian can actually become stronger and stronger over time, which is also a unique existence. Entering the dungeon of Ant City, the game screen does not seem to have changed, and those ant-dimensional creatures show no signs of becoming stronger. With Zhou Wen's current strength, he can kill a large area with a single blow. Soon he arrived at the ant nest. Zhou Wen was about to rush into the huge hive where the golden ant king was, but who knew that he suddenly saw a strange brilliance on the game screen. It is said that it is an ant city, but it is actually a huge cave with many ant nests inside. In the past, Zhou Wen used to clear the ant nests, and finally had a fight with the guardian of the ant city. The layout of the cave and the ant nest has not changed, but in the innermost position of the cave, there is a mountain wall shining with golden light. Zhou Wen looked carefully and found that there was a protruding rock on the glittering mountain wall. The rock was only the size of a palm, slightly protruding in an arc, and the color and texture were no different from ordinary rocks. If it weren't for the golden light on the rock now, Zhou Wen would probably not have noticed it no matter how many times he tried again. Zhou Wen no longer provokes the ant colony in the ant city, and directly summoned an invisibility cloak to wear on his body, quietly came to the golden rock, and reached out to touch it. The rock itself does not seem to be strange, it is no different from the rock next to it, and it should not be a treasure. Zhou Wen tried to explore. When he tried to rotate the rock with his hands, the rock actually moved, and then he heard the sound of clicking, and the rock retracted into the mountain wall by itself, and then the mountain wall actually cracked. A crack opened for one person to pass through. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. There was a golden light in the crack, and it was unclear what was inside. Zhou Wen had to give up his plan to observe it first, and directly controlled the blood-colored villain to enter the crack. It looks golden light from the outside, but the golden light seems to be a thin layer of ripples. After passing through the golden light, it is a cave inside. The cave is quite large, and the space is similar to that of a factory warehouse. In the huge cave, there is no shadow of a dimensional creature. Only on a stone platform, there is a huge egg-shaped object carved from gold. That thing is golden, it looks like 24K gold. It is more than 1 meter high and nearly 1 meter wide. It looks fat, and there are many strange patterns on it. Not a pattern at all, just a natural texture. Is this a companion egg? Zhou Wen reached out and stroked the golden egg, and the phone immediately displayed a message. Golden Devil, Ant King, Mortal, Evolvable. Strength, 11. Speed, 11. Physical Fitness, 11. Vitality, 11. Talent Skills, Golden Guardian, Demonization, Ant Power God, Wanghua. Associated State, Golden Armor. The companion pet can be evolved. Zhou Wen's expression became weird. This thing is equivalent to picking it up for nothing. And looking at its skills, it is a king and a demon god. It seems to be quite powerful. If every dimensional field has such a hidden place, wouldn't he be able to pick up gods all over the place? Thinking of this, Zhou Wen couldn't close his mouth. He directly hatched the Golden Devil Ant King, and without looking at what it looked like, he couldn't wait to quit the Ant City dungeon and chose the Big Dipper dungeon. Instead, Ant City can only be regarded as a low-level game copy, except for the Ant City Guardian. The other dimensional creatures are pitifully low. Such dungeons have evolved companion pets, so what are the hidden treasures in an advanced dungeon like the Big Dipper? Just thinking about it made Zhou both excited and looking forward to it. Of course, there are some more advanced dungeons, such as Chess Piece Mountain, although there may be better things hidden, but those places, Zhou can't get through, not just anywhere. If the hidden copy is in a place that Zhou cannot reach, it is useless to go in. Zhou can already penetrate the 7-star palaces of the Beidou dungeon. No matter where the hidden dungeon is, he can find it, and intends to use it as a test first. I couldn't wait to open the Beidou dungeon. As before, there were 2 options, normal mode and hidden mode. Zhou chose the hidden mode without hesitation. After entering the 1st-star palace, no trace of the hidden copy was found. Zhou had to kill 1-star palace one by one, but he was disappointed again and again. Trace. It seems that it must be in the last star palace. At this time, Zhou was not in a hurry, and teleported into the last, fluctuating light, star palace. Yaoguang Star Palace is the star palace where Pajun Xingjuan is located. It is the last of the 7-star palaces in the Big Dipper. Before the Star Palace, there is a long staircase. Walking on it will lose all vitality. Restrain the forbidden power. If you don't have the ability of Shiyu, you will lose your vitality when you walk to the front of the Star Palace, and no matter how strong you are, you can only be killed by Pajun Xingjuan. But for Zhou Pajun Xingjuan is the best Xingjuan to kill. In front of the stairs, no trace of the hidden copy was found. Zhou opened the division and walked into the Star Palace, and killed the star of the army with one sword. Unfortunately, only some crystals of vitality were exploded, and no companion was found. Eggs and skill. Crystals. Zhou didn't care about this at all today, and he didn't even look at the crystals of vitality on the ground, because he found that there was an ice blue light shining in a place within the moonlight. Star Palace. The fluctuating Star Palace is a small starry sky. On the top of the arc-shaped Star Palace, there are many stars shining brightly. It should have been full of stars in the sky, but now there is a star shining with dazzling ice blue light, which makes other stars shine. The ray of light was covered up, and the other stars became dim, and only that star shone with icy blue light independently. There is no doubt that the mini star shining with icy blue light in the corner should be the key to the hidden copy. Zhou Wenfei fled away, and soon came to the mini star. Although I know how to open the hidden copy, but since the key is found, it is only a matter of time before a method is developed. Zhou studied for a while, and when he pushed the mini star to rotate, after the star rotated for a week, a dazzling icy blue beam suddenly burst out. Zhou was startled and teleported to the distance, only to find that the ice blue beam was not aimed at him, but just shot on the teleportation array of the breaking Army Star Palace. The teleportation array was immediately dyed ice blue, and the star lines shone with ice blue light, which was completely different from the usual activation. This is the last Star Palace. Usually, through this teleportation array, it is directly teleported away from the Big Dipper Palace. Now it seems to be unique. Zhou walked into the teleportation array, and the teleportation array that released the blue light immediately started, teleporting him out of the fluctuating Star Palace. After a while of dizziness, the scene in front of Zhou became clearer, and after seeing the scene in front of him clearly, Zhou couldn't help but startled slightly. In front of you is another Star Palace, a Star Palace built of ice. The Star Palace is supported by huge icicles, with portals but no door panels. You can see inside the huge ice palace at a glance. In the center of the ice palace, there is a Star King wearing a mysterious ice armor. That Xingjuan stood on the ice platform, with a tall and straight body, and his head was slightly raised. The eyes under the Xianbing mask seemed to be looking up at the sky. Her hands were folded and pressed on the hilt of a Xianbing sword. The tip of the ice sword is inserted on the ice table. Judging from her curvaceous figure, which cannot even be concealed by her armor, she is undoubtedly a female star, but her aura is like that of a king in the world, which makes people have the urge to bend over and bow down. Ziwei Xingjuan. Zhou Wen was surprised when he saw the name of the actress in the game, and his expression changed. This name is not unfamiliar to Zhou Wen at all. At the beginning, Antelope tricked him into carrying a huge log to the Forbidden City, but when he arrived at the Forbidden City, he discovered that the wood was a living coffin at all, and it was Ziwei Xingjuan who was sleeping inside, and he almost killed Zhou Wen. However, that Ziwei Xingjuan is a guardian. Zhou Wen thought that it might just be the same name, and there should be no relationship between the two. But in the next second, Zhou Wen realized that his idea seemed to be wrong. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. When Ziwei Xingjuan slowly lowered his head to look at Zhou Wen, the stars in the ice palace appeared, like the stars in the sky, and it was the Zhou Tianxingchen array that Zhou Wen was very familiar with. At the beginning, Zhou Wen imitated the Zhou Tianxingchen array of the Ziwei Xingjuan, and also created a small Zhou Tian array of his own. Just looking at it, Zhou Wen's hair stood up all over his body, and he directly summoned the Hell-level Chaos Egg to protect his body. It was because he was so familiar with the Zhou Tianxingchen formation that Zhou Wen knew how terrifying those stars were. The one in the Forbidden City is already very terrifying. This Zhou Tianxingchen array doesn't seem to be much different, but the power in it makes Zhou Wen feel palpitations. As soon as the Chaos Egg was summoned, I saw a salvo of starlight in the sky, and the endless starlight shone on the Chaos Egg, and the entire Star Palace was engulfed by the starlight for a while. The vitality crystals in the chaotic eggs increase rapidly, and the chaotic eggs of Hell level can combine 100 million vitality crystals into one piece. Even so, it is still difficult to accommodate the rapidly generated vitality. In just a few seconds, the Hell-level Chaos Egg was directly exploded, and the blood-colored villain exposed to the starlight was instantly killed by the starlight. What kind of thing is this? It's definitely a heaven-level existence. Isn't hiding a copy just picking up treasure? How could there be such a thing? Zhou Wen looked at the blackened game screen, full of question marks. The original plan to collect treasure seems to be unworkable now. Zhou Wen pondered for a moment, and had new guesses about the hidden copy. Now Zhou Wen is very suspicious. The reason why the hidden copy of Ant City has no dimensional creatures and only a companion egg is probably because it is the copy that comes with the mobile phone, which is equivalent to a novice copy, and the Golden Devil and King companion egg, then it is the same as the novice welfare. If it is normal, Zhou Wen has the power bank at the beginning, then he will get the Golden Devil and King companion pet at the beginning, but unfortunately he only got the mobile phone at the beginning, and did not have the power bank, so he missed the newbie welfare. Now Zhou Wen seriously doubts that, except for the hidden copy of Ant City, other hidden copies should not be so easy to get. Benefits. It is not difficult to confirm this guess, Zhou restarted a new dungeon. This time the dungeon opened. By Zhou is the low-level Longmen Grottos. The fact is exactly as Zhou guessed. When he found the hidden copy in the Longmen Grottos, he found that the hidden copy there was the Longjing that Wang Mingyuan used to alienate. So, these hidden copies also exist in reality, but some hidden copies have not been discovered? Another thought flashed in Zhou mind. But after thinking about it, even if you know the location of the hidden copy, in reality, it seems to be of no use. Anyway, you can brush the hidden copy in the game. No. Zhou quickly realized that there was a problem. Because he had thought about entering the hidden copy of Ant City again to see if he could still get the Golden Devil Ant King companion egg, but there was nothing in it. In other words, it is very likely that the contents of the hidden copy will not refresh, or the refresh is very slow, so it is very important to know the location of the hidden copy in reality. Play a hidden copy once in the game, you can also play it again in reality. This is equivalent to taking the reward of 2 hidden copies. Just like the White Dragon in Longjing, the real White Dragon was merged by Wang Mingyuan, but there is still a White Dragon in the game. Now Zhou only needs to kill the White Dragon and see if it will be refreshed again, so that he can know if there is any mistake in the guess just now. That White Dragon is of the Ice-Cold attribute and is of fear level 4. Zhou, who was in the academy, it was almost invincible, but now he can directly despise it. Watching the White Dragon spew out the icy mist like a cold wave, Zhou directly punched it, and the powerful vitality rolled the icy mist backwards. The original Zhou thought in his heart that when his punch hit Bai Long, the fear level Bai Long could only be killed. But the result surprised Zhou a little. After he punched the White Dragon, its body shattered like an ice cube that was hit hard, and it seemed to be dead. Zhou Wen's eyes really couldn't see the existence of the White Dragon, but within the scope of listening truth's ability, a figure of a White Dragon was sketched in Zhou Wen's mind, and it was still in place. Zhou Wen took a closer look again, and used some eyesight-enhancing skills, including the Dark Doctor's perspective eye, but still couldn't see the existence of the White Dragon. After disabling the ability to listen, Zhou listened with his ears again, but he couldn't hear anything there, as if there was nothing there at all. Other companion pets that enhance hearing are also difficult to find the figure of the White Dragon. Only the ability to listen carefully can discover its existence. It seems that the figure of the White Dragon is a ghost. Ordinary people can't see ghosts at all, only those with yin and yang eyes can see in general. What the hell is this? Is it possible that there are dimensional creatures and ghosts? Zhou looked at the falling body of the White Dragon, and the more he looked, the more strange he felt. While Zhou was still thinking, the ghostly White Dragon moved and charged towards Zhou. When it moves, it is silent and does not cause any spatial fluctuations. It is like a ghost. Except for the ability to listen, there is no other force that can detect the existence of the White Dragon. Even Xiyu couldn't find its trace, and Zhou tried all other powers one by one. When the White Dragon moved, he couldn't find it either. But when the White Dragon approached Zhou had a feeling of heart palpitations. With Zhou current strength, even if he stands still, it is impossible for ordinary fearful creatures to seriously hurt him. Now this White Dragon has allowed him to have a natural response to the crisis, which is simply incredible. Fortunately, just in the game, Zhou didn't dodge, he just wanted to see what this fear-level White Dragon could do to him. In fact, Zhou has another layer of thoughts in the depths of his heart, but this idea is not even he dared to face. He wants to know what kind of abilities this white dragon has. Because Wang Mingyuan merged this white dragon, naturally also has the ability of the white dragon. Zhou Wen's body is almost as strong as a human-level natural disaster creature. In theory, it is difficult for a fear-level creature to cause a devastating blow to him. The white dragon rushed in front of Zhou Wen, but like a real ghost, it passed directly through Zhou Wen's body without leaving any scars on Zhou Wen's body. But when the white dragon passed through Zhou Wen's body, the blood-colored villain suddenly fell to the ground, and the game screen went black. https://genius. For a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. What is that? Zhou Wen was surprised. Although his own real level was also fear level, it was extremely rare to be able to kill him with fear level. What's even more bizarre is that in addition to listening, there is no ability to see that thing, which is the most terrifying. If the enemy has such ability, wouldn't he kill whoever he wants? Not to mention that it is difficult to guard against while sleeping. Even if you don't sleep, you will be silently killed without even knowing how. Even Shiyu's ability to analyze various power rules cannot detect the existence of that thing, which is a bit terrifying. Entering the copy of Longmen Grottos again, Zhou Wen wanted to find out what it was. After entering the dungeon again, the white dragon returned to its original appearance. It seemed that it did not really die and turned into a ghost. That ghostly thing should be some kind of ability of it. Bombing and killing the white dragon again, the ghostly white dragon appeared again. Like last time, it rushed towards Zhou Wen silently after a while. This time Zhou Wen chose to dodge. The speed of the ghost white dragon is naturally inferior to Zhou Wen. It chases Zhou Wen, but it can't keep up with Zhou Wen's speed. Zhou Wen observed the white dragon while dodging, and found that it seemed to have no ability to use other skills in this strange state, but just blindly wanted to drill into Zhou Wen's body. Summoned the Tyrant Beeman. And let the Tyrant Beeman meet the ghost white dragon. As a result, the Tyrant Beeman could not see the ghost white dragon at all. Even under Zhou Wen's order, the Tyrant Beeman used his full force to bombard the ghost white dragon. It was the same in the air, but the ghost white dragon seemed to pass through the wall, passing through the body of the Tyrant Beeman, and the Tyrant Beeman died suddenly and fell to the ground. This time Zhou Wen saw clearly that the moment the ghost white dragon passed through the body of the Tyrant Beeman, it turned into a ghostly creature similar to a humanoid. This thing is very similar to the teacher's appearance. Zhou Wen looked at the appearance of the ghost creature, and it was 7 points similar to Wang Mingyuan's appearance after alienation, but it was less human than Wang Mingyuan, but rather like the legendary dragon man with a dragon head. Humans are very weird. The ghost creature remained in the shape of a dragon for a short time, and it didn't take long for it to pass through the body of the Tyrant Beeman, and it turned into the ghost white dragon again. Zhou Wen made some more attempts and found that all kinds of companion pets would die on the spot as long as the ghost white dragon passed through the body, and there was no injury on his body, as if his soul had been taken away. Every time the ghost white dragon takes the life of a companion pet, it will appear in the form of a dragon for a moment. After some more attempts, it was found that when it was in the ghost white dragon form, all kinds of powers could not hurt it. Except for listening, but when it was in the dragon man state, there were some powers that could hurt it. For example, the power of Dao Ju and the Little Prajna Sutra can cause damage to it when it is in the state of a dragon man. It's really a peculiar ability. After Zhou Wen conducted various tests, he already had a comprehensive understanding of ghost creatures, and now he directly used the power of Taoism to smash the ghost creature with one punch. Hunting the terrifying creature Linglong Nine Orifices Dragon and discovering the Crystal of Vitality. Hunting fear level. Guardian transgressors. Zhou Wen stared blankly at the mobile phone message prompt. I didn't even bother to look at the things that fell from the ground. What's going on? Could it be that the Guardian is parasitic on Linglong Juqialong? Zhou Wen had many thoughts flashing through his mind. It is certain that Wang Mingyuan should have been a transboundary of fusion at the beginning. Looking down at the things that fell on the ground, I found that in addition to the crystals of vitality, there was something that Zhou Wen had never seen before. It was an ice-like crystal, with a very irregular shape, like a heart, but also like a skull, but none of them were very similar. On the ice crystal-like object, there were 9 holes of different sizes. The name of this thing displayed in the game is 9 Orifices Exquisite. Zhou Wen picked it up and carefully read its information. 9 Orifices Exquisite, it can enlighten the companion pet. Zhou Wen knows these words, but they are linked together, but they don't know what they mean. Does it mean opening up some kind of acupoint in the body, or does it mean something similar to epiphany? Zhou Wen only knew that there was a saying of enlightenment among humans. But that means that a person is too slow to learn anything, and one day he suddenly seems to understand, and everything he learns is easy to learn. But Zhou Wen couldn't guess what effect this word would have on companion pets. If it is just to make the companion pet smarter, it doesn't seem to have much effect on Zhou Wen, because for him, most of the companion pets are just tools, and he can completely manipulate the companion pet to fight, and he doesn't need the companion pet to be too smart. And Zhou Wen's main companion pets are basically similar to high IQs, and it seems that they don't need to become smarter. I searched around in the hidden copy and found nothing else. It is almost certain that this exquisite 9 orifices should be the reward of this hidden copy. The things in the game must be used in the game. They cannot be taken out of the game and thrown into the game. He is afraid that the dungeon will be gone after the dungeon is refreshed. Zhou Wen can only decide now which companion pet to use. Let's take a look at the little baby. Zhou Wen wanted to summon the magic baby, but he didn't summon it. Then he remembered that the magic baby was still evolving and could not be summoned at all. In fact, if it is to open up intelligence, Zhou Wen has another option, and that is to use it for the demon armored tiger soul general. That guy is like a machine that only knows how to kill. His intelligence does not seem to be high. If he can become smarter, he will definitely would be more terrifying. The attributes and skills of the helpless demon armored tiger soul general have always been a thorn in Zhou Wen's heart, so it is better not to use it for him. The devil baby is evolving, and the devil armor and tiger soul generals are still forgotten, so who should use it? Zhou Wen thought about his companion pet, and finally summoned the truth listening. In fact, the intelligence of listening to the truth is not low, but he has never been able to speak, so it gives the impression that his IQ is not very high. Zhou Wen is not sure what the use of Jiu Qiao Linglong is, and there is no companion pet that he particularly wants to improve. Listening to the truth is also a good choice. After receiving Zhou Wen's order, Zhenting swallowed the 9 orifices Linglong in one gulp, and then a golden light burst into his body, and the earrings on his 6 ears began to shatter one by one. Is the effect so dramatic? Zhou Wen was taken aback. He hadn't let Ting break the earrings for a long time. Now all 6 earrings are broken, which would be bad if something happened. The only good thing is that it is in the game now, and even if something really happens, it will not affect the listening in reality. In reality, if the 6 earrings are broken together, there is even a risk of listening to the truth out of Zhou Wen's control, which has happened before. Zhou Wen stared at the screen of the mobile phone, watching the earrings shattered into a terrifying golden ape, and the tyrannical aura almost burst out of the screen. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. As the golden light became stronger and stronger, the golden ape's body became smaller and smaller, and the body gradually transformed into a human form. Zhou Wen has seen this form of listening to the truth once, and it feels a bit similar to the Super Saiyan transformation of a certain protagonist in a previous comic. However, listening to the truth in that state is almost about to get rid of Zhou Wen's control and his companion pet team. Now, listening to the truth has once again transformed into the form of a wild blonde and beautiful male warrior. I don't know if it is, because of the game. This time, Zhou Wen did not feel the feeling of losing contact with listening to the truth. Even after all 6 earrings were broken and turned into a human form, the connection between him and truth listening was still very clear, unlike the vagueness of the previous time when truth listening was summoned in reality. On Jinting's head, there were 9 bizarre radiants spewing out, which looked like 9 holes had been opened, but in fact it was just an illusion because the light source there was too strong. The 9 shining places correspond to the 9 holes of the 9 orifices. Roar. At the same time, the 9 flashing spots on the head shone brightly, like the last eruption of a volcano. The brilliance almost made people unable to open their eyes, and they could only hear a painful roar from Di Ting. After the brilliance gradually weakened, Zhou Wen saw the scene in the game clearly again. Di Ting, who turned into a wild and handsome man with blonde hair, stood there, half a head taller than Zhou Wen. His appearance looked a bit sinister, but his eyes were surprisingly gentle, as if he was looking at a blood-colored villain. This kind of feeling is very strange. When Zhou Wen used Jinting before, he was always frightened, either because he was afraid that it would hit him with him, or he was afraid that he would lose his relationship with him. Watching Jinting with his full abilities standing quietly in front of him like this, it was really true. It was the first time after the earrings were all broken. Zhou Wen opened the information bar of listening to check the current attributes and level of listening. Listening, natural disaster grade, evolvable, fate, the eyes and ears are open to the sky. Soul of life, transforming evil. Wheel of fortune, nirvana of the ultimate hell. Fear, holy evil, S grade. Natural disaster domain, destruction of evil, heavenly realm, strength, 999. Speed, 999. Physical fitness, 999. Vitality, 999. Innate skills, listening, immortal golden body, exorcism. GOG. Associated state, earrings. Good guy, the attributes of the heavenly realm can reach 999. Zhou Wen looked envious, but at the same time a little surprised. He has not yet been promoted to the natural disaster level, the upper limit of attributes is 99, the human level can break through to enter 100 attributes, and the maximum can reach 199 attributes. The lowest attribute of the hell level is 200, and the highest is what it is. Now, Zhou Wen can't be sure. He guesses it is 400 or 3,999, but this 999 attribute of the heaven level is really scary. If Ziwei Xingjuan in the North Star also has such attributes, then it is not surprising that He can blast through hell-level chaos eggs. Of course, Zhou felt that not every companion pet could achieve this attribute. After all, the talents of many companion pets are there, and they may not be able to be promoted to the heavenly level. Even if they are promoted to the heavenly level, their attributes may not be full. In Zhou opinion, the attribute value of 999 should be the full attribute of the heaven level. It is estimated that when the magic baby is promoted to the heaven level, it should also have such attributes. It is hard to say other companion pets. And there are highs and lows. Zhou really wanted to try to summon truth listening in reality, but thinking about the disciples of Tian face Xiangong next to him, he finally let it go. Resisting the excitement in his heart, Zhou quit the Ant City dungeon, and then opened the Big Dipper dungeon. He wanted to try it out, whether the heaven-level truth listening could surpass Ziwei Xingjuan. How strong is the heaven-level listening truth? Zhou couldn't wait to see the ability of listening truth. When facing the greedy wolf star, Zhou directly summoned the listening and liberated the strongest human form. Greedy wolf Xingjuan punched, and the terrifying explosion of light illuminated the entire star palace. Boom! Ting listened to a punch, and the greedy wolf star and half of the star palace were blown up. Looking at the ruined greedy wolf star, Zhou opened his mouth and didn't close it for a long time. This sister is too violent, Zhou muttered in his heart, and his face was even more happy. Jimin Xingjuan, direct instant kill, without suspense. Originally, Zhou thought that Lu Xiyuan Xingjuan, who had the ability to counter damage, might bring some trouble to the pure power companion pet like listening, or Zhou might need to do it himself. At the beginning, Zhou was still thinking, listening to the strong and returning to the strong, but under the effect of mutual growth and restraint, he had to rely on his master to clear the Big Dipper dungeon. But the result surprised Zhou. He listened directly to Lu Xiyuan Xingjuan with a punch. Anything that could be hurt, and what couldn't be hit hard, it was all fucking bullshit. In front of the violent listening, nothing can't be solved with one punch. If there is, then another punch. Wenxu Xingjuan was killed in seconds, Lianjun Xingjuan was killed in seconds, Wuxu Xingjuan was killed in seconds, the latter in front of the broken army star palace can make people lose their vitality, and there is nothing that can stop the footsteps of listening to the truth, and there is no need for Zhou teacher, domain strength, to restrain Taboo's power. Di Ting casually walked up to the Pajun star palace, and then smashed Pajun into scum with another punch. Zhou finally understood what it means to conquer 10 guilds with one force, and what it means to break all laws with one method. Hearing doesn't have so many strange abilities, but his power is simply invincible. Of course, Zhou would not naively think that listening to the truth is just pure power, and it is so powerful. The reason why the pure power of listening to the truth is strong also has a premise, that is, those abilities such as transforming evil, holy evil, breaking evil, and warding off evil spirits. Because of the existence of these abilities, he can fight with all his strength, without any scruples, and will not be restrained by some strange forces. Otherwise, it is only the level of Lu Xiyuan Xingjuan, it will not be so easy to pass by strength. Following behind Di Ting, Zhou only function was to use the teleportation array to enter the next star palace. After killing Pajun, he opened the hidden teleportation array leading to the North Star Palace again. Such a powerful listening shouldn't be weaker than Ziwei Xingjuan? Before coming to the Ice Palace again, Zhou was still a little uneasy when he saw Ziwei Xingjuan standing by his sword in the palace. Truth listening is indeed very strong, but Ziwei Xingjuan is not weak either, and the existence of chaotic eggs that can blast hell-level chaotic eggs is definitely not to be underestimated. Sensing the arrival of Zhou Wen and Di Ting, Ziwei Xingjuan slowly lowered his head to look at them. At the same time, on her body, splendid starlight began to rise. The entire Star Palace seemed to be transformed into an endless sea of stars, and the starlight shone towards Zhou Wen and them. Come, let them feel like they are in the sea of starlight. Di Ting stood in front of Zhou Wen, the golden light on his body flickered like an electric current, and those wild golden eyes seemed to pass through thousands of starlights and collided with the eyes of Ziwei Xingjuan. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Zhou Wen directly summoned the Chaos Egg to protect his body. In such a battle, all he needs to do is how to save his life and not let himself become an oil bottle for listening. Thousands of stars are intertwined, and if the sky and sea are toppled, the horror is unimaginable, and it is only the end of the world. Listening to the golden light blooming all over his body, he raised his head to face the endless and ubiquitous starlight. Without any intention of dodging or defending, his legs suddenly exerted force, and his body rose into the sky like a cannonball against the starlight. Fuck! Zhou Wen let out a scream. Although truth listening is a pure power-type companion pet, it basically has no ability to release power, but it is just the fluctuation generated when the power breaks through the space, and Zhou Wen is directly bounced out, and the vitality in the chaotic egg is madly turned into a crystal. Before waiting for the confrontation with the starlight, the vitality in the chaos egg was almost half accumulated, and the chaos egg was shaken and rolled over and over, which made Zhou Wen secretly complain, and vowed that when fighting in the future, he must be far away from Di Ting. Boom! Those mixed thoughts were still in Zhou Wen's mind, and he heard a terrifying explosion. He listened to the starlight that shook the big Zhou Tian star array, and countless stars were intertwined in him, like laser-cutting blades. Down. The ray of light was extremely fierce, as if it could cut everything, but it was strangled on the golden body of Di Ting, but it shattered like glass. Di Ting instantly broke through the heavy starlight, and punched Ziwei Xingjuan standing in the center of the hall. Ziwei Xingjuan finally moved, and with one hand he pulled out the Xianbing sword that was inserted on the ground. The black ice-like Xianbing sword was instantly filled with starlight, and the blade slashed straight, colliding with Zhen Ting's fist. Boom! The two-color brilliance of gold and blue erupted, and the shockwave generated directly crystallized countless crystals inside the chaos egg, almost bursting out. Zhou Wen no longer has the time to pay attention to the battle between Di Ting and Ziwei Xingjuan. Now his first task is to survive, otherwise once he dies, the game will be over, and it is useless, no matter how strong Di Ting is. Relying only on the power of Chaos Egg, it is obviously impossible to continue to survive. Zhou Wen's mind is spinning rapidly, thinking about how to live longer. Although the division domain can play a certain role, but defense is not the strength of the division domain, so the effect is not too big. In addition to the teacher domain and Chaos Egg, Zhou Wen also has two domain-level powers. One is the domain of the Emperor's sacrifice to the sky, which is obviously not suitable for the current situation. The other is the beginning sword domain, but under normal circumstances, the beginning sword domain is used to attack, and the beginning sword domain is only at the human level, and it is difficult to compete with the power of the great Tian star formation at the heaven level. But with the help of Shiryu, Wen keenly found a chance. No matter how the original human level unbeginning sword territory changes, it is impossible to compete with the great Tian star array, but because truth listening has attracted the vast majority of the starlight, it gives the unbeginning sword territory a possibility. This possibility was because Wen knew the great Tian star array very well, and even created the small Tian star array based on it, which made him think of a way that was not a solution. Death or living can only be a fight. Wen gritted his teeth, frantically smashed his chi training technique, and countless sword pellets burst out, surrounding the chaos egg. The sword pill particles are also arranged in the way of Tian, which is the small Tian star array created by Wen. If it is used to deal with ordinary natural disasters, the small Tian star formation, composed of Jianwan particles, can be said to be almost unbreakable, but in the big Tian star formation of Ziwei Xingjuan, it is easily destroyed. However, Jianwan particles are not really destroyed. Jianwan particles are a kind of power that has both virtual and real characteristics. It seems to be destroyed, but in fact it is only transformed into virtual particles. In theory, Jianwan particles are truly immortal. Extinct existence. Of course, the Jianwan particles that turned into virtual particles are temporarily useless, and Wen must support until the Jianwan particles are converted into real particles again. If it were normal, Wen would not be able to condense too many sword pellet particles at once, but now the chaos egg is full of vitality crystals, and each vitality crystal is a superposition of vitality crystals in units of 100 million, and the amount of vitality is amazing. Wen directly tried to use himself as a medium, or a transfer station, to use chi training tactics to frantically absorb these vitality crystals, and then convert them into sword pellets, to form a small Tian star formation, to fight against the terrifying forces of the outside world. After all, Wen's body is only at the fear level. If the huge vitality is directly sucked into the body, I am afraid that it will not be able to bear it at all. But now Wen has no choice but to pin his hopes on chi practice. Chi training itself is a kind of super powerful vitality tactic. From cultivating to now, Wen has no idea how many vitality crystals he has swallowed before he can cultivate to such a level. In the past, Wen would feel distressed, but now Wen only hopes that his appetite for practicing Qiju will be large enough to completely transform the vitality crystals he inhales into sword pellets. A piece of superimposed vitality crystal in units of 100 million has been able to explode Wen's fragile body of fear. Now that he has absorbed thousands of vitality crystals into his body, Wen can only silently pray for Tiantian's blessing in his heart. Wen didn't want to smoke so much, but if he didn't, the crystals of vitality that kept accumulating would soon explode the chaos egg. What? The terrifying vitality surged in Wen's body, making Wen feel like his body was about to be crushed and exploded, and he couldn't bear to howl. Wen thought that his body was about to explode, but he didn't. In the pain that his body was completely crushed into pieces, Wen actually held on. This isn't to say how strong Wen's body is, but because the chi training method actually guides such a violent vitality to flow wildly in Wen's body, and transforms a large number of sword pellets. Wen's body almost jumped horizontally at the gate of hell. Every time Wen thought his body was about to explode, chi practice would transform a large number of sword pellets out, and Wen, who had stepped Into the gate of hell, jumped again. Come out. Although Qi training is very powerful, but there are too many crystals of vitality, and the speed of transformation is not as fast as Zhou Wen's absorption of vitality. Just when Zhou Wen thought he was going to die, the beginningless sword region suddenly underwent a strange change. Although this change is peculiar, it is not accidental. In addition to the transformation of a large number of sword pellet particles, which has formed the largest beginningless sword domain in history, Zhou Wen is still using the teacher domain to observe Ziwei Xingjuan's behavior. The big Zhou Tian star array, and at the same time adjust the small Zhou Tian star array arranged by the sword pill particles. The hell-level teacher domain is much more powerful than before, and there are naturally far more things that can be parsed out than before. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. A large number of Jianhuan particles are arranged in the form of a small Zhou Tian sword formation according to Zhou Wen's will. Just when Zhou Wen's body was about to be unable to support it, a large number of sword pellet particles suddenly started to operate automatically as if they had life and self-consciousness. All the sword pill particles are like iron powder attracted by a magnet, and they condense together. But this kind of cohesion is not disordered, but is based on the arrangement of the small Zhou Tian array, but it is not completely arranged according to its rules. It seems to be instinctively arranged according to some strange rules. In just an instant, all the sword pill particles were tightly connected, leaving no gaps in between, as if they had become a natural whole. The Jianhuan particles themselves are extremely small. Even if they are arranged together under Zhou Wen's control, there will inevitably be gaps in the middle. However, there are no gaps between the current Jianhuan particles, as if they were originally one. A complete large sword pellet particle. It's just that the current sword pill particles are not sword-shaped or pill-shaped, but are arranged in an egg shape and wrapped outside the chaos egg, constantly resisting the attack of the outside world. Zhou Wen was surprised to find that Jianyu had been promoted to the hell level at this time, and was frantically extracting vitality from his body, and the eggshell-shaped sword pill wrapped around Zhou Wen's body was getting bigger and bigger. It was impossible for the sword domain to be promoted to the hell level to compete with the power of Ziwei Xingjuan. However, because of the feature of absorbing vitality, coupled with the infinite vitality support in the chaotic egg, the sword domain has become more and more powerful. As long as there is vitality, Jianyu seems to be able to become stronger indefinitely, and the quality is not enough to make up for it, not to mention the immortal characteristics of Jianhuan particles, which will only become stronger and stronger. The bullet can shoot through the steel plate, but it cannot pass through the mound of 100 meters and kilometers. Because the sword pellet particles in the sword field are too dense and the number is increasing, in the confrontation with the power of Ziwei Xingjuan, it is gradually stabilized. The situation. The chaotic eggs of hell level and the sword domain of hell level actually produced unexpected good results, allowing Zhou Wen to gain a firm foothold in such a terrifying battlefield. At the same time as the sword domain was upgraded, Zhou Wen had also felt the change in the role of the sword domain, which did not mean that the sword domain would really be an egg in the future. The egg shape is just because Zhou Wen needs it to be arranged in this shape. If Zhou Wen needs it, it can be turned into a sword shape or various other shapes. The real improvement of Jianyu is actually the effect of Jianhuan particles turning into a whole. A chopstick can be easily broken, but a bundle of chopsticks is difficult to be broken, not to mention that the whole Jianhuan particles are not as simple as a bundle of chopsticks, but are truly cohesive. Until now, Zhou didn't have the mind to look at the situation on the battlefield, but all he could see was the starlight and a flashing golden light. It was so fast that with Zhou eyesight, he couldn't see their movements clearly, and he couldn't even see their silhouettes clearly, and there were golden afterimages left in the places where Zhenting moved. In Zhou eyes, this afterimage is a golden light band of unknown length. The light bands are densely intertwined in the Star Palace, like a big mess. In fact, it was just Zhou visual delay. The golden band of light he saw was already the afterimage left behind before hearing did not know how many positions he had moved. Zhou couldn't see it, but sure you could feel the changes in the rules of power. In Shiryu, Zhou felt an incomparably domineering power and a power like the aura of a Huang Emperor, constantly colliding. There is no doubt that the power that seems to be able to be destroyed comes from listening to the truth, and the aura of the Huang Emperor comes from Ziwei Xingjuan. The two forces are completely different, but equally incomparable horror. Even if Zhou couldn't see clearly, Shiryu continued to copy and deduce the rules of the Huang Emperor's qi, making that power more and more orderly in Zhou eyes. Looking at the current situation, Zhou probably already knew that Shiryu was going to deduce a new vitality formula. It is also a perfect domain power, but Shiryu only deduces the power of Ziwei Xingjuan, but does not deduce the power of listening, which makes Zhou a little difficult to understand. Is it because the power of truth listening is difficult to deduce, or is it because I already have the foundation of Xiaozhou Tian formation? Zhou guessed in his heart, but it was difficult to make an accurate judgment. But in any case, it is an excellent thing for Zhou, because as long as the teacher domain deduces Ziwei Xingjuan's vitality art, it can directly prohibit this kind of power from running within the teacher domain. Now Zhou is already looking forward to how happy it will be when Shiryu can prohibit the operation of the Zhou Tianxingchen Great Array. Thinking of going to the Forbidden City to find another Ziwei Xingjuan in the future, and in front of her, she ordered to stop her Zhou Tianxingchen array. Just thinking about it makes Zhou wish to go to the Forbidden City immediately. It is obviously not an easy task to derive Ziwei Xingjuan's vitality art. It is like a spider weaving a web. Shiryu is constantly improving the web of rules and wants to connect it into a complete network. It's just that there are too many missing parts in the middle, and the speed of the division's web weaving is too slow. At this speed, I am afraid that it will be difficult to fill all the parts in 10 or 8 years. At this moment, Zhou suddenly felt that the Zhou Tianxingchen array, which had gradually become clear just now, suddenly became blurred. What was even more terrifying was that in the blurred starlight, it seemed that 12 mysterious stars had appeared. Each of the heavenly palaces seems to have a mysterious power beyond the earth, and each of them has its own different style. Whether it is as powerful as the sea, or dangerous as abyss, or mysterious and unpredictable, or graceful as a mountain, the power of each heavenly palace is so shocking. Just seeing the phantom of the heavenly palace makes Zhou will almost collapse. There is a kind of under the heavens, there is a sense of insignificance of ants. The 12 heavenly palaces seem to be the temples that dominate all things in the universe. Any one of the heavenly palaces can dominate the fate of all things. Life and death are only a matter of thought. At this time, the 12 heavenly palaces were suppressed at the same time. Beneath the heavenly palace, there was a golden light shining, full of blonde hair flying, handsome and wild listening. Damn it! Zhou felt the terrifying power in the 12 heavenly palaces. Even if it was just Yu Wei, the hell-level sword domain outside him was broken like broken copper and rotten iron, and it was completely vulnerable to a single blow. No matter if Zhou Wen draws supplementary vitality, he will not be able to restore Jianyu. Just when Zhou Wen thought he was going to reflash the dungeon again, Zhen Ting suddenly jumped up, and under the infinite pressure, he rushed upstream, to the Heavenly Palace. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Ziwei Xingjuan seems to be an emperor who has existed since ancient times. He looks down on all beings from the top of the 12 Heavenly Palace, as if everything in the world is just a toy in his hands. The emperor was born and fell from the sky, all fates are within the 12 palaces, and all living beings in heaven and earth are irreversible. Looking at the listening to the sky, the mysterious ice sword in the hand of Ziwei Xingjuan slashed slightly, and the 12 heavenly palaces suppressed it. Down below, the universe seems to be suppressed. Under the heavenly palace, it is as small as listening to the truth, and it is like a drop in the ocean under the 12 heavenly palaces, which can almost be ignored. But Di Ting's eyes were as fiery as the golden sun, without a trace of dodging or hesitation. His body was burning with golden light, his arms stretched back to the limit, and he punched the heavenly palace that was suppressed in the sky. Boom! A mysterious heavenly palace that represents destiny was forcibly torn apart by the fist of truth listening, and the wreckage fell in all directions. Listening to the truth is like a tyrant in the world who runs against the sky, rampant and cold, to the sky, and continues to rush to the sky unstoppable. The rumbling sound was endless, Zhou Wen only saw mysterious and unpredictable, as if the heavenly palaces with the ability to suppress fate were passed through by listening carefully, turned into wreckage and fell down. At the same time, there seemed to be a flame burning in the bottom of my heart, and the blood in the whole body seemed to boil. If the sky destroys me, I will defy the sky. If the emperor cuts me, I will kill the emperor. No one in the heaven and earth can control my destiny. In Zhou Wen's eyes, listening carefully is like an ancient god of war who does not respect heaven and earth, does not worship ghosts and gods, and uses his body to blaspheme the power of God, smashing all the heavenly palaces. When every Tian gong was smashed, a little crack appeared on the Xianbing sword in Ziwei Xingjuan's hand. When the first few heavenly palaces were smashed, Ziwei Xingjuan was still able to keep calm. But seeing that the heavenly palaces were smashed to pieces in a moment, listening to the truth was still unstoppable. Breaking through the air, Ziwei Xingjuan's eyes behind the mask, and gradually became a little surprised. When the last Tiangong was also smashed by Di Ting, Lord Ziwei Xing's body trembled, and the Xianbing sword in his hand shattered, turning into pieces of broken ice and flying in all directions. Listening to the truth also came to the front of Ziwei Xingjuan at this time, the fist burning with golden flames slammed towards Ziwei Xingjuan arrogantly and unreasonably. The 12 heavenly palaces were shattered, and Ziwei Xingjuan's aura had already declined to the extreme. He held the remnant sword and slashed hard at Di Ting's fist, but at the moment when the fist and the sword collided, the remnant sword was also shattered with a bang, and golden light bloomed. His fist slammed into his chest. The black ice-like armor scattered like a butterfly, revealing the delicate body of Ziwei Xingjuan, as well as such a glamorous face. However, Di Ting's fist mercilessly slammed on the beautiful face, smashing it instantly, and the head, which was as beautiful as art, burst open like this, and the blood bloomed like the petals of a chrysanthemum. Ziwei Xingjuan, who was shot in the head by a punch, fell from the sky with a headless body, turned into a little bit of Mysterious light and dissipated, only a strange crystal fell to the ground, exuding a bright star, like the sky is eternal. The North Star in general. Hunting the natural disaster creature, Ziwei Xingjuan found the crystal of the Emperor Star. It's really done. Watching the deep listening in the sky like an ancient demon god, Zhou was full of surprises. The power of listening to the truth even made him a little shocked. As expected of the companion pet of Heavenly Realm 999, it is too strong and violent. Zhou reached out and picked up the Emperor Star crystal on the ground, enduring surprise to see its properties. Emperor Star Crystal, Emperor Mingxing, you can get the help of heaven and earth. Zhou looked at this simple line of information, but for a while he didn't understand what this sentence meant. There is no doubt that this Emperor Star Crystal should be the treasure of this hidden copy, but what is the use of this thing is difficult to understand. Literally, it should be said that the Emperor is the person chosen by heaven and earth, so his destiny is extremely noble, and even heaven and earth will help him. But what is the use of such a thing? Could it be that this thing can make the person who owns it become the son of heaven, and it will be smooth sailing from then on? If the wind blows, the rain will blow, and if you kill a little monster, you will explode the magical weapon. Not only will you not die, but you will also be able to have adventures? Zhou couldn't help but think of the legend of an ancient emperor. Legend has it that there was a son of heaven who competed with a character comparable to a traveler. This son of heaven was beaten and retreated, and he was almost destroyed. The army made him the final victor, nothing more than the son of heaven's chosen. Zhou Wendao didn't dare to hope that he would have such luck, he just hoped that he would not be too unlucky. I tried to absorb the Emperor Crystal, but the result indicated that Zhou was not a companion pet and could not use the Emperor Crystal. I'm going, this thing is for companion pets? Zhou was speechless for a while, the dream of wanting wind and rain to be shattered instantly. If only a companion pet can be used, who should use it? The demon baby is still evolving, so I can only choose another companion pet to use this thing. Zhou was a little distressed, there was too little information on the Emperor Crystal, and he didn't knowing what it is really useful for. If you use it casually for a companion pet, the benefits obtained by the companion pet may not be as strong as expected, and may even have counterproductive effects. In case this thing is a treasure that changes the fate, and the fate that is most compatible with the companion pet is changed, what is the use of becoming an emperor's fate? In terms of combat power, truth listening is now Zhou most important combat power. And good things should naturally be given to it, but because he doesn't know what the role of the Emperor Crystal is, Zhou does not dare to take truth listening to risk. After thinking for a while, Zhou summoned the Tyrant Beeman. This guy has been promoted to the natural disaster level before, and has two fates, infinite power and swallowing mountains and rivers. Even if you change a useless fate, the combat effectiveness will not be weakened too much. And it has the word monarch in its name, and it can barely be related to the emperor. Zhou intends to test the water with it. After the Tyrant Beeman was summoned, under Zhou order, he directly swallowed the Emperor Crystal. The crystals entered the belly, and a black starlight bloomed from the belly of the Tyrant Beeman, and soon the entire body of the Tyrant Beeman was shrouded in black light, as if the incarnation became a black hole. Zhou only heard the roar of the Tyrant Beeman coming from the black hole, and soon there was no sound, only the black hole-like light was constantly twisting and changing. https://genius, for a second. To remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. When the black hole-like light disappeared, the tyrant Beeman appeared again in Zhou Wen's field of vision. Zhou Wen was surprised to find that the tyrant Beeman had changed too much. The originally tall tyrant Beeman has actually become much smaller. Now he is only about 3 meters tall. Compared with before, he is obviously one size smaller, but he has become stronger. If the former tyrant Beeman looked a bit bloated and clumsy, the current tyrant Beeman looks like a muscle monster with no excess fat all over his body. Moreover, the body of the tyrant Beeman has also undergone some changes. Its flesh appears to be a very black color, as if it was cast from black iron, giving people an indestructible feeling. The current tyrant Beeman is not so much a living being of flesh and blood as a black iron monster full of explosive power and destructive power. What's even weirder is that the tyrant Beeman, who originally only had a pair of horns, actually grew another horn in the center of his head. The horn looked a bit similar to the horn of a unicorn. There is a strange mysterious light flowing. Zhou Wen opened the tyrant Beeman's information, wanting to see how its attributes and skills have changed, but found that the tyrant Beeman even changed his name. Emperor Beeman, natural disaster grade, evolvable, destiny, infinite power, swallowing mountains and rivers, emperor's life, soul of life, crown of violence, wheel of fortune, absolute power, S rank, fearful, tyrant, natural disaster domain, super domain, human, level, strength, 199. Speed, 199. Physical, 199. Vitality, 199. Talent skills, swallowing mountain, rampage, giant beast, armor breaking, piercing, tear, venomous fang, bite, all attacks, all invincible. Associated state, gloves. Seeing that the tyrant Beeman's domain was still at the human level, Zhou Wen was slightly disappointed, but there was an extra emperor's destiny in the destiny, and the life soul also changed from a violent crown to a violent crown, and the attributes reached the limit of the human level. Not completely unchanged. The changes in attributes and skills are not that big, and I don't know how the actual combat effectiveness is. Zhou Wen muttered inwardly. The level of the Beidou dungeon is high enough. It is said that the treasures from the hidden dungeon here should not be bad. Originally, Zhou Wen thought that he could at least be promoted to the hell level, but he did not expect it to be the human level. After quitting the Beidou dungeon, Zhou Wen originally planned to find a dungeon to try out the difference between the Emperor Beeman and the previous tyrant Beeman. Before Zhou Wen clicked on the new dungeon, he heard a commotion from the front of the team. Mr. Zhou, I'm afraid we have to change our route. Shiraishi Mei rushed over from the front and said to Zhou Wen with a solemn expression. What happened over there? Zhou Wen asked, while scanning the front with his listening ability. There was a canyon in front of it, and a half-human deep river flowed through the valley. In the water, there was a giant beast lying on its side, which seemed to be asleep. Shiraishi Mei whispered. Helplessly, the route we designed originally avoided some dangerous areas. According to our investigation, there was no big dimension field near this canyon, but for some reason, there was a water-avoiding golden beast here. Seeing that Zhou Wen seemed to know nothing about the Bishui Jinqing beast, Shiraishi Mei went on to explain, the Bishui Jinqing beast may not be well known in the interior, but overseas, the beast's vicious name is well known. Destroyed several large islands. Even the strongest overseas forces have no way to take it. It is said that this beast is not only a natural disaster grade, but may even reach the peak of natural disasters, and this water-avoiding golden beast is Likely to be overseas. That end. This is the water-avoiding golden beast from overseas. Chiyasa also walked back and said solemnly, when I was traveling before, I once saw its fierce anger on Ryukyu Island, and with one hoof. Hundreds of miles of islands were directly smashed into pieces by it and fell to the bottom of the sea. The power is unparalleled, even more terrifying than those natural disaster-level creatures that have entered the Rubik's Cube ranking. Fortunately, the reconnaissance team in front discovered it in advance and did not wake it up. It's still too late to change the route now, but it takes hundreds of more mountain roads to be able to spare this place. What is the class of the water-preserving Jinqing beast? What kind of abilities does it have? Zhou thought for a while and asked. Its body is extremely powerful. When the Ryukyu Island gathered the power of one island, it did not dodge the attack at all, and even the scales were not damaged in half, and it has the ability to control the ocean currents, and it can roll huge waves. Is there any more? I didn't know about other abilities. Chiyasakai thought for a while before answering. Then you don't need to change your route. You all need to step back 30 miles and give it to me. It is rare to encounter a natural disaster creature that breaks the ban, and Zhou is naturally unwilling to let such a good opportunity pass. There is a natural disaster level existence that is almost invincible. Even if the water-preserving Jinqing beast is really a heavenly level, in terms of physical strength, it is definitely not an opponent of the truth. Mr. Zhou, be careful. Chiyasakai didn't say much, and arranged for the disciples who flew to the Immortal Palace to retreat in an orderly manner, but only a few miles back, the water-preserving Jinqing beast actually woke up and emerged from the water. Standing up, a pair of strange eyes like golden crystals looked towards this side. The golden light in their eyes seemed to be two small suns. It is covered in scarlet scales, its head is like a dragon and its body is like a lion, and its body is more than 10 meters long. Just standing there, there is a terrifying sense of oppression. The strange eyes swept across, and the psychological quality of Tian Yen Palace is poor. Disciple, your legs are softened with fright. It seems that this beast has already discovered our arrival, just pretending to be asleep. Zhou knew in his heart that such a natural disaster-level creature was very smart, so how could he not find them? Although the breath of the Jinqing beast is terrifying, Zhou is used to seeing powerful natural disaster grades. It can probably be inferred that this guy should not have reached the level of Ziwei Xingjuan, but he is much stronger than the average human grade. It may be a hell-level natural disaster creature. Seeing that the water-preventing Jinqing beast showed signs of rushing over, Zhou thought about it and summoned Diju and Beeman, just to use this water-preserving Jinqing beast to try out the fighting power of the Emperor Beeman. The same as the power type, the Emperor is thicker than the skin, and even if he loses to the Bishui Jinqing beast, he will not be killed in seconds. After Emperor Beeman appeared, the Bishui Jinqing beast, who originally wanted to rush over, actually stopped, turned a pair of Jinqing strange eyes, and looked up and down at Emperor Beeman, as if he felt that Emperor Beeman was not very easy to mess with. Seeing this, Zhou was even more determined, and ordered Emperor Beeman to kill Jinqing beast. Diju and Beeman exerted force on the ground with his feet, and instantly collapsed the ground hundreds of meters under his feet, and charged towards the Jinqing beast with a huge blast of air. https://genius for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website.